Chapter 1. In the southeastern district of Linshan County, there exists a newly constructed residential community, where at the heart of this enclave lies a picturesque lake beside a solitary villa with its own courtyard. Within the expanse of a yard, which spans over 200 square meters, Song Qingcheng stood, his face alight with excitement as he focused intently on a corner near the enclosing wall. Under the silvery glow of the moon, there appeared to be nothing there, save for two flies that hovered nearby, seemingly engaged in a silent conversation. Yet, he remained fixated, as if he were anticipating a stroke of fortune to descend from the heavens. Song Qingcheng was characterized by his prominent brows and large eyes, though his physique leaned towards the slender, standing approximately 178 centimeters tall. Adorned with a pair of spectacles, he bore the unmistakable appearance of a scholarly youth. The residential complex had been completed for over a year, yet due to the tumultuous fluctuations in property prices over the past few years, the demand for housing had been tepid, resulting in only a smattering of sales, with roughly half of the units still unsold. Having graduated from university a mere year and a half prior, Song Qingcheng had studied agricultural science, specializing in crop cultivation, a field that typically required one to work at the grassroots level. However, he was not inclined to relocate to the countryside, and thus chose to reside in Linshan County, fortuitously settling in this unsold property, where the rent was modest, allowing him to stay temporarily. The community featured a blend of villas and apartment buildings sprawling across a vast area, and he had rented a villa by the lakeside for a reasonable sum of $1,000 per month. To his astonishment, he had been residing there for a year, and the villa remained unsold. Aside from water and electricity, the house lacked any amenities. There was no gas connection, let alone internet access, as the property had yet to undergo formal transactions, rendering many services unavailable. However, one fateful night, as the moon shone brightly, he stood in the yard, admiring the moonlight, when he inadvertently stumbled upon a secret hidden in the corner of the wall, a portal to the domain of Augustus. The lord of that realm, Augustus, had exchanged various goods for feed, enabling him to sustain himself even in the absence of employment. This night promised to be one of significant harvest after more than a year of nurturing trust between himself and Augustus. It seemed they were on the brink of financial gain. In the corner, a flicker of light appeared, causing the two flies to take flight, and subsequently, a plethora of items materialized out of thin air. "It's here!" Song Qingcheng exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward. As the light gradually faded, he beheld the bounty before him. 5 tomes lay sprawled on the ground, alongside 2 dark stones, each the size of a fist. However, his gaze was drawn to a large bag, a coarse cloth sack that shimmered with a faint golden hue. Flanking the bag were 2 hefty wooden barrels, accompanied by a sheathed dagger. Song Qingcheng grasped the large bag, his face brightening as he murmured, "I've struck gold. This bag of coins must weigh around 100 pounds, a veritable treasure worth millions. I could easily purchase this villa outright." Given his background in agricultural science, he had become adept at estimating weight, a skill he had honed during his university days. Naturally, this was not a matter of pride, as Song Qingcheng would say. Being sensitive to weight was a trait of farmers. After tidying up the items on the ground, he carried them into the house in 2 trips. The dwelling was a 3-story structure, with 2 floors above ground and a basement below. He resided on the 2nd floor, where he had managed to tidy up the master bedroom, leaving the other rooms unattended. In the basement, he had transformed one room into a cultivation chamber, essential for conducting transactions with Augustus, necessitating a series of experiments. This was precisely why he had chosen this villa, as some cultivation work required a subterranean environment, and proximity to a water source was crucial. Among the homes in the community, only this solitary villa boasted a basement. Seated upon a chair, which he had salvaged, Song Qingcheng reflected on his financial struggles. Since graduation, most of his possessions were indeed retrieved from the streets. "This is indeed the magic storing stone that Augustus has spoken of. I can extract magical elements from it to sense the ethereal magic in the air. Perhaps I shall become a magic apprentice. Once that occurs, I will be able to utilize a storage ring. These 5 tomes have arrived at the perfect moment, and with these coins, I can liquidate a portion by tomorrow." What fortune! But were these 2 barrels? Each barrel must weigh at least 50 pounds. The aroma suggests it is wine, yet it carries an oddly refreshing scent. This implies that Augustus Domain is situated in a cold region. The fragrance of this wine invigorates my spirit. It is truly a remarkable find. And this dagger, what is its significance? It resembles a dagger, yet it feels remarkably lightweight, almost akin to a piece of parchment. As Song Qingcheng examined each item, his face radiated with joy. Having grown up in the countryside, the sudden appearance of such valuable possessions left him utterly elated. Casually drawing the dagger, he was taken aback. The blade was so transparent that it was nearly invisible, yet it emanated a chilling aura. At that moment, a single strand of his hair fell, landing upon the dagger, which effortlessly severed it in two without a sound. This discovery thrilled Song Qingcheng. It was indeed a sharp weapon, capable of cutting hair with ease. Such a remarkable item, he exclaimed, carefully concealing the dagger as he began to peruse the 5 tomes. The inscriptions on the pages were somewhat dissimilar to the language of Huaxia, resembling the legendary characters of tadpole script, incomprehensible to the average person. Fortunately, after over a year of interaction with Augustus, Song Qingcheng had managed to glean enough understanding to decipher the text. Among the 5 tomes, for detailed the modeling and manipulation of magic, albeit pertaining to different types of magic, while the 5th focused on the fundamentals of magic, instructing how one might become a magic apprentice. In Augustus' realm, such tomes were hardly valued, mere commonplace items, yet for Song Qingcheng, they represented true treasures. The fundamentals of magic explain the pathway to becoming a magician. According to the text, one typically needed to meditate to absorb natural elements, incorporating them into one's consciousness to form a magical core. Once the core was established, one would be considered a magic apprentice, progressing through continuous refinement of the core, each transformation marking a step towards advancement. Yet, Song Qingcheng did not dwell on such distant aspirations. The mere thought of becoming a magic apprentice, of wielding a storage ring, was exhilarating. He genuinely worried about the wealth accumulating at home. The convenience of simply stowing items within the ring was enticing. Bathed in moonlight, Song Qingcheng sat in the yard, attuning himself to the elements of nature. However, as he sat, a sudden snore erupted from him. Having spent the previous night gaming at an internet CF, his energy waned, and coupled with his attempts to sense the natural elements, he found himself at a loss. Though the foundational tome did not prescribe a specific posture, merely suggesting gestures for sensing, Song Qingcheng adopted a meditative position akin to that of a venerable monk. As he drifted into slumber, tendrils of moonlight enveloped him, gradually transforming him into a cocoon of light. All the radiance coalesced at his brow, fortuitously, as the villa was distanced from the other houses, and aside from Song Qingcheng, there was not a soul around to witness this anomaly. Although Linshan County is not a sprawling city, it offers a tranquil lifestyle with a leisurely pace, which is precisely why Song Qingcheng had chosen this place. Initially, he aspired to work as a technician at the Linshan seed station, but was sidelined, leading him to inadvertently craft feed, fish food, and fertilizers for Augustus' unexpected turn of fortune. At the Linshan County Gold Trading Center, Song Qingcheng entered, his backpack slung over his shoulders, donning sunglasses and a large mask, resembling a thief. For Song Qingcheng, the sight of so many gold coins was unprecedented, stirring a sense of apprehension within him. Approaching the counter, a middle-aged man in his 40s glanced at him and inquired, "What business do you wish to conduct?" "Sir, I possess some ancestral gold coins that I wish to sell. Do you accept such items here?" Song Qingcheng replied with a smile, though internally he felt a whirlwind of anxiety. "Gold coins? Do you have receipts or certificates of collection?" the man asked, frowning. Song Qingcheng was taken aback, pondering whether selling gold required such documentation. This treasure had originated from Augustus' domain. Where could he procure a certificate? "Sir, I do not possess any. These are ancestral items, and I doubt such certificates existed back then." Song Qingcheng shook his head. "Well, that complicates matters. How about this? You can check the purity first. If it meets the standards, we can issue a collection certificate, and then you may find a way to sell it," the man suggested with a smile. Song Qingcheng felt a surge of hope and pondered, "Sir, that sounds good. How do we check the purity?" "With a certification fee of 15,000. Once you pay it, you are assured to proceed," the uncle remarked, his smile unwavering as he fixed his gaze on Song Qingcheng. At that moment, the expression on Song Qingcheng's face solidified. He thought to himself that 15,000 was equivalent to a year's rent. He had come here to earn, not to spend. After exchanging pleasantries with the uncle, Song Qingcheng turned away from the trading center, feeling dejected. He mused over the considerable amount of gold coins he had acquired from the August territory, only to find himself unable to exchange them, a truly vexing predicament. The road before the Golden Trading Center was the most bustling thoroughfare in Linshan County. Feeling a bit downcast, Song Qingcheng walked along the street. After strolling for a while, he found himself pausing before a pawn shop. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and after a moment's contemplation, he turned and stepped inside. At the front desk stood a young woman in her early 20s, approximately the same age as Song Qingcheng. She was around 1.65 meters tall, possessing remarkable beauty and an outstanding presence, exuding an air of innocence. Dressed in a blouse paired with a black pencil skirt, she embodied the quintessential office ensemble, yet radiated youthfulness and vibrancy. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" the young woman inquired softly. Song Qingcheng responded affirmatively, casting a glance at her nameplate, which read Kai Shaoqin. He nodded and said, "I have some gold items at home that I wish to pawn. Please present them for evaluation. If they are suitable, we can discuss the amount you wish to pawn and the repayment terms," Kai Shaoqin expertly replied. Song Qingcheng interjected, "Hold on, Miss Kai. The situation is that I do not intend to redeem these items once I pawn them. They are yours to keep. Let's forego the repayment details. So, it will be a permanent pawn?" Kai Shaoqin acknowledged with a nod. "Very well. Please provide your identification and show me the items." From his pocket, Song Qingcheng retrieved a gold coin and placed it on Kai Xiaoqin's desk. Prior to arriving, he had specifically set aside the items he intended to sell, weighing them beforehand. This particular coin weighed 200 grams, one side etched with the image of a massive bear, the other inscribed with the word August. However, this was not a script known on Earth, rendering it indecipherable to anyone. Based on Song Qingcheng's assessment, the coin's density exceeded that of pure gold, suggesting the inclusion of a rare alloy. Kai Shaoqin took the coin and sent it to the testing department, then poured a glass of water for Song Qingcheng while making a photocopy of his identification. She then engaged him in cheerful conversation. She was quite talkative, her voice soft and melodious, and undeniably a genuine beauty by any measure. She would have been considered a top campus belle during her university days. "Qingcheng, you mentioned you graduated from Donghai Agricultural University just last year? What a coincidence. I also attended university in Donghai at Donghai Financial University and graduated just last year, a mere half year behind you." Kai Xiaoqin's eyes sparkled with surprise as she glanced at Song Qingcheng's face. He was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. "What a remarkable coincidence. But why didn't you stay in Donghai? There are plenty of opportunities there. My family feels it's too arduous for a girl to struggle outside alone, so they insisted I return," Kai Shaoqin replied gently. "But what about you? Why did you come back?" Song Qingcheng chuckled. "I studied agriculture, and there were no opportunities for me in Donghai, so I returned home, which is also closer to my family, allowing me to care for my parents." Kai Shaoqin nodded thoughtfully, then spoke softly, "Qingcheng, the evaluation is complete, let me check it." With that, she gracefully turned and walked to the back. Moments later, she returned with a piece of paper and the coin, her expression a mix of intrigue and surprise as she handed the paper to Song Qingcheng. His heart raced as he read the document. Extremely high purity, with the addition of other precious alloys, priced significantly above 99 gold. The design is unidentifiable to any known dynasty, and the language is unfamiliar. It likely originates from a more distant era, a prehistoric civilization, rendering its value incalculable. Estimated worth, 500,000. Kai Shaoqin inhaled deeply and said, "Qingcheng, it seems your family has discovered something extraordinary. If you choose to pawn it permanently, the standard rate is typically 80% of the value. Please consider your decision carefully." Song Qingcheng pondered the situation. He certainly needed to purchase that villa. Properties in Linshan County were quite affordable, and that particular house was around 200 square meters, approximately 1 million. Thus, to buy it outright, he would need to sell at least 4 coins. He couldn't afford to part with too many at once, lest they lose their value. Additionally, future renovations and living expenses necessitated selling 5 coins to be prudent. Xiaoqin, I have decided to proceed with the pawn. My family is currently in need of funds, and I possess a total of 5 coins. If you are willing to accept them, I would like to pawn them all. As Song Qingcheng spoke, he reached into his backpack and retrieved 4 gold coins. In truth, he had placed a total of 50 gold coins within the confines of his bag. However, he believed in the adage that wealth should not be flaunted. Given the considerable value of such currency, he certainly did not wish to be accosted on his way out, especially since he had yet to master any form of magic. Once he became an apprentice in the arcane arts, he would not harbor such fears. This time, Augustus had bestowed upon him a sum of 288 gold coins, an astonishing amount indeed. Kai Xiaoqin inhaled deeply, nodding as she spoke. Very well. Please provide me with your bank card number, and I shall ensure the transfer is completed within 3 days. I will keep a vigilant eye on this matter for you. By the way, Qingcheng, there may come a time when I require your assistance as well. Shall we exchange WeChat contacts? I will inform you at the first opportunity when there is news. Song Qingcheng acquiesced, and they exchanged WeChat information, engaging in a brief conversation before he turned to leave. Yet, this time, his heart was stirred with a sense of exhilaration. After a year of hard work, he had finally secured his first pot of gold. And remarkably, it was earned through his profession, which filled him with a sense of pride. This year, he could indeed return home for the new year, alleviating the incessant mockery from certain villagers. In fact, after graduating from university, Song Qingcheng had resided at home for a while, but in these times, there were always those who looked upon him with disfavor. His neighbor and heir would often linger at the threshold of his home, intentionally engaging his mother in conversation until it inevitably turned to Song Qingcheng. I say, sister-in-law, look at Qingcheng. He studied so diligently in school and achieved such remarkable grades. He even gained admission to a prestigious university in Donghai. It truly is commendable, yet now he idles away at home. He is not even as accomplished as my Huzi, who, despite failing to enter high school, now earns over 5,000 a month. The villagers relished such comparisons, particularly when it involved stepping upon the once great prodigy, as if it were a mark of honor. This incessant prattle of comparison grated on Song Qingcheng, prompting him to move to the county seat voluntarily. Last year, he did not return for the new year, fabricating an excuse of being busy with work. Now, having received his first substantial earnings, he finally felt a sense of peace. The pawnshop's operations were typically slow, but thankfully, with Kai Xiaoqin's assistance, on the 3rd day, Song Qingcheng received her WeChat message. Qingcheng, we have processed the loan. Please check your account. However, I have put in quite a bit of effort for your sake. So would it be too much to ask for a meal in return? Kai Xiaoqin left a voice message, her melodious tone infused with a hint of gentleness. The flutter coursed through Song Qingcheng's heart as he replied. Certainly, this weekend, I will pick you up and treat you to dinner. After tidying up his home, Song Qingcheng set out, first visiting the bank to check his account. To his delight, the funds had indeed been deposited, 2 million in total. Gazing at the string of numbers, his heart raced with elation. Leaning against the ATM, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Outside, a voice broke through his reverie. My dear, do you think that young man who just went in has encountered any problems? Why is he smiling to himself? At this, Song Qingcheng composed himself and stepped out. Before exiting, he took a moment to massage his face, ensuring he appeared more ordinary. Outside the ATM, an elderly couple scrutinized him, attempting to discern any signs of trouble, but Song Qingcheng paid them no mind as he made his way back to his apartment complex. The complex where he resided was named Ziki Donglai, a title reflective of the developer's penchant for catchy names to enhance sales. The properties in Ziki Donglai had been on the market for a year, yet only half had sold. Upon entering the sales office, now with money in his pocket, Song Qingcheng walked with newfound confidence. The sales office was sparsely populated, and a young man in a suit and white shirt approached him with a smile. Brother Song, it's not the rent collection day yet. What brings you here? Song Qingcheng had rented his apartment directly from this office, as the developer, having failed to sell the properties, had entrusted the rental business to them. The young man, Qiang, was 21, 2 years younger than Song Qingcheng. and they were somewhat familiar with each other. "Ah Qiang, I wish to purchase that apartment. Please give me a quote so we can finalize this today." Song Qingcheng stated gently, surveying the sales office. "Brother Song, are you joking?" Ah Qiang responded, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a grin. "Do I appear to be jesting?" Song Qingcheng retorted. Casting a sidelong glance at Ah Qiang, Ah Qiang's mouth fell open in surprise as he shook his head. "Brother Song, you truly intend to buy a house? All right then, let us calculate the price, but let's keep this under wraps." Song Qingcheng patted Ah Qiang on the shoulder and shifted the conversation. "Where is everyone? Why are only you and Ah Qiang here?" "Brother, I'm calculating your price right away that you've been renting for nearly a year. I should give you a discount. You know the situation here quite well, so just let me take a small commission." Ah Qiang said with a cheerful demeanor, clearly pleased to have business to do. "And by the way, we have a new saleswoman, a stunning beauty, who has taken clients to view properties. Everyone has followed her. By the way, Brother Song, I heard she graduated from Linshan No. 1 High School and later got into our Shenzhen Normal University. She's both talented and beautiful. You should meet her next time you come." Song Qingcheng paid little heed to the chatter, simply acknowledging it as he sat at a nearby table, observing Ah Qiang as he calculated. "Brother Song, we've known each other for quite some time now. The apartment is 204 square meters. Priced at 5,000 per square meter, I can offer you a discount of 5%. Bringing it to 969,000. Would you consider rounding it off to 960,000? Ah Qiang proposed earnestly. Song Qingcheng furrowed his brow as he contemplated. He was not skilled at haggling. After years of academic pursuits, he possessed a strong scholarly demeanor. Moreover, he had a significant secret related to his fortune concealed within the property, so acquiring it was imperative. "All right, let us sign the contract. I will pay in full," Song Qingcheng replied, lowering his voice. "Ah Qiang, please handle this for me discreetly and take care of all the paperwork for the property deed." "Brother Song, rest assured, I can keep a secret. How much do you plan to finance?" Ah Qiang inquired quietly. Song Qingcheng shook his head. "No loans. I will pay in full. Please expedite the process, and I will treat you to dinner once everything is settled." Ah Qiang's eyes widened in surprise, but he wasted no time, grabbing Song Qingcheng and heading towards the finance department, his face beaming. "Brother Song, you are truly my benefactor. I haven't made any sales this month. And suddenly, you've purchased a big property. This is the most expensive unit in Ziki, situated in the prime location. By the way, I've heard that property prices are set to increase if you have the funds. Perhaps consider buying another unit. There's a prestigious building directly across from yours. All large open-plan apartments, and they come with renovations. It has 18 floors, and the top floor includes an attic, roughly 180 square meters. If you buy, I can offer you the 18th floor for 80,000. What do you think?" Song Qingcheng paused, calculating in his mind. He had only 2 million on hand. Purchasing both units would leave him with little to spare after taxes and fees. However, he still needed to acquire essential items, and he couldn't afford to flaunt his gold coins to avoid unwanted attention. So he replied, "Ah Qiang, let me think it over first. Let's secure this unit before deciding on another." Ah Qiang, all smiles, led Song Qingcheng into the finance department, where the payment and contract signing proceeded swiftly. Since he was already renting the apartment, no keys were necessary. Once the transaction was complete, Ah Qiang escorted Song Qingcheng out of the sales office with great respect. A person who could pay nearly $1 million while remaining so unassuming was deserving of admiration in Ah Qiang's eyes. As Song Qingcheng made his way back to the complex, the weight that had burdened him for so long finally lifted. Since discovering the passage connecting the two realms, he had yearned to purchase this property, which represented his greatest treasure. With the funds finally at his disposal, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon entering his villa, a throng of people passed by excitedly. Song Qingcheng turned his head to glance, and among the crowd, a tall woman with flowing hair donned a fitted suit, her features striking. Exuding a certain elegance as she walked, he paused, examining her closely, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured, "Bai Shui." After that utterance, he shook his head, entering the door with a hint of self-deprecation, yet a peculiar glimmer lingered in his eyes. In the natural world, numerous elements exist: fire, wind, water, and so forth. These elements weave together the vibrant tapestry of our universe. Through meditation, one can sense the elements of nature, internalize them, and guide one's consciousness to coalesce, forming a magical core, thus accumulating elements and continuously advancing. Under the moonlight, Song Qingcheng murmured softly, seated upon a stone in the courtyard, once more reaching out to the natural elements. However, within his perception, only wisps of moonlight enveloped him like gossamer. As he sat there, he drifted back into slumber, the sound of his gentle snoring filling the night, while the moonlight shimmered, and he once again cocooned himself in a large chrysalis. At this moment, Song Qingcheng held a magic storing stone in his hand, with flecks of magical energy merging into his brow, causing it to gradually illuminate. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated, having spent the entire night in the courtyard without a hint of fatigue. Although his limbs tingled slightly, his spirit was unexpectedly buoyant. As he stowed away the magic storing stone, he cast a glance, only to be momentarily taken aback. The stone had shrunk significantly, resembling a result of the magical elements within being extracted. According to the magical foundational tome, the initial challenge during meditation was not the communication with the natural elements, but rather the extraction of magical elements from the stone. Observing his current state, he seemed to have successfully extracted the magical elements, which diverged from the book's assertions. The tome had indicated that successfully extracting the magical elements from the stone required prolonged experimentation. And if achieved, the subsequent communication and absorption of natural elements would become relatively easier. However, he had succeeded right from the outset, prompting Song Qingcheng to squint thoughtfully for a while, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I am a genius?" A series of knocks echoed from outside the door, pulling Song Qingcheng from his reverie. He dismissed his thoughts and strode over to open the door, revealing a throng of individuals awaiting him. Leading the group was the long-haired woman from the previous day, now clad in a white shirt paired with denim jeans, her shirt cinched at the waist, exuding youthful vitality. Song Qingcheng's gaze momentarily faltered. But the woman shot him a peculiar glance and inquired, "Are you Song Qingcheng?" Bai Shui, Song Qingcheng called out, a hint of surprise in his eyes, realizing it was indeed Bai Shui, the most renowned beauty in their class at that time. She had been a top-tier beauty throughout the entire Linshan No. 1 high school, and eventually gained admission to the prestigious Shanjing Normal University, eliciting envy from many. It's really you, Bai Shui declared, her expression tinged with disappointment, before gently adding, "I came today to look at properties. Recently, there has been an upward trend in housing prices. There are only about 100 unsold houses left in the community, and I wish to register each one. Your villa has a particularly advantageous location. There are only 10 buildings in the entire community, so I brought people to take some photos and examine the structure. Are you available now?" Song Qingcheng noticed the disappointment etched on Bai Shui's face, and evident dissatisfaction with his current circumstances, but he chose to remain silent, merely shaking his head. "I'm sorry, my home is in disarray, so it's not convenient for now." Bai Shui was taken aback, glancing over her shoulder at the group of about 10 individuals trailing behind her. Observing her expression, a slender man stepped forward. Raising his voice, "Song Gu, you are renting this house from our sales office. If we wish to sell, you cannot obstruct us, as the property rights still belong to the developer." His tone carried an undertone of sarcasm. Yet Song Qingcheng merely shrugged, replying, "Zhou Xing, you'll need to terminate the contract first. My agreement has 6 months left until expiration. If you sell, you ought to compensate me, right?" Bai Shui regarded Song Qingcheng intently, saying, "Song Qingcheng, what is the necessity of this? Back in the day, you were the most distinguished scholar in our class, even the science champion of Shanjing province, yet you ultimately chose to attend Donghai Agricultural University, which was a mistake on your part. You cannot afford such a house. It would be better to relinquish it sooner. We happen to have clients looking to purchase an independent villa. If sold, we will compensate you as per the contract." Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow, saying, "Bai Shui, just say it plainly. Boss will wishes to buy a house for you, and naturally, it must be the best. What a true gift that is." Song Qingcheng observed the lively crowd before him, his brow furrowing slightly. The commotion felt akin to a gathering of clowns. It was clear they were attempting to pressure him, urging him to concede. Yet Song Qingcheng was not one to easily capitulate, a trait he had never altered. When he chose Donghai Agricultural University, his intentions were quite simple, to change his family's circumstances. Otherwise, with his college entrance examination scores, he could have easily gained admission to one of China's top universities. Renowned institutions such as Tsinghua University, Yinbei University, and Donghai University were all within his reach, yet he still opted for agriculture. Upon returning to Linshan, he discovered that the world was not as simple as he had envisioned. "Bai Shui, if you wish to terminate the contract early, then you must find a way. Otherwise, it is inconvenient for me right now. There are plenty of houses available in the Ziki Donglai community. Why must you choose this one?" Song Qingcheng stated flatly, holding his head high as he closed the door with a swift motion, leaning against it while exhaling deeply. In this era, the youthful heart that once fluttered had gradually faded, and the innocent, untainted high school days would never return. He had matured. Even the once beautiful woman could no longer sway him with mere charm. for he was Song Qingcheng, a proud man unwilling to bow easily. Outside the door, Bai Shui maintained a cold demeanor, waving her hand as she commanded, "Let us go back. We'll first investigate the property situation. Then actively terminate the contract and have the finance department pay a penalty for breach." The crowd turned and departed, prompting Song Qingcheng to stand tall, faintly perceiving their retreating figures, which caused him to pause momentarily before rushing back inside. He swiftly flipped open the foundational tome on magic.it contained a line that read, "As the magical core gradually takes shape, the awareness to sense will strengthen, allowing one to perceive the world through the power of the mind." As Song Qingcheng continued to flip through the pages, his fingers traced over the text, translating line after line, his hands trembling slightly. After turning over a dozen pages, beads of sweat formed on his brow, prompting him to stop. He immersed his consciousness into his brow, where the magical core resided, the repository of all magical elements. The shape of the magical core varied, depending on the natural elements absorbed. Upon reading this, Song Qingcheng paused, murmuring, "Magical core, let me give it a try. Is it possible that I can form a magical core after just this second attempt?" He quickly seated himself on the ground, allowing his consciousness to drift down into his brow, where darkness enveloped him, vast and boundless. In the shadows, threads of moonlight danced about. Song Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, contemplating carefully before suddenly lifting his gaze within his mind. In the darkness, a full moon hung high, casting flecks of moonlight. Is my magical core a full moon? He mused, momentarily taken aback, flipping through the other 4 books simultaneously in search of any clues. However, among the 4 tomes on the principles of magical construction, the only mention of moonlight related to the element of light. Light elements were exceedingly rare. Throughout the Red Earth Empire, few mages could wield them. And even across the Glory Plane, those capable of mastering light elements numbered fewer than 100. Light mages were the most revered, able to dispel darkness and wield various, astonishing magical abilities. Yet such magic was beyond the reach of ordinary mages. Song Qingcheng recited a passage, feeling a twinge of disappointment. None of the 4 books contained any records regarding light magic, even if I am a genius. Forming a magical core in 2 attempts is of little use if I cannot wield magic. He sighed, shaking his head before breaking into a smile. I am truly too greedy. As long as I can use a storage ring, who cares about magic? Moreover, even if I cannot master magic, I can create my own, for I am a genius. It is truly remarkable how swiftly I can control magical elements. According to these texts, the mastery of magical elements is related to one's cognitive abilities. My logical thinking skills are relatively robust, and I had achieved some success in Olympiad mathematics. Perhaps this is the reason. Magic requires extensive calculations, and mathematical Olympiad precisely simplifies the computational processes of magic. Regardless of the type of magic, it invariably relies on countless models as its foundation. Modeling is an area where Song Qingcheng excels. He possesses a robust background in mathematics and mechanics, having participated in the National Olympiad, which allowed him to model with remarkable speed. As he contemplated this, his phone buzzed, prompting him to set aside his thoughts. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, tomorrow marks the weekend. I reside in the main urban area of Lingshan, near the east gate of Hegu Mall. Let us meet there." Song Qingcheng rubbed his forehead, realizing that Qingcheng had assisted him immensely, and he must express his gratitude. Moreover, if he wished to sell those coins in the future, he would inevitably need her help. He swiftly replied, "All right. Let us meet at the east gate of Hegu Mall at 10:30 tomorrow morning." At the same moment, within the sales office of Ziki Donglai, Bai Shui sat on the sofa, crossing her legs. Zhou Xing handed her a cup of tea, which she accepted, sipping leisurely, though her expression bore a hint of anger. "Bai Shui, calm down. Dong has already gone to the finance department to terminate the contract. This way, we can expel the one surnamed Song." Zhou Xing spoke gently, his appearance rather pleasing, with delicate features, albeit slightly slender. I never expected that Song Qingcheng has become so greasy. Back in school, he was such a proud individual, and now he is reduced to renting such a shabby place. Bai Shui scoffed. Indeed, most current university students are simply lost in their studies. Pride alone is useless. Once they enter society, they flounder without skills, unwilling to humble themselves. Don't worry, we'll get rid of him shortly. Zhou Xing replied with a smug expression, straightening his back. Although many of us Haven T graduated high school, our ability to earn is not lacking. While Song Qingcheng's rented apartment was spacious, it was devoid of furnishings, resembling a collection of discarded items. In contrast, their rented apartment was fully equipped, highlighting the disparity. Bai Shui's gaze shifted towards Zhou Xing when, at that moment, the sales office door swung open. and a rotund man entered. The man, in his 50s, wore a suit that gaped around his substantial belly, and his thinning hair showcased a classic receding hairline. He stood approximately 1.72 meters tall and weighed around 200 pounds. Breathing heavily as he walked out, a group of people immediately surrounded him, and Zhou Xing greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Hua, you've arrived." Mr. Hua nodded, his gaze falling upon Bai Shui as he smiled slightly. "Xia Xue, how has the property sales been these past few days? I mentioned that if you're not keen on working, you could simply stay at home. I must find something to occupy my time. Staying idle can be quite stifling." Bai Shui replied gently, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach, though her eyes held a glimmer of coldness. "You visited that lakeside villa today, didn't you? How do you find it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. We can sign the contract shortly, and it will count towards your performance." Zhou Xing felt a wave of disdain wash over him at Mr. Hua's greasy demeanor, yet he maintained a smile. "Mr. Hua, a dong has already gone to finance. The house was rented to a poor university student, and the contract has expired. As soon as he finished speaking, a robust man sprinted back, exclaiming, "Bai Shui, the villa, Ziki Dongline No. 1 courtyard, has already been sold. The online transaction has been locked. We cannot sign any contracts." "Sold?" Zhou Xing stared at a dong in disbelief, then questioned. "That's impossible. It was still available a couple of days ago. How could it be sold so suddenly? Who was the buyer?" "I don't know. The finance department mentioned it was a young man. A Chang sold it. He submitted the documents to the property transaction center yesterday, so it should be under processing now." A dong shook his head, recalling something. "Oh, right. Finance also mentioned that there was no mortgage. It was paid in full." A hint of amusement flickered in Mr. Hua's eyes, though a trace of regret lingered on his face as he slapped his thigh. "What a pity. Xiao Xue, don't fret. We'll find a better property later." Zhou Xing interjected, "Mr. Hua, there are still better houses in the community. There's a large flat that's quite nice, fully renovated, especially the top floor, where you buy one floor and get another free." Zhou Xing grinned widely. Bai Shui looked up at Mr. Hua, her eyes sparkling with hope as she nodded. "I think that large flat is also appealing. The duplex on the 18th floor offers a better view, and the renovation standards are quite high." Mr. Hua waved his hand dismissively. "No matter how good the flat is, it cannot compare to a villa. A private courtyard allows you to grow vegetables and flowers, which is the true enjoyment of life. Forget it, Xiao Xue, let us go. It's time to clock out. I'll take you to dinner, and we can discuss how selection over a meal. It has to be satisfactory. We cannot settle for less." Bai Shui nodded in agreement and stood up to head outside, while Mr. Hua struggled to move his bulk, slowly following behind. Zhou Xing and a dong stood by the glass door. Observing the two figures depart, Zhou Xing sighed. What a beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung. So old, bald, and fat. What a shame. A dong nodded in agreement, then shook his head, but he's wealthy. Enough. We should quickly find out who bought that house. I'll call it Chang. He knows this matter best. As Song Qingcheng exited the gates of Ziki Donglai, he glanced back at the sales office. Noting the increasing number of potential buyers, fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, the house might have been purchased, and the secret of traversing dimensions would no longer belong to him. A throng of sales agents escorted clients in and out of the community. And as Zhou Xing and a dong emerged from the side, Zhou Xing paused upon seeing Song Qingcheng, raising an eyebrow with a hint of disdain. "Songge, I heard your house has been sold. Are you comfortable living there now?" Zhou Xing said with a forced smile. "Indeed, it is quite comfortable," Song Qingcheng replied, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Xing's expression, wearing a gentle smile. Having encountered countless relatives flaunting their successes in the countryside, he had learned to face such mockery with composure. Zhou Xing spat to the side. "Just because I call you brother, you think you truly are one. Just wait, even if you don't want to move. Once the property rights are finalized, you'll have no choice." A Chang approached from the side, spotting Song Qingcheng, and rushed over, exclaiming, "Songge, are you heading out? I have some matters to attend to." A Chang. "Please keep an eye on my situation," Song Qingcheng responded with a slight smile. A Chang grinned. "Don't worry, Songge, it's nearly done. You'll have results in about half a month. Don't forget to treat us then." Song Qingcheng waved his hand, feeling relieved, while Zhou Xing frowned, perplexed. "A Chang, are you serious? That house has been sold. This guy will soon be out of here, yet he still acts so high and mighty. Who is he trying to impress?" "Zhou Xing, you're mistaken. Songge has the right to be proud. Besides, just because that house sold doesn't mean Songge has to move. You lack capability. But that doesn't mean you can drag Songge down with you," a Chang retorted. Zhou Xing was about to respond when he paused, pointing at Song Qingcheng. "A Chang? Could it be that he bought the house? Why not? I heard about your little escapade yesterday. Zhou Xing, you've developed feelings for Bai Shui, but you should evaluate your own worth. Moreover, to speak frankly, Bai Shui's character is questionable. She is involved with Hui Yuan, who has a wife and children. What does she seek? Do you think someone like that could ever look at you? A Chang, with a stern expression, gently uttered a few words, leaving Song Qingcheng momentarily stunned. The weight of his message was overwhelming. It was astonishing to realize that a once-revered goddess had fallen to such depths. Time had altered not only the distance between individuals but also the very essence of what one holds dear within. Reflecting on this, Song Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Zhou Xing's lips quivered slightly as he gazed at Song Qingcheng with a complex expression, unable to lower his face and merely standing there in a daze. Calmly, Song Qingcheng remarked, "Chang, I am leaving now. Let us keep this matter under wraps. I do not wish for Bai Shui to find out. Rest assured, brother Song, Bai Shui and I are not on the same wavelength. No matter how beautiful she is, it is of no consequence. I prefer someone grounded and sincere," a Chang replied with a cheerful smile. Turning away, Song Qingcheng proceeded to Yigu Mall, intending to prepare a gift. After all, Kai Shaqin had helped him immensely, and merely treating her to a meal seemed lacking in sincerity. Zhou Xing watched his retreating figure, then glanced back at a Chang, asking, "A Chang, did Brother Song really purchase that house? Was it a one-time payment?" "I haven't said a word," a Chang shook his head, then shifted the subject. "From now on, let's be courteous to Brother Song. His low profile does not imply he lacks capability." With a frustrated shake of his head, Zhou Xing looked at a Chang and proposed, "A Chang, let us plan a night to visit Brother Song. I'll treat him to dinner and prepare a few dishes as an apology. What do you think? Why would Brother Song bother with you? Even if there is good food and drink, it must come with sincerity. And as for Brother Song's affairs, refrain from spreading them around." A Chang waved his hand and turned to leave. Zhou Xing clenched his teeth and chased after him, just as Bai Shui approached from the side, dressed in her usual flamboyant attire. However, Zhou Xing did not greet her as he typically would. Instead, he wore a complex expression before turning away. Yigu Mall, situated in the heart of Linshan, is renowned throughout Linshan County. Standing at the eastern entrance, Song Qingcheng had made an effort to prepare for his meeting with Kai Shaqin. He wore black khaki pants paired with a gray-green sweatshirt, underneath which lay a white t-shirt, exuding a youthful, scholarly vibe that complemented his strong features, rendering him quite handsome. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Kai Shaqin approached, donned in a simple yet elegant dress and high heels, her hair freshly cut into a short style that lent her an air of pristine cleanliness. Having shed her office uniform, she appeared more gentle and, upon closer inspection, even surpassed Bai Shui in beauty, her grace standing out remarkably. Kai Shaqin glanced at Song Qingcheng, smirking slightly. "What is this? Don't recognize me. I just went home to freshen up. So I'm a bit late. My apologies. A refreshing scent wafted from her, reminiscent of someone who had just bathed. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingcheng realized, "Oh, you've changed your hairstyle. I didn't expect this short cut to suit you so well. Your delicate features are accentuated beautifully." Kai Shaqin raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "Qingcheng, I didn't know you, an agriculture major, had such an eye for aesthetics. Those in agriculture must have an appreciation for beauty. Otherwise, how could they cultivate anything worthwhile? For instance, to make ornamental fish more beautiful, one must concoct suitable bait for their delicate skin. To ensure cucumbers grow plump, one must improve their feed. Such aesthetics must align with current societal demands. Not to mention cultivating various ornamental birds." Song Qingcheng smiled faintly, though he felt a flutter in his heart at the mention of cucumbers in conversation with a girl. Kai Shaqin chuckled, her pure face lighting up with a radiant smile, her gaze dancing over to him as she shook her head. "You really can't shake off your techie persona, but I'm feeling a bit hungry. I woke up early and ran quite a bit. Then my mother insisted on dragging me to the supermarket, which is why I'm late." Realizing the source of her fresh scent, Song Qingcheng understood she had showered after her run. They settled into a charming noodle shop, where they sat across from each other. He had initially intended to invite her for a seafood buffet, given Linshan County's proximity to the sea and its abundance of seafood. April, in particular, was the peak season for delicacies such as octopus and oysters. But Kai Shaqin had insisted they enter the noodle shop instead. The dish was a standard braised noodles topped with clam and egg soup, garnished with finely chopped chives that added a vibrant green to the dish, making it appear refreshingly appetizing. "Shaqin, you've helped me immensely, and I feel it's rather inappropriate to only have a bowl of noodles," Song Qingcheng said softly, handing her a large bag. "This is a small gift for you." Kai Shaqin was taken aback and shook her head. "Qingcheng, you've started selling family heirlooms. How can I accept your gift? Honestly, those gold coins of yours must be quite valuable. Our pawn shop could offer you 400,000 for them. You'd be losing a fortune. If you want seafood, it's better to buy it at the market. I can't accept this gift. Please take it back to avoid further depleting your family's assets. If you have anything else, you should keep it. Our pawn shop can auction those gold coins for $1 million each, she insisted. Song Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. It appeared she preferred this type of braised noodles over seafood, simply to save him money. Qingcheng, well, I've already purchased it, and I can't return it now. Please accept it, if I need your help again in the future. I'll just have to be a bit bolder, he replied, shaking his head. Upon considering the value of the gold coins, a pang of regret struck him. He hadn't anticipated they could fetch such high prices. Qingcheng's eyes sparkled as they flitted over his face. Then she nodded. All right, just this once. I want to let it happen again. Feeling a sense of relief, Song Qingcheng smiled. But Qingcheng opened the bag and a peculiar expression crossed her face upon seeing the contents, a designer handbag from Burberry. The first luxury brand introduced to Hegu Mall this year. In truth, Song Qingcheng had been uncertain about what to gift her, but recalled a piece of advice from a professor during a public lecture in college. When giving gifts, what is most likely to touch someone's heart? It's offering something they've long desired but are hesitant to purchase. Observing that Qingcheng had been carrying a Burberry backpack at the pawn shop, he deemed this gift appropriate. A hint of profound meaning flickered in Qingcheng's eyes as she nodded. Qingcheng, you truly are a spendthrift. However, I quite like this bag, so I shall accept it. In truth, my reason for inviting you out today wasn't just for a meal. I have something I would like to ask for your assistance with. Now that you've gifted me such a valuable item, I feel quite hesitant to bring it up. What are you saying? If you need my help, it must be something I can assist with. Just tell me directly. Song Qingcheng replied, his expression serious. Qingcheng glanced at him and lowered her voice. Qingcheng, I'm turning 22 this year, and my mother constantly pressures me to go on blind dates. However, I find those suitors utterly disagreeable. Pausing momentarily, her gaze wandered, and Song Qingcheng, taken aback, pondered. You want me to? He too hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Qingcheng. She nodded. I realize this may be a bit awkward, but I can't find a suitable candidate. I understand. Your circle must not include many men. Don't worry, I can introduce you to some outstanding individuals I know. I have quite a few classmates, Song Qingcheng assured her earnestly. Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, her expression turning indignant. You want to introduce me to a suitor? Isn't that what you meant? Song Qingcheng was equally perplexed, contemplating what other matters could require assistance. Qingcheng glared at him fiercely for a moment before bursting into a smile, her radiance intensifying. With a delicate hand cradling her face, she nodded slightly and said, You were truly too honest. However, it aligns perfectly with my needs. I simply wish for you to pretend to be my boyfriend to placate my mother. Song Qingcheng was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. Indeed, Qingcheng's request was rather peculiar, yet considering the considerable favor she had done him, pretending to be her boyfriend seemed a trivial matter. In truth, he was the one benefiting from it. All right, just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. This is a simple task, Song Qingcheng affirmed earnestly, nodding vigorously. Qingcheng traced circles on the white porcelain bowl with her slender finger. Her gaze lowered, imbued with an ineffable softness, an elegance that was profoundly captivating. Song Qingcheng's heart fluttered uncontrollably. The charm of such a woman was indeed irresistible to a young man like him. Next week, I would like you to accompany me home one evening to meet my mother. You can simply handle it casually, and I should be able to get through this as long as my mother is satisfied. My life will be much easier. However, she can be a bit picky and may possess a sharp tongue, so you must be prepared for that, Qingcheng said softly, her tone seemingly indifferent, yet her eyes were fixed intently on Song Qingcheng's face. Betraying a hint of unease, Song Qingcheng pondered for a moment before replying, Very well. Your mother is my elder. Regardless of how unpalatable her words may be, I shall endure it. Rest assured, I will refrain from retaliating or arguing. Qingcheng smiled sweetly, her lips curling in delight. Great. Let us eat noodles. If we delay any longer, they will become mushy. This braised noodle dish is my favorite. Song Qingcheng responded affirmatively, lowering his head to eat. Though he felt a sense of wonder at the complexities of this woman's mind, her alternating smiles and frowns left him perplexed. The noodles were delectably smooth, and as Song Qingcheng took a few bites, a rich seafood flavor mingled with the refreshing scent of chives filled his mouth, causing him to eat voraciously. Qingcheng observed him with her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, her feminine allure intensifying. Evoking a sense of tenderness. In the next moment, she transferred a few chopsticks of noodles from her bowl to his. Qingcheng, there seems to be too much noodles. I can't finish them. You should eat a bit more. Next week, wait for my notification. I will take you to get a haircut and tidy up a bit. My mother is quite particular, Kai Xiaoqing casually remarked, having transferred the majority of her noodles to Song Qingcheng's bowl. A warmth spread through Song Qingcheng's heart, a comforting sensation blossoming within him. To have a girlfriend with whom to share a bowl of noodles seemed like a fulfilling experience. Kai Xiaoqing lived not far from the Hegu shopping mall. Nearly a 10-minute walk away, after escorting her to the entrance of her residential complex, named Milan City, he took his leave. Following this meal, a gentle warmth lingered within him, and upon hearing about the affair between Bai Shui and Hui Yuan, he felt a significant emotional stir. It became evident that some individuals had indeed relinquished their principles. A once beautiful era of youth could not withstand the corrosive nature of desire, nor the transformative descent into depravity. Yet, Kai Xiaoqing, in her own way, had healed Song Qingcheng's inner sorrow, revealing that such beauty still existed in the world. After renting a shared bicycle, he rode home, feeling an unusual tranquility envelop him. Upon returning, Song Qingcheng first glanced into the basement, where he had recently been cultivating new feed for the Dorado fish, a product favored by Augustus for its ability to promote their growth. Over the past year of communicating with Augustus, he had devoted considerable effort to the fish feed, for it was a royal delicacy. Garnering the emperor's favor would surpass all else. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he contemplated before answering. A deep, resonant voice greeted him. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Song Qingcheng? Who is this? Song Qingcheng squinted, replying softly. Oh, my name is Wang Dachuan. I am calling Mr. Song regarding a business proposal. The man's steady voice continued. Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback before responding. Mr. Wang, you must have mistaken me. I am not in business and do not possess what you seek, so this conversation may not be fruitful, not necessarily. Mr. Song, you surely have something I need. Yesterday, I acquired 5 gold coins at the auction house, and I am quite interested. This material contains a rare alloy and is exceedingly hard to come by. Therefore, if you have any at home, I would be willing to purchase them at 80,000 each. Why not reconsider? Wang Dachuan's voice was low and composed, exuding the aura of a true authority. Song Qingcheng hesitated. He indeed possessed these coins, but selling them in such a clandestine manner felt akin to black market dealings, and he had no means to protect himself, so caution was prudent. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Mr. Wang, I do have a few gold coins at home, but not many. I had intended to keep them as family heirlooms and am not looking to sell at this time. Mr. Song, does that imply you are dissatisfied with the price? When I bought them at the auction, it was 1 million each. I could offer you the same price. If you possess 10 coins, that would amount to 10 million. Do consider, Wang Dachuan stated calmly. Song Qingcheng responded, I will think it over. If I decide to sell, I shall contact you. Upon ending the call, he glanced at the large bag resting in the corner, 288 coins in total, 5 of which he had already sold. The remaining coins shimmered softly, appearing quite appealing. However, he took a deep breath, setting aside his thoughts, and returned to the living room, flipping through several tomes on magic in search of cultivation methods. According to the foundational magic texts, having acquired a magic core, he was now considered a magic apprentice and could learn first-level spells. However, the 4 books he possessed did not contain light magic. So he aimed to explore other types of magic. As light and fire were closely related, Song Qingcheng began with the Fire Magic book, which contained 8 first-level spells. As he perused the text, his gaze settled on a spell called Fire Devour. This spell was discreet, initiating attacks from a small area, making it quite suitable for urban environments. Before casting the spell, a model must be constructed using the natural elements within the magic core, ultimately represented in the mind. By harnessing the fire element within the magic core, one could invoke the fire elements of the natural world and cast spells from a distance with remarkable speed. Song Qingcheng meticulously studied the Fire Devour spell, scrutinizing every detail to ensure he did not overlook any subtlety. Finally, he closed his eyes, his consciousness fluctuating, and a model gradually formed in his mind's eye. This was his proudest achievement, accomplished with unparalleled speed and precision. He then reached forward slightly. A thread of enigmatic energy danced in the air. At that moment, he sensed a fluctuation of power, yet no flames emerged. Song Qingcheng stood frozen, murmuring to himself, indeed, it still does not work. Using fire element magic to stimulate light elements yields no results. However, that subtle fluctuation indicates that I can indeed utilize first-level magic. Thus, I shall adjust my modeling approach. The purpose of modeling is to extract fire elements from nature. Which part of the model facilitates this extraction? I shall compare it with the water element magic to discern the differences in techniques. And likewise with light magic, if I can clarify these matters, I should be able to wield light magic among the four tomes transmitted from the realm of glory by Augustus, namely the magic of wind, fire, water, and earth elements. These four forms of magic constitute the very foundation of the world: earth, fire, water, and wind. Thus, they represent the essence of fundamentals. Qingcheng meticulously compared these four elemental magics and discerned distinct differences among them. Within the 7 magical forms of the wind element, the modeling was strikingly similar, albeit with variations in manipulation techniques. The same could be said for the water element. However, between the two elements, there existed unique characteristics. The most prominent distinction lay in the shapes of the models. The wind element took on an oval form, while the water element resembled a droplet, akin to a parabolic curve. The earth element was perfectly circular, whereas the fire element appeared as a semicircle. Qingcheng paused for a moment, contemplating deeply, and murmured softly, "If the models represented by earth, fire, water, and wind are all circular in nature, it may suggest that the world itself is round. Only a circle can encompass greater power, which relates to the essence of the world. Thus, if I were to construct light magic, perhaps a linear model could suffice, as light propagates in straight lines. From the perspective of these elemental constructs, the circle represents the ultimate manifestation, the line serves as a transitional phase, and the point is the primordial state. Hence, modeling from a point might also be a viable approach. However, there exist numerous other shapes in this world: cubes, rectangular prisms, cones, cylinders, and so forth. But these are merely derivatives of the original forms. I shall first attempt linear modeling. At that moment of contemplation, Qingcheng's consciousness sank into his brow, and the circular moon in the darkness shimmered slightly, casting dots of light that formed a straight line, infinite and boundless. This indeed exemplified the fearless ignorance of the unknowing, even in the realm of glory. None dared to experiment with modeling directly within their consciousness, for should anything go awry, a shattered magic core would spell disaster, possibly rendering one comatose. Once the straight line took shape, Qingcheng pondered further. Although his modeling had succeeded, the question remained as to how to invoke and extract the light elements from nature. At that moment, he recalled the manipulation techniques of fire and thought to give it a try. With a flick of his finger, a natural instinct took over, and as he gestured, the surroundings seemed to brighten momentarily. Qingcheng, perplexed, glanced around but perceived no anomalies. He then proceeded to a nearby dining table, his gaze falling upon it, only to be taken aback. At the edge of the table lay a clearly visible circular hole, precisely piercing one corner, with singed edges, prompting him to take a deep breath. That seemingly inconspicuous strike had effortlessly perforated a table, demonstrating power comparable to a laser. It appeared that regardless of the manipulation technique employed, one could indeed activate the model. The model serves as the foundation, while the technique is the method. Taking a deep breath, he entered the kitchen, retrieved a knife, and hung it on the wall, before stepping back 10 meters. Once more, the moonlight within his consciousness coalesced and took form. This time the shaping occurred even more swiftly. According to the magic tome, any model constructed within consciousness would be stored therein and could be directly utilized. With a pointed gesture, Qingcheng clearly perceived the knife 10 meters away. As a flash of brilliance traversed the air, ephemeral yet vivid, akin to light reflected from glass. A hole manifested directly on the knife, and upon approaching, he observed that the hole was roughly the size of a grain of rice and had penetrated into the wall. Adjacent to the kitchen was the bedroom, and this hole had directly traversed through it, causing Qingcheng to draw another sharp breath. The implications were astonishing. After further comparison, he realized that the diameter of the hole corresponded to the thickness of the straight line he had modeled. Such a strike had endowed him with a measure of self-defense, yet the moonlight swirling in that dark expanse of his consciousness seemed to have dimmed slightly, indicating that the magic consumed the light elements within his awareness. Thus, it could be said that I have indeed mastered the light elements, albeit this first-tier magic is of my own creation. Let it be named Light Kill. After all, light is the swiftest entity in the world, far surpassing the speed of a bullet. Qingcheng inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. He could indeed venture forth to sell gold once more, yet he could also refine the light beam to be even thinner. In this manner, it would remain undetectable from the outside, a true trump card. Conversely, should the light beam be thicker, its power would increase. However, since Light Kill consumes the moonlight within his consciousness, a thicker beam would result in fewer usages. It seems he must continue meditating, persistently accumulating light elements. The successful utilization of this magic invigorated Qingcheng's enthusiasm. leading him to spend the ensuing days researching feed by day and meditating in the yard by night, rarely stepping outside, until one morning, upon awakening in the yard, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality, akin to the ability to read 10 lines at a glance, an indication of a significant enhancement in his conscious power. At that moment, his phone chimed, and upon checking, he found a message from Qingcheng. Qingcheng, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, I will be waiting for you at Higa Shopping Mall, the usual place. This time, I'll design a new look for you, as we are to meet my mother tonight. Taken aback, Song Qingcheng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Such matters could arise unexpectedly, although he pretended to be Qingcheng's boyfriend. Her mother was unaware of the ruse. This predicament resembled an inexperienced son-in-law visiting his mother-in-law, and the pressure was immense, far more daunting than modeling. Regardless, the magic itself was not overly complex. His years of study in mathematics and mechanics had not been in vain. However, meeting the mother-in-law was certainly not something that could be resolved with magic. Contemplating this, he replied to Qingcheng's message, agreeing to her arrangements, as a promise made must be fulfilled. After tidying up his room, Song Qingcheng descended into the basement to take a look. The feed for the Dorado fish had finally been completed, and he packed it into several bags. Each cloth bag could hold 10 pounds of feed, totaling 10 bags, which would sustain Augustus for quite some time. However, he had also promised to provide some means of transportation. According to his intentions, he would supply Augustus with a few bicycles, as they would be quite convenient for ordinary people who could not wield magic, far more so than horseback riding. Throughout nearly a year of transactions, Song Qingcheng had supplied Augustus's territory with over 10,000 pounds of fertilizer, all procured from external sources. For all fertilizers are universally applicable to crops. Seated at the table, he penned a letter using the script of the Realm of Glory, the characters twisting and curling like tadpole writing. Esteemed Count Augustus, greetings. This time, I am providing 100 pounds of Dorado fish cultivation medicine, along with 10 modes of transportation. Please confirm receipt. I have included detailed instructions for their use, illustrated for clarity. I hope to receive the storage ring at your earliest convenience. As for the life potion, there is no rush. Additionally, I kindly request your assistance in gathering more manuals on elemental magic, particularly those pertaining to natural elements beyond earth, fire, water, and wind. Once the letter was completed, Song Qingcheng affixed a seal, one he had crafted online, inscribed in the script of the Realm of Glory, giving it an antique appearance. After finalizing this matter, he organized his belongings, preparing to send them to Augustus's territory one evening. Regardless, acquiring the storage ring would be ideal. After all, safety at home was becoming increasingly precarious. Should someone covet the gold and snowfield wine, it would pose significant trouble. He had felt somewhat uneasy when Wang Dachuan called him earlier. As for the pawn shop, he could not expect much. They would not maintain confidentiality regarding his affairs. It would be wise to keep these possessions close at hand to prevent any intrusions while he was away. A series of knocks echoed from outside, and Song Qingcheng paused, locking the basement door securely before pocketing the key and heading to the yard to open the door. Zhou Xing and A Chong stood at the entrance, smiles adorning their faces. Zhou Xing bowed slightly and said, Brother Song, I apologize for my previous lack of insight. This evening, I would like to treat you to dinner at the dumpling restaurant on the edge of the community. What do you think? Song Qingcheng shook his head, replying, I have an appointment this evening. I truly have no time. As for the past, it is behind us. There is no need to dwell on it. Brother Song, that won't do. If you say that, it only makes me more anxious, Zhou Xing responded. Zhou Xing shook his head vigorously, then shifted the topic. How about tomorrow? Song Qingcheng fell into a brief silence before shaking his head in response. Zhou Xing, I appreciate your willingness to apologize in person, but it is impossible for us to become friends, as our values are fundamentally incompatible. Therefore, there is no need for you to exert any further effort. Zhou Xing was taken aback, his lips quivering slightly, while Song Qingcheng decisively closed the door. There are some matters he could overlook. After all, Zhou Xing is merely a minor character, yet that does not mean he is indifferent. Individuals like Zhou Xing are not worthy of his association, and he wishes to limit his interactions with him. This is his principle. Qingcheng, that suit looks splendid on you, and your complexion is quite fair. You exude a scholarly air, making gray a fitting choice for you. It conveys neither age nor lack of composure. Let us go with this ensemble. In a men's clothing store within Higu Mall, Qingcheng held up a white shirt, appraising Song Qingcheng with a smile in her eyes. Clad in an elegant black dress, she radiated grace, her bright smile accentuating her rosy lips and white teeth. Exuding an air of sophistication, Song Qingcheng nodded with a sigh of relief, stating, Xiaoqin, to be honest, my neck feels stiff. Trying on clothes is quite a laborious task, and it's exhausting, he added. I've never enjoyed accompanying anyone on a shopping trip. You're the first, so consider yourself fortunate, Kai Shaqin gently replied, turning to pay, and as she walked, she remarked, let us get a haircut afterward. Your hair has grown a bit long and needs some tidying up. Song Qingcheng responded affirmatively but, upon noticing Kai Shaqin's actions, quickly interjected, Shaqin, this is my attire. How can I allow you to pay? Kai Shaqin playfully tapped her bag, raising an eyebrow. Is it acceptable for you to gift me a bag? Yet not for me to gift you clothes. I graciously accepted your gift, and if you refuse mine, well, that's entirely up to you. Song Qingcheng's lips twitched. This girl truly possessed her own convictions. Leaving him with no recourse but to acquiesce, a nearby shop assistant chimed in with a smile. At the end of the day, we're all family here. It doesn't matter who pays. Does it? Exactly. Kai Shaqin shot a triumphant glance at Song Qingcheng, her face revealing a hint of mischief. Song Qingcheng remained silent, observing as Kai Shaqin completed the transaction, while he followed her with the suit in hand. Ascending to the 4th floor of the mall, during the subsequent haircut, Song Qingcheng experienced a profound sense of torment as the stylist meticulously adhered to Kai Shaqin's standards, crafting his hairstyle with great precision. Previously, Song Qingcheng had favored a center part and typically visited the barber every 6 weeks, allowing his hair to grow rather long. However, this time, he was left with a shorter cut. When the haircut concluded, Song Qingcheng was momentarily stunned. The reflection in the mirror was nearly unrecognizable. He appeared more rugged yet retained a certain scholarly charm, presenting an entirely different persona. All right, Qingcheng, go home, take a shower, and change into your new clothes. I'll wait for you at the entrance of your community. Kai Shaqin clapped her hands, clearly satisfied. Song Qingcheng felt his neck stiffen once more. She truly had a knack for organizing matters. Yet, deep down, he did not feel fatigued but rather a gentle warmth. Upon leaving Hegu Mall, they had a considerable distance to cover to Ziki Donglai community. After locating a shared bicycle, Song Qingcheng glanced at Kai Shaqin, who raised an eyebrow and said, well, you're tall and robust. This bike has a backseat, so it should be no trouble for you to take me along, right? Song Qingcheng nodded in affirmation. The shared bicycle indeed had a rear seat. Leaving him unable to refuse Kai Shaqin's bold request. As they rode towards Ziki Donglai, the warmth of spring enveloped them, and Song Qingcheng felt a comforting sensation throughout his body. Kai Shaqin always carried a subtle fragrance that, to him, embodied femininity. As a quintessential tech enthusiast, he had never had much intimate contact with women. Upon arriving at Ziki Donglai community, Song Qingcheng secured the bike, and Kai Shaqin stood at the entrance, stating, I want to go in. I wouldn't want to put you in an awkward position. Once you're done, we can grab a cab to my place, so you want to arrive all sweaty. Song Qingcheng was taken aback. Kai Shaqin's words seemed to imply something. Typically, riding this distance would have left him drenched in sweat, yet today he felt completely refreshed. This could only be attributed to his identity as a magic apprentice. Having mastered first-level magic, thus, one could say that magic could enhance his physical condition, making him stronger and more enduring. However, Song Qingcheng also felt a vague sense of relief. His home could only be described as a chaotic mess, and it would certainly be inappropriate for Kai Shaqin to visit. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a bright voice interrupted, Song Qingcheng, I heard you sold your house. What are your plans now? Do you intend to stick around? Bai Shui approached, looking as radiant as ever, with Hui Yuan beside her, his arm wrapped around her waist, their connection exuding a rather peculiar grandparent-grandchild dynamic. Upon seeing Hui Yuan, Song Qingcheng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Witnessing her current situation had truly crushed his hopes. Hui Yuan glanced at Song Qingcheng, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Xue, is this your friend? Bai Shui shook her head. Not exactly a friend, just a former high school classmate. He was diligent in his studies, consistently ranking first in the school, yet he was rather aloof, with few friends. Hui Yuan nodded. In this world, mere aloofness is of little use. Aside from ability, one must also navigate relationships in various aspects. Since there is no connection, we'll take our leave. Perhaps you could invite him for a meal another day. After all, you were classmates, and he doesn't seem to be faring well. Consider it a charitable gesture. Kai Shaqin's gaze shifted, and she stepped closer, linking her arm with Song Qingcheng's, smiling brightly. Qingcheng, is this your friend? Song Qingcheng replied with a faint smile. Not really, just a former classmate from school. Not familiar at all. Kai Shaqin's radiant smile illuminated her features, her elegance merging with the sunlight, making her appear almost divine, causing Song Qingcheng to momentarily lose his composure. She then turned to Bai Shui, greeting her. Hello, I'm Qingcheng's girlfriend. let us get together sometime. Let Qingcheng treat us to a meal. After all, you two are classmates, and Qingcheng is quite sentimental. He can't bear to see others suffer. Even extending kindness to stray cats and dogs. Throughout her speech, she maintained a bright smile, her warmth momentarily catching even Hui Yuan off guard. Unfortunately, Kai Shaoqin didn't direct a single glance toward Hui Yuan. Her gaze solely fixed on Bai Xu in contrast to Kai Shaoqin. Bai Shui bore a hint of worldly weariness. Having lost her innocence that moment, Bai Shui's expression shifted to one of anger. Kai Shaoqin's comparison to stray animals was a clear insinuation of her current predicament, implying that she relied on others for sustenance. Who are you calling a stray? Bai Shui glared at Kai Shaoqin, her eyes blazing with indignation. Kai Shaoqin shrugged, feigning innocence. Oh, I didn't mention anyone specifically. I merely stated that Qingcheng is kind-hearted and easily overwhelmed by compassion. Is that not true? Bai Shui turned to Hui Yuan, her voice trailing off with a hint of grievance. Hui Yuan, realizing the tension, withdrew his gaze from Kai Shaoqin and smiled. Xiao Xue, I believe she has a point. Let us all go out for a meal sometime. Bai Shui paused, then, in a huff, turned on her heel and stormed away, shaking off Hui Yuan's grasp. Hui Yuan chuckled lightly. Xiao Xue has quite the temper. Don't mind her. I'm Hui Yuan, founder of Hui Group. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Kai Shaoqin, but she didn't even spare him a glance, instead turning to Song Qingcheng with a smile. Qingcheng, let us go. Sometimes, it's best not to invest too much thought in those stray animals. Hui Yuan's expression darkened, and he clenched his fist tightly. However, Song Qingcheng sensed his mood. Ever since he became a magical apprentice, his awareness of the happenings around him had significantly heightened. Even without turning around, he could perceive a multitude of things. Perhaps this was the true strength of a wizard. A powerful consciousness leads to heightened perception. Actually, you needn't concern yourself. I am not particularly familiar with that. Bai Shui. She was right about one thing, though. During high school, I was indeed aloof, focusing solely on my studies, with little regard for anything else, including girls. So, despite her being the belle of the school, her beauty had no bearing on me. However, I suspect she may have had a slight interest in me, Song Qingcheng stated earnestly. Kai Shaoqin chuckled again, her eyes narrowing into slits as she leaned against his shoulder, nestling close as they walked forward. Hui Yuan's expression shifted once more. This was undoubtedly a consecutive blow to his pride. He gazed at the retreating figures of Song Qingcheng and Kai Shaoqin, his eyes reflecting a hint of coldness. Naturally, Song Qingcheng paid little heed to Hui Yuan's sentiments. He and Kai Shaoqin entered the Ziki Donglai community, turned a corner, and Kai Shaoqin released his arm, gently inquiring, Qingcheng, is it true that your house has been sold? Yes, I was renting before, and I've lived there for about a year. Song Qingcheng nodded in affirmation. Kai Shaoqin's smile faded slightly as she remarked, no wonder you've started selling off your family's possessions. Since you've encountered such a situation, I assume you're considering purchasing a home. Qingcheng, if you're short on funds, I have a little extra money on hand. While it may not be much, it should suffice for a down payment. Would you like to borrow it? Just remember to return the interest. Song Qingcheng glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, what are you thinking? I've already purchased the house. I just haven't informed anyone else. All right then, I'm going to take a shower. You can wander around the community. The environment here is quite pleasant, he added. Kai Shaoqin was momentarily taken aback. Then she bit her lip and laughed, playfully tapping him on the shoulder. So you were just teasing me, but I must say, you are quite low-key, which is commendable. The warmth in Song Qingcheng's heart grew stronger. A woman as charming and gentle as she, willing to help others, was indeed a rarity. Upon returning home, he surveyed his surroundings and found nothing amiss. After taking a shower, he changed into a gray suit, which leaned toward a casual style, complemented by a white shirt that imparted a subtle air of elegance to his appearance. Indeed, one's attire can greatly influence perception. Song Qingcheng sighed deeply. Once the storage ring arrived, he planned to renovate the house. However, he needed to ensure the secrecy of the yard area. Once this transaction concluded, he intended to write to Augustus, requesting that he cease sending items his way. As he stepped out of his front door, he noticed Kai Shaoqin standing by the small lake, where a tall oak tree had sprouted lush green leaves and bloomed large white flowers. In the water, golden koi swam gracefully. Kai Shaoqin rested one hand against the tree, gazing up at the sky, her silky black hair cascading down, revealing a delicate visage. Her rounded chin reflected the evening glow. Resembling a statue, even in Donghai, Song Qingcheng had rarely encountered such exquisite beauty, prompting him to slow his pace. Hearing his footsteps, Kai Shaoqin turned her head, her eyes lighting up upon spotting him. She clasped her hands behind her back and playfully kicked at the trembling grass. Feigning indignation, You've really transformed into quite the handsome fellow. Song Qingcheng rubbed his nose and replied, All right, let's go. If it weren't for pretending to be your boyfriend, I wouldn't have dressed up like this. It feels a bit awkward. A man should occasionally groom himself, even if not for aesthetic pleasure. It reflects a sense of self-respect. A man who neglects his own appearance inevitably gives off an impression of untidiness, which can be detrimental in various aspects, Kai Shaqin gently stated, her gaze flitting over Song Qingcheng's face. He pondered for a moment and remarked, You're right, Shaqin. You certainly possess more wisdom than I do. Perhaps it stemmed from their backgrounds. Having grown up in a village, he had little inclination beyond sincerity, often overlooking these superficial values. You, Kai Shaqin called out, then gently added, You are simply too sincere. With someone like Bai Shui, you cannot afford to be so candid. She behaves much like a pet, always needing someone to feed her. She has willingly succumbed to mediocrity, so why should you concern yourself with her? I understand that during high school, you must have harbored some feelings for her. I admit, she is indeed quite beautiful, but what value is beauty without integrity? If you had to choose, would you prefer an attractive facade or an intriguing soul? Song Qingcheng contemplated this and replied, I would certainly choose an intriguing soul paired with an attractive appearance. Kai Shaqin was momentarily taken aback. Then she playfully swatted at him, exclaiming, How greedy you are. With a faint smile, Song Qingcheng dashed ahead, maintaining a distance of an arm's length from Kai Shaqin, yet feeling a sudden lightness in his heart. Such a woman was indeed captivating. The pangs of disappointment he felt for Bai Shui dissipated completely. Whatever she was, it bore no relevance to him. Regardless of the past, present, or future, he could never be entangled with Bai Xue. As they exited the community gate, four burly men suddenly turned their gazes toward him. Their faces adorned with brutish expressions, Song Qingcheng's eyes narrowed, and he halted abruptly. Kai Shaqin, having run too vigorously, collided into his back. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his waist. The pressure was quite substantial, causing Song Qingcheng to inhale sharply, while Kai Shaqin let out a soft gasp, then chastised, Why did you stop so suddenly? As she spoke, she leaned out from beside him, and upon seeing the four muscular men, she froze momentarily. Who are you? Kai Shaqin demanded, a hint of frostiness gracing her delicate features. One of the burly men glared fiercely, fixing his gaze on Song Qingcheng as he barked, Are you Song Qingcheng? Indeed, I am Song Qingcheng. He replied calmly, positioning his arm to shield Kai Shaqin behind him. Since it's you, this will be easy. The burly man nodded, then shouted, Boys, let us go. The four figures lunged forward, and Kai Shaqin gasped, preparing to step forward when Song Qingcheng forcefully restrained her. Taking a deep breath, the magical core on his forehead flickered slightly, and strands of moonlight began to dance in the darkness. At that moment, everything around him seemed to slow down. Song Qingcheng was taken aback. He realized that the movements of these four figures were exceedingly slow to him, even without using a first-level magic spell. It would be effortless to create some trouble for them. It appeared that enhanced consciousness allowed not only the use of magic, but also accelerated thought processes. The movements of the four individuals were not truly slowed. Rather, Song Qingcheng's heightened mental acuity and rapid reflexes influenced his perception of their actions. This is relativity. Song Qingcheng watched as a fist enlarged before him, straightened his attire, and delivered a series of powerful kicks to one of the men's calves, landing 7 or 8 blows in quick succession. He then applied the same treatment to the other 3 before retreating to safety, pulling Kai Shaqin back a step while scanning the surroundings. These 4 men had no reason to confront him. Someone must have orchestrated this from the shadows. Thus, he was vigilant of every detail around him. Sure enough, he spotted Hui Yuan in a nearby BMW. His expression icy, eyes gleaming with a hint of amusement as he observed from the car window. Song Qingcheng took a deep breath, then retracted his mental focus. The 4 men simultaneously clutched their legs, each letting out cries of agony as they writhed on the ground. Having been kicked in the same spot multiple times without mercy, they were unable to endure the pain. Kai Shaqin looked on in confusion, casting several curious glances. Qingcheng, what are they doing? Song Qingcheng chuckled. I suspect they might be performing a turtle dance, rolling around quite vividly. Let us depart. There is no need to pay them any mind. And the time has nearly arrived for us to visit your mother. By the way, as this is my first visit, I ought to bring a gift. Shall we make another trip to Higu Mall? No need. I have already prepared the gift. You may not be aware of what my mother favors, so I took the liberty of purchasing it prior to arranging this meeting with you. Kai Shaqin chuckled softly, casting another glance at the 4 individuals rolling on the ground, and furrowed her brow, saying, What a peculiar bunch. I truly thought they were about to come to blows. Song Qingcheng took her arm and led her to one side, speaking as they walked, Do not fear. Even if it were a fight, I would protect you. A few petty thieves are hardly a concern. At that moment, he turned his gaze towards a BMW parked nearby. And as his eyes met Hui Yuan's, a chill emanated from him. Since he dared to send someone to deal with him, he would not show any mercy in return. A model of a straight line flashed in his mind. This time, he constructed a slightly thicker line, then lowered his hands and seized the opportunity to launch it. The beam of light pierced through the tires of the BMW, leaving punctures in all four, each hole roughly the size of a grain of rice. The glimmering light was concealed in the afterglow of the setting sun, invisible to the casual observer, and even Song Qingcheng failed to notice it. Kai Shaoqin raised an eyebrow as Hui Yuan drove up in the BMW, rolling down his window with a friendly grin. "Hi there. Miss, are you waiting for a ride? Come on, I'll give you a lift. There aren't many cars around at this hour. Qingcheng, I'd prefer it if you rode me on your bike instead. That way, I can avoid those pesky individuals who always come over to chat." Kai Shaoqin replied, turning to look at Song Qingcheng, deliberately avoiding Hui Yuan's gaze. A warm sensation enveloped Song Qingcheng's heart, and he nodded in agreement. "All right, let us go. Riding in that car might lead to a flat tire or a collision." As he spoke, he spotted a shared bicycle nearby. Kai Shaoqin promptly hopped on, squinting in delight. "I would much rather ride a bicycle freely than sit in a BMW like some pampered pet." Song Qingcheng pedaled forward swiftly, while Hui Yuan, with a scowl, revved his engine and drove off. Nearly 50 meters down the road, a resounding bang echoed, the front tire burst, and the car veered sideways, crashing into a tree. Moments later, the other 3 tires exploded simultaneously. Hui Yuan hastily swerved the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to spin and ultimately topple over. Without a seatbelt, his head struck the side, blood streaming from his temple and staining the window red. Kai Shaoqin widened her eyes at the sight, then covered her mouth in shock. "Heavens, Qingcheng, it truly did burst a tire. It seems that karma has come around." "Indeed. People like that are best ignored. Their very existence is a calamity," Song Qingcheng exclaimed, accelerating on the bicycle and vanishing into the sunset. In the glow of the setting sun, the silhouettes of the two on the bike elongated, their figures seemingly merging into one. In the gentle spring breeze, a hint of vibrant vitality permeated the air, exuding a lively essence. Song Qingcheng rode with great speed, reaching Milan City in just over 10 minutes. Dismounting, Kai Shaoqin let out a long sigh. "Qingcheng, I apologize for putting you through this today. Just adapt as needed. By the way, I've placed the gift in my bag. Don't mention it. The tote you gifted me has ample space, perfect for my needs, especially since the previous backpack was not suitable for the office." As she spoke, she retrieved a small bag from her purse and handed it to Song Qingcheng. He took a deep breath to quell his nervousness and hesitated for a moment. "If your mother inquires about our relationship status, how should I respond? Simply say that we have known each other for a month, but our relationship is with the intention of marriage. After all, I have only graduated for less than a year," Kai Shaoqin replied softly, her gaze lifting slightly, sparkling in the sunset. Together they entered Milan City, a more established community than Zikidong. And it was evident that Kai Shaoqin's family resided near the central landscaped garden. As they approached the entrance and entered the elevator, Song Qingcheng's nervousness only intensified. Even after stepping out on the 18th floor, he remained enveloped in anxiety. The entire floor housed only one household, and Song Qingcheng was taken aback to discover that Kai Shaoqin's family lived in a spacious flat. Standing before the double doors, Kai Shaoqin pressed the doorbell. The doors swung open to reveal a woman in her 50s. Exuding warmth and kindness, her expression gentle and inviting, Song Qingcheng greeted her with a beaming smile, bowing slightly. "Good day, Auntie." However, Kai Shaoqin gently patted his back, whispering, "This is Sister Yang. Do not call her that." "Mrs. Back? Madam has been awaiting your return. Knowing that today your fiancé is visiting, she has prepared a feast," Sister Yang said cheerfully, glancing at Song Qingcheng with evident curiosity. A wave of embarrassment washed over Song Qingcheng. This situation was indeed overwhelming. However, the refinement of Kai Shaoqin's family was apparent, explaining her remarkable demeanor. Yet, he felt no sense of inferiority. At that moment, tranquility enveloped him. In his mind's eye, darkness loomed, the moonlight flowing like water. Song Qingcheng cast aside all anxiety and unease. Regardless of Kai Shaoqin's esteemed background, he was not lacking in worth. Mastering magic set him apart from anyone else in the world, rendering him unique. This expansive flat occupied an entire floor, boasting over 300 square meters, adorned in a classic European style. The spacious living room featured a circle of French sofas. A woman clad in a cheap house sat gracefully among them. Her age indiscernible, her every gesture radiating elegance, her long hair cascading in soft curls, exuding opulence. Kai Shaoqin called out to the woman, Mother, I am back. This is Qingcheng, as I mentioned. Song Qingcheng offered a slight smile and bowed again. Good day, Andy. Andy. The woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze scanning Song Qingcheng's face. She replied coolly, Do you think I appear so old? You certainly do not. It seems as though you and Xiaoqin are sisters. However youthful you may seem, you are still Xiaoqin's mother, thus my elder whom I must respect. Song Qingcheng replied earnestly. The woman paused, then nodded. It seems you are quite eloquent. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Auntie. Song Qingcheng acknowledged. Taking a seat on one side of the sofa, he casually handed over the gift that Kai Xiaoqin had prepared, a small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it, while your reasoning appears somewhat sound. I must decline the title of Auntie. I am Shui Xiangning. You may address me as ms.xue.a. As for your relationship with Xiaoqin, I have yet to give my consent. Our Xiaoqin is exceptionally talented, a top student from Donghai University of Finance. When seeking a partner, she ought to find someone of equal standing, the woman stated, placing the gift aside, crossing her legs, and resting her hands on her knees, her gaze scrutinizing Song Qingcheng's face. Song Qingcheng inhaled deeply. Her lightly made-up face, with its striking features, was undeniably captivating. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor. You are correct. I can understand your sentiments. I graduated from Donghai Agricultural University. It was not that I could not gain admission to other institutions. I could have entered any university in the country. However, I chose the agricultural college because it was my dream. My family's circumstances were not favorable. I was born in a rural area. To change our situation, I opted for this path, aspiring not only to alter my parents' futures but also to uplift many others in my village. Thus, while you may regard my origins as humble and deem me unworthy of Xiaoqin, I believe that true compatibility extends beyond mere family background. It encompasses a shared vision and ambition for the future. I contend that my aspirations are sufficient to transform my circumstances, which makes me and Xiaoqin equals in this regard. What constitutes compatibility? Door represents substance, while household signifies status. My door comprises my character, knowledge, and unwavering convictions, whereas my household reflects my present state, decent looks, a reasonable income, and, most importantly, my earnest intentions towards Xiaoqin. At this moment, Kai Xiaoqin stood by the dining table, cradling a cup in her hands. Upon hearing Song Qingcheng's words, she was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shimmering with an unusual sentiment. Shui Xiangning squinted at him, and he faced her with composure, showing no signs of evasion. The words he spoke were ones he would never have dared to utter in the past. However, having become a magical apprentice and having taken action against Hui Yuan and his associates, coupled with the substantial amount of gold coins at his disposal, he was not lacking in strength compared to anyone else. You are indeed impressive, possessing both reputation and substance, yet I admire your honesty even more. Shui Xiangning responded coolly, then shifted the topic. As far as I know, you graduated from Linshan No. 1 High School. The same school as Xiaoqin. It is not difficult for me to inquire about you. Prior to your arrival, I had already gathered some information. Indeed, you were an exemplary student, consistently ranking first in every examination. Not just in the school but also countywide. When you took the college entrance examination, you even secured the top position in the entire Shenzhen province. You certainly had the potential to enroll in prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua University, Yinbei University, and Donghai Agricultural University, yet you chose only Donghai Agricultural University. Moreover, your family is impoverished, with generations of farmers toiling in the fields, which means you have no external support, even if you possess lofty aspirations. Your starting point is still low. If Xiaoqin's starting point is at Songshan, at an elevation of 800 meters, yours is merely at sea level. Thus, this is not something that can be altered by mere ambition or ability. What I seek is a match in social standing, a family comparable to ours, and you, well, do not yet meet that standard. Do you understand what I am saying? I understand. You wish to find a suitable family for Xiaoqin, hoping that she will endure less hardship in her marriage. Given your position, I presume your friends are not ordinary people, and naturally, such matters concerning your children cannot tarnish your reputation, Song Qingcheng replied calmly. His gaze unwavering. The faint moonlight in his consciousness seemed to imbue him with a sense of transformation, rendering him distinct. Shui Xiangning scrutinized Song Qingcheng once more and said, It is good that you understand. That being said, do you still wish to continue dining here? Kai Xiaoqin clenched her small fists, taking a step forward, glaring at Shui Xiangning, but Song Qingcheng gestured for her to be quiet and remarked lightly, Why not? Shui Xiangning's expression darkened as she retorted coldly, I have stated before that I desire a match in social standing, at least in familial terms equivalent to ours. No matter how exceptional you are, it cannot alter your current situation. I have only graduated from university for a year and a half. If within the next 3 years I cannot meet your expectations, I will naturally withdraw. However, to concede defeat before a battle does not align with my character. There is no situation in this world that cannot be changed, only those unwilling to change. Therefore, you must grant me an opportunity. Song Qingcheng stared deeply into Xue Xiangning's eyes, his demeanor akin to that of a peer engaging in dialogue. Xue Xiangning enunciated deliberately, on what basis? Give me a reason, because this is Xiaoqing's choice. She has chosen me. You may look down upon me and deny me a chance, but you ought to grant her one. Though she is your daughter, she is now an adult and deserves her own choices and convictions. Rather than being under your oppressive thumb, she might as well seize this opportunity to let go completely. I understand that persuading someone is no easy task. For instance, no matter how much I say, you may not wish to listen, and the same principle applies to Xiaoqing. No matter how much you say, she may not heed your words. Song Qingcheng spoke with a serene demeanor, his calm gaze instilling a sense of tranquility. Revealing his formidable inner strength, Xue Xiangning scrutinized him intently for a long while before a subtle smile graced her exquisitely beautiful features, and she raised a finger, declaring, 1 year. You have only 1 year. If you can earn 100 million within that time, I will accept this matter. Otherwise, you shall part ways. Song Qingcheng met her gaze, his expression as tranquil as still water, after a prolonged silence. He shrugged nonchalantly. No problem. This transformation from confrontational to composed exuded an air of command, enhancing his masculine allure. The dinner at Kai Xiaoqing's home was indeed quite lavish. Despite having contemplated numerous reasons to dismiss Song Qingcheng and attempting to hinder him, Xue Xiangning still prepared the meal. The octopus and oysters of this season were particularly plump, accompanied by local delicacies such as sea monsters and sea rainbow, filling the table abundantly, enhanced by Sister Yang's culinary skills. Making the spread a visual delight, Song Qingcheng and Kai Xiaoqing sat side by side at one side of the table, while Xue Xiangning occupied the opposite side. She picked up her chopsticks, glanced at the two, and said coolly, Xiaoqing, you must have heard my conversation with this fellow earlier. Let me lay the groundwork. If he cannot earn 100 million within a year, then this matter is off the table. However, there is one point I must commend. Before he arrived, I had resolved, regardless of the cost, to prevent him from becoming your boyfriend, as it pertains to our family's reputation. Yet he is quite remarkable, managing to sway my decision. From this perspective, your judgment appears sound, and he is indeed an exceptionally capable man. It is a pity, though, that his family is a burden. If he could sever ties with his original family, perhaps I would reconsider my previous stance. With his demonstrated abilities, he alone could build a family. Song Qingcheng interrupted Xue Xiangning. Teacher Xue, you need not continue with that line of thought. My parents' well-being is my concern. Without them, I would not exist. The choice I made to attend Donghai Agricultural University for their sake was resolute, and thus I cannot abandon them now. Even friends maintain this bond, let alone parents. Kai Xiaoqing shot a furious glance at Xue Xiangning, who waved her hand dismissively. Xiaoqing, refrain from speaking. I do this for your own good. However, this young man is indeed very filial, and this test serves as your rite of passage. At this juncture, she picked up a sea monster and placed it directly on Song Qingcheng's plate, saying softly, eat. Those who do not forsake their parents deserve my respect. It was a test, Kai Xiaoqing replied cheerfully. Then took a steamed oyster with vermicelli and added it to Song Qingcheng's plate. As Song Qingcheng began to eat, a wave of relief washed over him. At least he had passed this hurdle, and his mindset had undergone significant transformation. In the past, he would have felt flustered facing Xue Xiangning's aggressive inquiries, perhaps too slow to react, ultimately leading to his defeat. But this time, he maintained control of the rhythm, and Xue Xiangning had surprisingly altered her mind. The oysters were exquisitely flavorful, and with one bite, Song Qingcheng was met with an explosion of taste, swallowing the entire oyster in one go, while Kai Xiaoqing served him another. He then moved on to the sea monster, whose flavors were even more delightful, a fusion of various tastes surpassing that of the oysters. This was Linshan, a place facing the vast sea, where seasonal seafood abounded throughout the year. However, the seafood he consumed at home was quite different. When dining at home, it was typically prepared in a large pot, served in a massive basin, showcasing only a robust display, never as refined as what Kai Xiaoqing's family offered. Xue Xiangning glanced at Song Qingcheng and remarked, Qingcheng, there is something you may not know. Xiaoqing recognized you back in high school. Song Qingcheng was taken aback, raising his head and casting an astonished glance at Kai Xiaoqing. Her face flushed as she lightly stomped her foot, saying, Mom, just eat your meal. Why bring up the past? And how do you even know about my high school days? Xue Xiangning raised an eyebrow. I mentioned that it is not difficult for me to gather information about you and Qingcheng. Several new teachers arrived at Linshan No. 1 High School last year, all graduates of Shanjian Normal University. Kai Xiaqin was startled, then fumed. Pang Yujun and Zhong Qingning actually sold me out. They are supposed to be your best friends. In the inaugural year of Qingcheng's enrollment at Linshan No. 1 High School, he consistently dominated the examination rankings, securing the top position multiple times. At the entrance of Linshan No. 1, there exists a prominent display board showcasing an honor roll, featuring the top 5 students from each grade, totaling 15 individuals. I have heard that you took pride in besting those upperclassmen upon your arrival, yet by the second year, you relinquished this ambition, having only made the list once. The sole student to consistently grace the honor roll was none other than Qingcheng, which undoubtedly left an indelible mark on your thoughts since that time. Qingning has mentioned that you often express admiration for those who can achieve first place even once, but to maintain that position repeatedly is an extraordinary feat. Upon learning this, I resolved to afford Qingcheng an opportunity. Otherwise, did you presume that simply because you referred to him as your boyfriend, I would be compelled to grant him this chance? Shui Xiangning spoke softly, her gaze imbued with tranquility, while a subtle unrest stirred within Song Qingcheng. It became evident that Kai Xiaqin had recognized him during their initial encounter, yet feigned ignorance. Her willingness to assist him was not without reason. It stemmed from a lingering sentiment, enveloping him in a warm sensation. Kai Xiaqin clenched her small fists, murmuring to herself, Pang Yujuan, Zhong Qingning, those two little rascals, just wait until I figure out how to deal with you. Song Qingcheng raised the corners of his mouth, replying gently, Thank you, Teacher Shui, for this opportunity. But where is your uncle? Why is he not at home? This remark deftly shifted the conversation, allowing Kai Xiaqin to exhale a sigh of relief. For had Shui Xiangning unveiled her secrets, she would have found it impossible to maintain her composure. Shui Xiangning replied calmly, He has been in Donghai, managing some business affairs. Consequently, he seldom returns to Linshan throughout the year. Generally, I also spend some time in Donghai. Were it not for Xiaoqin's insistence on returning to work, I would not have come back. In any case, the prospects in Donghai far surpass those in Linshan. Song Qingcheng paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. If Kai Xiaoqin's father resided in Donghai, then what prompted her return to Linshan? Moreover, her previous comments suggested that her family deemed her endeavors in Donghai as overly taxing, believing that a girl should have a more relaxed lifestyle, which appeared to be at odds with the reality. However, at that moment, he chose to remain silent, as he could not decipher the intricacies of Kai Xiaoqin's thoughts, a realm in which he lacked experience. Meanwhile, Kai Xiaoqin's face flushed anew, her eyes shimmering as they inadvertently fell upon Song Qingcheng's visage, exuding a certain delicate charm. Oh dear, let us not linger on conversation any longer. The food has gone cold. We should eat while it's still warm. She chided playfully, promptly serving Shui Xiangning an oyster on her plate. Subsequently, her gaze flitted back to Song Qingcheng, and she deftly placed a pair of sea intestines onto his dish, then lowered her head to eat. Overtaken by a sense of bashfulness, under the enchanting moonlight, Song Qingcheng exited the building where Kai Xiaqin resided, with her following closely behind to bid him farewell. As they stepped through the security door, Kai Xiaqin shivered slightly. The night air still carried a hint of chill, characteristic of northern spring, where the temperature varies significantly between day and night. Xiaqin, you should head back now. There is no need to see me off. After this, your mother shouldn't press you anymore, right? Song Qingcheng smiled softly, then clenched his fist, adding, This year, I must strive diligently, or else you may still face the pressure of an arranged marriage. Qingcheng, you've done quite well this time, Kai Xiaqin remarked gently, her eyes narrowing in delight, her fair complexion glowing with an added softness under the moonlight, with her eyes squinting like crescent moons reflecting the bright moon. Song Qingcheng felt a warmth wash over his heart. He waved his hand, inhaled deeply, and strode purposefully toward the neighborhood exit, all the while reminding himself that he was merely pretending to be in a relationship with Kai Xiaqin, and should not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Kai Xiaqin stood rooted, her gaze lingering on Song Qingcheng's figure as he turned the corner, appearing almost entranced. A cool breeze swept by, causing her to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to retreat back inside the security door. What a predicament. I never anticipated that not only is he academically gifted, but he also possesses remarkable interpersonal skills and ambition. Even my mother was swayed by him. Truly impressive. What shall I do from here on? Kai Xiaqin muttered, a hint of uncertainty flickering in her brows, before she turned around and, almost absent-mindedly, stepped into the elevator, slowly making her way home. Upon her return, Shui Xiangning sat on the sofa, having just unwrapped the gift from Song Qingcheng. Hearing the door close, she raised an eyebrow and said, Xiaqin, this gift must be from you, right? Huh, a gift, Kai Xiaqin replied, momentarily dazed. before quickly realizing, shaking her head vigorously, "Mom, how could that be? This is something Qingcheng gave you, not something I bought, not something you bought." "Then how did Qingcheng know I would like this scarf? There aren't any Gucci stores in Linshan." "You would claim he has been preparing this for a long time, would you?" Shui Xiangning inquired lightly, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Kai Shaoqin's face flushed, a trace of annoyance surfacing in her gaze. As she stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Mom, I told him, and he later ordered it online. Then I shall consider it a gift from Qingcheng. However, while I accept the gift, our agreement remains unchanged. The disparity between our family and Qingcheng's is simply too great. Earning 100 million a year may sound impressive, but for us, it is hardly anything. Merely the beginning. Were it not for your sentiments, I would not have taken such a step back." Shui Xiangning sighed, her voice softening under the dim light, exuding an unspoken charm. Kai Shaoqin nestled beside her, wrapping her arms around her mother, gently saying, "Mom, I know you have my best interests at heart. My determination to return was supported by you, without which my father would never have consented. I too have experienced youth. At this age, everyone harbors dreams and aspirations. Qingcheng is indeed an exceptionally intelligent individual. You have an eye for talent, and thus, I am willing to stand by you in this struggle." Shui Xiangning wrapped her arm around Kai Shaoqin, resting her chin atop her daughter's head, her face radiating a blend of indulgence and an indescribable pride and authority in her gaze. Meanwhile, Song Qingcheng rode a shared bicycle back to Ziki Donglai. Before returning home, he first stopped by a nearby shop to purchase 10 bicycles, then proceeded into the community. Upon arriving home, his first course of action was to survey the surroundings. Finding everything in order, his gold coins intact, and the feed for the Dorado tail fish also present, he moved the feed to a corner of the yard, just as the bicycles were being delivered. The shop owner even included a complimentary air pump. After settling the payment, Song Qingcheng stacked the items in the corner, placing a letter atop the pile. Moments later, he sensed a faint magical fluctuation. This time, he detected a hint of magical energy. Prior to becoming a magical apprentice, he would not have been able to sense such a phenomenon. According to the foundational text on magic, this should correspond to a fluctuation of spatial magic. As everything faded from view, Song Qingcheng shook his head, pondering that this magical fluctuation seemed to follow a certain pattern. If he could decipher the pattern, he might be able to unravel the mysteries of spatial magic. Spatial magic is a truly formidable form of magic, capable of achieving spatial jumps, an ability coveted by all magicians. According to the foundational texts, spatial magic is even rarer than light magic. However, the duration of the recent fluctuation was too brief for him to document all the details. In that moment of contemplation, he had another thought. If only he had a fluctuation recorder, he could capture the graphical representation of such fluctuations. With this notion, Song Qingcheng clenched his fist, displaying the characteristic tenacity of a tech enthusiast. Unwilling to let go of this pursuit, under the moonlight, a subtle ripple emerged in the corner of the wall. Approaching to investigate, he discovered an envelope sealed with wax, sitting on a stone in the yard. He opened the letter, revealing a response from Augustus. "Dear Song, I am immensely grateful to have received your correspondence. The elixir of life, promising an extension of 10 years, is still in the midst of exchange, which will take approximately half a month. As for the spatial ring, I have already acquired it, and it is currently en route to you. In 3 days, I shall deliver it to your hands as promised. The bicycle you sent is indeed remarkably functional. It is a true marvel. However, I had one disassembled, and due to the intricate nature of its components, we were unable to replicate it and must rely on your continued provision. Naturally, I surmise that creating such a marvel will require considerable time on your part, hence I shall continue to gather the necessary items for you. There will be further supplies of the life elixir and storage rings to follow." Upon completing this letter, Song Qingcheng took a few deep breaths, feeling somewhat embarrassed. How could a few mere bicycles evoke such emotion in Augustus? It was truly a blush-inducing moment. Unbeknownst to him, everyday items in the Red Earth Empire are handcrafted, as it has yet to enter the realm of true industrialization. No matter how skilled a blacksmith may be, he cannot forge such intricate components in abundance, given the complexity of the bicycle. Blacksmiths typically abandon the endeavor at a mere glance, especially since it is far more convenient than a horse, easily ridden by the common folk. After tidying up, Song Qingcheng turned and stepped into the house, his heart filled with anticipation. In 3 days, he would possess a storage ring, allowing him to pack all his belongings and renovate his home. Yet, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, with the proliferation of shared bicycles. Perhaps he could venture into that market as well. Customizing a batch of bicycles emblazoned with the Augustus family crest would undoubtedly create a striking sight in Augustus's territory. Expanding the shared bicycle concept into Augustus's domain could potentially usher in a plethora of business opportunities. effectively bridging commerce across dimensions. Under the moonlight, Song Qingcheng sat upon a large blue stone in the courtyard, once again accumulating magical elements within his magic core. In the depths of his dark consciousness, the high-hanging full moon grew increasingly radiant. However, to his astonishment, he observed that this moon exhibited phases akin to celestial phenomena, at times appearing as a crescent. This revelation left him momentarily speechless. After all, this was a magic core distilled from magical elements. How could it exhibit such inconsistencies? This question was undoubtedly one that no one could answer, for there were no other magicians on Earth. Song Qingcheng's reasoning was simple. Since clarity eluded him, he would focus on accumulating more magical elements. This way, when he eventually wielded magic, its effects would be more enduring. During the lunar eclipse, he felt a surge of energy coursing through him. He exhaled deeply, tidied his surroundings, and was just about to step out for breakfast when his phone rang again. Upon answering, a deep voice resonated. "Mr. Song, how have you considered my offer? Would you be inclined to sell the remaining coins at your home to me? Rest assured, the price will be fair." Song Qingcheng felt a stir in his heart. He recalled this person, Wang Dachuan, who had called him days prior regarding the purchase of coins from the Augustus territory. At that time, he had no means of safeguarding himself and was unwilling to agree hastily. However, now that he had mastered the light magic of light kill, he felt a bit more confident. "Wang, I wish to hear the truth. What is your true purpose in purchasing such coins?" Song Qingcheng inquired gently. "Excellent question," Wang Dachuan praised before shifting the topic. "The intrinsic value of these coins is indeed substantial. They contain a peculiar metal, rarer than gold. My interest, however, lies solely in the inscriptions upon them. They resemble the ancient script known as tadpole writing, which is said to be a form of celestial writing left by immortals." "Mr. Song, I am a professor at Tsinghua University's Archaeology Institute. Therefore, I have a keen interest in these inscriptions. I hope to uncover clues that might allow me to translate them." "Celestial writing?" Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly recalled some related knowledge he had previously acquired. This tadpole writing was indeed referred to as celestial writing by some. The ancient inscriptions that had been passed down through history closely resembled the script of the Augustus territory. This suggested that, due to some unforeseen circumstances, certain texts from the Red Earth Empire had made their way to Earth and were inadvertently discovered. The glory dimension, where the Red Earth Empire resides, is ancient and steeped in history far surpassing that of Earth. Hence, remnants of tadpole writing had persisted in Earth's ancient chronicles. The origins of this tadpole writing remain shrouded in mystery, seemingly lacking a corresponding cultural genesis, akin to a civilization that has fragmented over time, which is why it is termed celestial writing, one of the most sought-after subjects among archaeologists. However, tadpole writing is vast and profound. Without knowledge of the history and culture of the glory dimension, no one could directly decipher it. With this thought, Song Qingcheng felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Wang Dachuan was indeed a scholar, which made the prospect of a transaction more feasible. "Professor Wang, since your intentions are for academic research and I am in need of funds, I shall sell you the coins from my home," Song Qingcheng stated softly, though he remained vigilant, aware that one must always guard against potential treachery. Wang Dachuan was elated and replied, "Then how about I treat you to lunch today? Let us meet at Igu Mall. The choice of venue is yours. Once this transaction is completed, I shall return to Tsinghua." Song Qingcheng replied gently, "Mr. Wang, I am a bit preoccupied these next few days. Let us reconvene in 3 days. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you then." Wang Dachuan acknowledged, though his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Song Qingcheng chose not to elaborate further and promptly ended the call. In 2 days, he would receive the storage ring, enabling him to pack all of his belongings and leave his home. Otherwise, he was reluctant to stray too far, for the contents of his home were of utmost significance. Should they draw undue attention, it would spell trouble. As for Wang Dachuan, if he was truly sincere about the transaction, it would be manageable. However, should he harbor ulterior motives, it could lead to significant complications. After all, if he could obtain information about Song Qingcheng, discovering his residence would not be an arduous task. Song Qingcheng never deluded himself into believing that everyone in this world would keep his secrets safe. True secrets are those known only to oneself. Matters as significant as one's home are impossible to conceal. Exiting the Ziki Donglai community, Bai Shui leaned against the wall, one leg bent backward, resting against the wall. Clad in black cropped pants and white sneakers that revealed a small portion of her fair ankle, she wore an oversized casual shirt, its front unbuttoned, revealing a white t-shirt underneath, her long hair cascading down. Exuding an air of intellect. At that moment, she lowered her head, a deep sense of disappointment etched across her features. Zhou Xing stood in front of her, speaking earnestly. while Bai Shui occasionally dabbed at the corners of her eyes. Seemingly on the verge of tears, Chang approached from the roadside, happily munching on a jianbingguizi. Upon seeing Song Qingcheng, Chang ambled over, greeting him cheerfully, "Brother Song, good morning." Afterward, he lowered his voice, "Brother Song, your house is nearly complete. Only the property certificate remains. It should be ready soon. Once it's done, I'll deliver it right to your doorstep." Song Qingcheng patted Chang on the arm, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Chang. Once it's all settled, I'll treat you to dumplings. By the way, what's going on over there?" Chang glanced in the direction Song Qingcheng indicated, then smirked. "Are you talking about Bai Shui? That boss was nothing more than a decorative pillow. He has no money at all. The other day, his car got a flat tire, and we later discovered it was a rental. The rental company sent someone to discuss various matters regarding him. In truth, not only is he broke, but he also owes around 1 to 2 million. At that time, Bai Shui even had to cover his medical expenses, which left her utterly dumbfounded upon learning the truth. As for Zhou Xing, he had initially resolved to ignore Bai Shui, but upon discovering Boss Hua's situation, he rekindled his interest, pretending to express concern and clearly aiming to pursue Bai Shui. "I've told him 2 or 3 times already. A woman like Bai Shui would never look at him, yet he seems to have lost touch with reality." Song Qingcheng could not help but feel a moment of surprise. He then reached up to touch his forehead, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. Finally, he shook his head slightly, just as he was about to speak. Bai Shui turned her head to look at him. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled, and she hurried over. "Qingcheng, I heard that you bought the number 1 courtyard of Ziki Dong Lai." Bai Shui stood before Song Qingcheng, her large eyes shimmering, hands clasped together at her abdomen, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she gently inquired. Chang, standing nearby, frowned and shot a murderous glance at Zhou Xing in the distance. Zhou Xing instinctively turned his head and shrank back. However, Song Qingcheng remained calm, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed. I purchased it. Do you have any other matters to discuss?" Bai Shui's gaze brightened, her lips pressing together in a slight smile as she said, "Why are you being so fierce? Back in school, you were such a formidable person, and you still are, truly. Talented individuals shine wherever they go." As she spoke, she bent slightly at the waist, her upper body forming a right angle as she performed a deep bow to Song Qingcheng. "Qingcheng, I apologized. A few days ago, I was blinded by ignorance, which led to my attitude towards you." Song Qingcheng nodded, still composed. "I accept your apology. However, we are not particularly close. We were merely classmates. Back in school, I wasn't much of a talker either, so we had little interaction. If you ever find yourself in need of a meal, I would be willing to treat you a few times, considering our past as classmates." Bai Shui straightened up, staring at Song Qingcheng, a hint of desolation in her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but Song Qingcheng turned and walked away. As he departed, he waved his hand behind him, saying, "Chang, I'm leaving now. Wait for me at my house. I have something to discuss with you." Chang promptly responded and, without a glance at Bai Shui, headed straight into the Ziki Donglai community, his brow furrowed with a hint of respect, the ability to swiftly sever any lingering grievances with Bai Shui, without any hesitation, was indeed admirable. Bai Shui watched Song Qingcheng's retreating figure, momentarily rendered speechless, though emotions she could not articulate swelled within her, bittersweet and poignant. Song Qingcheng turned into a nearby breakfast shop, a surge of satisfaction washing over him, the gloom that had previously clouded his heart dissipating. It turned out that the most exhilarating experience in this world was when one sought to forge a connection, only to have the other party turn away without a word. With regard to a woman like Bai Shui, Song Qingcheng had completely set aside any lingering affections when she was with Hua Guang. She had utterly looked down upon him. Yet, upon discovering the truth about Hua Guang, she began to gravitate back towards Song Qingcheng. Such fickleness of heart could be deemed as capriciousness. In any case, Song Qingcheng could never hold her in high regard. At that moment, he felt increasingly that in comparison to Qingcheng, Bai Shui was remarkably lacking, not only in outlook on life and the world but also in her various thoughts. Having purchased a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 steamed buns, Song Qingcheng also picked up some vegetables before turning back home. Now, Song Qingcheng, in both appearance and spirit, had transformed entirely, since Qingcheng had styled his hair. He had grown increasingly handsome. Moreover, after becoming a magic apprentice, his demeanor and complexion underwent significant changes, rendering him dignified yet gentle, exuding the essence of a cultured scholar. Upon returning to the Ziki Donglai community, Bai Shui was no longer at the entrance, and Song Qingcheng paid little mind to these matters. As he walked back to his house, Chang was waiting for him, and upon seeing Song Qingcheng, he approached directly. "Song Ge, feel free to tell me what you need. Whatever I can do, I will certainly take care of it. Song Qingcheng smiled and replied, let's go inside and talk. It's nothing major. I simply wish to renovate my house, but I need to arrange for temporary accommodation. Chang paused, then grinned broadly. Song-gu, that's simple. Just move in with me. I have a single room, and we can manage to squeeze in together. Your renovation will take at least half a year, so we can just make do for that time. My place is quite decent, and I'll help you move your things later. Song Qingcheng shook his head, casually unlocking the door and entering the courtyard, with a Chang following and closing the door behind him. Chang, I want to ask you about the penthouse in the opposite building, the duplex on the top floor with exquisite decoration. Is it still for sale? Standing in the courtyard, Song Qingcheng pointed to the prominent 18-story building, which had a great view, allowing a glimpse into his own courtyard. Chang was taken aback. Then a look of joy spread across his face as he eagerly nodded. Yes, Song-gu, it's still available. The price has gone up a bit. Now it's 90,000. If you want to buy it, just pay a deposit of 10,000, and we can arrange a flexible payment plan for you within half a year. Plus, buying now comes with the advantage of free furniture. Song-gu, it seems it's my turn to treat you to dinner now. As you've supported me with 2 significant deals, I could almost soar. Song Qingcheng pondered for a moment. All right, Chang, you head back first. I'll go pay the 10,000 deposit shortly, but please don't let anyone else know. Chang nodded sheepishly. Song-gu, I didn't intend to tell Zhou Xing. I was just so frustrated that day. I didn't expect him to be such a blabbermouth and directly informed by Shui. Song Qingcheng waved his hand. Chang, that's all in the past. It's fine if they know. It saves them from bothering me constantly. However, please refrain from mentioning the large flat in the future. Chang agreed and then bid farewell. Song-gu, I'm off then. I'll go fill out your paperwork. I have everything I need. You can just come by later to sign. Song Qingcheng waved him off and sat down on a stone in the courtyard to eat. He truly intended to renovate his house. Firstly, the courtyard needed to be reconfigured, adding a cover on one side to prevent prying eyes. The properties in Ziki-dong Lai ultimately always sold, and that penthouse was directly aligned with his courtyard, making it impossible to escape the scrutiny of discerning eyes regarding his every move. Secondly, if Kai Shaoqin were to visit, he ought to tidy up a bit to maintain appearances. He purchased the large flat across the street merely for the convenience of keeping an eye on the courtyard, ensuring he was aware of any changes from Augusta's side. After finishing breakfast, Song Qingcheng headed to the sales office to sign the contract with the Chang. The office was not crowded, as most personnel were out showing properties, and even Bai Shui was absent. After paying the 10,000 deposit, a Chang promptly handed the keys to Song Qingcheng. Song-gu, technically, the keys shouldn't be given out until the payment is returned, but you're an old customer, and since you're about to renovate, here is the key. He added, by the way, Bai Shui has quit. She left our sales office and is said to have gone to some other company. The person picking her up was driving a luxury car, but it sounded like just a driver. Chang whispered softly. Yet within Song Qingcheng's heart, there was not a ripple of emotion. He simply nodded in serene acknowledgement. The fleeting memories of Bai Shui had long since dissipated into the air. In the courtyard, Song Qingcheng was diligently calibrating a peculiar device he had ordered online, a wave detector. As a student of the agricultural college, he possessed a robust foundation in biological research, rendering him quite familiar with the wave detector and its operation. After placing the device aside, Song Qingcheng finally exhaled in relief. He had been tinkering with this contraption for the past 2 days, and at last it was finely tuned. In his quest to capture the nuances of spatial magic, he had poured his heart and soul into this endeavor, for if he could indeed uncover the traces of spatial magic, he might just be able to create it himself. Should that happen, he would no longer need to rely on Augustus to procure a storage ring, as such rings were constructed from the very essence of spatial magic. For the past couple of days, he had spent his days with the wave detector and his nights practicing magic. Though weary, his spirit surged with vitality, as though he were brimming with inexhaustible energy. This feeling transported him back to the year he turned 18, when he could recover swiftly from any exhaustion, no matter how taxing the task at hand. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingcheng seated himself upon a blue stone. For today marked the time he had agreed upon with Augustus for the arrival of the storage ring. His heart raced with anticipation. The allure of such a legendary artifact was utterly intoxicating. In fact, at this moment, even if a breathtaking beauty lay before him, he might not even spare her a glance. However, if it were Kai Shaoqin, that might be a different story altogether. Perhaps this was a hallmark of a typical tech enthusiast. Yet the storage ring was truly a unique treasure on Earth, enabling countless tasks that were otherwise unfeasible. Under the moonlight, a faint breeze seemed to stir in the air. Song Qingcheng turned his gaze toward the wave detector, where intricate patterns began to emerge on the display screen. causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. This phenomenon was brief, but suddenly, a collection of items appeared beside him, a basket of fruits, a wooden box, and a bag. Drawing a breath, he approached and gathered all the items, subsequently bringing them inside the house. Within the bag lay approximately 30 golden purple coins. Ordinarily, such coins would have warranted his thorough examination. But at this moment, his thoughts were consumed by the storage ring, and he paid little heed to them. His eyes swept over the basket of fruits, which were as large as fists and resembled mounds of snow, exuding a delightful fragrance. Yet, Song Qingcheng remained indifferent, his attention fixed on the wooden box, which he picked up with trembling hands. The box was quite ancient, heavy to the touch, and its material was indiscernible. It was likely quite valuable in itself. Song Qingcheng casually opened it to reveal a black ring inside, which appeared unremarkable at first glance, resembling merely an iron band devoid of embellishments, yet etched with intricate designs. He took the ring in hand and slid it onto his right middle finger. After a moment's contemplation, he followed the method outlined in his foundational magic tome, channeling magical elements from his consciousness into the ring, which suddenly glowed, revealing a radiant full moon upon its surface. At that moment, it felt as though a bond had formed between him and the ring, as if it had become an extension of his very being. It was then that a realization struck him. The patterns etched on the ring's surface bore a striking resemblance to the waveforms recorded by the detector. However, his thoughts remained focused on the ring itself, which had seamlessly melded into his finger, invisible to the naked eye yet perceptible in his awareness. The spatial dimension within the ring was not vast. It was roughly the size of a larger room, around 15 square meters in area and 5 meters in height, distinctly cuboidal. His gaze wandered to the purple coins and fruits, and with a flicker of magical energy, both items were drawn directly into the storage ring. In the corner of the ring, the two items materialized, and Song Qingcheng pondered briefly, adjusting their positions through a gentle ebb of his consciousness. Once he became accustomed to the storage ring, he descended to the basement, where he stowed away all his belongings, even the cultivation apparatus, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. With this newfound ability, Song Qingcheng no longer had to worry about matters at home. Even if he were to venture far away, he would be untroubled, and should a thief break in, there would be little of value to steal. He stuffed his wallet and various items into the storage rings, reveling in the experience, indulging in the joy of discovery. Returning to the courtyard, he stowed away the wave detector, which had automatically printed out 100 sheets of paper, each adorned with intricate wave patterns that appeared utterly chaotic. The detector's response time was 50 images per second, indicating that the recorded spatial fluctuations had occurred in just 2 seconds, remarkably swift. Without the detector, Song Qingcheng would have been utterly incapable of sensing the faint traces of fluctuation. To an outsider, the patterns on the paper might seem meaningless, yet to Song Qingcheng, they were rife with potential. He believed that if he could pinpoint the origin, he would undoubtedly unravel the secrets of spatial magic. However, locating that origin proved immensely challenging, entailing a multitude of computational techniques and modeling. Fortunately, such concepts were not foreign to him. As the night deepened, Song Qingcheng finally settled down, releasing a long sigh as he penned a letter to Augustus, outlining the matters at hand. Dear Count Augustus, greetings. Following this occasion, our transactions will need to be paused for a time, as I must depart for a while. I kindly ask for your patience until I notify you to resume our dealings. Regarding the life potion, we shall address it during our next transaction. I will send a shipment ahead of time, marking the beginning of our new collaboration. I am thoroughly pleased with the storage ring, as well as the purple coins and fruits. My satisfaction knows no bounds. May our friendship endure, and may our transactions continue without cease. With that, Song Qingcheng sealed the letter and placed it in the corner of the courtyard, whereupon it shimmered and vanished from sight. Seated upon the great blue stone, bathed in moonlight, Song Qingcheng lowered his gaze and began to absorb the magical elements once more. Ever since he had solidified his magic seed, he no longer required a magic stone to gather magical energy. It came naturally, as if he were the magic stone itself. The moonlight enveloped him like a shroud, invigorating his consciousness, freeing him from the remnants of his past entanglements with Bai Shui. With the acquisition of the storage ring, he felt unburdened. This clarity illuminated his heart, and the moonlight within his consciousness grew ever more radiant. Mall, Song Qingcheng, bearing a backpack, strolled leisurely into a steamed seafood restaurant, the designated meeting place with Wang Dachuan. A man clad in a black suit, appearing to be in his 40s, was selecting seafood nearby. He exuded an air of sophistication, his meticulously groomed beard betraying the hallmark of a successful individual. Upon spotting Song Qingcheng, he squinted slightly before approaching with a warm smile. Could it be the esteemed Professor Wang? Song Qingcheng responded gently, his gaze tinged with inquiry. Wang Dachuan extended his hand, introducing himself. Wang Dachuan, come, my friend Song. I've just ordered the dishes. Let us eat and converse. You see, I have been in Lingshan for several days awaiting your arrival. There are numerous matters at Tsinghua University that require my attention. But for the sake of the Xianwen affair, it has all been worth it. His words rang with a hearty candor, stirring something within Song Qingcheng. He scanned the restaurant, but found nothing amiss. Seated at the table, Song Qingcheng smiled and nodded. Professor Wang, I apologize for the delay. I've been preoccupied with some matters. Not at all. In the end, we have achieved our goal, haven't we? Wang Dachuan replied with a shrug. His face aglow with a smile. He paused momentarily, his eyes darting around the room before lowering his voice. My friend Song, have you brought the items? May I see them? Song Qingcheng nodded thoughtfully, hesitating momentarily before saying, Professor Wang, among this final batch of gold coins, there are several particularly unique varieties. Does that make the price special? Wang Dachuan was initially taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, the price is negotiable. We will base our offer on quality, so you need not worry about that. Song Qingcheng acknowledged with a slight nod, then placed his backpack on his lap, reaching inside. In truth, his consciousness had already entered the storage ring, from which he retrieved 7 gold coins and 3 purple gold coins. The distinction between purple gold coins and regular gold coins was not merely their doubled weight, the designs were also different. One side bore the inscription Red Earth Empire, while the other displayed the national emblem of the Red Earth Empire, a tightly clenched fist. He pushed the 10 coins forward towards Wang Dachuan. Casting a brief glance at him, Wang Dachuan lowered his gaze, and with a twitch of his eye, he smirked. Little brother, you are quite generous. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with your valuables without payment? I trust that Professor Wang went to great lengths to acquire these gold coins, not to stir up trouble. Song Qingcheng replied with a faint smile. Deep down, he felt a sense of confidence. After becoming a magic apprentice, his consciousness waves had become exceedingly swift, rendering him unperturbed by any actions Wang Dachuan might undertake. Wang Dachuan nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, Well said. Thank you for your trust, Song. If I truly intended to steal, it would surely invite subsequent troubles. While speaking, he picked up a purple gold coin, scrutinizing it closely with a serious expression. This indeed is a different kind of gold coin. The weight of this purple coin is double that of a normal one. Yet, its dimensions remain the same. This suggests that these purple coins are composed of a rarer alloy. And even after all these years, they show no signs of discoloration. Truly remarkable. The inscriptions here are also entirely different. Let me see what this says. This script is completely untraceable, leaving only speculation. If I am not mistaken, this character should be red, and the following one should be earth, while the last 2 characters elude my recognition. Song Qingcheng's heart stirred. Wang Dachuan's insights were indeed impressive. It was a rare feat to deduce the language of the glory plane from years of research. After all, comprehending a language requires not only study but also daily communication or linguistic transmission. This is not something easily learned through mere effort, highlighting Wang Dachuan's remarkable linguistic aptitude. Little brother, let me speak candidly. I have already examined the previous batch of coins, using the latest instruments. I determined that these artifacts date back at least 100,000 years. Just imagine, there might have been advanced civilizations 100,000 years ago. I am genuinely excited. Perhaps this is the origin of the immortal script. So if you happen to possess any further knowledge, please do share. For instance, did your ancestors leave any records? Where were these coins discovered? Or were there any accompanying texts? Ideally, something akin to a textbook would greatly aid my study of these immortal scripts. Otherwise, learning solely through conjecture would be exceedingly challenging. Wang Dachuan spoke earnestly, but Song Qingcheng was taken aback. These coins were given to him only recently by Earl Augustus, and now they were being dated to 100,000 years ago. Even Earl Augustus could not have stored them for such a duration, let alone lived that long. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that some unpredictable change had occurred during their spatial transit. Given the vast distance between the glory plane and Earth, Song Qingcheng shook his head, saying, Professor Wang, I do not possess any such texts. However, when I return, I will search for any potential discoveries and contact you if I find anything. Wang Dachuan nodded, then pointed. For these 7 gold coins, we will adhere to the previously agreed price, 1 million each, totaling 7 million. As for the 3 purple coins, I will offer you double the price, 2 million each, summing up to 13 million. Is this price satisfactory to you, Song? Song Qingcheng calmly nodded. Professor Wang, to be honest, I am unaware of the specifics regarding the purple coins. However, you are the expert in this field, and I trust you will ensure I do not incur any losses. Let us proceed as you suggest. Wang Dachuan chuckled merrily, then retrieved his phone, casually tapping a few buttons. After a brief moment, he set it down and remarked, "All right, I have transferred the funds. You should receive a text notification shortly." Song Qingcheng felt a tightening in his chest. It appeared Wang Dachuan was indeed quite astute, having even discerned his bank account information, which heightened his wariness. Wang Dachuan caught the look in Song Qingcheng's eyes and, with a slight smile, reassured him, "Little brother, there is no need for concern. I did employ some methods to gather information about you through the auction house. However, we will surely collaborate again, so it is beneficial for us to have each other's information. Rest assured, I conduct my dealings with utmost integrity. If you ever come across such coins or similar items in the future, do inform me. I am always interested. After all, these coins cannot be reproduced with modern technology, exuding a sense of mystery and immense collectible value." Song Qingcheng shrugged, saying nothing further. Wang Dachuan waved to the side, calling out, "Bring out the dishes." As he spoke, he neatly gathered all the coins, his demeanor reverent and focused. The dishes Wang Dachuan ordered were distinctive and comprised seasonal specialties from the nearby mountains. He adhered to a principle of selecting the more expensive options. His conversation was lively and knowledgeable, reflecting his scholarly background as a professor at Tsinghua University's Archaeology Institute, which imbued him with considerable confidence. Song Qingcheng wore a constant smile, relishing the meal. The offerings were so exquisite that even locals seldom indulged, given their high prices. The crabs were rich and succulent, while the shrimp were plump and hearty. Steamed, they burst with flavor, delighting the palate. Coupled with purple sea urchin, oysters, and an array of seafood, the table was a feast of waves upon waves of dishes. Song Qingcheng found himself indulging without concern for decorum. And by the end of the meal, he felt pleasantly full. As they departed the restaurant, Wang Dachuan handed him a business card and shook his hand in farewell. Song Qingcheng then summoned a shared bicycle and rode home. Passing by a bank, he decided to check his account, and indeed, he found a long string of numbers, over 10 million in deposits, which left him feeling slightly dizzy. He couldn't help but laugh heartily, realizing that reaching his goal of 100 million was not as daunting as he had once thought. Shui Xiangning would surely have nothing to say. However, targeting 100 million was still no small feat for Song Qingcheng. If he were to sell more gold coins, it would undoubtedly attract excessive attention, necessitating alternative methods for such transactions. As he exited the ATM, he noticed an elderly couple outside, gazing at him with sympathetic expressions. It dawned on him that they were the same couple from before. His smile faded, and he left with a serious demeanor, only to hear the old lady sigh softly behind him, "Poor fellow. Such a young man seems a bit unusual. Why does he always laugh at the ATM?" Song Qingcheng twitched his lips and quickened his pace, cycling back to the Ziki-Donglai community. Upon passing the sales office, he contemplated and walked in. Cheng was there organizing items, and upon seeing Song Qingcheng, he quickly approached. "Song, is there something you need?" At that moment, the sales office was still relatively quiet. Song Qingcheng pulled a Chong aside and spoke in a hushed tone. "A Chong, I would like to settle the remaining payment for the house. I am preparing to move, so you can proceed with the necessary paperwork." A Chong was taken aback, scratching his head. "Song, don't you need to take out a loan for this?" "No need. Loans are too troublesome." Song Qingcheng shook his head. A Chong's spirits lifted as he grabbed Song's arm, leading him inside. "Song, we received a call earlier this morning inquiring about this penthouse. However, I secured the deal first, so no one else could view it. I heard it's by Shui who's interested. She seems to have met a rather impressive man this time." Song Qingcheng responded with a slight nod, yet his heart remained utterly unmoved. The matter concerning Bai Shui had become a mere relic of the past, incapable of stirring even the faintest ripple within him. As he made his way to the finance department, he swiped his card to make the payment, and without any further delay, turned to leave. A Chong accompanied him to the door, wearing a beaming smile as he remarked, "Brother Song, you still need to visit the trading center like last time to settle the tax fees. Otherwise, the property certificate cannot be processed." Song Qingcheng nodded in acknowledgement and waved his hand, saying, "All right, just notify me when the time comes. By the way, if you have any reputable renovation companies in mind, do recommend one." "I am preparing to commence the renovations." A Chong replied cheerfully. "Rest assured, Brother Song, I will have someone contact you. By the way, will you be free tomorrow morning for the property certificate?" "Sure. See you tomorrow morning then." Song Qingcheng waved his hand once more before departing. Yet, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of seeking collaboration with the bicycle factory. If the Augustus territory required a substantial quantity of bicycles, it would necessitate a significant bulk purchase. However, the issue of funding needed to be resolved sooner rather than later. for relying solely on selling gold coins was not a sustainable path, and his original aspiration was to uplift the entire village along with him. Upon returning home, Song Qingcheng stepped into the living room, and his gaze shifted as he noticed clear signs of someone having rummaged through his belongings. He swiftly dashed into the basement, where the previously locked room had indeed been opened. The lock on the door had been damaged, causing his eyes to narrow. It appeared that someone had taken an interest in the circumstances of his household, and the timing coincided with Wang Dachuan's appointment to meet him, leading him to inevitably suspect a connection. Fortunately, he had been prepared, having stored all his valuables within a storage ring, leaving the intruder with nothing to discover. Nonetheless, this incident served as a stark reminder for Song Qingcheng to proceed with greater caution in the future. Upon returning to his bedroom, he clearly discerned that someone had tampered with things there as well. Sitting in a chair, he pondered for a while but ultimately decided against reporting it to the authorities, as nothing of value appeared to be missing from his home. Just then, his phone rang. Upon answering, a cheerful female voice chimed in. "May I speak with Mr. Song Qingcheng? This is he. Who am I speaking with?" Song Qingcheng replied in a neutral tone. The voice continued, "Oh, Mr. Song, I am Xiao Su from Longwei Decoration. A Chong mentioned that your house is in need of renovation. Indeed, since you were referred by a Chong, please arrange to come over and assess the house, then provide a quote." Song Qingcheng responded affirmatively. Xiao Su, with a nasal tone, replied, "All right. Mr. Song. I will bring the designer over this afternoon. I understand your residence is in Zikidong. How no? One courtyard. Do you have any specific requirements for the designer? This is not my area of expertise, so I would appreciate it if you could bring someone with considerable experience or a strong sense of innovation along." Song Qingcheng replied softly. After exchanging a few more words, he concluded the call. Glancing around, he realized there was little left in his home. Starting tomorrow, he intended to move to the opposite side where a fully renovated house awaited him, offering greater comfort. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon answering, a gentle voice spoke. "Xiao Cheng, you haven't come home for the new year. Have you been quite busy lately, mother? Is something the matter?" Song Qingcheng responded, warmth flooding his heart. Since being chastised by numerous visiting relatives, he had indeed not returned home for over 3 months. Of course, he had been quite occupied during this time, primarily focused on producing feed for Count Augustus. Song Qingcheng's mother, named Yuing, was a quintessential rural woman, simple and kind-hearted. No matter which family faced difficulties, she was always willing to lend a helping hand, earning her a commendable reputation. Why Yuing continued. "I just haven't seen you in a long time, so I've been missing you." Song Qingcheng replied gently, "Mother, I have been quite busy lately, but don't worry, I will return this Saturday. By the way, has Aunt Air been coming around again to demand repayment?" "No, you need not concern yourself with that. The debts from your Aunt Air were incurred by me, your father, and I will take care of it. Just focus on taking good care of yourself," Yuing reassured him. With the 100 sheets of paper recorded by the oscillograph spread out in the yard, Song Qingcheng's gaze shifted continuously as he sought to identify commonalities among them. However, the swirling patterns appeared chaotic and devoid of any discernible order. They did not resemble sound waves or any other spectrum, presenting an aesthetic appeal instead. A sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he found 2 women standing outside. The first, smiling and clad in a formal office outfit, was tall with short hair, exuding an air of sharp competence. Behind her stood a petite woman, approximately 165 centimeters tall, dressed in a white blouse paired with pencil pants, her elegant figure accentuated by a silk scarf adorning her neck, soft and snow-white. Her long hair cascaded to the side of her face, partially obscuring it, embodying a certain Jiangnan grace, albeit with a somewhat frigid demeanor and devoid of any smile. The taller woman nodded at Song Qingcheng and said, "Brother Song, I am Xiao Su, and this is our chief designer, the most skilled design expert at Longwei Decoration, Xiao Chang'an." Song Qingcheng stepped aside with a slight smile, saying, "Please, come in. My place is quite messy. I hope you won't mind." Xiao Su laughed lightly, handing over a business card, while Xiao Chang'an also presented her card, stating coolly, "Based on Mr. Song's taste in attire, it seems you prefer a minimalist style and decor. I have several options to discuss, and I also need to understand your functional requirements." Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. This woman possessed a keen eye. However, he merely acknowledged her with a nod and proceeded to gather the scattered papers from the floor. Xiao Chang'an approached and knelt down to assist him. And as they collected the papers, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Mr. Song, what are these?" she inquired. "Oh, these are the waveforms recorded by the oscillograph," Song Qingcheng replied, then gestured to a nearby area, saying, "Let us sit here and have a chat." Xiao Chang'an held one of the papers thoughtfully, remaining silent for a moment before nodding and stating, "This paper seems to reflect a spatial quality, transitioning from points to lines, from lines to surfaces. Forming infinite cubes. It's truly fascinating. If these elements are incorporated into the design, it could undoubtedly impart a sense of depth, and I believe it would bring about a genuine transformation in the design industry. This style could become a standard." Song Qingcheng was startled, extending his hand to take the paper from Xiao Changyan, scrutinizing it closely. His heart stirred. This represented the principle of space, ultimately returning to the point of origin. Starting from a point, gradually forming lines and surfaces, thus constructing three-dimensional patterns. Therefore, the point he sought must reside within the initial trajectory of all the patterns. With this realization, he exhaled deeply and looked at Xiao Changyan, saying, "Thank you, Miss Xiao. I haven't done anything yet. However, let us discuss this further. The success of our collaboration ultimately rests with you, Mr. Song." Xiao Changyan's expression remained frosty, devoid of any trace of a smile even while speaking. "Please, call me Qingcheng. My family situation is quite simple. I am unmarried, with no children. There may be elders visiting occasionally, so feel free to make arrangements accordingly." Song Qingcheng settled into a chair nearby. The outdoor chairs were iron-made, the only items he had purchased from outside, and they still looked presentable. Xiao Changyan nodded, taking a seat opposite him, saying, "I understand now. You may call me Xiao Xiao or Chang'un. This house is indeed impressive. With a garden of approximately 300 square meters, it can be well managed. Although you are not married yet, I believe it's prudent to prepare a room for children, as this house should accommodate you for at least 20 years, during which many changes could occur. Additionally, if there are elderly individuals in the household, it would be wise to set up a media room, as they enjoy watching dramas and occasionally singing karaoke. Qingcheng, why don't you first take a look at the styles? Xiaosu can share some information about our company while I measure the house. Are there any areas in your home that would be inconvenient for me to see?" "No, feel free to look around." Song Qingcheng shrugged, then shifted the topic. "However, I have lived here for quite some time, and it's a bit chaotic everywhere. There may still be a few pieces of clothing that haven't been washed, so I hope you can bear with it." Xiao Chang'an nodded slightly, turned, and departed, her figure swaying gracefully, exuding an enchanting allure, distinctly different from Kai Xiaoqin's charm. After Xiaosu sat down, she smiled gently and said, "Song Ge, I'm from the same hometown as a Chang, so he introduced me to you. Our Xiaozong is the most formidable designer at Longwei. Moreover, since your house is a standalone villa, I invited Xiaozong over. Longwei has established 7 branches in Shanjing province, making it the largest design firm in the province. You can verify this online. We even have an official website, although our prices are slightly higher than those of smaller companies. The quality is correspondingly superior, and we offer a 50-year warranty, so you can rest assured about that." Song Qingcheng nodded, casually picking up a design catalog from the side and slowly flipping through it. These were the design styles brought by Xiao Changyan, showcasing a variety of options. Xiaosu's gaze lingered on his face as she softly remarked, "Song Ge, you're quite young to afford such a large house. Your capabilities are truly impressive, but why are you still unmarried?" "Oh, I'm still young, not yet at the age for marriage," Song Qingcheng replied softly, not lifting his head. Xiaosu chuckled lightly, then felt something amiss, covering her mouth with her hand and smiling brightly. "Song Ge, you're not that young anymore. Do you have high standards?" Song Qingcheng cleared his throat lightly and replied with an indifferent expression, "My standards aren't high, but nowadays women tend to have numerous requirements, which creates pressure, and that's why I haven't dated anyone." He continued, "However, Xiaosu, I find these 2 styles quite appealing, simple yet exuding a clean and warm ambience. I think they are both wonderful. Song Ge, this is modern minimalist and minimalist style, particularly well suited for young people like you. I'll make a note of it, and once Xiaozong finishes measuring the space, we can begin the design process and provide a quotation." Xiaosu nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement, yet Song Qingcheng seemed oblivious to her enthusiasm. At that moment, his thoughts were fully immersed in the 100 sheets of paper before him. Xiao Chang'an's words had offered him some insights. She truly was a top-notch designer, with a keen sensitivity to spatial dynamics, directly perceiving the fluctuations of space, though these wave patterns were disordered. They ultimately reflected a description of the space. When Xiao Chang'an emerged an hour later, Song Qingcheng felt somewhat exhausted. Xiaosu had a tendency to inadvertently delve into his private life. It seemed that his unmarried status had become a topic of her interest. So upon Xiao Changyan's arrival, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that his pressure had somewhat alleviated. Xiao Changyan's fair complexion was graced with a faint blush, reminiscent of a layer of peach gum. creating a delicate visual impression to that moment. Song Qingcheng experienced a flicker of enlightenment regarding the spatial waveforms. Within the realm of mathematical analysis, all lines could be perceived as the result of point movements. Thus, space was formed by the motion of lines. The quantity representing movement should possess direction, and by tracing back against that direction, reversing all orientations, one could potentially locate the original point. If this point were found, it would be possible to deduce the principles for constructing spatial magic through the trajectories of points, lines, and planes. With a firm clenching of his fists and a long exhale, he realized that Xiao Chang'an's gaze had shifted back to him. Still icy as she stated, "Qingcheng, I have measured the dimensions. I will draft the floor plan shortly." She continued, "This house is quite upright, and its area is substantial. Designing a satisfactory outcome for such a large space is relatively easy. But achieving livability and functionality is considerably more challenging. I will schedule another appointment with you in a week to review the results. If you are satisfied, we can proceed to sign the contract. Or if you wish to compare options, that is also acceptable." Song Qingcheng replied, "Then let us meet in a week. I have complete faith in your design abilities. Your attention to the details of life demonstrates that you are undoubtedly someone who appreciates the art of living." Xiao Chang'an nodded, expressing, "I hope our collaboration will be successful." At this juncture, her voice faltered momentarily before lowering. "Qingcheng, sometimes it's necessary to tidy up at home, although it's said that men can be carefree. Certain matters." As she gestured, Song Qingcheng remained perplexed by her intent, yet he nodded earnestly in agreement. Xiao Chang'an then turned to leave, with Xiaosu following suit, though her eyes reflected a hint of reluctance. Frequently glancing back at Song Qingcheng, as if unwilling to depart. Even after exiting the house, Song Qingcheng could still see Xiaosu's silhouette turning back, prompting him to shrug and close the door behind him. The following morning, he had arranged to meet a Chang at the real estate transaction office to finalize the purchase of the large flat, after which he would need to return home for the weekend. Upon reflection, he realized that matters at home were far more complicated than those surrounding him. Family dynamics could be quite troublesome, and if he wished to resolve these issues, he would have to adopt a somewhat more ostentatious approach, which was contrary to his nature as someone who preferred to avoid the limelight. With these thoughts in mind, he walked back to his room, and upon entering the second-floor bathroom, he was taken aback to find a pair of intimate shorts hanging from a nearby dragon faucet. The corners of Song Qingcheng's eyes twitched. No wonder Xiao Chang'an had that expression. This scene would undoubtedly be awkward for her while measuring the space. After surveying the surroundings and realizing there was little of significance left, he discovered that most of his clothing had been stored in a spatial ring, leaving only items unsuitable for wear, which could simply be discarded. With that in mind, he began to tidy up, sorting through the majority of his belongings and tossing them into the outdoor trash can. Once the matters of the following day were settled, he would need to relocate. The next day, a Chang arrived early, carrying a portion of douhua and a multigrain pancake. Song Qingcheng had spent the previous night in the yard. Accustomed to such a lifestyle, absorbing magical elements at night invigorated him, even if he didn't lie down to sleep. He had also discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Even without the moon, it didn't hinder his ability to absorb magical elements, a perplexity he couldn't quite grasp. Opening the door, a Chang cheerfully walked in, handing the breakfast to Song Qingcheng as he entered. "Song Ge, have some breakfast first. Once you're done, we can head out to take care of business." Song Qingcheng nodded, sitting on an outdoor chair in the yard as he began to eat, saying, "A Chang, I appreciate your effort in bringing me breakfast." A Chang shook his head. "Why be so polite? Song Ge, this is just a casual gesture. You've purchased 2 apartments through me, both of which are the largest in Ziki Dong Lai. So I'll earn quite a bit in commission. By the way, Song Ge, your large flat is located on the top floor, taking up an entire floor with no neighbors. It's no less than a villa. There is only one unit like this in the entire community. Bai Shui also bought a flat, but it's on the floor below yours, with 2 units on the first floor." Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, then shrugged. "If she wants to buy a house, I can't stop her. Let her do as she pleases." As he spoke, he finished the douhua and pancake, rising to dust off his hands. "All right, let us go. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner I can pick up some supplies. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I'll be heading home. By the way, a Chang, you mentioned that the house comes with furniture. It should have already been delivered, right? Once we finish this, can I take possession of the property? I've already retrieved the keys for you. You're an old friend, Song Ge, so you're not considered an outsider. It is definitely possible. I know you're planning to renovate, and you need a new place to stay, so I applied in advance. As for the furniture, it has all been delivered these past few days. Actually, Song Ge, the furniture was moved from the model unit. and the scent has dissipated. Everything is fully equipped. Items like televisions are already included. All you need to do is purchase a few sets of bedding and kitchen supplies. And you can move in right away. Xiang chuckled amiably as Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement. The two of them chatted while exiting the residential complex, since Linshan County was not particularly large. The real estate transaction office was not far away. They quickly scanned their shared bikes, each taking one to ride off. The real estate office was rather empty. Linshan had long since lost track of its tier status and urban classification. Thus, the housing market was only just beginning to show signs of warming up, with not many buyers in sight. Even so, completing the necessary paperwork consumed a considerable amount of time. Yet, as Song Qingcheng held the tax receipt and keys in his hands, a sense of tranquility washed over him once more. As they crossed the lobby and were about to step outside, a ripple of awareness stirred within Song Qingcheng's mind. He turned to glance back, spotting Bai Shui approaching with a man. Accompanied by Zhou Xing, the man appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. While not conventionally handsome, he exuded a certain scholarly charm, albeit somewhat short at around 1.68 meters. Noticing Song Qingcheng's gaze, Bai Shui raised an eyebrow and straightened her posture, a hint of malice flickering across her face. She pulled the man closer and confronted him, raising her voice. Song Qingcheng, didn't you already finalize your property certificate? What brings you back to the real estate office? Are you merely seeking attention? Song Qingcheng nonchalantly waved the key to the house in front of her, replying with an air of indifference, I had some free time and decided to purchase another one. Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback, her eyes revealing a flicker of astonishment. The man beside her cast a scrutinizing glance at Song Qingcheng, frowning slightly as he asked, Shui, who is this person? Xiao Gu, an old classmate from before, though not someone I'm particularly close with, Bai Shui replied, while gently swaying the man's arm. The man nodded slightly before turning to Zhou Xing. Gesturing, Zhou Xing, I've just completed the tax payment. What other paperwork is required? This property is a gift for Bai Shui, so it can be registered solely in her name. Zhou Xing approached, casting an awkward glance at Song Qingcheng before nodding. Wang Gu, just submit the documents as they are, and we can handle the property certificate directly. Shui, you go ahead. There's no need to concern yourself with those you're unfamiliar with. The man, Wang Yaqiu, nodded and then patted Bai Shui's rear, a gesture that seemed to assert his claim. Bai Shui smiled in response and turned to walk away with Zhou Xing. It was only then that Wang Yaqiu turned back to Song Qingcheng, stating, My name is Wang Yaqiu. Keep your distance from Bai Shui in the future, or don't blame me for being unfriendly. Xiang's eyes widened, ready to step forward, but Song Qingcheng raised a hand to stop him, calmly responding, in turn, you should also keep Bai Shui away from me. I prefer not to see her, lest I feel nauseated. Wang Yaqiu's expression darkened, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. It seems you have quite a bit of pride and consider yourself somewhat capable. I'll make sure you understand that your so-called capabilities and pride are utterly insignificant in my eyes. A smirk curled on Song Qingcheng's lips, a hint of disdain evident on his face. I in the eyes of a dog, I may indeed be of no consequence. Wang Yaqiu's gaze hardened, his fist clenching tightly. Just as he was about to retort, Song Qingcheng turned away, addressing Xiang. Xiang, let's go home. Engaging in a petty squabble with such lowly beings is truly beneath me. Xiang agreed, cheerfully stating, You're absolutely right, Song Gu. We shouldn't give those mongrels the satisfaction of our attention, or they'll only take it as an invitation to overstep their bounds. After leaving the real estate office, Song Qingcheng and Xiang rode their shared bikes back. However, a growing sense of disdain for Bai Shui began to fester within him. Initially, he merely felt aversion, but now it had transformed into outright disgust. Such a woman elicited no favorable sentiments whatsoever. Previously, there was Hua Guang, and now it was Wang Yaqiu. Bai Shui, in her own way, illustrated the depths of her lack of boundaries, constantly vying for attention in front of Song Qingcheng. Xiang, which property did Bai Shui purchase? Song Qingcheng inquired softly, furrowing his brow. Song Gu, it's the one right below your place, the 17th floor of a flat, 2 units per elevator, Xiang replied quietly. Song Qingcheng paused, realizing this meant they would inevitably cross paths. The thought of residing in the same building as someone like Bai Shui was indeed troublesome. Xiang seemed to sense Song Qingcheng's concerns and gently remarked, Song Gu, I don't think you need to overthink it. Regardless of the situation, if anyone should feel uncomfortable, it would be Bai Shui, not you. This Wang Yaqiu seems to be from Yong'an and has an office here in Linshan. He only comes occasionally and doesn't stay long. I've heard his business is quite substantial back in Yong'an, Xiang continued. Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement, you're right. Ultimately, she would feel more uncomfortable than I would. Seeing her and Wang Yaqiu together every day under my nose will surely create a psychological barrier for her. Qiang gave Song Qingcheng a once-over, hesitating briefly before suggesting in a low voice, Song Ge, should I spread some rumors? People like Bai Shui can easily become the subject of gossip. Song Qingcheng shook his head, replying, no need. Her life is her own affair. It's her choice, and I'm not interested in meddling. However, I have no desire to kick her while she's down. As he spoke, his mind wandered back to the time when Bai Shui enrolled in Shanjing Provincial Normal University, where she likely met Wang Yaqiu. Wang Yaqiu was undoubtedly a step up from Hui Yuan. It puzzled Song Qingcheng why Bai Shui had chosen Hui Yuan in the first place, only to circle back to Wang Yaqiu in the end. Lost in thought, the two returned to the Ziki Donglai complex. Song Qingcheng made his way to the top floor of his flat. The access control system was quite impressive, featuring a visual intercom system. He felt a sense of satisfaction. The lobby on the first floor was spacious and bright, with 2 elevators available. Upon entering one, Song Qingcheng's gaze drifted to the side. The entire building housed only one household, with a 2-door security entrance that exuded an air of grandeur. He casually opened the door, only to discover that the apartment was indeed well furnished. The decor was minimalist yet bore a hint of European opulence, and everything was impeccably clean. However, while the bed was present, the bedding was conspicuously absent. Song Qingcheng's thoughts shifted to the bedding within his storage ring, which seemed completely mismatched to the apartment's aesthetic. With a slight grimace, he realized it was time to visit a store to procure some reliable items. With everything else in place, it was indeed time to consider household necessities, such as pots, pans, and plates. At that moment, his phone chimed with a text notification. He glanced down to see it was a WeChat message from Qingcheng. Qingcheng, what are you up to? Song Qingcheng pondered for a moment before replying, I'm planning to head to Higu Mall to buy some home goods. If you're free, would you like to join me? Qingcheng responded with several smiley faces, followed by, are you treating me to lunch? A smile crept onto Song Qingcheng's lips as he turned to leave his apartment, replying with a single word, sure. Qingcheng's invitation was a clear indication that she was willing to come see him. He realized his home lacked even a pair of slippers and needed to stock up on supplies. Nevertheless, the place was beginning to take shape, allowing him to invite her over without feeling embarrassed. After discarding the bedding, pots, and plates from his storage ring, Song Qingcheng once again scanned for a shared bike at the community entrance and cycled to Higu Mall, only to find Qingcheng already waiting at the entrance. Today, she wore a pair of washed denim jeans paired with a short leather jacket, which was unbuttoned to reveal a white t-shirt underneath. Her short hair framed her forehead, giving her an air of refined innocence. Qingcheng, let's go. We should start picking out items. What do you need? Qingcheng said with a gentle smile, noticeably more familiar than their last encounter. Let's eat first. I have quite a few items to buy since I've just moved in, and I need to acquire everything anew, including bedding and other essentials, Song Qingcheng replied, shaking his head and striding forward. However, Qingcheng shook her head, insisting, wait, let's buy the items first. It'll be quick. There's a home goods store on the 5th floor that sells everything you need. Plus, they offer free delivery. After we finish shopping, we can grab a bite, and by the time you return home, the delivery will likely have arrived. By the way, have you moved into your new place? Want to come over for a visit? Absolutely. If you wish to come, I would be more than happy. Song Qingcheng wore a smile on his face as he tilted his head to cast a glance at Qingcheng, a warmth enveloping his heart. Although Lingshan was not a bustling metropolis and could not be compared to Yang'an, let alone Donghai, it was still a 4-tier city. The home goods store they visited was quite spacious, offering an array of upscale products. Qingcheng had a discerning eye. She selected 9 sets of bedding, considering that Song Qingcheng's home boasted 7 rooms, excluding the study. The remaining rooms required essential living necessities. As he walked beside her, Song Qingcheng refrained from speaking much. He simply nodded in agreement to Qingcheng's suggestions. Indeed, she was a graduate of Donghai University of Finance and Economics, demonstrating a keen sensitivity to numbers. They purchased a considerable amount of items. Yet everything was organized and methodical, avoiding any unnecessary purchases. After roughly half an hour, they completed their shopping, and Song Qingcheng settled the bill with a card, totaling over 30,000 yuan. The items exuded sophistication, further reflecting Qingcheng's confidence. Her background undoubtedly provided her with a distinct perspective. Fortunately, Song Qingcheng had recently attained a degree of financial stability, and spending over 30,000 yuan did not evoke any sense of regret. In fact, he felt no emotional disturbance at all. After arranging the delivery address and time, Qingcheng gently rubbed her fit abdomen and remarked, Qingcheng, it's time for a meal. I truly am feeling a bit hungry. Then let's go for a buffet, he suggested. I've heard the one on the 5th floor is quite good. Don't even think about saving money for me today. I've recently come up with new ideas. So making 100 million a year is not merely a dream. Song Qingcheng responded affirmatively, although his gaze remained fixed on Qingcheng, who narrowed her eyes and nodded, saying, well, I suppose I shall follow your lead. However, please refrain from constantly mentioning 100 million. That's not what my mother meant. As she spoke, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush, emanating a unique allure, yet she stood tall and confident. Showing no signs of retreat, I was merely joking. However, since your mother has set expectations, it would be rather embarrassing if I couldn't meet them. Song Qingcheng replied earnestly. As they conversed, they exited the home goods store and approached a nearby seafood buffet. Upon reaching the entrance, Qingcheng tugged at his arm and gently shook her head, saying, Qingcheng, I've reconsidered, let's not eat here. It's not that I'm trying to save you money. I simply desire a bowl of ditalini noodles. We can always order a few dishes at that noodle shop instead. You have no idea. Ditalini noodles have a healing effect for me, representing the culinary delights of our Lingshan. Song Qingcheng nodded, then turned to leave. They descended to the 4th floor and found the noodle shop they had visited earlier. This time, he did not hold back and ordered 2 bowls of crispy pork and mung bean noodles, along with several seasonal seafood dishes, pepper salt mantis shrimp, sea urchin sashimi, steamed octopus, and so forth. In total, they ordered 5 dishes, and the prices at the noodle shop were indeed quite reasonable, albeit prepared in the local style of Lingshan. Song Qingcheng had a fondness for ditalini noodles, having been raised on them. His mother, Yu Ying, was industrious and down-to-earth, a skilled cook renowned throughout the village. Whenever there was a celebration in the village, families often invited her to prepare dishes, as her nimbleness in the kitchen was unmatched, particularly when it came to ditalini noodles. As Qingcheng observed Song Qingcheng placing the order, she propped her chin on her palm, resting her elbow on the table, exuding a serene demeanor. Once he finished ordering, she softly said, Qingcheng, in a couple of months, in June, our classmates from Donghai University of Finance and Economics are organizing a reunion. I plan to attend. I've heard that Donghai Agricultural University is also hosting a gathering. Do you have one in your class? If so, we can go together, making the journey more convenient. Song Qingcheng was taken aback momentarily, then shook his head, replying, I haven't received any notice yet. However, if there is indeed a gathering, they will certainly inform me. I have a few good classmates who remained in Donghai. Qingcheng smiled with her eyes narrowed and said, Of course. I've heard that your counselor treated you exceptionally well back in school. Song Qingcheng shot her a puzzled glance. How did you come to know about such matters from our school? Qingcheng pressed her soft, rosy lips together and raised an eyebrow playfully. Guess. After pondering for a moment, Song Qingcheng nodded. I recall hearing from teacher Shui that many of your classmates from Lingshan know one high school became teachers, and one of my classmates has also returned there. I remember she became a biology teacher. She studied a different major at Donghai Agricultural University, yet she would likely know some details about me. So, you must have learned about me through her. Qingcheng playfully waved her small fist and teased, You are really quite uninteresting. Nothing escapes your notice. Indeed, I learned about you through Sister Yonghua. A warmth spread through Song Qingcheng's heart, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Just then, their food arrived, and he handed Qingcheng a pair of chopsticks, gently saying, Xiaoqing, Yonghua was also a student at Lingshan No. 1 high school, and you were in the same class. I suspect you must have known each other back then. She is a wonderful person, kind-hearted and responsible, truly a friend worth having. Qingcheng smiled, then transferred a generous portion of noodles from her bowl to Song Qingcheng's, raising her eyebrows as her gaze danced across his face before she replied, Indeed, we were friends in high school. However, there is one thing you may not know. Sister Yonghua admired you quite a bit during those days. And what of it? Song Qingcheng shook his head, lowering his gaze to his noodles, though a stir of emotions flickered within him. Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with surprise, momentarily glancing at Song Qingcheng before returning to her meal, continuing, That's true, but knowing that doesn't change anything. Back then, no one dared to consider anything beyond their studies. If our families discovered we were interested in the opposite sex, we would surely be held in check daily. That truly innocent and pure era is long gone. Once we graduated, we may have grown up. Yet those small, beautiful moments remain etched in our hearts. Qingcheng, someone like you is bound to have countless admirers, yet your clarity of purpose and understanding of what you desire allows you to remain unaffected by external distractions. Perhaps this is also the reason for your academic excellence. After all, if you had wished to pursue a good girl back then, you would have had plenty of opportunities. Song Qingcheng lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Kai Xiaoqin as he replied, Xiaoqin, the truth is, I never really shied away from wanting to date. I had such thoughts during high school and college. However, I was afraid of jeopardizing someone else's future. My sole ambition was to become a farmer, aiming to attend an agricultural university, and then return to the village. But the girls may not have been inclined to follow that path. And what about now? Do you ever regret your past thoughts? Kai Xiaoqin asked earnestly, her eyes fixed on him. Song Qingcheng contemplated her question, a hint of confusion in his expression, then shook his head. Honestly, I don't know. Upon returning to Lingshan, I envisioned myself as a staff member at a seed station, but reality dealt me a harsh blow. I never realized that some matters were not solely reliant on knowledge and capability, but also involved various considerations. Nevertheless, I remained steadfast in my desire to change the lives of my family and the entire village. That conviction will never waver. Those who can persist in their dreams truly deserve admiration. Kai Xiaoqin nodded earnestly, lowering her gaze to her noodles, her ears reddening. The delicate whiteness of her skin was suddenly adorned with a hint of rosy blush, reminiscent of tender morning dew reflecting the vibrant hues of peach blossoms. Dazzling in its brilliance. In the Ziki Donglai community, at the top floor of a spacious apartment, Song Qingcheng had just boiled a kettle of hot water and poured it into a newly purchased thermos. Kai Xiaoqin's voice drifted from the side. Qingcheng, come help me with the duvet cover. The comforter is too large for me to manage. Song Qingcheng responded, his heart warming at her call. Kai Xiaoqin's summons felt reminiscent of a home-esque matriarch, evoking an indelible bond within him. Entering the bedroom, he found Kai Xiaoqin had already placed the comforter inside the duvet cover, although a few wisps of fluff clung to her hair, enhancing her homely charm. Song Qingcheng shook the comforter, ensuring it lay flat, then folded it neatly and placed it at the head of the bed. Kai Xiaoqin stretched her waist, clenched her small fist, and lightly tapped her lower back, exclaiming, I'm exhausted. I've laid out 6 sets of bed sheets, comforters, and covers. Finally done. I need a drink of water. By the way, have you cleaned your pots and pans? As evening descended, I found myself preparing a meal, sparing me the necessity of dining out. Had I placed all the items I purchased at the supermarket into the refrigerator? A smile graced Song Qingcheng's lips as he gazed at her figure, his heart swelling with tenderness. Kai Xiaoqin's demeanor mirrored that of a devoted housewife. Everything's ready. The water has just boiled. Let us step outside for a while. I shall slice some fruit as well. Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Kai Xiaoqin bit her lip and remarked, Qingcheng, your apartment is indeed quite spacious, even boasting a top floor. The developer has shown some consideration, providing all the necessary amenities, including a water purification system. However, it was initially rather devoid of warmth, but after this tidy-up, it resembles a home. Should I ever find myself without a place to stay, do not forget to take me in. Song Qingcheng nodded earnestly, replying, if you wish to stay, you may do so for a lifetime. Kai Xiaoqin's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a sidelong glance. Is this your way of confessing? But do not forget, you are merely pretending to be my boyfriend. I have yet to agree to anything. Approaching her side, Song Qingcheng nodded with sincerity, assuring her, rest assured, I understand. As they spoke, he reached out to pluck the wisps of fluff from her head. Kai Xiaoqin, blushing, playfully protested, what do you intend to do? I haven't agreed to anything yet. This teasing air dissipated as she closed her eyes. Song Qingcheng gently removed a few tufts of fluff from her head, softly saying, you have quite a bit of fluff. Let me help you with that. Only then did Kai Xiaoqin open her eyes, sighing with relief, though her brow furrowed slightly in disappointment. Is that all you intended? Such a simpleton. Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He was not particularly well versed in the ways of women, having never been in a romantic relationship, and thus did not fully grasp such matters. Yet, observing Kai Xiaoqin's playful and smiling expression brought him an unexplainable comfort, akin to soaking in a warm spring after a long day's toil. The warmth enveloped his senses, alleviating the weariness that had burdened him. As he continued to remove the fluff from Kai Xiaoqin's head, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against her hair, which was soft and springy, providing a delightful sensation that made his heart race with an unexpected intensity. Kai Xiaoqin gazed at Song Qingcheng with a look of gentle affection, motionless, though her heart raced incessantly. Holding a handful of fluff, Song Qingcheng presented it before her, raising the corners of his mouth in a smile. Xiaoqin, you have quite a bit of fluff. There are some on your face as well, but they are too fine for me to remove. Perhaps you should wash your face. As Kai Xiaoqin watched him turn, she noted his slender figure, yet his demeanor radiated an extraordinary gentleness, prompting her to call out once more, simpleton. Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern the origin of this term of endearment. Yet he felt an inexplicable joy, prompting him to glance back and smile at Qingcheng. She retreated to the bathroom, standing before the sink, staring blankly at her reflection, her cheeks aflame, her enchanting visage appearing almost entranced. Qingcheng disposed of the fluff in the trash can, murmuring to himself, "After a busy afternoon, I had intended to apply for internet service, but I suppose I shall have to wait until I return from my hometown." He then entered the kitchen, where the apartment boasted 4 bathrooms, 3 downstairs and 1 upstairs, each fully equipped. The kitchen was spacious, and after washing the vegetables, he also rinsed a few freshly bought apples. Having lived alone for several years, he had learned to prepare simple dishes. He set about making 4 dishes: pan-fried small yellow croaker, boiled clams, stir-fried chives with squid, and stir-fried pig liver with cilantro. These were all dishes well prepared by his mother, and having eaten them often, he had acquired a measure of skill. In just half an hour, he completed the dishes, also boiling 2 bowls of noodles. The clams, particularly plump this season, amounted to a full 5 pounds, served in a large bowl. Qingcheng's voice rang out from outside. "Qingcheng, I just took a shower, and I'm covered in white fluff that I cannot clean off. I also tested the water heater, and it works perfectly. By the way, the new shower gel and shampoo are quite good, effectively combating dandruff. I'm coming to cook now. Please take out the items you just placed in the refrigerator." As she spoke, the sliding door of the kitchen opened, and Qingcheng, holding the large stainless steel bowl, raised his gaze to see Qingcheng's figure. Her hair retained a hint of moisture, and her face, freshly washed, glowed with a blush, appearing even more radiant. "Oh, Qingcheng, you've finished cooking. You can cook." Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting surprise. Qingcheng chuckled. "I possess no particular culinary skills. I merely prepared a few dishes to get by. I certainly cannot compare to Sister Yang's expertise, so you'll have to make do." The corners of Qingcheng's lips turned up in a smile. A man who can cook is a rare find. How could I be critical? With that, she followed Qingcheng out, helping to serve the dishes while inhaling their delightful aromas, exclaiming, "Qingcheng, did you stir-fry the pig liver with cilantro? What a splendid idea. It smells divine. Actually, it's all my mother's technique. I simply replicate her methods. Since it's just the 2 of us, we cannot eat too much, so I made 2 bowls of noodles." Qingcheng replied. They took their seats at the dining table, each with a pair of chopsticks, and a warm sensation enveloped him, making him feel like a true head of the household. If only Qingcheng could truly be the lady of the house. "Qingcheng, this pig liver is truly delicious. It's far better than what Sister Yang could make." Qingcheng savored her meal with delight, her lips curling in satisfaction. "Feel free to eat as much as you like." Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with joy as he added 2 pieces of pig liver to her bowl, his heart brimming with warmth. As the sun set, its rays streamed through the window, casting a golden glow upon the table, illuminating both Qingcheng and Qingcheng's faces with a light that spoke of untold beauty. Qingcheng gazed at Qingcheng, inhaling deeply before lowering his gaze, feeling an inexplicable joy swell within him, a sensation that arrived rather abruptly. The meal concluded swiftly, the large bowl of clams entirely devoured. Qingcheng felt the essence of the sea lingering on his fingertips, the freshness still dancing on his palate, filling him with profound satisfaction. This was indeed a place facing the ocean, where one could indulge in truly fresh fare. With all 4 dishes consumed, Qingcheng gently patted her stomach, exclaiming, "I haven't eaten this well in ages. I'll surely gain some weight today." Qingcheng surveyed her thoughtfully, shaking his head. "Can you truly consider yourself overweight? You are perfectly proportioned. A single extra pound would be excessive, and a loss would render you too thin. Truly, you are impeccable." Qingcheng chuckled, playfully poking him. "You are such a simpleton." Qingcheng pondered for a moment, sensing that this time the term simpleton felt different from before. Yet he couldn't quite discern her intention. Qingcheng pursed her lips, saying, "Qingcheng, I must head back now. Allow me to wash the dishes. Having enjoyed your cooking, I ought to contribute in some way." "And washing the dishes is a must." Qingcheng nodded, watching as Qingcheng tidied up, wiping the dining table thoroughly. The warmth in his heart expanded, though invisible. It resonated deeply with an unusual sentiment. Once Qingcheng finished washing the dishes, he grabbed the garbage bag to escort her outside. Exiting the community gate, he once again spotted a shared bicycle. This time, it had a rear seat, and as Qingcheng settled in behind him, she remarked, "I'm so full that I can hardly pedal. I'll rely on you today. Is that all right, Qingcheng?" Qingcheng nodded affirmatively. "No problem. I have plenty of strength." As the sun set, the horizon was painted with a layer of crimson rays. Qingcheng rode swiftly, feeling an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his veins, a transformation brought forth by magic. Qingcheng wrapped her arms around Qingcheng's waist, resting her petite face against his back, gently swaying her feet and casting a faint shadow in the glow of the evening sun. The shadow elongated on the ground, while the sky above the mountains grew darker by the moment. Song Qingcheng glanced down, noticing Kai Xiaoqin's delicate white hand exuding a subtle fragrance, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, his heart melting in warmth. Qingcheng, I forgot to buy a hairdryer today. Next time I come to your house, I'll bring you one. Also, it seems you could use a floor cleaning robot. Otherwise, with your temperament, you likely won't find the time to clean, Kai Xiaoqin said softly. Her words mundane yet infused with a touch of homeliness, embodying the essence of daily life. Song Qingcheng remained silent, savoring this moment of beauty as Kai Xiaoqin began to hum a tune, her sweet voice resonating through the spring air. Lingering long after, upon entering Milan City on their bicycle, Song Qingcheng felt time slipping away too quickly, halting beneath Kai Xiaoqin's apartment without uttering a word. She tightened her embrace around his waist, biting her lip gently, calling out softly, Qingcheng, I'm home. Yet, she did not release her arm, hinting at an unspoken reluctance. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qingcheng reached out to gently pat her hand and said, Tomorrow I will return to my hometown. I'll bring you some local specialties when I come back. Kai Xiaoqin quickly withdrew her hand, startled like a deer, then hopped off the bicycle, calling out, Wait until you return to make plans with me. Come over for dinner at my place then. With that, she hurriedly dashed into the building, glancing back at Song Qingcheng, her bright eyes reflecting the evening glow, evoking a sense of affection. Inside the elevator, Kai Xiaoqin pressed her hand against her chest, the blush on her cheeks deepening. She murmured to herself, It seems I've really started to like Qingcheng, as the elevator doors opened. A man in his 50s stepped in, giving Kai Xiaoqin a curious glance before asking, Xiao Kai, you're back. Why didn't you press the elevator button? Oh, I didn't press it. Kai Xiaoqin raised her brow. Realizing she had stood there for a while without noticing she needed to push the button, the man chuckled. Xiao Kai, it looks like you must be in love. Only a woman in love becomes a bit silly. Kai Xiaoqin's lips curled up in a teasing smile. Li Bobo, you mustn't speak carelessly. Downstairs, Song Qingcheng raised his brow, exhaling a long breath, then turned to ride back the way he came, his heart brimming with happiness. This feeling would undoubtedly linger for a long while. Yet, returning home the next day would pose its challenges. He planned to purchase a few items and set aside some money to silence those who visited merely to mock him. After withdrawing 20,000 yuan, Song Qingcheng visited a supermarket, purchasing an array of goods before finally returning home. Tomorrow's journey would cover approximately 30 kilometers, making cycling impractical. Thus, he intended to rent a vehicle. However, the sole issue was that he didn't know how to drive and lacked a license, meaning both the car and driver needed to be hired. The atmosphere at home had indeed become lively, with necessities scattered about, stylish cushions on the sofa, and 2 pairs of clean slippers by the entrance. A kettle sat on the dining table, and a few garments were in the laundry room. These seemingly trivial details infused warmth into the heart. At that moment, a message notification chimed on his phone. It was from Kai Xiaoqin. Qingcheng, since you're heading home tomorrow, and it will be inconvenient, I'll have our company's driver take you back. It will be more convenient. Song Qingcheng paused, then replied, Xiaoqin, that's unnecessary. I'll just take a taxi when the time comes. No need to trouble you. Kai Xiaoqin sent a fierce emoji followed by another message. No refusals allowed. You've been out for so long. Think of it as returning in glory. Otherwise, it won't look good when you visit relatives. After all, I'm still your girlfriend. A smile crept onto Song Qingcheng's face, and he simply replied with a single word, Okay. Setting down his phone, he stood to shower, his mood lifting inexplicably. An Audi parked beneath Song Qingcheng's building. The driver, a robust man in his 30s, exuded an air of authority, his demeanor meticulous. Carrying 2 hefty bags filled with gifts for home, Song Qingcheng greeted the man. I apologize for making you run this errand. Not at all. I'm Chen Dinhan. Since you and Kai Zong are family, I must take good care of you. The man replied with a slight smile, sincerity evident in his gaze. Song Qingcheng placed the bags in the trunk and slung his backpack over his shoulder, saying, Brother Chen, I won't be polite then. Shall we get going? I live in Song Village. You know the way, right? Chen Dinhan nodded. I frequently travel this route, having visited many villages to collect produce, including free-range chickens and eggs, as well as homegrown fruits. The taste is indeed quite different from what is sold outside. Song Qingcheng acknowledged this, taking a seat in the passenger seat as Chen Dinhan started the engine and drove out of the community. Adding, Qingcheng, Song Village isn't far, just about 20 minutes. Let us exchange numbers. When you return, give me a call, and I'll come pick you up. Sure. When you arrive home, don't forget to bring back some local specialties. The cherries should be ripe this season, that we have plenty of small cherries in Song Village. Please take some home. Song Qingcheng replied with a gentle smile, his gaze drifting to the scenery outside the window. His heart fluttering with a hint of nervousness about returning home. Qin Dianhan drove steadily, his expression serious. He was likely more than just a driver. Song Qingcheng sensed a faint glow emanating from between his brows. A manifestation of a strong consciousness, indicating a person of considerable willpower. Since becoming a magic apprentice, Song Qingcheng's heightened awareness allowed him to perceive the conditions of those around him without the need for sight. Thank you, Qingcheng. A few years ago, I also visited Song Village several times. The small cherries are indeed famous, and many people raise chickens and pigs there. Qin Dianhan remarked with a smile. Those pigs are truly free-range, roaming the mountains and foraging for food, resulting in incredibly flavorful pork, Song Qingcheng observed, only to pause and sigh. Relying on the mountains for sustenance, Song Village may be a bit impoverished, yet if developed properly, I believe it has potential. As they conversed, the car merged onto the national highway, and after about 20 minutes, the Audi turned onto a narrow road, reaching the village entrance within 3 minutes. Song Qingcheng's home was situated just 100 meters from the village entrance. In this era, the village roads were well maintained, leading directly to each household, though it was somewhat challenging to navigate two vehicles side by side due to the narrowness. Without hesitation, Qin Dianhan followed Song Qingcheng's directions and parked the car in front of his house. Since Song Qingcheng hadn't informed his parents of his return, no one was at the door. However, with the busy farming season in full swing, many villagers were bustling about. Curious glances fell upon the Audi. While many families in this era owned cars, none had the luxury of a high-end vehicle like this, prompting whispers of admiration. As Song Qingcheng exited the car, Qin Dianhan retrieved the 2 large bags from the trunk and placed them in the yard. Just as he was about to leave, Song Qingcheng called out, "Brother Qin, wait a moment. I'll get you a chicken to take with you." He dashed into the chicken coop, emerging with a hefty rooster. Tying its feet with a rope, the large bird weighed about 7 to 8 Gene, and he easily placed it into the trunk. At that moment, a woman in her 40s, dignified and neatly dressed, stepped out of the house. "Qingcheng, you're back." Ewing looked at Song Qingcheng, calling out softly, "Mom, I'm back. By the way, do we have any small cherries at home?" Song Qingcheng responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Yu Ying's gaze shifted to Qin Dianhan and then fell upon the Audi, nodding vigorously as she exclaimed, "Yes, just wait for me, I will go get it." Turning around, she hurriedly dashed into the house, emerging moments later with a small basket, one woven from rattan, as bamboo was scarce in the north. Rattan was sturdy and durable, capable of lasting for over a decade without deterioration. The basket held a substantial weight of bright red cherries, approximately 7 to 8 Gene, which Ewing cheerfully stuffed into Qin Dianhan's hands, saying with delight, "Big brother, these were just picked this morning. Take them home and enjoy." "Thank you, Aunt," Qin Dianhan replied earnestly, bowing respectfully before gesturing to Song Qingcheng. He then turned to leave, driving the Audi towards the village entrance. Immediately, a crowd gathered at the doorway, each face adorned with smiles, as they were all locals from the street. Song Qingcheng promptly tore open a large bag and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. The cigarettes were not particularly high-end, being local brands priced at $150 for a pack. He stuffed a packet for himself and unwrapped a total of 2 cartons. The 20 individuals around him erupted into joyous laughter, each offering praises. "Qingcheng, you look just like a big boss now. These cigarettes cost over 10 yuan a pack." One of them chimed in, "I heard from your mother that you work in Linshan County. How's it going? What kind of job do you have? With an Audi to show for you, you must be doing quite well." As the chatter filled the air, Song Qingcheng smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you, uncles and brothers, for your concern. I am currently self-employed, doing well enough, not too tiring at all. In fact, my annual salary should be enough to buy a house. I've been busy with a project lately, so I couldn't return home for the new year. I just recently bought a house and came back to take a look." While speaking, he produced the chocolates he had purchased the day before, handing one to each person, each containing 3 pieces. Wai Yuing watched his actions, her face beaming with pride. As he closed the courtyard gate, she couldn't help but chide, "Qingcheng, you've given away so much. That's quite a bit of money. We need to be frugal." Song Qingcheng shook his head, carrying the items into the inner room as he softly replied, "Mom, when I return, I should bring something for the villagers. This way, there will be fewer idle talks in the future. And a few hundred yuan isn't a significant amount. It will also save us from Aunt Air's incessant nagging. I don't know how much you owe her, but I've brought back 40,000 yuan for now. You can use it first." As he spoke, he pulled out 4 bundles of money from his bag and placed them on the Kong. He had initially intended to withdraw more, ideally around 100,000. But the bank had closed, and he could only withdraw 20,000 at a time from the ATM, totaling 40,000 over 2 days. Yu Ying stared at Song Qingcheng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured, "Qingcheng, have you truly earned so much money? But you should keep it. You will need it for your future wife. You don't need to give it to me. I've mentioned before that the money owed to Aunt Air was borrowed by your father and me. We can repay it ourselves. We cannot possibly use your money." Song Qingcheng shook his head and said, "Mom, I think of it this way. Over the years, you and Dad have borne quite a bit of debt, leading to a frugal life. Now that I can earn money, I should help ease your burden a little. When I return, you and Dad should come with me to the county. It will be more convenient to take care of you. And besides, the farmland is no longer worth tending. It's laborious and unprofitable. I just bought a spacious house. You and Dad can live there and enjoy a bit of comfort, rather than being busy at home all the time." "You really bought a house?" Yu Ying exclaimed. Her eyes wide in disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, she softly asked, "Qingcheng, what kind of business are you engaged in that allows you to earn so much?" Song Qingcheng paused for a moment, understanding her underlying concern. She was worried he might be involved in something dubious. Fearing the source of his money, he gently assured her, "Mom, don't worry. This money was earned through my expertise, providing various training services. With my character, even if I wanted to do something shady, I wouldn't have the capability." Yu Ying considered this and finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "You're right. Ever since you were young, you've always been honest and straightforward. I can certainly trust you on that. However, even if you have money now, your father and I want to be moving with you. We have grown accustomed to farming, and we have good relations with our neighbors. Suddenly moving to the county would be quite inconvenient. Since you're in the county, it's not far. If we miss you, we can visit, and staying for a few days occasionally would be fine. But for an extended period, we wouldn't be able to adjust. Plus, we still grow some crops, which gives us food. Otherwise, idleness could lead to illness. With your earnings, your father and I can take it a bit easier." Song Qingcheng furrowed his brows. Yu Ying was quite stubborn. Despite her amiable demeanor, once she set her mind on something, it was unchangeable. Just as he was about to say something, voices could be heard from outside. "Sister-in-law, I heard Qingcheng is back. My son Xiangzi has just returned home. Let them gather together. Qingcheng has graduated for quite some time now and has found a formal job. Xiangzi knows many people and could help him out. In this day and age, having too much education doesn't seem to be very useful. As the conversation continued, a middle-aged woman entered, a robust and somewhat fierce-looking figure with a dark complexion. This was Fong Li, the distant second aunt from next door. Upon entering and seeing the 4 bundles of money on the Kong, she paused for a moment, while Song Qingcheng maintained a stern expression and said flatly, "Aunt Air, I heard from my mother that we owe you some money. I've brought it all back. How much is it in total?" "Oh, is this money brought back by Qingcheng?" Fong Li asked, before smoothly changing her tone. "Qingcheng, if your family is in a tight spot, there is no need to rush to repay. Take your time. It's not a large sum, just 10,000. Song Qingcheng directly pulled out a bundle of cash and placed it in Fong Li's hand, calmly stating, "Aunt Air, I appreciate your lending us the money, but as you said, it's just 10,000. And our family isn't short on cash anymore. By the way, Aunt Air, although this is a matter between you and my mother, as a junior, I should still show my gratitude. Here, take this pack of cigarettes for Uncle Air, and this bottle of Maui as well." As he spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor from the bag, placing them in Fong Li's arms. Internally, he sighed with relief, knowing that his family would no longer have to endure her scornful remarks. While he might not fully grasp the extent of this, his parents had to bear the brunt of Fong Li's condescension, as they would frequently encounter each other in the village. Fong Li clutched the items tightly, then forced a smile, saying, "Qingcheng has truly made something of himself. To earn so much money at once," she continued. "I've been busy with a project and couldn't return home for the new year, which may have led to some misunderstandings. I heard from your mother that you often ask about my situation. You really do care. However, I must make a point to visit more often, or perhaps your parents can come to the county. Did you mention that Xiangzi has returned? We should meet up. I know a few people in the county who might be able to help him." Fong Li smiled awkwardly but stood tall, cautiously responding, "Qingcheng, my son Xiangzi is currently driving for a boss. He just drove back this time in a Passat. This boss is quite a big deal, primarily dealing in wholesale fruits, selling to major cities like Jinghua and Donghai. No sooner had she finished speaking than another voice rang out from the courtyard. "Qingcheng, that cigarette you provided was delightful. You just got home, and your mother has had a chance to buy groceries yet? I brought over some oysters. By the way, don't you think your driver's Audi is far superior to the Passat that Xiangzi drives? Just looking at it is a pleasure. As the voice spoke, an elderly man in his 60s entered, glancing at fondly with surprise before setting down a bag he carried, which contained at least 10 gin of oysters. Ewing rushed out to greet him, her face filled with embarrassment as she said, "Third uncle, this is too generous. You should take it back. I can just go buy some from the village shop." "Dear daughter-in-law, what are you saying? Qingcheng and I are not strangers, and besides, there is nothing like that available at the shop today. Earlier, Qingcheng gave me a pack of cigarettes and a chocolate bar. My grandson said it's the best chocolate." The old man puffed his cheeks and glared, while Song Qingcheng retrieved a bottle of liquor from his bag and placed it in the elder's hand. Chuckling, "Third uncle, hold on to this bottle. I know you have a fondness for it. Take it home to satisfy your cravings. I'll gladly accept the other items." Ewing then took a step back, choosing to refrain from further comments. The old man smacked his lips and grinned. "Qingcheng truly understands. He's far superior to that Xiangzi. That Audi really does have a presence. I wish I could ride in it just once. There will be opportunities. When I return, I'll ensure third uncle gets a chance to ride." Song Qingcheng replied with a smile, escorting the old man out. Upon turning back, Fongli emerged from the house with a sullen expression. Offering an awkward smile to Song Qingcheng before lowering her gaze, "Qingcheng, I have matters at home to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. It's quite inconvenient to be carrying so much money." "Auntie, there's no need for me to see you off," Song Qingcheng called out, his brows lifting slightly with a hint of amusement. Watching Fongli walk away, Ewing exhaled deeply, murmuring, "Qingcheng, your second aunt has certainly lost face. She wants to know how to face our family moving forward. This relationship has become somewhat strained. Yet, I can't shake off this sense of satisfaction. It feels as if a weight has been lifted off my shoulders." Reminiscent of your father's words, sipping a bit of liquor paired with sweet peanuts is just the way of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spacious courtyard was meticulously tidy. The cement floor glistening with a hint of green from the wash. In the courtyard stood a foldable dining table, at which Song Qingcheng and Ewing sat on opposite sides. Beside Ewing sat a ruddy-faced man. Exuding an aura of simplicity, this was Song Qingcheng's father, Song Jiangwo, of medium height and sturdy build. Before him rested a glass of white liquor alongside an open bottle of the Mount I that Song Qingcheng had brought back. "Qingcheng, you've finally returned. However, if you're busy, there is no need to always think of home. Now that you've bought a house, it's much easier. Once you finish this hectic period, your mother and I will visit you in the county." He took a sip. "This liquor is truly exceptional. Now I have some face to show. If you could just bring home a wife, that would be splendid. Your age, it's time to find someone." Song Jiangwo smacked his lips, his face glowing with excitement. A fleeting image of Kai Shichin crossed Song Qingcheng's mind, and he smiled gently. "Dad, there's no rush. Such matters depend on fate. Indeed, as long as Qingcheng's circumstances improve gradually, finding someone will surely become easier." Ewing chimed in. Song Jiangwo nodded. "No need to hurry, as long as Qingcheng has his thoughts in order. Speaking of which, with this 30,000, we can settle all our debts. Leaving us with a few thousand left over, life will certainly become more manageable. This way, I can avoid hearing from the neighbor's second son endlessly criticizing me for the debts owed to their family. It has been easy. Today, Qingcheng has truly brought me honor. Only regrettably, that bottle of Mount I costs over 1,000, and that pack of cigarettes. But now, I can at least boast a little in front of them." Observing the radiant expression on Song Jiangwo's face, Song Qingcheng chuckled. "Dad, this time I brought back 10 bottles. Take your time enjoying them. When you get a chance, come stay in the county for a few days." Song Jiangwo nodded. "All right. By the way, when you head back tomorrow, I'll have a few chickens ready for you. Your mother, make sure to pick some vegetables early in the morning to send back with Qingcheng. Things in the city are expensive, so bringing some home will save us the trouble of buying. I'll also pick some cherries to bring back for friends. Come, Qingcheng, let us raise a toast." "My heart is truly elated." Song Qingcheng lifted his glass, momentarily taken aback, but soon he grasped his father's intentions. He believed that his weekend return might hinder his work, hence the expectation that he should return the next day. Yet, at this moment, he couldn't voice any objections, as there were indeed numerous matters to handle in Lingshan, particularly concerning renovations which needed careful planning. This not only pertained to his future but also influenced the prospects of his family. Tomorrow, he intended to speak with the village chief about procuring goods in the village. Song Village boasted abundant resources, with various crops in abundance. If managed well, it could be promoted across the nation. Additionally, he had some connections in Donghai, allowing him to open a few shops there, ensuring a profitable venture. To attain 1 billion, relying solely on the sale of gold coins would be exceedingly challenging. and given the limited scope of Lingshan, frequent transactions would inevitably draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, engaging in agricultural products was different. This was a sustainable industry that could last for a century. Song Village was merely the first step, with the potential to expand to neighboring villages. He even contemplated leasing several hundred acres to cultivate rare fruit trees. Having studied agriculture, he possessed ample experience in this area. For instance, the soil here was exceptionally suitable for apples, pears, and even grapes. These were all viable crops. As he pondered this, the image of Count Augustus came to mind. With fertilizers, the Count's territory had flourished. So there was no reason for Song Village not to thrive. Within his storage ring lay 2 large barrels of Snowfield liquor, known for its health benefits and potent effects. However, he planned to repackage it into smaller portions. Otherwise, having a large barrel at home would go unnoticed by Song Jiangwo and Yuing. The succulent oysters tasted remarkably tender, often referred to as the milk of the sea, best enjoyed fresh. Bursting with flavor that left a hint of briny essence lingering without being overwhelming. Only a subtle fragrance remained. Yuing had also stewed a chicken, the golden oil pooled at the bottom of the bowl. The aroma of the free-range chicken wafting through the air, epitomizing the essence of authentic flavor. After relishing an entire chicken leg, Song Qingcheng contentedly remarked, "Mom, your cooking skills have truly improved, by the way." The village chief is still Song Mingfa, right? Yes, he is only in his 30s and can still serve for another 20 years. He is quite capable and educated, earning the respect of the villagers. What do you need him for? Song Jiangwo nodded, a look of curiosity on his face. Song Qingcheng replied, "I plan to sign a contract with him for the regular procurement of apples and other fruits in the village. Ideally, I'd also lease a few hundred acres to plant pears, apples, and grapes. If our village wants to thrive and escape this secluded existence, someone must take the lead. Eventually, we can establish a winery to produce some wine, which would alleviate the surplus labor in the village while generating income. In that case, Song Mingfa would likely agree. It benefits everyone. I'll also lease a fish pond to raise fish and establish a farm stay. Do you really need him for procuring apples? Your mother and I can handle that." Song Jiangwo shook his head, exuding confidence. Song Qingcheng placed a hand on Song Jiangwo's arm, shaking his head. "Dad, sometimes stepping away from the villagers to seek prosperity may yield greater rewards. However, such an approach can invite unnecessary trouble. In these times, when you start making money, envy often follows. Therefore, ensuring that everyone thrives together will earn their respect. When that time comes, you shouldn't farm anymore. Just supervise. Keep an eye on the laborers in the village. While we can collect the fruits through the village, the quality will be under your purview." Song Jiangwo chuckled. "Qingcheng, you understand more than I do. I am not well versed in these matters. I'm just good at manual labor, so, whatever needs doing, I'll assist you. I can indeed farm less, but I'll collect more from those with superior fruits and disregard those of inferior quality. I'll be running around the hills to keep watch for you." As Song Qingcheng's heart relaxed, he recognized that Song Jiangwo's personality differed markedly from Yu Ying's. He was a man who relished being in the limelight and enjoyed the thrill of social gatherings. Such a prestigious endeavor was surely to his liking. Raising his glass once more, Song Qingcheng clinked it with Song Jiangwo's, downing the contents in one swift motion, before savoring a piece of chicken. His heart swelled with warmth, a testament to familial bonds. Only one's own parents would genuinely consider his best interests. Yu Ying had peeled several oysters and placed them into his bowl, simultaneously preparing a portion of fish, a hefty white catfish from the village, weighing over 7 pounds. Typically, this fish carried a strong earthy flavor, but under Yu Ying's culinary expertise, it was transformed into a dish devoid of any unpleasant taste. The aroma of the fish simmered in a large pot was simply intoxicating. Song Village nestled within a valley, surrounded by cascading terraces. Standing atop a hill, Song Qingcheng gazed down at the expanse of land unfolding beneath him. The valley's base lay a sizable lake, from which a river meandered, bordered by a lush forest teeming with water plants, creating a tranquil environment occasionally interrupted by the sight of wild rabbits and pheasants. Beside him stood a tall, slender man in his 30s, exuding an air of refinement, with spectacles perched on his nose. "Qingcheng, regarding the apple procurement you mentioned earlier, I can arrange a contract with you, spearheaded by the village. However, I must consult further regarding the leasing of land and the fish pond. This 700 acres is indeed village property, and while it generates a decent income when leased out, 100 per acre, totaling 70,000 annually, the fish pond primarily serves for irrigation and isn't ideal for leasing." Song Mingfa spoke softly, to which Song Qingcheng shook his head. "I am aware that the village possesses 3 fish ponds, and this one is not heavily utilized. Its main purpose is to irrigate the 700 acres. Had it not been for the land encircling this pond, I would not have considered renting it. I propose to pay 300 per acre for a year, with the village using 200 as welfare for the villagers and retaining 100 for itself. The fish pond would incur an annual fee of 10,000, which should suffice for the village's needs. Should we finalize a contract, I am willing to commit for 50 years, if you agree. I can pay 2 years' rent up front, with annual payments thereafter. I will prepare the contract for your signature. Song Minfa's hand twitched in disbelief. The annual rent for 700 acres amounted to a staggering 201,000. Plus the fish pond fees, totaling 202,000. Such a sum was unprecedented for Song Village, which comprised merely over 1,000 residents. Dividing 200 among them would yield over 100 for each villager. Ensuring no objections would arise. Taking a deep breath, Song Mingfa nodded. Qingcheng, it appears you are poised for significant prosperity. I will discuss this matter. I doubt anyone will oppose it, as the prospect of money is enticing for all. I have one condition. While I can rent the land, it must be officially sanctioned by the town. This is a matter of due process. My desire to return to Song Village stems solely from an ambition to improve the village's economic conditions. Were it not for my roots here, I could easily sign contracts with neighboring villages. Thus, you must understand that my intentions are not fixed solely on Song Village. Everyone must adhere to the rules. Should I invest in these lands, they must be managed well. If anyone attempts to sabotage our efforts, it would jeopardize the financial future of the entire village. At that point, I would not hesitate to withdraw my investment and restart anew in a nearby village. Here, land is abundant, but investors willing to venture into this valley are scarce. Song Qingcheng spoke softly, his words laced with wisdom. His decision to return and invest was not impulsive but rather the result of careful contemplation. He was acutely aware that many villagers were accustomed to poverty, and some might inadvertently hinder progress. Thus, he sought to unify the village's interests, ensuring that should anyone attempt to impede their collective prosperity, there would be others ready to speak out. Nodding seriously, Song Mingfa replied, "Rest assured, Qingcheng. If anyone dares to obstruct your efforts, I shall be the first to intervene. This is a matter of life and death for the entire village. If you proceed with the rentals, I will also allocate these barren lands and this hill to you. It amounts to over 1,000 acres. Please do not abandon this endeavor after just a few years. Munfa, given our familial ties, I must refer to you as brother. Do you truly believe this is merely 20-odd thousand annually? The 700 acres require cultivation. Do you think I will hire workers from the village or the neighboring ones? If I hire workers, it entails long-term contracts with monthly wages that will not be insignificant. Additionally, I have mentioned sourcing fruit from the villagers, if I take the lead. The prices I offer will undoubtedly surpass those of the fruit traders. Do you not consider this a source of income?" With an air of calm, Song Qingcheng articulated his thoughts, his mind clear as the moonlight shimmered, allowing him to maintain composure and speak with remarkable steadiness. Commanding the room's attention, Song Mingfa's eyes flickered with excitement. Nodding vigorously, "This is a momentous plan for the village. Qingcheng, while I have some education, you possess greater knowledge. I shall heed your guidance. I will discuss this matter forthwith. And once you present the contract, I shall sign on behalf of the village. I will also lead the efforts at the town to ensure this is advantageous for our collective development. Munfa, I must remind you, I will have my father oversee the fruit collection. Should anyone attempt to pass off inferior goods as superior, their names will be added to a blacklist, ensuring we no longer accept fruit from their household." Song Qingcheng gently patted Song Mingfa's arm, who looked taken aback and asked, "What is a blacklist?" "It is a list created during fruit collection. For instance, if I seek large fruits but someone attempts to mix in smaller ones, I would write their name on the blacklist, displayed at the village entrance. Anyone on the blacklist will have their fruit rejected henceforth, though this is temporary. Should they improve their practices, there are ways to lift their names from the list." With a subtle smile, Song Qingcheng explained. Song Mingfa nodded earnestly, "You are correct. Should anyone dare to act in such a manner, I will not let them off lightly. Qingcheng, this arrangement is settled. You must not backtrack. I will handle matters at the town, and should you require county-level approval, I will take care of that as well." Song Qingcheng felt a stir within him and nodded. That would be ideal. Matters regarding land leasing must indeed receive the proper endorsement from the relevant authorities. Very well, I shall return to convene a meeting. Should you decide to proceed, I will also serve as a supervisor to ensure no one hinders progress. Song Mingfa said cheerily, his demeanor exuding a touch of simplicity. Waving his hand, Song Qingcheng replied, "Let us head back together. I will certainly appoint you as a supervisor. Consider yourself an employee of the company, with a salary that will not fall short of your previous position as village chief." These words brought tears to Song Mingfa's eyes as he clenched his fist and declared, "Qingcheng, when will the contract be ready?" "Mingfa, do not rush. Upon my return to the county, I will draft the contract, detailing all terms in black and white, ensuring no one can evade responsibility. With a smile, Song Qingcheng contemplated the necessity of establishing a company to manage these ventures more efficiently than individual efforts. Moreover, developing an application would facilitate fruit marketing, especially in this age of e-commerce. He realized he needed to consult Qingcheng, who would undoubtedly have the expertise to aid in this endeavor. Upon returning home, Song Jiangwo was in the courtyard, plucking feathers from 5 freshly slaughtered chickens, leaving a flurry of feathers scattered about. Ying organized a basket filled with cucumbers, leeks, and tomatoes, alongside 2 baskets brimming with cherries, totaling over 20 pounds. Qingcheng, you're back. How did your discussions with Song Mengfa go? Song Jiangwo inquired with palpable excitement. Finding a stool, Song Qingcheng settled beside his father, joining in the task of feather plucking while recounting the details of his conversation with Song Mengfa. Ying leaned in, ears perked, and exclaimed, 22,000? With such a sum, why would you need to lease the village's land? Renting 100 acres would suffice. Spending 300 is rather excessive. If not, you could rent from Lu village next door for 80. Saving over 10,000 a year. Song Jiangwo also set down the chicken in his hands, gazing solemnly at Song Qingcheng. Song Qingcheng waved his hand and said, Dad, Mom, we cannot view this matter through the lens of present circumstances. I intend to rent for 50 years. The rent will remain unchanged. 50 years from now, it will be no different from today. Do you think that in 10 years, the land in Lu village will still be available for an 81-year lease? Moreover, I genuinely wish to accomplish something substantial to assist the villagers in overcoming poverty. With these funds, the village will benefit as well, and I could potentially resolve many people's employment issues. Regardless, the negotiations have already been finalized. So you both should cease farming. Just meander around that hilltop. Once the contract is signed, I plan to install some barbed wire to enclose all the land, and eventually erect walls. In due course, we will raise chickens and develop a farmstay. Within a year or 2, business will thrive, and we shall gradually recoup our investment. However, we will still need to hire laborers. I am thinking of planting apples and pears, along with some peaches and grapes. Song Jiangwo pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, Qingcheng, I may not fully grasp these matters, but it seems that our family will gain some notoriety. Whatever you instruct us to do, we shall follow. I am adept at pruning fruit trees, and as for fish farming, I have experience there too. Having toiled in the fields my entire life, I understand the land well. Though I admit I am not as knowledgeable in dealing with people or making significant profits. Ying pursed her lips and murmured, that amounts to 220,000. And the next moment, she broke into a triumphant smile, declaring, now your second aunt's family will be forced to bow down. Not only our village, but even in the surrounding 10 to 8 villages, everyone will come to know the name of Qingcheng. Song Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Both Song Jiangwo and Ying placed great importance on reputation, always aspiring to bring honor to their ancestors, an earnest sentiment inherent to rural folk. Once the chicken was processed, Ying placed it into the freezer, while the remaining vegetables were packed into a box, and the small cherries were arranged into 4 small foam insulation boxes. Throughout this process, Song Jiangwo and Ying remained cheerful, radiating an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Once these tasks were completed, Ying turned to prepare dinner, while Song Qingcheng and Song Jiangwo sat in the courtyard enjoying tea. The tea was brewed in a copper kettle, a relic left behind by Song Qingcheng's grandfather, exuding an air of antiquity. The courtyard door swung open, and a tall, robust man entered. Standing around 6 feet tall and clad in a suit, he appeared to be a successful individual. Uncle, Qingcheng, are you both at home? The man cheerfully inquired. Then shifted the conversation. Qingcheng, I heard you're doing quite well in the county. I've come to discuss something with you. Qiangzi, have a seat and enjoy some tea, Song Jiangwo invited, pulling over a stool and pouring a cup for the man. This was Song Chong, the son of Song Qingcheng's second aunt, who had been out in the world since graduating from middle school and was now working as a driver. Song Qingcheng glanced at Song Chong and remarked, Qiangzi, I am merely scraping by. It hardly qualifies as doing well. What is it that you wish to discuss? Song Chong raised an eyebrow, a hint of arrogance evident on his face. My boss is looking to establish a collection point for apples in the village, and I am considering investing some money as well. However, we need someone to handle the accounting, someone with a bit of education, and I think you would be perfect for the job. I am offering a salary of 6,000 a month. If you can't earn that much now, you might as well come back to the village and work with me. It's still a decent sum, though it is 2,000 less than my current salary. It should suffice for your family. Song Jiangwo's expression darkened, his posture straightening. Now, with the matter of Song Qingcheng's 220,000, his confidence had swelled. Song Qingcheng smiled and replied, "It seems your second aunt has sent you to test me. Your proposed salary of 8,000 a month is indeed generous. However, I have no interest in it. Our current situations diverge quite a bit, and there are matters I cannot explain to you. Furthermore, I believe you should refrain from associating with your boss. Even if you wish to engage, do not invest your money. I suspect that the prospects for apple collection will dwindle in the future. Sooner or later, issues will arise, and the more you invest, the greater the risk of losing everything." Song Chang's expression soured, and he slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Qingcheng. "Song Qingcheng, who do you think you are? Do you honestly believe you can make money? My boss's business earns over $1 million a year. Do you really think it will lose money? Don't let a little money go to your head." Song Jiangwo interjected. "Qiangzi, how can you speak like that? Is that how your mother raised you? What my mother taught me has nothing to do with you." "Old man, you should focus on your own son," Song Chang retorted, raising his fist. Filled with anger, Song Jiangwo stood up and shouted, "What, do you want to fight? I'll take you on." Song Chang swung his fist. Embodying the impulsive and aggressive nature typical of young men from the rugged mountain region, Song Qingcheng rose, his mind sharp and focused, stepping forward to deliver a punch to Song Chang's abdomen, followed by another to his armpit, then pinning his arm down. As his mental acuity heightened, time seemed to slow before him. With each strike, he pressed down harder, exiting the heightened state of awareness to Song Jiangwo's eyes. It appeared as though Song Qingcheng had effortlessly shoved Song Chang back, sending him crashing against the doorframe and falling heavily to the ground. Clutching his stomach, Song Chang cried out, feeling the weight of Song Qingcheng's strike. Of course, had it not been for their familial ties, Song Qingcheng would have delivered a decisive blow that would have left Song Chang severely injured. Outside the door, Song Mingfa entered, his face alight with excitement. "Qingcheng, I bring good news." Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon Song Chang, confusion crossing his features. "Qiangzi, why are you lying here? Village head, you must take my side." Song Qingcheng struck me. "Will there still be anyone to collect apples in the village?" Song Chang glared at Song Qingcheng, his expression menacing. Song Qingcheng sighed inwardly. He bore no ill will towards Song Chang, so why had it escalated to this? Such is the nature of some individuals, who cannot bear to see others prosper, always believing themselves to be superior, blind to their own hubris. Song Mingfa regarded Song Chang, hesitated briefly, then fixed a steady gaze on Song Qingcheng and gently asked, "Qingcheng, what exactly transpired?" Song Jiangwo grunted and recounted the events, causing Song Mingfa's expression to darken as he shot a glare at Song Chang. Yet, Song Chang wore a smug look as he proclaimed, "Village head, I have been collecting apples in the village for 2 years. Should I continue this year or not? If not, then so be it. Then don't collect." Song Mingfa huffed, before changing his tone. "Qiangzi, you have truly become arrogant. The price you offered for apples the past 2 years was merely 2 yuan per pound, 5 to 6 times cheaper than outside. How could you have the gall to say that? Fine, if you don't want to collect apples, then don't. I doubt anyone will sell them to you anyway." With that, he approached Song Qingcheng, smiling warmly. "Qingcheng, everything has been agreed upon. Everyone is on board. When will you return to the county to finalize the contract?" Song Jiangwo coughed gently and said, "Mingfa, Qingcheng hasn't even eaten yet. Why are you rushing him?" "Uncle, I am just eager." Song Mingfa replied. "Let him finish his meal first." "Qingcheng, do you need me to assist with anything? I can help out these next few days, so when you return, it will be ready for you." Song Mingfa exclaimed cheerfully, his eyes reflecting a sense of urgency, while Song Chang stood beside them, taken aback by this newfound warmth. "Village head, you are clearly shielding Song Qingcheng. He assaulted me. You must intervene," Song Chang protested. Song Mingfa turned to glare at him. "What? You intended to lay hands on Uncle Jiangwo, and Qingcheng merely pushed you away? Step aside. Qingcheng will soon be our village's big boss. If you dare provoke him, I won't intervene, but the villagers certainly won't let you off easily. We just held a meeting. I came in haste and didn't bring anything with me. When the others arrive, they will be here to work. If you continue to speak out of turn, you will surely be thrown out." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of 8 or 9 individuals entered, each carrying various items. Some were male, some female, and one cheerfully exclaimed, "Qingcheng, I just bought some sea cucumbers for you. I can prepare them shortly." "Qingcheng, I just picked up 2 pounds of pig head meat from the store. Make sure you eat well. I have 10 pounds of fish here. Please take them back with you. They're all large flatheads. And I heard from your mother that you absolutely love this type of fish." As these words echoed, one by one, people strolled into the courtyard, subsequently washing themselves by the side of the hand-operated well. No one paid any attention to Song Chang, leaving him neglected, as if he were invisible. This caused him to swallow hard, and he dared not utter another word, turning to leave, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Even as he departed, a sense of dejection lingered over him, and he felt utterly unable to speak up. Song Qingcheng observed Song Chang's retreat and understood that soon enough, Fong Li would likely take action again. This family was not one to easily give up. Only when they truly comprehended the disparity would they cease to harbor excessive thoughts, and such a realization would surely lead to greater contentment among them. Dear uncles and aunts, I sincerely thank you all that I will return after finishing my meal, striving to come back within 2 days to sign the contract, and the initial funds will be allocated to the village's public account. During this time, I would also appreciate your assistance in erecting some signs on the mountain. My father will join as well to enclose the land I have rented. Later, I will arrange for the workers to come and install the barbed wire. And the next step will be to construct a courtyard wall. Rest assured, if everyone lends a hand, I will compensate for the labor, and my father will oversee the distribution, settling everything upon my return. Song Qingcheng declared, while Song Jiangwo stood proudly beside him, beaming with satisfaction. The others burst into laughter, as this work was not particularly strenuous, yet the remuneration would certainly be substantial. Song Mingfa chuckled. Qingcheng, you should eat first. We will head back now. When you return this afternoon, I will discuss with Uncle Jiangwo how to proceed. As I mentioned, the mountain has been allocated to you, along with some woodlands, yielding 220,000 a year. Once we sign the contract, I will announce this news to the entire village. A chorus of enthusiastic agreement followed, and one by one, they turned to leave, frequently glancing back with apparent warmth after seeing them off. Song Qingcheng returned home. Song Jiangwo's face radiated with joy as he remarked, Qingcheng, this is wonderful. I can manage these officials now. Ewing tidied up the meal at home and brought it to the table. Grinning, look at how pleased you are. How could I not be? Previously, people said that Qingcheng's education was of no use. But now, who isn't coming to speak well of him? I must remember this for the future. Anyone who has ever spoken ill of Qingcheng shall not be employed, especially your second aunt's family. They shall earn not a penny, especially since she is Chang, right? Song Jiangwo huffed with pride when. At that moment, Fong Li entered the courtyard, carrying a basket of cherries. Qingcheng, I heard you were heading back. I just picked some cherries. Take them along, she said with a slight smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Song Jiangwo waved dismissively, his expression stern. I've already prepared the cherries for boxes for you to take. We cannot afford to offend your family. Just leave, brother, Fong Li called out, her gaze shifting to Song Qingcheng. Song Jiangwo walked directly into the house, ignoring Fong Li, while Song Qingcheng smiled faintly, saying, Second aunt, you should go back, but my father said we cannot accept your cherries, so we certainly must not. Qingcheng, what on earth happened? Why did village chief Mingfa come to your house? Fong Li inquired, her face a mask of confusion. For this matter, you ought to ask village chief Mingfa. I must eat now. Everyone is eager for me to leave soon. Song Qingcheng shrugged, gesturing for her to exit, and he ushered her out the main door. Fong Li stared at the door in bewilderment, then clenched her fist and scoffed. What are you so proud of? My Chang earns 8,000 a month. By the way, I am going to ask Song Mingfa what exactly transpired. In the courtyard, Song Qingcheng sensed Fong Li's retreating figure before turning back to the main house, where a large pot of sea rainbow had been prepared. Song Jiangwo beckoned Song Qingcheng to sit on the kong, reminiscing, Qingcheng, you have grown up? A warm feeling surged within Song Qingcheng. This acknowledgement of growth was not merely physical, but also signified his capability to support a family. Indeed, he had matured. An Audi parked at the entrance of Song Qingcheng's home, and Chen Dianhan stepped out, greeted by Song Qingcheng, who assisted in unloading items into the trunk one by one. Nearby, a crowd gathered. All eyes on the Audi. Song Chang and Fong Li squeezed into the back of the throng, and upon seeing the car, a complex expression flickered in their gazes. They could not deny the presence of a dedicated driver. An elderly man approached with a jovial demeanor, and Song Qingcheng greeted him. Third uncle, come in and take a seat. Shall I give you a ride to the village head? Certainly. I was just heading up the mountain. Take me there to see my old apple trees, third uncle replied, sitting down in the back seat. Song Qingcheng took the passenger seat, lowered the window, and waved to the onlookers, exclaiming, Dear uncles, aunts, and brothers, I will return shortly. And we will earn money together. We heard from the village chief that Qingcheng is going to collect our village's fruits. Surely, your offer will surpass market prices, right? Qingcheng, I have also heard that each person will receive 100 a year. Is that true? As voices of inquiry filled the air, Song Qingcheng clasped his hands together, affirming, Indeed, I will lead everyone to prosperity, but please do not hinder my efforts. Should anyone dare to obstruct, we shall break their legs. Qingcheng, your education has indeed equipped you with genuine skills. We shall work for you from now on. If anyone dares to cause trouble behind your back, I will be the first to confront them." This bold declaration came from Lu Hanyan, the village's young widow. Despite her poetic name, she was quite fierce, and no one in Song Village dared to cross her. When she reprimanded someone, they would find themselves trapped at home. Yet she was strikingly beautiful, standing at 5 feet 6 inches, with alluring curves, and at only 23, she embodied the prime of womanhood. However, she had endured a life of hardship, reportedly owing considerable debts and being constantly pursued for repayment, thus living frugally and making a dollar stretch like two, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory existence. As the car slowly pulled away, third uncle's face emerged from the window, beaming with delight. The vehicle drove quite a distance, with a throng of people still trailing behind. Song Jiangwo stood with pride, chest out, as people gathered around him, chatting animatedly. Fang Li approached from the side, smiling awkwardly. "Brother, did Qingcheng really contract 700 acres? Will it cost 20,000 a year?" Song Jiangwo maintained a serious expression, coldly responding, "Could there be any doubt, brother? Can he truly tend to this much land? Our second son, his uncle, let him assist with the farming. After all, he is family, and we can offer a reasonable wage." Fang Li chuckled, but Song Jiangwo shook his head. "Not feasible. We have plenty of able-bodied men in our village, and the women are equally industrious." Lu Hanyan squeezed in, chiding, "Second aunt, have you forgotten your daily routine of loitering at Uncle Jiangwo's doorstep? Years ago, Uncle Jianjun secretly lent Uncle Jiangwo 10,000, and you've been scolding him ever since." Fang Li shot a glance at Lu Hanyan, standing tall and defiant. "Lu Hanyan, when did it become your business to meddle in our affairs? Oh, are you looking for a fight? I fear no one. If we are speaking of family, you and Uncle Jiangwo are not of the same blood. You are a Fang, and he is a Song." Lu Hanyan raised her eyebrows. The elegant arcs of her brows were quite enchanting. However, the villagers were somewhat lacking in terms of personal upkeep. Nevertheless, the alluring freshness she exuded was irresistible, akin to a woman molded from water, captivating the gaze of many young men, who erupted into laughter. Fang Li furrowed her brows, lowered her head, and turned to leave. Despite her stature, she contemplated engaging in a confrontation, yet those who dared to challenge Lu Hanyan often found themselves overpowered. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. The Lu family is known as the inheritors of Xingyi boxing, thus Lu Hanyan's martial prowess is formidable, reputedly capable of fending off 7 or 8 burly men without difficulty. Song Jiangwo cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hanyan and nodded slightly, saying, "Niece-in-law, would you accompany me to the mountain this afternoon? We need to demarcate some land, and your keen eyesight would be invaluable in assisting me. I shall offer you 100 for the day, and today's half-day will count as a full day." Lu Hanyan squinted and smiled, nodding in agreement. "All right, Uncle Jiangwo, I'll go home to fetch a few things and then join you." Song Jiangwo pulled out a notebook from his pocket, inscribing the date and then writing the character for Liu.at. That moment, the Audi had already ascended the mountain and came to a halt. Sanyu stepped out of the vehicle, smacking his lips. "Qingcheng, this car is truly a delight to ride in. A fine vehicle indeed, lives up to its reputation." Song Qingcheng smiled and greeted him as the car continued its journey, returning to the Ziki Donglai community 20 minutes later. Chen Dianhan helped Song Qingcheng carry the items up to the 18th floor. Just as he was about to leave, Song Qingcheng handed him a box of cherries. "Brother Chen, take this box of cherries home with you. I've already taken plenty, and there's a live chicken as well. You can keep it for yourself." Chen Dianhan promptly declined, then shifted his tone. "Qingcheng, you're too generous. I feel guilty taking so much from you. And I suppose you'll need to deliver some to General Kai, right? I'll take my leave now. Just let me know when you need a ride." Song Qingcheng thanked him, tidied up the items, and placed the fish and chicken into the refrigerator, relieved that the spacious double-door fridge had ample room for storage. After cleaning up and disposing of the garbage downstairs, Song Qingcheng took a shower, donned his pajamas, and sat in his study, opening his computer to prepare a contract. For him, the contract delineated the responsibilities of both parties. However, he proposed a compensation for breach of contract from Song Village amounting to 50 years' rent. This meant that if Song Village were to breach the contract prematurely, they would owe over 10 million in penalties, while he would pay a decade's worth of compensation in the event of a breach. Given his substantial initial investment in infrastructure, upon completing the contract, he sent an email to Kai Shachin for her review. Albeit without broadband at home, he had to rely on mobile data. Subsequently, he called to apply for broadband and, as he was about to rise to wash some cherries, his phone rang. Upon answering, Kai Shaochin's voice resonated. "Qingcheng, Are you planning to lease the land? Indeed, I wish to develop agriculture and cultivate some organic produce, which would also generate revenue for the village. Song Qingcheng replied. He then shifted the conversation. By the way, I brought back some native chickens, all raised by my mother. I'll send you a couple, along with some cherries. When are you free? I can leave them with you, and I'll pick them up myself tomorrow. Let us discuss this matter first. I'll have my lawyer review it. You've already given it considerable thought, and the county's seal is reserved. However, if you truly wish to cultivate a variety of vegetables and fruits, I believe it would be best to establish a company first, as this would facilitate expansion into larger cities. Moreover, obtaining more certification would benefit future sales. Kai Xiaoqin's voice was filled with confidence, indicating her experience in operations. Given that Linshan County is coastal, its economic development has been quite favorable in recent years, with numerous business buildings constructed in the new district. After registering the company, Kai Xiaoqin guided Song Qingcheng around the new district. For a company dealing in agricultural products, leasing a storefront would be preferable, especially one with ample parking. They came across a sizable storefront near the roadside, approximately 300 square meters, with an additional small road leading into a spacious courtyard, beyond which lay a building of over 200 square meters. After surveying the area, Song Qingcheng nodded in approval and glanced at Kai Xiaoqin, feeling a stir of excitement. The company registration process was remarkably smooth. All it required was a submission to the economic city. Moreover, it appeared that the staff recognized Kai Xiaoqin. The storefront was also readily available, as Kai Xiaoqin seemed to have already identified it for him, indicating she had done her homework the previous day. The landlord of this establishment was a gentleman in his 50s, clad in a suit. Although his hair was thinning, he retained a refined demeanor, introducing himself as Zhou Xingyang. 150,000 a year. This is the prime location in Linshan, incredibly convenient. It was previously rented to a 4S shop, but they exited due to poor business, Zhou Xingyang stated calmly. After pondering for a moment, Song Qingcheng inquired, Mr. Zhou, if I were interested in purchasing, would you consider selling? Sell? Zhou Xingyang was taken aback, contemplating for a moment before responding. I just acquired it 2 years ago, right after this business district was completed. I bought it for 2 million. If you were genuinely interested, I would sell it for 4 million. He continued, to be honest, this place is definitely profitable. My annual rent is only 150,000, and it will only increase each year. Renting for 10 years would recoup the investment. Kai Xiaoqin smiled slightly. Mr. Zhou, that's quite an ambitious price. It has doubled in just 2 years, and the current housing market isn't particularly favorable. Besides, your rent is already quite high. If it were that lucrative, the 4S shop wouldn't have gone out of business. Given the current economic climate, I believe 3 million would be a fair offer, considering you've already profited from 2 years of rent. Zhou Xingyang stared in disbelief. 3 million? You've slashed 1 million off the price in one go. It seems you're not genuinely interested in negotiating. Kai Xiaoqin maintained her composure, exuding confidence. Mr. Zhou, if we weren't sincere, we wouldn't be here discussing this. The difference between 4 million and our price point is simply too vast. There are plenty of other storefronts in the area, and we should consider multiple options, especially since they seem to be of similar size and the location there is even better, right next to the business building entrance. It would be ideal for a restaurant. After some deliberation, Zhou Xingyang waved his hand. How about 330,000? Any less? And I want to sell. I initially intended to rent it out today, but now it seems we're discussing a sale. This way, it saves you the hassle. Selling is simply quicker cash. Isn't it? Qingcheng, think about it. If 330,000 works for you, we can sign the contract and proceed with the transfer. Song Qingcheng considered the offer and nodded. Purchasing the property was certainly more advantageous than renting. Otherwise, if Zhou Xingyang decided not to renew the lease one day, he would have to relocate. Moving can have negative repercussions for any business, making it prudent to buy, especially since the area was spacious enough to accommodate several trucks. The additional building could serve as a warehouse, potentially transformed into a cold storage facility for preserving vegetables and fruits or even game meat to distribute nationwide, thus ensuring a reliable supply chain. Due to the real estate transaction, Song Qingcheng enlisted a Chang to handle the details, which a Chang was more than happy to do. As it was a second-hand property, the process was relatively quick, concluding at the property transaction office. Zhou Xingyang was pleased, tossing the keys to a Chang. I'm all set here. The payment has been received, and the property certificate is handed over. I'll leave the rest to you. Once the certificate is finalized, just give the keys to Boss Song. Zhou Xingyang nodded at Song Qingcheng, then departed, while a Chang handed the keys to Song Qingcheng with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Song, you should get a new set of keys made to avoid any future inconveniences. Chong. Once the property certificate is sorted, I shall remit the agency fee to you. This time, let it be a modest sum. 3,000 will suffice as a token of my appreciation, Song Qingcheng remarked with a gentle smile. Brother Song, this transaction was entirely negotiated by you. I have done nothing to warrant your payment. Moreover, since you are acquiring 2 properties, I will receive a substantial commission, so let this be as if I were merely running errands, Chang insisted, shaking his head vigorously. Kai Shachin smiled softly, interjecting, Chang. Your willingness to assist Qingcheng is commendable, but the fee must still be paid. In your line of work, one must adhere to the established norms. At this juncture, she turned her gaze back to Song Qingcheng, saying, Qingcheng, the company will be registered in a little over 20 days. You might as well commence the renovations. The timeline for construction is quite swift, and 20 days should be sufficient. However, the subsequent handling of the cold storage might require additional time. So let us proceed concurrently. Qingcheng Electronic Trading Company is a splendid name. When you begin hiring, ensure you recruit a few software engineers specifically for app development. In due course, this mobile platform will facilitate direct deliveries to individuals, epitomizing terminal service. Consequently, we can leverage logistics companies for nationwide distribution. Song Qingcheng nodded, a surge of fervor igniting within him. This dream was undeniably grand. Yet the journey to realization was lengthy. The immediate step was to establish a market, focusing on the distribution of fruits and vegetables to Donghai and Jinghua. Chang scratched his head and remarked, Brother Song, are you venturing into business on your own now? That's splendid. Perhaps I should come work for you? Despite my limited formal education, I am quite diligent and would excel as a salesperson. Song Qingcheng paused, then nodded affirmatively. If you join, your responsibility will be to oversee the goods collected from various villages. Someone must monitor the inventory and conduct the counts. Your salary will certainly exceed your current earnings, 5,000 a month. Chang cheered, clenching his fist. Brother Song, once I finish my current tasks, I will indeed come aboard. With a boss like you, I can surely expect to thrive. Song Qingcheng patted his arm and then glanced at Kai Shachin, saying, Shachin, let us go. I shall treat you to a meal. I heard that Avengers: Infinity War is premiering today. Kai Shachin remarked lightly. This unexpected turn left Song Qingcheng somewhat perplexed, unsure of her intent behind such a statement. Chang, sensing the shift, discreetly nudged Song Qingcheng and winked, realizing the implication. Song Qingcheng quickly responded, Oh, let us go watch the movie first, then we can dine. Kai Shachin smiled subtly, walking shoulder to shoulder with Song Qingcheng, while Chang watched their retreating figures, sighing softly. Brother Song is admirable in every regard, intelligent and affluent. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, he seems rather oblivious. In the cinema, seated beside Kai Shachin, Song Qingcheng stole glances at her profile. In the dim light, her face resembled a finely crafted sculpture, delicate and exquisite. He found himself holding his breath, his peripheral vision continually drawn to her features, hardly recalling the film's content. Amidst his thoughts, the moon gradually became full again, and Song Qingcheng felt his magical prowess had intensified since earlier. He had been preoccupied with various business matters, leaving little room to contemplate new spells. However, having grasped the principles of magic, he could wield spells from other schools through the lens of light magic. After all, the essence of magic lay in modeling. Once the model was successfully established, the resultant spell would vary according to the technique employed. For Song Qingcheng, he had mastered light kill, an exceedingly covert magical technique. The speed of light surpasses sound, rendering it the swiftest force in existence, ideal for executing clandestine maneuvers. Yet, he still sought a spell capable of addressing multiple assailants. He had nearly memorized the incantations from the 4 foundational spellbooks. One spell of water magic was suitable for widespread attacks, though he had yet to experiment, as the potency of magic could be formidable. He preferred to practice in an open area. Thus, when he returned to Song Village to sign the contract tomorrow, he could seek out a deserted spot to test it, as no one would be likely to notice anomalies in the secluded valley. A gentle voice broke through his reverie, drawing his gaze to Kai Shachin, who playfully chided, Qingcheng, what are you pondering? I've called you for quite some time. Oh, I was contemplating the contract. Song Qingcheng replied vaguely. Kai Shachin chuckled softly, lowering her voice. I've had the lawyer amend the contract for you. It has been sent to your email. Just print it out and sign it. When the time comes, you can have the village chief bring the contract to the town and county for processing. It is quite straightforward. By the way, I asked earlier if you know any renovation companies. You need me to refer one? Song Qingcheng shook his head. No need. I know someone from Longwy Decorations. I'll have them handle the office matters. They should first draft a design. Longwy Decoration. Kai Shaqin paused, then nodded. What a coincidence. That was the very company I intended to recommend. They're the best in the entire Shanjing province. You can't go wrong with them. Recalling Xiao Changyan's icy demeanor, Song Qingcheng nodded. Indeed, their expertise is commendable. By the way, what would you like to eat later? Kai Shaqin rested her chin on her hand. Pondering briefly, before she could respond, Song Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. How about the lu mian? Sounds great. But this time, I must order a portion of small yellow croaker and a serving of fat, top-shelled crab, Kai Shaqin replied. Leaning closer to Song Qingcheng, her breath warm against his ear, the warmth of her breath sent a shiver through him, making him yearn for a girlfriend like her, certain that his parents would approve. Kai Shaqin, sensing the intimacy of the moment, felt her cheeks flush slightly. However, in the dimness of the cinema, no one noticed this subtle detail. She glanced around, reassured to see everyone engrossed in the film. Allowing her to relax and steady her heartbeat, through the flickering light of the screen, Song Qingcheng caught sight of Kai Shaqin's gentle rise and fall, stirring emotions within him, and for a while, neither spoke further. As the movie concluded, Song Qingcheng and Kai Shaqin exited side by side. Upon entering the Lu Mian restaurant on the 4th floor, he said earnestly, Shaqin, thank you. Why the sudden gratitude? Kai Shaqin inquired. A hint of confusion on her face, her lips curling into a smile. Song Qingcheng exhaled. Truth be told, without your assistance, I would be at a loss on how to manage so many matters. I am merely a technician, lacking the acumen for business. So I owe you my thanks. From the moment I first met you, you have been a constant source of support, making you my benefactor. Kai Shaqin laughed lightly, shaking her head. Her delicately styled hair danced at her forehead, casting playful shadows against her fair complexion, enhancing her unique charm. You speak so earnestly, it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. Even you already treated me to a meal, consider it a repayment of kindness. She replied, then shifted the topic. All right, I'm hungry. Boss, we'd like to order. Song Qingcheng fell silent, admiring the way she furrowed her brows while placing the order. A sense of satisfaction swelling within him. As before, they ordered small crispy meat with the lu mian. Kai Shaqin shared half of her noodles with Song Qingcheng, and the two dishes, the small yellow croakers and the crabs, were quite substantial. Totaling 10 fish and 4 crabs. The succulent crabs revealed their creamy insides, brimming with roe, the pure white crab meat contrasting beautifully with the golden red roe, accompanied by the unique flavors of seafood. Making one's mouth water. Even while indulging in this delicacy, Kai Shaqin maintained an air of elegance, her delicate hands not overshadowed by the pristine crab meat. Song Qingcheng mused that Kai Shaqin's beauty transcended by Shui's. Her allure surpassing comparison, not to mention the distinctive grace she possessed, a quality absent in Bai Shui. Qingcheng, the local specialties you brought for me. I'll accompany you home to collect them. However, I can't carry too much. Just what I can manage. Please extend my gratitude to your mother, Kai Shaqin said, lifting her gaze and pressing her lips together. Song Qingcheng smiled. Rest assured, I will definitely escort you home, with me around. You'll be able to carry as much as you need. All right. However, if you truly establish a farmstay in Song Village, will my visits be complimentary in the future? Kai Shaqin's gaze rested upon Song Qingcheng's face. A hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. That is certainly the case. By autumn, the outlines of the place will begin to take shape. In the mountains wild rabbits are plentiful. We should go hunting together then. We can roast a few for a feast. Furthermore, if we raise a flock of wild chickens, the flavor will undoubtedly be exceptional, far surpassing that of domestic fowl. If you have a penchant for lamb, I can also place a few sheep on the mountain. Song Qingcheng nodded vigorously. Given the conditions in Song Village, if he were to truly enclose that area, the pristine environment would yield a wealth of organic produce. With her eyes narrowed in a crescent shape, Kai Shaqin smiled softly. Wonderful. The mountains could also accommodate a few pigs. My mother adores pigtails, so I shall procure a few for her. Done. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall cultivate. Moreover, there is a fish pond. I plan to introduce some unique fish species and shrimp, so teacher Shui will be able to savor pure, wild seafood. Song Qingcheng replied affirmatively. And Kai Shaqin's gaze shimmered as she casually remarked, if I indulge in your produce, I shall assist you in promotion. I will introduce a few distributors from Donghai. If this venture succeeds, I shall arrange a commission for you. Song Qingcheng exclaimed joyfully. Kai Shaqin extended her hand, smiling brightly. It's a deal. You must not go back on your word. Song Qingcheng lightly tapped her delicate, supple hand and responded earnestly. I shall never retract my promise. In Song Village, at Song Qingcheng's home, he and Song Mingfa sat at opposite ends of a heated Kong, while 7 or 8 individuals stood around. All responsible villagers, their faces betraying a hint of tension. In the center of the Kong lay a bulging bag. Song Qingcheng handed the contract to Song Mengfa, speaking gently. Mengfa, here is the contract. Please review it. If all is in order, we can proceed with the signing. There are 4 copies of the contract, one for me, and one each for the county, the town, and the village, serving as a record. Once you sign today, I will deliver the deposit. Here is 100,000 yuan. Song Mengfa eyed the bag on the Kong, swallowed hard, and meticulously examined the contract. After several readings, he passed it to those standing nearby. Each took a turn reviewing it before returning it to Song Mengfa, who nodded and stated, Village Chief, I find no issues. Everything seems reasonable. If our village breaches the contract, we would owe over 20 million in compensation. This is acceptable. Right? Song Mengfa remarked, somewhat troubled. This point was adjusted by Kai Shiqing, and Song Qingcheng found it reasonable, so he did not amend it further. However, for Song Mengfa, it posed significant pressure. The speaker, with a serious countenance, asserted, Village Chief, why would we breach the contract? If we do not breach, this money need not be compensated, right? Qingcheng is investing so much merely to secure an insurance. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease. Consider it. If he toils for 10 years and you reclaim the land, wouldn't all his initial investment be for naught? Song Mengfa paused, then nodded. That is indeed a valid point. This is tangible money. We cannot seize all the benefits for ourselves. Qingcheng's caution is justified, and if we do not breach, all will be well. Producing the seal from his pocket, Song Mengfa signed the document. Affixed the seal, and Song Qingcheng smiled, opening the bag to reveal 10 stacks of cash, freshly withdrawn from the bank. Mengfa, please count the money, then sign and seal the receipt. By the way, please settle matters with those who rented the self-allocated land. I need to head up the mountain to assess the situation. The construction team has arrived, and my parents, along with Sister Han In, are busy up there. I have promised to enclose that area, and it shall be done. With a slight smile, Song Qingcheng watched as Song Mengfa took the money. A money counting machine had been placed on the Kong, and he began counting the stacks. He counted. Song Mengfa remarked, Qingcheng, rest assured, I have already refunded those tenants, and the first round of profit distribution will prioritize their families, with 2 years' worth of payments up front. The village will handle this. They cannot possibly trouble you. If anyone dares to cause a ruckus, I will be the first to confront them. Village Chief, Lao Wu has returned. Last year, he expressed interest in contracting that mountain, and we verbally agreed. He mentioned offering 10,000 a year to cultivate medicinal herbs and raise silkworms. Someone whispered, and Song Qingcheng's gaze sharpened, landing on Song Mengfa. Lao Wu is also from Song Village. He has a criminal past, having been incarcerated at 18 for forming a gang in the county, engaging in daily brawls and extorting protection fees. He allegedly killed someone and was imprisoned, only released 2 years ago. Now in his 30s, he remains as formidable as ever, and the villagers steer clear of him. He is the quintessential village bully. Song Mengfa's expression was pensive before he waved his hand dismissively. We have already signed the contract with Qingcheng. That land is now his. Last year's arrangements do not count since he couldn't secure the funds. Additionally, these smaller projects must yield to the larger 1.10,000 a year. Over 50 years, amounts to only 500,000, while Qingcheng's project nets over 200,000 a year. Naturally, I shall prioritize this project. Whatever happens, let him direct his grievances at me. I do not believe he would dare to take action against me. Please inform Lao Wu. If he has any objections, he can come and discuss them with me. Song Qingcheng raised an eyebrow but remained silent. He bore no ill will towards Lao Wu. After all, youthful bravado is characteristic of many from the mountains and rivers, but the crucial aspect lies in whether one possesses fervor and a sense of chivalry. Once the money was counted, Song Mengfa signed and sealed the receipt, then carefully gathered the stacks of cash, beaming. Qingcheng, this matter is settled. I will head to the town and county to process the paperwork shortly. Song Qingcheng nodded, rising to see the group out. The villagers, all smiles, had previously held some reservations, fearing Song Qingcheng might falter in his financial commitments. But upon witnessing the cash today, their attitudes shifted dramatically. After locking the courtyard gate, Song Qingcheng made his way up the mountain. As he passed the village entrance, he noticed Fong Li peeking out from a small alleyway, her body turned sideways, curiously glancing outside. Second aunt, what are you sneaking around for? Song Qingcheng said mildly, his gaze revealing a hint of intrigue. Fong Li emerged awkwardly, scratching her head. Qingcheng, has your contract been signed? Our Qiangzi is quite remorseful now, and hopes you can forgive him. Second aunt, I trust Qiangzi is unaware that you sought me out. Song Qingcheng glanced at her, his expression calm. Fong Li awkwardly chuckled. Qingcheng, there is no need for Qiangzi to know about this. It is between us. I heard you are indeed collecting apples. Is your price at least 350 or more? Indeed, apples will be collected. but 350 is for the large fruits and must be flawless. For high-quality apples, 380 is also feasible, but for medium-sized ones, the maximum is 320. Song Qingcheng nodded, and Fong Li sighed in relief, her expression eager. Qingcheng, Xiangzi's employer is quite stingy, offering only 280 for large fruits. Your price allows us to earn a bit more from our apples. Xiangzi may lack insight, but you and my second uncle are family. When it comes to collecting apples, please include ours as well. I will ensure Xiangzi apologizes to you later. Song Qingcheng shook his head. This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. I have entrusted it entirely to my father. As long as he agrees, all will be well. If he does not, then there is nothing I can do. Second aunt, you often blocked our door. You could argue that Xiangzi was oblivious, but were you and my second uncle truly unaware back then? Fong Li opened her mouth, displaying her frustration, then slapped her own face. Qingcheng, I indeed underestimated you in the past, blinded by foolishness. Please forgive me. Whatever you ask of me in the future, I shall comply. I will help in the fields without expecting payment, and I promise to sell you only the best apples, without any deceit. How does that sound? Second aunt, I have said it before, you should discuss this with my father. If he agrees, I will certainly collect your apples. Song Qingcheng nodded, but a sense of relief washed over him. If Fong Li could slap herself, it surely meant she had resolved to apologize. However, he felt no sympathy for her. Considering that in the past, she had made his parents' lives quite difficult. If she were to genuinely apologize, the matter would be easily resolved, as long as Song Jiangwo could vent the pent-up frustration he had harbored for years. He would be inclined to accommodate her wishes. He believed that this would bring immense joy to his father, as it was indeed a matter of restoring face. On the hillside of Song Village, 6 workers were busy erecting a wire fence, starting with a ring of wooden posts that were driven deep into the ground. The process was not swift, but the sturdiness and aesthetic appeal of the structure gave it a rustic charm reminiscent of a mountain lodge. These wooden posts had undergone special treatment to be fire and rot resistant, while Song Jiangwo stood nearby, directing the work with a beaming smile. Lu Hanyan was running back and forth in the distance, guiding the workers to ensure that no inch of land was overlooked. After all, this 700-acre farmland was part of a larger expanse exceeding 2,000 acres. A slight misalignment could result in the loss of dozens of acres. Not all land could be designated as farmland. Although Song Village had considerable acreage, it was interspersed with dense forests. This 700-acre terraced field was nestled among numerous woods, complemented by a large lake. Totaling over 2,000 acres, Song Jiangwo's gaze fell upon Lu Hanyan, and he clicked his tongue, sighing softly. What a pity. She married that short-lived fellow, and before she even stepped into the house, she was left a widow. Such a capable young woman is rare, and she is quite striking, too, ample enough to bear children. If she were still unmarried, she would be a fitting match for Qingcheng. Lu Hanyan became a widow at the tender age of 23. Never having officially entered her husband's household. On the eve of her wedding, while traveling with her family, her husband Song Haiping's family met with an accident and never returned. To most villagers, this was a cruel twist of fate. An innocent young woman left without a husband, without even in-laws, yet she remained, as she had already registered her household. As Song Qingcheng approached, he observed the nearly completed fence and stood beside Song Jiangwo. Dad, are you tired? Let me keep an eye on things for a while. This work is tiring. You, a scholar, should avoid such toil and head home to rest. I can handle this. It's much lighter than farming. By the way, there are others driving stakes on the other side, local villagers. I hired 20 men in one go to speed things up. They're all good laborers, earning 100 a day. What do you think? With a pin tucked behind his ear, Song Jiangwo looked as lively as a clerk, his face radiant. Song Qingcheng, not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, replied with a smile, you call the shots on this. I'll head up ahead to take a look and snap a few photos for future planning. Lu Hanyan was animatedly instructing a worker. I told you to drive the stake here, and you went an inch inward. This is too far off. We can't afford any mistakes with Qingcheng's land. Sister-in-law, I trust you with this task. How about you act as the chief supervisor? Once this work is completed, I'll entrust you with matters concerning the fields as well. Song Qingcheng chuckled, and Lu Hanyan glanced at him with a shy smile, nodding slightly as she replied, but didn't you assign this to Uncle Jiangwo? My dad manages people. You oversee the work. That's not contradictory. Song Qingcheng shrugged. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a stirring within him. Lu Hanyan radiated an intense warmth that was almost palpable. It was a sensation akin to standing beside a blazing furnace, leaving Song Qingcheng momentarily stunned. This was a clear testament to her physical and mental strength, confirming that she was no ordinary woman. Even Qin Dianhan could not compare. She was indeed formidable. Although Song Qingcheng did not often reside in Song Village, he had heard that she hailed from the Lu lineage. the legitimate successors of Xingyiquan. Lu Hanyan's fair complexion was kissed by the sunlight, tinged with a rosy glow as she softly said, "Qingcheng, thank you." Huh? Song Qingcheng was taken aback by this unexpected gratitude, leaving him momentarily perplexed. If you hadn't come back, the villagers would have remained impoverished. Honestly, 100 a day without leaving the village is the most suitable job for us. Thus, you are truly our benefactor. No matter what happens in the future, I will assist you in ensuring this project continues. Should anyone attempt to sabotage it, I will break their legs. Lu Hanyan raised an eyebrow, her fist clenched with determination. Song Qingcheng shook his head, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is merely the starting point. Once this area is developed, I want to hire temporary workers. I will only recruit permanent staff and pay monthly wages. The chief supervisor I mentioned will earn at least 6,000 a month. Working 10-hour days with 2 days off. It won't interfere with farming. Would you be willing to take the job?" Lu Hanyan's hand trembled slightly as she raised her eyebrows to meet Song Qingcheng's gaze. Excitement glimmering in her eyes, she grasped his hand eagerly, exclaiming, 6,000 a month? Really? Indeed. Song Qingcheng nodded firmly, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment as her hand was exceptionally soft, despite her labor. The tips of her fingers bore only the slightest roughness. A reminder that a woman's hands differ from a man's. All right, I will accept. I shall be the chief supervisor, overseeing the work daily to ensure nothing is amiss. If necessary, I'll bring my father and brother along. Though they can't match me, they are far more capable than the average worker. Qingcheng, rest assured, we can split this 6,000 amongst us, and it will be more than sufficient without hindering our farming. What a wonderful opportunity this is, Lu Hanyan declared with pride, only realizing something was amiss when Song Qingcheng's heavy breathing brushed against her face, causing her cheeks to flush as she took a step back. Song Qingcheng shrugged. Do you think I would skimp on your father and brother's pay? With such a vast expanse of land, over 2,000 acres, we will need several hands on deck. Let them all come. Each will earn 4,000, ensuring they are well compensated. This is settled. As he spoke, Song Qingcheng began to walk down the hill. Lu Hanyan watched his retreating figure, lowering her head and wiping her eyes. Her heart a tumult of emotions. Entering Song village as a widow, she had faced many disapproving glances, compounded by her fiery temperament that resisted compromising her dignity. Consequently, she had borne her burdens alone. Yet, her family's circumstances were far from favorable. Following the tragic fate of her in-laws, she was often labeled a bad omen behind her back, making it challenging to find work. Over the past year, she had lived in considerable hardship, but these matters were not to be shared with her family. If not for Song Qingcheng's intervention, there would come a day when she would have no choice but to return to her parental home. As Song Qingcheng entered a nearby grove, Lu Hanyan sauntered over to the workers, her soft voice instructing, "I will mark a line for you now. Ensure you drive the stakes precisely along this line." Without deviation, as she spoke, she deftly picked up a slender twig and began to draw upon the ground. The delicate branch left an impressively deep mark, nearly half a foot deep, reminiscent of slicing through tofu. Her movements were remarkably swift, retreating gracefully, her form resembling that of a beautiful serpent, sinuous and rhythmically mesmerizing to behold. At the foot of the mountain, Song Qingcheng concealed himself among the trees, his mind swirling with the concepts of water-based magic. This particular spell, suitable for group combat, was known as water wave. It drew upon magical energy to create waves, radiating outward from the caster like tides, ensnaring all within its reach, subjecting them to pressure, akin to being submerged. This technique was a practical application of mechanics. When pressure reached a certain threshold, it could overwhelm everyone in its vicinity. Undoubtedly, such magic was powerful, yet it also demanded considerable magical energy. According to modern mechanics, to overpower those around him, aside from increasing pressure, several alternatives existed. 1 could manipulate gravity, which stems from the Earth's gravitational pull. Thus, one could utilize magical energy to create a secondary gravitational force. Another method would involve altering the Earth's gravity directly. Exceeding a certain critical point would compel everyone to the ground. Viewed from this perspective, such magic would belong to the realm of Earth magic, which should inherently be more formidable than water magic. However, Song Qingcheng's magical essence was represented by a moon, embodying light magic, necessitating a modification in his modeling approach. Gravity acts upon objects, ultimately manifesting at a singular point. Could he not model this as a point? Contemplating this, Song Qingcheng resolved to give it a T or Y.I in his consciousness. Moonlight cascaded down, and just as he was about to attempt his modeling, he lifted his gaze to behold the moon above. A moment of realization struck him. Since it originated from a celestial body, did that not mean his magical core was, in fact, a moon? Was the moon not a star in its own right? Therefore, If he dispersed the moon's power, could it not also generate gravity? With this thought, he began to sketch his design. Earth magic required the accompaniment of a magical array imprinted within his consciousness. This array formed a perfect circle, within which appeared seemingly chaotic lines, precisely representing the fluctuations of force oscillating to counteract gravity. Song Qingcheng meticulously inscribed it within his mind, requiring utmost focus and concentration at that moment. He sensed a faint dizziness. After several minutes, the circle finally took shape, hovering in a corner of his consciousness. Song Qingcheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Though he was already drenched in sweat, this perspiration brought a chill, and although it was spring, with the sun casting a warm glow, he felt as if his vitality had been severely depleted, leaving him utterly drained. Leaning against a tree, he took several deep breaths, gradually feeling a semblance of recovery. As his breath stirred, the circle within his consciousness brightened, directly channeling the moonlight. The seemingly erratic lines within the circle began to pulsate, illuminating the surrounding woods, centered around Song Qingcheng. The ground within a 5-meter radius sank slightly, approximately 20 centimeters, forming a distinctly clear circle. Within this area, all insects were crushed, and he even spotted a lifeless mouse, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. Such magic was undeniably potent, seemingly even more so than light magic, though it also consumed an immense amount of magical energy. Estimating, Song Qingcheng concluded he could utilize this technique at most 4 times before his magical reserves were exhausted. In contrast, the previous water magic, Water Wave, could likely be employed only once. After all, he was merely a magic apprentice at this stage. In his mind, he pondered that this was no longer a true form of earth magic. It could be classified as a variant of light magic, a creation of his own. Henceforth, he would name it light gravity. From one side of the forest came a clear, melodic call. Qingcheng, where are you? It was Lu Hanyan's voice, sweet yet robust. Song Qingcheng replied, Sister-in-law, I'm here, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness, startling him. It seemed that the mental exertion from earlier had indeed taken a toll on him. Lu Hanyan acknowledged him and swiftly entered the woods, her movements silent and swift, reaching Song Qingcheng in an instant. Ah, Qingcheng, how have you lost so much weight? Your complexion has turned pale. Have you been bitten by a snake? She exclaimed, concern etched upon her features. Her hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, her arms undulating like a serpent in the air. As she pointed her fingertips to Song Qingcheng's chest, flicking her fingers gently. Though these gestures appeared soft, Song Qingcheng felt a resonant thrum within his body, each flick causing a sensation of expansion. Gradually replenishing his strength, Lu Hanyan stepped back, a flush of red coloring her cheeks, and with a furrowed brow, she remarked, You're not poisoned? Your vitality seems diminished, yet there is no sign of any toxic chill. Song Qingcheng waved his hand dismissively, Sister-in-law, I'm not poisoned. I was merely lost in thought, perhaps overexerting my mind. Don't worry, I'm fine. In truth, he had merely exhausted his mental faculties. This was not the Glory Plane's Red Earth Empire. Lacking guidance from any mage, he remained blissfully ignorant of the risks involved. Typically, mages would have a guardian by their side during such modeling exercises, as spells far beyond their capabilities could lead to mental exhaustion and death. In the Glory Plane, numerous mages had perished while attempting to model spells, turning to mere shells of themselves before ever succeeding. Thus, Song Qingcheng's successful modeling was partly attributed to luck, but it also indicated his abundant magical energy. Lu Hanyan sighed in relief, then turned serious. Qingcheng, it seems you've overexerted your mind, drawing upon your physical vitality. This is more troublesome than mere injury. You ought to conserve your mental energy in the future, as it could impair your lifespan. When the mind cannot bear the strain, it resorts to depleting the body's vitality. Having lost so much, recovery will be challenging. However, our Lu family possesses a secret remedy that can restore vitality. I'll have my father look for it and bring it over. Startled, Song Qingcheng contemplated, I'll be sure to heed your advice next time. By the way, sister-in-law, did you seek me for something? Lu Hanyan smacked her forehead. Oh, how could I forget? Fifth brother has arrived. He mentioned wanting to meet you. Are you up for it in your current state? Song Qingcheng chuckled. Isn't there still you? Since he has come to see me openly, I shall grant him the opportunity. Lu Hanyan straightened her posture confidently. Rest assured, with me around, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. If he does, I'll break both his legs. Song Qingcheng nodded. Sister-in-law, let us proceed. With that, he turned and began ascending the mountain. Yet after just a few steps, his legs felt weak, prompting him to grasp a nearby tree for support. An odd sensation washed over him. Logically, possessing magical energy should have fortified his physique, yet this magic had drained his vitality, a significant loss indeed. Lu Hanyan, noticing his struggle, offered, Qingcheng, let me carry you. You carry me? Song Qingcheng exclaimed, taken aback. Lu Hanyan's face flushed, yet she resolutely insisted, don't worry, I'll just carry you to the edge of the woods. No one will see us. It won't tarnish your noble image. That is not what I meant, sister-in-law. I'm not one to be overly concerned about appearances. I merely thought it unseemly for a solitary woman like you to carry me. Word might spread. And you still need to live in the village, Song Qingcheng replied earnestly. Even if I don't carry you, my reputation wouldn't fare any better. I've long been labeled a jinx. Lu Hanyan retorted, shaking her head with a hint of self-deprecation. At this point, she glanced at Song Qingcheng, her expression forlorn. Do you find me distasteful too? Sister, your imagination is simply too wild. When have I ever thought ill of you? That's an entirely different matter. I'm a scholar. I don't hold superstitions. If I truly found you distasteful, would you still aspire to be an esteemed inspector? Song Qingcheng proclaimed, his expression stern as he glared at Lu Hanyan. Lu Hanyan squatted down, turning her back to him. Then climb on. I have plenty of strength. Trust me, it won't be a problem. As she crouched down, her form undulated, the denim jeans stretching taut against her figure. While her upper body was clad in a fitted black hoodie that clung to her shape, exuding a peculiar charm. It is worth noting that her attire bore a slightly antiquated quality, having faded somewhat with wear, a testament to the modest circumstances of her household. Yet this sense of age lent a unique allure. Song Qingcheng absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, then, after a moment's contemplation, he leaned onto her back, encircling her neck with his arms and gently murmured, Sister-in-law, I will bring the prescription for replenishing vital energy and blood tomorrow, and I need you to prepare it for me. Lu Hanyan immediately stood up, wrapping her arms around his legs, and assured him, don't worry, I'll take care of it tomorrow. Song Qingcheng fell silent. Her body was soft yet carried a hint of fragrance, an inexplicable scent that wafted into his nostrils. This was his first experience of such close proximity to a woman, albeit in this peculiar manner. Moments later, he shifted backward slightly, causing Lu Hanyan's body to stiffen for a brief instant before she continued walking ahead. Her gait was indeed strange, her waist undulating like a serpent, soundless in her steps, moving with remarkable speed until she reached the edge of the forest in the blink of an eye. Having set Song Qingcheng down, Lu Hanyan did not look back and softly stated, let us go. There isn't much distance left. You can manage on your own. Song Qingcheng responded with a nod, his gaze lingering on the back of her head, where he noticed her ears had flushed a shade of crimson. He rubbed his nose and stepped forward. This time, the moonlight in his consciousness rippled, nourishing his body and gradually instilling a sense of strength within him. Lu Hanyan observed Song Qingcheng's silhouette, her gaze sharpening momentarily before she lowered her head and strode ahead, gently calling out, Qingcheng, wait for me. Song Qingcheng felt a sense of relief. As Lu Hanyan remained unperturbed, his own tension dissipated. The two walked in tandem up the hillside, where they found Song Jiangwo keeping a watchful eye on a man. This man, in his 30s, stood at around 6 feet tall, his dark complexion accentuating his robust muscles, clad in shorts and a t-shirt, yet his face bore the marks of hardship. This was Lao Wu, the quintessential village bully, who had often used his strength to intimidate others, previously serving a 10-year sentence for his involvement in a brawl that resulted in a fatality. Upon seeing Song Qingcheng, Lao Wu fixed him with a cold stare, pointing a finger and sneering, Song Qingcheng, I never thought you would amount to something. I heard from Song Mingfa that you've taken over this mountain. 20,000 a year. Indeed, I have. 20,000 a year. Song Qingcheng replied with a nod, his demeanor betraying a sense of calm. Lao Wu nodded, a fierce expression crossing his rugged features. A couple of years back, I sought to lease this forest, intending to plant trees and raise silkworms, and Song Mingfa agreed. He promised me 10,000 a year, but since this mountain belongs to you now, let us negotiate. I don't want the land, just that grove you can spare for me, and I want to make things difficult for you. Song Qingcheng shook his head resolutely, stating, Lao Wu, the land I've contracted is mine. What right do you have to impose difficulties upon me? You return to the village to make money. If I don't give you this opportunity, do you think you can earn a decent living? Lao Wu clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. Unmoved, Song Qingcheng continued to observe him with a tranquil gaze. Ever since he had harnessed the powers of light, his confidence had soared. Such a man was hardly worth his concern. With your words, you can achieve nothing. While I do earn money, should you dare to disturb this place, do you believe that with a mere call, the entire village would rally against you? After years of poverty, the village finally had someone willing to invest. Severing the livelihoods of others would place him at odds with the entire community. Did he truly think he could withstand the collective will of the villagers? Song Qingcheng's gaze bore into Lao Wu, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Taken aback, Lao Wu raised his fist and lunged at him, bellowing, if I incapacitate you, who would dare oppose me? Sister-in-law, it's your turn. Song Qingcheng remained impassive, his voice firm as he stood like an unyielding rock. Song Jiangwo rushed forward, shouting, "If you wish to lay a hand on Qingcheng, then you shall first contend with me. Dad, this is no concern of yours. Dealing with such a person doesn't require your intervention. Sister-in-law is more than sufficient," Song Qingcheng interjected, placing a hand to stop Song Jiangwo. Initially, he had intended to assist his father, yet given the current circumstances, it was likely he would end up being pulled down himself, which would be quite embarrassing. Lao Wu's fist was already upon him when Lu Hanyin stepped forward, her hand forming a serpentine shape that struck his wrist precisely, followed by another hand sweeping toward his chest. Her movements were astonishingly swift. Lao Wu's hand trembled as he stepped back to evade the strike. With a powerful stomp, he swung both arms toward Lu Hanyin with ferocious intent. Song Qingcheng narrowed his eyes, remarking, "Dad, did you see that? His movements resemble those of someone trying to smash a boulder. Sheer brute force without finesse." Though he spoke lightly, in his mind, he sensed Lao Wu's presence, his aura reminiscent of Qin Dianhan, both exuding a vigorous vitality. Lu Hanyin's form twisted and turned, almost transcending the constraints of humanity. Transforming entirely into a serpent, her hands struck with precision, targeting Lao Wu's vulnerable points, his elbows, wrists, and various pressure points. Despite Lao Wu's overwhelming strength, he could not even graze the hem of Lu Hanyin's attire. In a fit of rage, he bellowed, "Song Qingcheng, if you're capable, don't hide behind a woman. Hide? That's unthinkable. Sister-in-law is an employee of my company. Her handling of you suffices. If you have the ability to defeat her, then we can discuss dealing with me," Song Qingcheng replied earnestly. For him, even if his vitality waned, defeating Lao Wu was a matter of mere moments. His mental acuity was such that he could likely beat Lao Wu to the point of expulsion of blood. And yet he refrained, wanting Lu Hanyin to establish her authority here. Her reputation needed to be solidified. Only then would the villagers fear her. After all, if Lao Wu was defeated, others would stand no chance, thus making her governance much more manageable. Regardless, Song Qingcheng knew he could not remain in the village indefinitely. He had to promote all the agricultural products, and someone must be there to oversee matters. Lao Wu roared again, his arms swinging wildly, his entire being akin to a tempest sweeping through dry leaves, creating a flurry of illusions, making it seem as though no water could penetrate. Yet Lu Hanyin stood resolute, observing closely. After a few moments, Lao Wu's hands finally revealed patterns. A delicate, snow-white hand darted in, striking directly at Lao Wu's forehead. Lao Wu froze, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Song Jiangwo gazed at Lu Hanyin, his eyes reflecting astonishment, then glanced down at the fallen Lao Wu, exclaiming, "Goodness, Hanyin is truly formidable, even bringing down Lao Wu. I heard he studied martial arts at Shaolin." "Dad, overconfidence leads to downfall. That style of boxing, while fierce in appearance, lacks endurance. It will eventually exhaust itself, rendering it predictable and easy to counter. Even the mightiest strike is futile if it cannot connect with its target," Song Qingcheng gently explained. Song Jiangwo shook his head. "You speak too eloquently. I can hardly comprehend. Now that Lao Wu is down, what shall we do with him?" Lu Hanyin shot a glance at Song Qingcheng with a serious expression. "Qingcheng, I haven't received much education, so I can't articulate such refined thoughts. But I recall my grandfather teaching me something along those lines." Song Qingcheng smiled. "Sister-in-law, if you wish to pursue education, it is never too late. After all, you are still quite young. Let us bind Lao Wu and hang him from the tree at the village entrance. Anyone daring to cause trouble here will have to reckon with him." As Lu Hanyin prepared to carry out the task, he raised a hand to stop her. "Sister-in-law, let my father handle this. You should take a rest." Song Jiangwo waved to a group of people who approached, commanding, "As you all witnessed, Lao Wu has been taken down by Hanyin. Bind him and hang him from the tree at the village entrance." The group eagerly complied, swiftly binding Lao Wu, while Song Qingcheng gestured. "Two of you can manage this. The rest should return to work. We must complete the fencing within 3 days with this many hands. I will plan a new road, wider and straight to the foot of the mountain. The entrance will be located by the main road over there, and we'll build a parking lot at the bottom. If we are to establish a farm stay, there must be a place for parking. Sister-in-law, I will return to draft the blueprints. A construction team will come to build the houses, and you can oversee the work. This road will surely be wider than the village's main path." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Song Jiangwo. "Father, I have come to an agreement with my sister-in-law. She will serve as the chief inspector, earning a monthly salary of 6,000. Later, her father and brother will join as well, each receiving 4,000. I will bring some forms for you to have them fill out. Additionally, we will hire 15 more individuals from the village specifically for farming, allowing them 2 days off each month, working 10 hours a day with a 1-hour lunch break. which will hardly interfere with their personal farming activities. Song Jiangwo nodded. Very well, Qingcheng, then I shall be the one to select these 15 individuals. Of course, it is essential to heed your judgment, but we are hiring people to work, not to provide a leisurely existence. We must consider the annual expenses. After all, it's our own money. Wouldn't you agree? Song Qingcheng responded earnestly, apprehensive that Song Jiangwo might indiscriminately hire a group of seasoned idlers who would take their pay without contributing, particularly relatives, whom he preferred to minimize in hiring to avoid potential complications. You are absolutely right. If each of them earns 3,000, that's several tens of thousands a month. We certainly need to find a few capable workers. I will give it some thought. Song Jiangwo noted this down with a serious demeanor. Song Qingcheng found the situation somewhat amusing, though he maintained a composed expression, nodding. Father, please start looking for candidates. Contracts will need to be signed later. If anyone is unsatisfactory, they must be dismissed as per the agreement. This is something you must clarify in advance. By the way, Father, please arrange a position for Song Mingfa. We need a coordinator. Don't offer him too high a salary. You can discuss it with him. 2,500 a month should suffice, as he will be responsible for managing any dissenters. Song Jiangwo's face flushed with excitement as he patted his chest. I will speak with him tonight. I can even persuade the village head to heed my words. This is quite a prestigious matter. Song Qingcheng chuckled lightly and refrained from further comments, snapping photos while contemplating what crops to cultivate. Growing grain was undoubtedly impractical due to its low returns, so fruit trees would be the alternative. However, fruit trees take time to yield profit, often not visible for a year or two. Therefore, he could initially plant some vegetables, raise fish and shrimp, along with chickens, ducks, and pigs, ideally even applying to raise deer, which could provide returns within 6 months. Although Linshan was close to the sea, Song Village was still miles away from the coast. Thus they would have to rely on mountain delicacies. The woods also offered an abundance of mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms, presenting another avenue. After laboring for over an hour and noticing the stakes being driven deeper into the ground, Lu Hanyan had been watching intently. Song Qingcheng returned to the village, passing by the village entrance where a large crowd had gathered, pointing and whispering. He looked up to see Lao was suspended from a tree. Now awake and struggling, but to no avail. The ropes bound his hands and feet, securing his wrists together at his back, with the bottom of the rope tied to the roots of a large tree, leaving him hanging like a mere panel, only able to gaze at the ground. Song Qingcheng, release me. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. What skill is relying on women? Lao Wu shouted upon spotting Song Qingcheng. The onlookers turned to him, chuckling, while Song Qingcheng paid them no mind and replied loudly, Dear villagers, it was Hanyan's sister-in-law who brought Lao Wu down. She is now my appointed inspector. Lao Wu attempted to confront me but was swiftly defeated before he could approach. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with many clamoring. Qingcheng, I heard you are hiring formal workers. Do you think I qualify? Qingcheng, me too. I am adept at farming, I assure you. I am a skilled hand. Please consider me. In the distance, Song Mingfa stood at the edge of the wall, accompanied by several village officials. Observing the lively scene, he sighed. It has been a long time since I have witnessed such enthusiasm in the village. Indeed, village chief, this Qingcheng is quite capable. My son is preparing for the college entrance examination this year. Which school did Qingcheng attend? Was it Donghai Agricultural University? We are considering applying there as well. You should forget it. Qingcheng is the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Shanjing province. What level is your son at? I remember after Qingcheng's examination, teachers from Tsinghua University and Yanbei University specifically came to recruit him. Even the county chief attended that occasion, yet he chose Donghai Agricultural University, stating a desire to lead the entire village towards prosperity. However, our village was impoverished at the time, and we could only gather 1,000 yuan for him. Never expecting such swift returns, at the opposite corner, Fang Li and Song Chang stood with expressions of resentment. Song Chang murmured, Mother, we need to devise a way to drive them out of the village. We cannot allow them to revel in their success. Qiangzi, but that is your uncle. Qingcheng is also your cousin. Driving them out is one thing, but we can certainly teach them a lesson. Fang Li shook her head. Are you foolish? When has he ever treated me as a brother? With such a good opportunity, he refuses to let us assist, opting instead for outsiders. What kind of brother is that? Song Chang scoffed. Then shifted his tone. If we cannot confront them openly, we will do so covertly. I will poison their crops, buy a bottle of pesticide and sprinkle it in their vegetable garden. Once they all collapse, this matter will be over. If it fails, won't the village still rely on me for harvesting? At that point, they will have no choice but to obey me. Everything will be under my control. At the village entrance, Song Qingcheng waved his hand. Villagers, regarding the hiring, please consult my father. He will make the decisions. However, the first batch of formal workers will not be many, and once we expand, we will hire more. Temporary workers will always be needed. By shifting the responsibility onto Song Jiangwo, Song Qingcheng lightened his own load, as there were many affairs in the village, and with Song Jiangwo's reputation, he could maintain order. Lao Wu's voice continued to echo, but no one paid him any heed. Such was the fate of the victor versus the vanquished. Song Qingcheng looked at Lao Wu and addressed the crowd. Villagers, two of you go up and assist in lowering Lao Wu. A group rushed to the tree, pulling the ropes and gradually lowering Lao Wu. In the courtyard of Song Qingcheng's home, he stood before Lao Wu, whose robust physique was now taut, a fierce expression etched on his face. Despite nearing 30, his aggression remained palpable. As the gates of the courtyard closed, Song Qingcheng fixed his gaze on Lao Wu and remarked calmly, Lao Wu, I know you harbor resentment. Here's the deal. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you that mountain peak. But if you cannot, then you must stay far away and refrain from flaunting yourself before me. In this age, a man must possess genuine skill, not merely rely on brute force. Lao Wu took a deep breath, fixating on Song Qingcheng. Do you mean what you say? When has my family ever failed to honor their word? Song Qingcheng replied nonchalantly. Lao Wu nodded and stepped forward, delivering a punch with all his might, striking with a ferocity even greater than when battling Lu Han, nearly exhausting his strength. Song Qingcheng's gaze shifted momentarily, and within his consciousness, the moonlight shimmered, causing everything around him to slow down, including Lao Wu's advancing fist. Taking a step forward, he appraised Lao Wu and contemplated which area to target. Feeling slightly fatigued, he decided to strike at the most vulnerable point. A man's weaknesses are limited to two, the nose and the groin. After some thought, he landed a punch squarely on Lao Wu's nose, causing blood to flow freely. Unsatisfied, he delivered several more blows until Lao Wu's nose appeared nearly flattened before he finally stepped back. Stepping back, he bent Lao Wu's arm, driving it towards his own nose. And as his consciousness wavered, Lao Wu's hand was inadvertently drawn back, landing a punch on his own nose. Lao Wu let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming down his face. Standing there, Song Qingcheng remarked with a hint of loneliness that only a master might feel. Lao Wu, do you concede? I refuse to concede. How did you manage that? I hardly felt your strength. Yet you struck my face. Lao Wu rose, wiping his bloodied hands, yet he remained defiant. Song Qingcheng nodded. In this world, fighting is not merely about strength, it is a matter of finesse. Perhaps you have never heard the expression using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Nevertheless, I shall grant you another chance. Come forth. Old Five leaned forward, his arms launching forward simultaneously, his entire body tensing as a series of taut muscle sounds reverberated. Song Qingcheng's consciousness wavered once more. As time seemed to slow, with a single step, he twisted Old Five's arms, pressing them back against his nose. At that moment, Old Five appeared as if ensnared in a quagmire. As the fluctuations of awareness dissipated, and he exited that state of heightened mental activity. His fists collided with his own nose, tears streaming from his eyes, a true manifestation of pain. This time, he did not rise immediately, instead lying on the ground, cradling his nose for a considerable while. Until after about 10 minutes, he finally wiped his tears and sat up, his gaze towards Song Qingcheng tinged with a hint of terror. Qingcheng, I concede. I keep my word. I will keep my distance from you and ensure I do not disturb you again. I truly did not expect you to be such a formidable opponent. My defeat is not unjust. Old Five spoke earnestly, though his bloodied face appeared increasingly menacing. Song Qingcheng waved his hand, saying, I hope you can honor your promise. I am in such dire straits precisely because I adhere too strictly to my promises. In the past, I often engaged in fights, and during that group brawl, I did not actually kill anyone. Yet I took on all the responsibility to help a brother who had a wife and child. However, I have no regrets. It is my belief that doing what one considers the right thing is the correct choice. So rest assured, if I see you in the future, I will certainly take a detour. Old Five declared with conviction. Song Qingcheng was taken aback. He had only known that Old Five had killed someone during a gang fight. But the underlying story was entirely unknown to him. It seemed he was indeed a man of substance. After contemplating, Song Qingcheng replied, How about this? You can come work for me. There's plenty of land that requires tending. What skills do you possess? I can drive. I was a soldier before, a special forces operative, so I learned this set of long punches from my instructor, though I have not mastered it yet. I hold a truck driving license, and if you need freight transport, I can drive. Additionally, I can fight. I can take on 10 at once, but never mind, you are stronger than I am, regardless of how well I can fight. It is of no use if you are willing to hire me. I will accept it. You are educated and capable. So working with you will not lead to my downfall, Old Five stated earnestly. Song Qingcheng was momentarily stunned. You were a soldier? Then you can be my driver. I indeed need a truck driver to deliver goods across the country. Don't worry. Farming that hillside to raise silkworms or grow medicinal herbs won't earn you much. Working with me, you can earn at least 50 to 60,000 a year, which should be sufficient for you. Qingcheng, can I work with you then? You will be my boss from now on. Do you need me to go to the mountains to stake out? Old Five asked straightforwardly. First, go wash your face. You're covered in blood. If you go out like that, you might frighten someone to death. This afternoon, I need to return to the city, so for now, keep an eye on things in the mountains and help with the staking. Song Qingcheng gestured, then turned and returned to the house. Old Five wiped his face, gritted his teeth, bowed deeply towards the inner room in a grand gesture, then turned to leave. Such a village bully is essentially a simple-minded fellow. Lacking in culture, he will yield as long as you are stronger and more capable than he is. Song Qingcheng had granted him another chance at redemption, and he naturally felt grateful. As Song Qingcheng glanced back, he raised the corner of his mouth. Old Five had actually been a soldier, a special forces operative no less, which explained his unruly demeanor. He might indeed prove useful in the future. As Old Five stepped out onto the street, a throng of onlookers turned to gaze at him, momentarily stunned by his bloodied visage, their eyes betraying a mixture of awe and fear. Regardless, Old Five's reputation preceded him. Few in the village were unafraid of him. At that moment, a little girl of 3 or 4 years old began to cry in fright upon seeing him. Old Five glanced back, and the girl's mother quickly covered her child's mouth. A look of embarrassment on her face, Old Five chuckled. From now on, I'll be working with Qingcheng. He is my boss, so there is no need for anyone to worry. In Old Five's mind, such a friendly smile would surely assuage their fears, but to his surprise, upon seeing him smile, the crowd dispersed immediately, and the little girl cried even harder. The girl's mother hurriedly whisked her away. And in the blink of an eye, no one remained before Old Five. He stood there momentarily stunned, then turned and walked away, his towering figure exuding a sense of melancholy, after finishing lunch at home. Song Qingcheng departed. The ingredients for this meal had been provided by various households, plump sea clams and shrimp. This time, Ewing did not bother with pleasantries, welcoming everyone and cooking up a large pot, filling 2 big bowls to the brim, insisting that Song Qingcheng eat until his belly was full before allowing him to leave. Qin Dianhan arrived once more, and this time, no one doubted Song Qingcheng's identity. He was undeniably a major player. However, next door at the Songchang household, through the crack in the door, his gaze grew increasingly cold, as if he were plotting some scheme. In the penthouse of the top floor, Song Qingcheng sketched out a rough layout of the over 2,000 acres of land on his computer. Of course, with his skills, the drawing was quite rudimentary, but fortunately, he had incorporated some real-life photos. At that moment, his phone pinged with a WeChat message from Xiao Chang'an. Qingcheng, are you free tomorrow? Come to our company to see the design renderings. They have already been completed. Song Qingcheng replied. Then see you tomorrow at 9 in the morning. I'll come directly. Longwei Decoration Design is located in the central urban area of Linshan, occupying a stylish 4-story building with exceptionally exquisite interior decor. When Song Qingcheng walked in, Xiaosu greeted him with a beaming smile. Song Ge, I've reviewed the design proposal, and it's quite impressive. You will surely like it. By the way, we also designed the storefront for the new district. Fully in line with your wishes. She paused momentarily, lowering her voice to add, Song Ge, I never imagined you were so capable, purchasing so many buildings at once. Why don't you find a girlfriend? Song Qingcheng rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat perplexed. The Xiaosu always seemed overly concerned about his personal affairs. Whether or not he found a girlfriend had nothing to do with her, and her interests seemed to have ulterior motives. Xiaosu, I mentioned before that I'm still young and my thoughts are not yet mature. Pursuing a relationship now would be irresponsible to the girl, so I'll consider it again in the future. Song Qingcheng replied earnestly. As they spoke, they entered a side conference room where Xiao Chang'an was adjusting the projector. She wore a crisp white shirt paired with fitted jeans, her long hair cascading down her back, presenting a clean and fresh appearance. At that moment, she was bent over, her silhouette curving alluringly. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her head and nodded at Song Qingcheng. Qingcheng, you're here? Song Qingcheng took a seat at the conference table. Nodding in response, Chang'an, let us begin by reviewing the design for the storefront. It needs to be operational, so we should start as soon as possible. All right, let us get started. The equipment has just been calibrated. Xiao Changyun replied, her demeanor exuding an icy professionalism. The projector cast the design renderings onto the wall, and as Xiao Changyun held the laser pointer, she explained, Qingcheng, I've measured the site in person. This two-story building encompasses 330 square meters, with a spacious yard of about 800 square meters, and there's also a row of buildings in the back, approximately 280 square meters. Based on your requirements to establish a comprehensive warehousing and transportation service, I've designed a row of parking spaces in the backyard for 4 trucks and 6 cars, which should suffice for daily use. As temporary freight can also be parked roadside, the structures in the yard can be converted into cold storage to preserve fresh goods, with both refrigeration and freezing capabilities. The freezing section will primarily cater to fish and meat products, while the preservation section will accommodate fruits and vegetables, thus occupying a larger area than the freezing portion. The front 2-story structure will serve as the regular work and handover area, a temporary resting space for drivers, and several offices on the first floor. The second floor I designed as a private residence since you may need to stay there for a few days. All in all, it consists of 5 rooms. Additionally, I've planned a garden in the front yard, complete with a rockery and fish pond, which would provide a touch of ambience for client receptions. You can see the design rendering here. There's no need to use overly luxurious materials, as this is a commercial space, which differs from residential design. Qingcheng listened attentively, nodding occasionally. After reviewing everything, he expressed his satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. Let us proceed as such. We should add some greenery to the empty areas in the backyard. I plan to raise a dog for guarding the premises, so let us allocate a space for a doghouse." Xiaochangyan took note, nodding, "You make a good point. I had overlooked that. We can build a small wooden house for it. If there are no objections, shall we proceed to sign the contract? Have you prepared the budget?" Qingcheng cast a glance at Xiaochangyan. This girl, apart from her frosty demeanor, possessed the remarkable trait of having exceptionally smooth skin, as white as jade, making her utterly unoffensive at first sight. Xiaochangyan replied, "I personally oversaw the calculations. The total amounts to 300,000. However, the cold storage is rather expensive, approximately 800,000, bringing the total expenses to 1,100,000. All right, Xiao Su, bring over the contract. I shall review it and sign," Qingcheng stated decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The crux of this matter ultimately hinges on quality, thus there was no need for price comparisons. Xiao Su presented the contract, which Qingcheng scrutinized carefully several times before signing. While signing, he casually remarked, "Changjian, you must ensure that time is of the essence. Do you possess the qualifications for construction?" "Construction? We hold a national first-class construction qualification." "Qingcheng, are you considering building a house?" Xiaochangyan was momentarily taken aback. Qingcheng pondered for a moment and briefly explained the situation in Song Village, simultaneously presenting her with the rough sketch he had drawn. Xiaochangyan glanced down at it a few times, then, with one hand holding the pen and the other propping her chin, softly said, "Qingcheng, I believe this place cannot merely be labeled as a farmhouse. It is essentially a resort. Your earlier idea of enclosing it with wooden stakes is quite commendable, but we must plant some trees around it to create a buffer zone. We could design and construct the road ourselves and ideally develop a vacation area here. Eventually, we can build a cluster of houses, 2 to 3 stories high, integrating accommodation and dining, with an underground parking lot capable of accommodating hundreds of vehicles." Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. Xiaochangyan's perspective resonated well with his own thoughts. He waved his hand and said, "Then this matter shall be entrusted to you. Please design a rough sketch for me to review. As for commencing construction, there is no rush. I need to consider it comprehensively. After all, a one-time investment of this magnitude is quite burdensome for me, so a phased approach would be more prudent." "Very well. I shall handle this and provide you with the rule diagram in the next couple of days. Now, let us discuss the design of your apartment. That I have utilized both minimalist and modern styles." Xiaochangyan elaborated while explaining the slides. Qingcheng selected the style and, in accordance with the contract, directly paid the initial installment. The total renovation cost for Ziki Donglai No. 1 courtyard was 800,000. With an additional 190,000 for the storefront renovation, he initially paid 30%, amounting to 57,000. At this moment, Xiao Su's eyes sparkled even more, addressing him sweetly as Song Go. However, Qingcheng chose to ignore her. Having expressed herself so clearly, he trusted she would understand the futility of her pursuits. As Qingcheng departed on a shared bicycle, Xiao Su leaned against the company entrance. Watching his retreating figure inside, Xiao Zhang, "What do you think it takes to win over Song Go? He is the quintessential tall, rich, and handsome type, yet he doesn't even have a girlfriend. It defies logic." Xiaochangyan raised an eyebrow and replied, "Whether it makes sense or not is his personal affair. If you're interested, just express it directly, but I estimate the likelihood is slim. After all, you don't share any emotional foundation with Qingcheng. It appears you are merely attracted to his wealth. Do you think he would be inclined? I am simply captivated by his demeanor. Feelings can develop gradually. After all, when we are in a relationship, we will become more familiar with one another. Xiaosu shook her head, and Xiao Chang'an dismissed her, turning to leave, waving her hand. Enough of your daydreaming. If Qingcheng truly desired a girlfriend, it would not be a difficult task. His reluctance surely indicates he has someone special in mind. In this world, there are no walls that cannot be breached, only those who lack the will. Pursuing a man is not so complicated. It is merely a thin layer of paper, easily torn. Xiaosu clenched her small fist, her face glowing with enthusiasm. Then you take your time tearing it, Xiao Chang'an replied, shaking her head as she walked into the office. Upon returning to Ziki Donglai, it was nearing noon. The spring sun cast a warm glow, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of comfort. As Song Qingcheng parked the shared bicycle and was about to enter the community, he was momentarily startled. A red Ferrari slowly emerged, the convertible top down, driven by a striking young woman with long hair, wearing sunglasses and a red baseball shirt, seemingly around 19 years of age. This girl was certainly not a regular resident here. Otherwise, with such a flashy car, Song Qingcheng would have noticed her before. Nevertheless, he did not linger on the thought and proceeded into the community. After returning to the villa, he took a look around and quickly realized that his home had once again been ransacked, with evident signs of disturbance everywhere. The image of the woman who had driven the Ferrari flashed through his mind, and Song Qingcheng felt a headache coming on. It seemed anyone could enter his home at will. Perhaps it was time to get a dog. However, a typical dog would hardly deter skilled intruders. For instance, if Lu Hanyan were to take action, the dog wouldn't even have the chance to bark. Therefore, he would likely need to seek assistance from Earl Augustus, given the profound resources of the Glory Plain. There should be legendary beasts available, and he also contemplated acquiring some Dora whale fish fry and shrimp. Breeding them would surely be highly sought after. After all, they were royal delicacies, with a taste that was undoubtedly exquisite. Sure to find a market in Linshan and even across the nation, such was the nature of the most esteemed cuisine. However, figuring out how to transport live creatures across 2 planes would not be an easy feat, and the cost would likely be substantial. As he exited the villa and was about to return to the flat, Song Qingcheng's gaze narrowed as 3 figures emerged from the adjacent woods. Each was robust, particularly the leader, who, although only about 175 centimeters tall, had a physique reminiscent of a pine tree, sinewy and powerful. You must be Song Qingcheng, the leader stated, his gaze piercing yet calm. Song Qingcheng's heart momentarily stilled. Such a person was neither arrogant nor boisterous, distinctly different from ordinary ruffians, making him a formidable opponent. Indeed, I am Song Qingcheng. What is it that you require? He nodded and met the man's gaze squarely. The man replied, you are to accompany me to Wang Laoban's girlfriend's residence, where you will kneel and apologize. This matter will then be laid to rest. Wang Laoban. Which Wang Laoban? Song Qingcheng scrutinized the man while pondering the identity of the girl who had driven the Ferrari. The man calmly stated, Wang Laoban has recently started dating a girl named Bai Shui. I trust you recall her. Song Qingcheng's expression shifted slightly, raising an eyebrow at the man. A chill swept across his face as he shook his head. You expect me to kneel and apologize to Bai Shui? I'm afraid not. As a person of integrity, I harbor no fondness for those of lowly status. Should you demand her to kneel before me, I might consider treating her as a person in future encounters. For now, you may leave and inform Wang Yaqi that if he does not wish for any unfortunate incidents, he should not provoke me. The man's gaze flickered, yet he displayed no anger. However, the 2 behind him could no longer contain themselves, eager to act, their stance suggesting they were ready to strike. Yet, their eyes continually darted to the leader. Clearly hesitant to act without his command, the man waved his hand. Proceed. Break both his legs and drag him before Bai Shui. 2 individuals stepped forward, fist raised. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qingcheng's consciousness flickered. Activating his latent abilities, with a slight restoration of his vital energy, his strength surged. He struck the noses of both men with his fists, and without a second thought, delivered a swift kick to their groins. Then retreated a step. The 2 men let out a pained cry as they were propelled backward into the woods, clutching their groins, their anguished screams indescribable, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. The lead man squinted, removed his suit jacket, and set it aside. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly roared, his voice reverberating through the surroundings with a deafening intensity, causing small sparrows in the trees to fall, stunned. This roar momentarily disoriented Song Qingcheng, instilling a sense of caution within him. It became apparent that there were indeed formidable individuals in this world, capable of honing their bodies to such extremes. He re-entered a state of heightened awareness as the man approached him. Though his movements appeared noticeably slowed, yet, in comparison to others, this slowness was still quite rapid. Qingcheng inhaled deeply and swung a punch at the man's face, yet to his astonishment, the man's nose rebounded. He then aimed a kick at the man's groin, but it felt as though he had struck an iron plate. Such a person resembled a master who had trained in the legendary iron shirt technique. Prompting Qingcheng to take a step back, exiting the active state, the man retreated a step, touched his nose, and with a firm grip on his groin, an unusual expression surfaced on his face. So, your speed has reached such a level that it surpasses my perception, but I have cultivated my skills to a profound degree, and with my ability to retract, while I may not be impervious to blades and bullets. Your strength is not as formidable as you believe. So tell me, what do you have left to rely on? Qingcheng shook his head and replied calmly, What is your name? I am Zhang Ming, hailing from Yong'an. Why do you inquire about my name at this juncture? Are you seeking to plead for mercy? The man raised an eyebrow, his gaze glimmering with a hint of brilliance. Qingcheng shook his head, a smirk gracing his lips. Your skills are commendable. I shall remember your name. Should I lose control and severely injure you, you would be no different from any common individual. I find it perplexing that someone of your caliber would be employed by someone like Wang. It is rare to hear of such strong figures in this world. That is merely your lack of experience. If you truly possess the ability to cripple me, I would have no regrets. To encounter someone stronger than myself is a skill in its own right, Zhang Ming declared loudly. Qingcheng extended his hand, and a beam of light pierced into his knee. This strike targeted the joint. For he was well versed in agriculture and had a profound understanding of biology, thus intimately familiar with human anatomy. The speed of the light was astonishing. Zhang Ming's leg buckled, causing him to kneel. His eyes brightened as he fixated on Qingcheng. Is this the legendary sword Qi? I never anticipated the existence of such a force in this world, Zhang Ming exclaimed, his gaze locked on Qingcheng. Nodding earnestly, Indeed, I cannot best you. Thank you for sparing my life. I do not know Wang Yaqi well. I merely came to Linshan to protect someone on behalf of another. I am a student working for Wang Yaqi. Previously, they had suffered at the hands of someone named Guang when attempting to deal with you, which is how I came to know Wang Yaqi. In truth, I am unaware of Wang Yaqi's background. But I accepted his remuneration, thus came to his aid. I never expected this injury to render my leg useless. I shall become a cripple, and that is of no value. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming slapped his forehead in a fit of frustration. Qingcheng pointed again, and the light pierced Zhang Ming's elbow, rendering his arm powerless and limp. Zhang Ming, I have merely injured your joint. I have not harmed your tendons or bones. With a bit of rest, you shall recover, so there is no need for you to contemplate self-destruction. Qingcheng shook his head, his gaze tranquil. Zhang Ming, taken aback, stood up and earnestly asked, Can I truly heal from this injury? Seek someone to massage it for you. I estimate that within half a day, you will be well. I have no reason to deceive you. And whether you live or die is inconsequential to me. Why would I go to such lengths? With a grunt, Qingcheng turned to leave. Zhang Ming called out, Mr. Qingcheng, thank you. You have granted me a chance at life. Though I have nothing to offer in return, I shall do one thing for you. Await my notification. With that, Zhang Ming turned and hopped away, his speed rapidly increasing. Qingcheng paid little heed to the matter. His leniency towards Zhang Ming stemmed from his never having taken a life, which left him with a lingering hesitation. Upon returning home, Qingcheng reflected on the existence of formidable individuals like Zhang Ming. This realization posed a significant dilemma. Despite his mastery of magic, his physical strength was insufficient. Unlike those who practiced martial arts, who could withstand his assaults while standing still, he needed to find a way to enhance his power. Yet, magic alone could not amplify his strength significantly. He would have to rely on external forces, such as the might of earth magic, which could merge magical elements into his strikes, a technique known as Earth Fist. This thought arose, and Qingcheng shook his head. His vital energy was still depleted, and he could only wait for his body to return to its peak condition before attempting any experiments. After all, he wielded light magic and could only innovate within that realm. Should he experience another depletion of his vital energy, he could find himself in dire straits. Thus he resolved to replenish his magical reserves before seeking opportunities to experiment. In truth, he still possessed the shadowless blade gifted by Count Augustus, a top-tier weapon capable of cleaving a person in two with a single strike. With a sigh, Qingcheng rose to rummage through the refrigerator, extracting some eggs and mung beans to prepare a bowl of noodles, which he devoured eagerly. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Lao Wu. He paused for a moment before answering. Lao Wu's voice came through. Boss, Song Chang has poisoned your family's vegetable garden, spraying an entire bottle of pesticide. I apprehended him on the spot and am now taking him to Song Mingfa's residence. Song Qingcheng dropped his chopsticks, leaping to his feet. Poisoning? Are my parents all right? Boss, there's no need to panic. Earlier today, while I was patrolling, I noticed Song Chang acting suspiciously, as if he were guilty of something. I discreetly followed him and discovered his plot in your vegetable garden. Fortunately, Uncle Jiangwo did not consume any vegetables from there, and I had the entire garden cleared. You can rest easy. However, how do you wish to handle this matter? Lao Wu urged. Song Qingcheng exhaled. I think you should report it to the police. Poisoning is a serious crime. Boss, but Uncle Jiangwo does not want to involve the police. Fong Li is at your house, crying and appealing, and has even brought Song Jianjun along. He claims Song Jianjun is his brother, and he cannot bear to see Song Chang imprisoned, which is why I'm seeking your opinion. Lao Wu spoke in a hushed tone. Song Qingcheng sighed. What do you mean by that? I believe if Song Chang is granted leniency this time, he will undoubtedly commit similar acts in the future. With a newfound sense of security, he will only grow more audacious. He did not consider your familial ties when he poisoned. Hence, you cannot afford to be too lenient, boss. I have encountered too many individuals like him to be swayed by familial ties. Lao Wu replied quietly. Song Qingcheng sighed again. Do not mention this to my father, and forget you ever made this call. Go directly to find Song Mengfa and discuss it with him. Regardless, the police must be informed, and evidence must be preserved. As for my father, there is no need to say much. Just tell Song Mingfa that if Song Chang remains, my business cannot continue. It's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. It is better to remove him now, which would be a win-win situation. I believe you have the ability to persuade Song Mingfa, as he surely would not want to protect someone who intends to poison his relatives. Old Wang replied, Boss, I understand. After all, Uncle Jiangwo has never held a good impression of me. I am indifferent. I shall bear this burden myself. Song Qingcheng severed all connections, staring at the bowl before him, motionless for an extended period. Regardless of the fact that Song Chang was indeed his cousin, the intent to harm his parents had crossed a line that he could no longer tolerate. Moreover, as his career was just beginning to take shape, surrounded by a multitude of people, he needed to exhibit a certain decisiveness. Compassion lacks the strength to command respect. At such a time, those around him might stir up trouble behind the scenes, a situation that would be detrimental to the company's growth. Thus, bringing in Lao Wu was a strategic move. With him to take the blame, everyone would learn to tread carefully. In that moment, Song Qingcheng finally comprehended why ancient emperors always surrounded themselves with treacherous ministers. It was a means of balance, for there were certain tasks that required their execution. With a long sigh, he buried his face in his hands, taking several deep breaths before regaining his composure. No matter what, he could no longer afford to be as he once was. His heart needed to harden gradually. Lowering his head, he began to eat his noodles, suppressing the urge to call Song Jiangwo multiple times, eventually finding a semblance of calm. After finishing his meal, he drafted several contracts on his computer, labor contracts specifically for signing with Lu Hanyin and her associates. He also decided on a new name for the resort, preparing to have it accounted for separately. Yonan Resort. Picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, I leisurely gaze at the southern mountain. In such a place, there is always a hint of poetic charm, inviting one to escape the clamor of the world and to find tranquility within. Even fishing, teasing hedgehogs, picking fruits, or catching grasshoppers could bring joy, let alone the opportunities to admire deer and gather honey. This was the essence of true pastoral life. He sent some information about Yonan Resort to Kai Shichin, asking for her assistance in registration. Kai Shichin replied, I'm coming over for dinner tonight. Could you stir-fry some pig liver for me? A warmth spread through Song Qingcheng's heart as he quickly responded, Of course. I'll go buy the ingredients now. Just come over after work. In that moment, he finally set aside his inner turmoil, rising to prepare a proper meal for Kai Shichin's arrival. Entering the elevator, he paused on the 17th floor. As the doors opened, a figure stepped inside. It was Bai Shui, her eyes glued to her phone, only looking up briefly to press the elevator buttons. At you. What are you doing here? Bai Shui stared at him. A mixture of surprise and resentment etched on her face. Surprised, Song Qingcheng smirked, his gaze sweeping over her. She wore a long casual shirt, unbuttoned, revealing a snug white t-shirt tucked into her jeans, her figure captivating. However, Song Qingcheng's impression of her had soured significantly, rendering him indifferent to her appearance. Bai Shui, taking a deep breath, remarked, So you live right above me, but don't get too cocky. Yichio is not someone to be trifled with. Neither am I, Song Qingcheng replied coolly, then shifted the conversation. Honestly, I have no desire to converse with someone like you. It's utterly beneath me and continually challenges my worldview. Bai Shui's expression darkened as she clenched her fists. What if I shout assault here? Wouldn't you be in trouble? If you want to test that theory, feel free. Song Qingcheng shrugged, a smirk plastered on his face. As the elevator descended to the first floor, Bai Shui suddenly began to scream. Help. Yet before she could finish, Song Qingcheng leaned slightly, using his body for cover, and swiftly jabbed a needle into her neck, severing her vocal cords. Consequently, no sound emerged from her, and as the elevator doors opened, he stepped out, leaving Bai Shui in a state of panic, gasping for air. Two individuals were about to enter the elevator. Upon witnessing Bai Shui's condition, one of them pulled the other aside, whispering, "This is a lunatic. Let us take the stairs. She looks quite pretty. How did she turn into a lunatic?" The other replied, bewildered. "Just look at her face, clutching her throat and making strange sounds, her eyes filled with malice. As if she wants to devour someone." The first responded, and they gradually moved away. Bai Shui stumbled out of the elevator. Her previous arrogance vanished, replaced by sheer panic and a sense of impending breakdown. Yet, she could no longer utter a sound. Regardless of her grievances, there was no avenue for expression, a quintessential case of a mute suffering in silence. After exiting the community, Song Qingcheng turned into a nearby market. The establishment, Ziki Dong Lai, had a commendable selection, with a standard indoor market located just 500 or 600 meters away. Upon returning home with the groceries, he did not encounter Bai Shui again. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Having to face such a character daily was indeed discomforting. He would need to devise a plan to rid himself of her presence, though typical methods would likely prove ineffective. Only through more unconventional means would he succeed. This time, Song Qingcheng prepared rice and cooked the vegetables. Once he finished, he glanced at the clock only to hear the doorbell ring. Checking the video intercom, he saw Kai Xiaoqin with a bag. Smiling sweetly at the camera, after opening the door, he stood waiting as she emerged from the elevator, playfully calling, "Qingcheng, I've taken care of everything for you. The previous company is all set up. And I've brought back the materials. Tomorrow, go open a bank account. I've already arranged it for you at the agricultural bank right by your door. They profit from this, and your company is bound to become a real powerhouse." Stepping inside, Kai Xiaoqin handed the bag to Song Qingcheng, her arms held high, her posture straight and elegant, her smile warm and inviting, radiating a gentle grace. "What's this?" Song Qingcheng asked, his expression one of surprise. "ULLC, I'm hungry," Kai Xiaoqin called out, walking further in. She wore a white shirt paired with slightly faded jeans, which hugged her form enticingly. The sight made Song Qingcheng's heart race. And as he peered into the bag, he discovered a pair of shoes, stylish sneakers. "Why the sudden gift of shoes?" he inquired softly, feeling a warmth in his chest. Kai Xiaoqin turned her head, scrunching her nose slightly. "They were not from me. My mom sent them. She said your chicken and cherries were delicious, so she bought you these shoes as a token of gratitude." Taking the shoes out, Song Qingcheng noted their modern design and fashion-forward appeal. "Please thank Teacher Shui for me, but honestly, I'll be spending more time in the fields. I can't bear to wear such nice shoes. I ordered a few pairs of rain boots for you on Taobao. They'll be perfect for working in the fields." Kai Xiaoqin chimed, her voice sweet and melodic, reminiscent of a babbling brook. With a sigh of relief, Song Qingcheng felt the tension dissipate as Kai Xiaoqin's tone suddenly dropped. "Silly, can we eat now?" "Oh, right. I'll bring out the dishes," he replied, turning toward the kitchen. As he began to serve the food, Kai Xiaoqin followed closely behind, smiling brightly. "Qingcheng, you seem a bit troubled. If something's bothering you, just let me know." After a moment's hesitation, Song Qingcheng shared the predicament involving Song Cheng. Once he finished, he sighed. "Xiaoqin, do you think I'm being too callous about family ties?" Kai Xiaoqin shook her head. "Given how Song Chong has treated your parents, it's evident he means to harm them. Reporting him is the right course of action. You can't wait until something truly disastrous happens. Can you? Such individuals should never be coddled. Otherwise, they'll only devise more insidious schemes. Our traditional wisdom warns against complacency, so don't dwell on it. Sometimes, one must not be overly soft-hearted. Kindness is a virtue. But it should not be mistaken for weakness." Song Qingcheng nodded, feeling a sudden release of tension. Kai Xiaoqin's words brought him a sense of calm, and he earnestly expressed, "Xiaoqin, thank you. Now, let us eat." Kai Xiaoqin picked up an oyster and placed it before Song Qingcheng. She then tilted her head, her short hair playfully cascading along her face, dancing lightly around her cheeks. Such unintentional gestures made Song Qingcheng feel his heart soften. Yet he refrained from crossing any boundaries, merely bowing his head to eat the oyster. Kai Xiaoqin, while savoring pig liver, squinted her eyes as if recalling something. then looked up and called out, "Oh, Qingcheng, I saw Sister Yanghua today. She received an invitation to your school's gathering, which will be held in Donghai. I believe you should be going too, especially since you plan to establish a branch there for distributing local specialties. Right? You might as well take care of that while you're at it. I can introduce you to the big market." Song Qingcheng pondered for a moment and replied, "Back in class, I wasn't particularly popular. Too aloof, so it's unlikely anyone would invite me. Moreover, I haven't even started cultivating the local specialties yet. That will have to wait until next year. That's hard to say. It's always beneficial to lay the groundwork in advance, rather than being reactive later. Besides, weren't you planning to collect local specialties from the village? You need to establish a company first. Otherwise, distributing goods to the big market would be quite inconvenient without proper operation. Even if there is no class reunion, I think you should still visit Donghai." Kai Shaoqin analyzed the situation with a keen insight. In Song Village, at the Yunnan resort base, Lu Hanyan was wandering about, accompanied by two men, one older and one younger. The elder, in his 50s, held a pipe, exhaling smoke in a relaxed manner. The younger man appeared to be around 17 or 18, lean and sprightly in his gait. Though he seemed somewhat distracted, their attire was simple, typical of rural folk, featuring loose trousers and an old man's shirt, yet they carried themselves with an undeniable presence. "Dad, I called you and Sanbian over to work. Each of you will earn 4,000 a month. Are you in?" Lu Hanyan spoke gently, a newfound vigor evident in her demeanor compared to before. Lu Minghu was taken aback, staring wide-eyed. "What? 4,000 a month? What job pays that much?" Lu Sanbian tugged at him. "Dad, why ask so many questions? Why not just take it? We earn 8,000 together, and I could marry soon. Daughter, what exactly does this job entail?" Lu Minghu nodded, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly, the smoke trailing from his nostrils. "You'll be working here under my direction. Just do as I say. Right now, we need to help with the piling. And once that is complete, we'll focus on farming. Primarily, you'll be acting as inspectors, essentially security for this area," Lu Hanyan stated confidently. Lu Sanbian chuckled. "Sister, this sounds easy." However, Lu Minghu was more cautious, pulling Lu Hanyan aside. "Daughter, why are you the one directing us? Is your salary higher than ours?" "Of course. After all, none of you can outmatch me," Lu Hanyan replied with a beaming smile, exuding confidence. Lu Minghu and Lu Sanbian both recoiled slightly, falling silent. After a moment, Lu Minghu gritted his teeth. "Fine. Daughter, why is the boss treating you so well? Does he have ulterior motives?" "Dad, I'm just a widowed woman. What could he possibly want from me? He'll be here shortly, and you can meet him then." Lu Hanyan shook her head, though a hint of contemplation lingered in her eyes, deeply concealed. At that moment, an Audi pulled up at the roadside, and Song Qingcheng stepped out of the car. He greeted Qin Dianhan and walked aside, his thoughts racing. Relying on Qin Dianhan for transportation seemed inappropriate, given that he was merely a driver for the auction house. It appeared he would need to purchase his own vehicle soon. Although he couldn't drive yet, he could temporarily use old Wu's car. The wooden stakes and barbed wire had already enclosed most of the area, leaving only a third remaining. Song Qingcheng made his way down the vacant lot. Lu Hanyan raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lu Minghu and Lu Sanbian. Lu Minghu's gaze narrowed, and he whispered, "He is a scholar. Quite handsome too. If my daughter could be with him, that would be quite the catch. Alas, marrying Song Haiping was a mistake on my part. I was blinded by his bride price. Your mother was ill, and we needed money. We borrowed from every relative, just short of 5,000. Who would have thought? We spent the money, but she couldn't be saved. It's a shame for you. You had no feelings for Song Haiping. But our Lu family values loyalty and trustworthiness, as per our ancestral code." Lu Hanyan shook her head calmly. "Dad, why dwell on the past? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must strive to save my mother's life. And I have no regrets about that. Who knew that Song Haiping was a scoundrel? That 5,000 was borrowed too. And after you arrived in Song Village, the debt collectors hounded you for repayment. What kind of life have you led this past year? Scrimping and saving. Your health has suffered. Finally, there's a job opportunity now. It could resolve many issues, allowing us to pay off our debts. This person is truly a benefactor." Lu Minghu sighed, his aging eyes gleaming with a fierce light, reminiscent of a tiger lying in wait. Lu Sanbian remarked softly, "Sister, he seems like a decent fellow, clearly educated. You should seize this opportunity." "Seize what?" "He is only 23, unmarried, and a university student. What connection could he possibly have with me? A mere widow?" Lu Hanyan shook her head, her expression dim. Both Lu Minghu and Lu Sanbian fell silent. At that moment, Song Qingcheng approached, having noticed them from afar. With heightened awareness, he could even catch snippets of their conversation, realizing that Lu Hanyin had been living in such hardship. No wonder she had always been frugal with her food and clothing. He had assumed she inherited wealth from the Song family and was capable enough to have some savings. Now, it seemed she was indeed a resilient woman, after hearing about the incident that befell the Song family. With the perpetrator fleeing and compensation never received, Lu Hanyin hadn't even received a penny. As he reached Lu Hanyin, Song Qingcheng greeted her with a smile. "Sister-in-law, these two are Qingcheng. This is my father Lu Minghu and my younger brother Lu Sanbian. I brought them along and also some medicinal herbs to replenish your vitality. You haven't returned these past few days, but I've prepared the medicine, and it's ready for use." Lu Hanyin nodded in acknowledgement, while Lu Minghu and Lu Sanbian clasped their fists in greeting. "Young boss, we look forward to your guidance in the future." Song Qingcheng returned the gesture. "Elder, Sanbian, and Sister Hanyin. Here is the contract, 2 copies. Please sign. From now on, you'll be under my management." As he spoke, he retrieved 3 copies of the contract from his backpack and handed them to the trio. Then produced 6 stacks of money, placing them before Lu Hanyin. "Sister, as the chief inspector, I'll pay your annual salary up front, though I still owe you 2,000. You can come by my home to collect it later." Lu Minghu and Lu Sanbian were momentarily stunned, exchanging astonished glances with Lu Hanyin. Song Qingcheng smiled slightly. "Elder, Sanbian, don't envy her. You lack such privileges since Sister Hanyin was the first to align with me." "Indeed, but I feel this salary is rather high. It seems a bit precarious, almost like a sponsorship," Lu Sanbian muttered. Lu Hanyin playfully jabbed him in the waist, her movements fluid like a serpent. Lu Sanbian instinctively blocked her. But her hand twisted and struck him again. He winced in pain, and Song Qingcheng shot him a glance. "Sanbian, what's going on?" "Nothing, young boss. I'll sign right away." Lu Sanbian quickly complied. Lu Minghu followed suit, signing the contract and handing it back to Song Qingcheng before pulling Lu Sanbian aside, declaring, "Young boss, we're off to work on the piling now." Song Qingcheng waved his hand, and Lu Hanyin lowered her head to sign. Not lifting her gaze as she softly said, "Qingcheng, I'll accept this money because I need it. But from now on, my life is yours." "Sister-in-law, what kind of talk is that? I'm counting on you to work diligently." "So your life is precious." Song Qingcheng chuckled, then shifted the topic. "I'll head home now. The matters with Song Mingfa should be settled by now." "All right, in a short while, I shall pay you a visit to replenish your vitality." Lu Hanyin responded affirmatively, then shifted the topic. "Furthermore, Song Chang has poisoned your vegetable garden. This matter has been reported to the authorities by the 5th brother. You might want to look into it when you return." Watching Song Qingcheng walk away, Lu Hanyin finally raised her head, though her eyes were red, large tears cascading down and shattering upon the delicate grass by the roadside, resembling droplets of dew clinging to the serrated blades. She wiped her eyes and murmured, "This debt truly cannot be repaid. Scholars are indeed adept at navigating such matters, warming the heart. But what do I possess to settle this?" Lu Minghu and Lu Sanbian hurriedly approached from the foot of the mountain, standing beside Lu Hanyin. She dried her tears and regained her composure, though her eyes remained tinged. "Are indeed an my daughter. Having secured 60,000 now means your debts are settled. This truly is the mark of a significant boss." Lu Minghu sighed with admiration. Lu Sanbian pondered for a moment and said, "Father, sister, do you think he overheard our conversation just now?" Lu Minghu shook his head. "Even at that distance, it would be quite arduous for your sister to catch the sound. She would need to reach a realm beyond the spirit level for that, and her current state barely allows her to hear." Lu Hanyin softly suggested, "Let us proceed. You both go about your work while I return to settle these debts and fortify Qingcheng's vitality. He has been unwell recently and needs to recuperate. It would be better for Sanbian to handle this. It is rather inconvenient for a woman to take on such tasks," Lu Minghu replied, then shifted the subject. "Earlier, during my patrol, I discovered a peculiar depression in the woods, approximately 20 to 30 centimeters deep. Quite conspicuous. It does not appear to be a natural formation. It is exceedingly flat, and all the insects within it lay dead as if struck by a powerful force. The pit is 10 meters in diameter. Such power is truly terrifying. Daughter, could it be that Qingcheng suffered a loss of vitality there? This is rather intriguing. Could this boss be someone who conceals their true self?" Lu Hanyin shook her head, her expression calm as she replied, "As for Qingcheng's situation, do not speculate further. Go and fill that pit. Leave no trace behind. Matters of vitality are best handled by me. Your levels are not on par with mine, and as a widow, I have little regard for reputation. He does not concern himself with such things. So allow me to assist the chief inspector. I am willing to undertake this." With that, she removed her jacket, rolled up the money, and turned to leave, her t-shirt hugging her form, undulating like rolling sand dunes. Exuding an indescribable grace, Lu Sanbian cast a glance at Lu Minghu, who shook his head and said, "Your sister is resolute. No one can sway her. Let her go. That young man is no ordinary individual. Let us proceed to fill the pit. From now on, this matter shall remain known only to the three of us. Do not let it spread. Recently, I received a call from an old friend in Yang and who wishes to introduce me to a job as a bodyguard. I was initially inclined to accept, seeking to earn a bit more, but if I can settle here in Song Village, then so be it. The pay is decent, and we can cultivate your sister's land here." "Father, I can't help but worry. What if my sister is being kept by the young boss?" Lu Sanbian mused, his expression troubled. Lu Minghu glared at him, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Ultimately, it is your sister's affair. If she finds happiness, that is sufficient. She has sacrificed too much for this family. Were it not for gathering that 50,000, she would not have married Song Haiping. Now that she is a widow, she deserves to pursue her own aspirations." Lu Sanbian fell silent as they hurried to the foot of the mountain, entering the woods to fill the large pit. At that moment, Song Qingcheng had returned home. Before even stepping through the door, he heard Fong Li's wailing from the street. "Song Jiangwo, you had them report Chong. This matter is far from over. Chong is your own nephew. How could you bear to do such a thing?" Many neighbors stood at their doors, parting ways as Song Qingcheng approached. Some murmured, "Qingcheng, you have returned. Fong Li's boy is truly despicable. He poisoned your vegetable garden. Indeed, he committed a heinous act and yet is throwing a tantrum, causing Uncle Jiangwo to be unable to step outside. What a shrew." Song Qingcheng nodded, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you. Everyone, this matter will find its resolution. I ask for your support shortly. I am a person of responsibility." As he spoke, he entered the yard, followed by a throng of people. Inside the yard, Fong Li stood with hands on her hips, hurling curses at the door, her spittle flying, while Song Jiangwo and Yuing sat silently on the Kong. Upon Song Qingcheng's entrance, Fong Li turned to glare at him. "Qingcheng, hurry and find the fifth brother and Song Mingfa. Have them retract the report and bring Chang back." "On what grounds?" Song Qingcheng replied coolly, then raised his voice. "Has Chang committed no wrongdoing? Isn't Chang the one who poisoned? Your parents are fine, aren't they? Chang is still your cousin. After all, you cannot allow outsiders to harm your own." Fong Li shouted, to which Song Qingcheng retorted, "By your logic, should we wait until my parents are poisoned before it counts as a crime? Even outsiders are appalled. You, a family member, think it's acceptable to poison us? Do you believe such a thing is reasonable? For now, I still call you second aunt, but after this incident, our families will have no further ties. In light of such a grave matter, my second uncle did not even show his face, and here you are, creating chaos on your own. Do you think we could tolerate this if you weren't related to us? My parents may be soft-hearted enough to forgive Chong, but I cannot. Leave. If you dare to set foot in my house again, I shall not be polite." Upon saying this, he turned to the gathered crowd, esteemed uncles and aunts. "If you see her approaching our home again, please stand up and drive her away. I will remember your kindness. I did not return to be humiliated at the door. I came to lead everyone to prosperity. In the coming 5 years, I will ensure that the villagers' income doubles, and in 8 years, quadruples. Even if you do not go out to work, you will earn more. By then, every family can renovate their homes, eat and drink as they please, and even have surplus money to travel every year." Initially, there was silence, followed by an eruption of cheers. Someone shouted, "Qingcheng, rest assured, if Fong Li dares to block your door again, I shall strike her with my hoe. As long as you promise to take care of my wife and children, I would gladly give my life for you. Our lives are not worth much. We are merely in need of money. Qingcheng, I too believe in you. Why not become the village chief? We would all support you." As the cheers rang out, Song Qingcheng raised his hands to silence them, and the crowd quieted down. He proclaimed, "Esteemed uncles and aunts, I cannot take on the role of village chief. Brother Mingfa does an excellent job, and his willingness to cooperate with me is a blessing. Moreover, your lives will undoubtedly hold great value in the future, so do not undervalue yourselves. I will ensure that everyone enjoys a good life. This initial investment will be at least 5 million. And I will show you tangible results." Another round of cheers erupted, while Fong Li lowered her head, panic etched on her face. The crowd rallied together, driving her out, and Song Qingcheng clasped his fists in gratitude as they dispersed. Song Jiangwo and Yuing emerged from their home, casting a glance at Song Qingcheng. Jiangwo spoke softly. "Qingcheng, I feel somewhat guilty about Chan's situation. After all, he is your second uncle's child." Before he could finish, Song Qingcheng shook his hand dismissively. "Father, your character is too soft-hearted. If this continues, I truly cannot allow you to recruit anyone." You treat every word from others as a matter of course? Had the fifth brother not discovered this, you, my mother, and even I might have ended up in the hospital. To put it bluntly, had one of us not awakened from the effects of a whole bottle of pesticides. What then? I returned to the village with sincere intentions to contribute. Otherwise, investing millions would be unnecessary. From now on, remember this. At the Yonan resort, no relatives are to be employed, but Wai Yuing nudged Song Jiangwo's arm. Reproaching, you should listen to our son. He is educated and understands these matters. If Chong ends up in trouble, it is merely a lesson for him. What will we do if our son faces danger? As for Fongli, do not engage with her any longer. Our son has made it very clear that the ties between our families must be severed, and you must not hinder our son. Song Jiangwo furrowed his brow in distress, to which Song Qingcheng gently said, Dad, if times are tough for Uncle Heir, you may give him some money, but you must never let him move in. I will speak to Sister Han Yin about this and have her keep an eye on you. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Hanyin's voice echoed at the door. Uncle Jiangwo. I heard Qingcheng's words. From now on, none of your relatives are to be taken in. I am the chief inspector, and I must take responsibility. Song Jiangwo slapped his thigh and replied, All right, I will listen to Qingcheng. I am heading up the mountain to work now. Being blocked at home by Fongli for 2 days has really put me in a foul mood. Lu Hanyin set down a wicker basket filled with oysters and fresh crabs. Smiling as she said, Andy, since Qingcheng is back, I have nothing much to offer, so I thought I'd bring you some gifts. I'll help you wash them in a bit. By the way, I came to help Qingcheng regain his strength. He has been depleted of vital energy, and my father brought some medicine from Lu family village for him. Depleted of vital energy? No wonder he looks a bit thinner and his face has turned yellow. You've worked hard for this, Wing exclaimed, but I really can't accept your gifts. Just take them back. I can buy what I need from the store later. She quickly declined. However, Song Qingcheng insisted. Mom, please accept it. You should go to the garden and pick some vegetables. They've all been poisoned. Just buy a few things to make some dishes, and let Sister Han Yin and her family join us for a meal. Aunt, please don't buy anything. Just pick vegetables from my garden. I'll help Qingcheng regain his vitality, Lu Hanyin urged, her own temperament being rather impatient, resembling a little firecracker in the village. Yueying agreed and was about to leave with Song Jiangwo when Song Qingcheng called out, producing a stack of contracts and placing them in Song Jiangwo's hands. Dad, here are the contracts. After hiring people, have them sign and date them for proper payroll settlement. There are 2 copies. Collect them all and give one back to me once I've stamped it. You must hire in batches, find people first, and once hired, have Sister Han Yin conduct the interviews to ensure they pass. The first batch of formal workers will only be 5. Other temporary workers will be paid 100 per day. I'll give you 40,000 right now. Settle the initial payments today to put everyone at ease. Song Jiangwo nodded, taking the money, and promptly wrapped the contracts and cash in a bag before heading out. Wei Ying followed him cheerfully. In truth, the 100,000 Song Qingcheng had prepared was intended for Song Jiangwo. Not only for wages but also to ensure he had some funds on hand to lighten his spirits. However, upon hearing about Lu Hanyin's situation, he changed his mind. After all, the money should prioritize those in need. Leaving him without a trace of regret, Lu Hanyin set down a bag and, after a moment of thought, turned to close the door, securing it before softly saying, Qingcheng, let us go inside. Song Qingcheng turned and entered the room, where Lu Hanyin retrieved 2 ceramic jars, one containing a liquid and the other a paste. These medicines need to be taken 3 times a day. After about 3 days, it should suffice. I'll pour you a bowl first. Lu Hanyin said gently, pouring the dark liquid, which had a slightly bitter aroma, into a bowl before presenting it to Song Qingcheng. Her delicate fingers were slender and elegant, betraying no hint of a farmer's toil. Song Qingcheng accepted the bowl and drank it down, grimacing at the bitterness but showing no sign of discomfort. As he finished, a wave of warmth surged through him, invigorating every pore, and he began to sense that his vitality was indeed being restored. Lu Hanyin set the jar down and blushed slightly, saying, Qingcheng, please remove your clothes. What? Take off my clothes? Song Qingcheng was taken aback, feeling slightly embarrassed given the state of his body. Lu Hanyin calmly affirmed. Her head bowed as she opened the other jar and continued, this medicine needs to be applied to every inch of your body, from your neck down to the soles of your feet. That seems simple enough. I'll handle this myself. It feels a bit inappropriate to have Sister Hanyin do this. Song Qingcheng chuckled nervously, feeling somewhat vulnerable. Lu Hanyin shook her head. This requires my strength to pound and stimulate your acupoints for absorption. There are over 400 acupoints to address, and ordinary people wouldn't know how to do it. You feel embarrassed? Don't worry. I don't feel awkward at all. Now come on, let us not dawdle. This process must be swift. It has to be completed within half an hour, or the medicine will lose its potency. Song Qingcheng hesitated, but, noticing Lu Hanyan's calm demeanor, he began to remove his clothing. His slender frame was muscular, and as he reached the last layer of his underwear, he sheepishly asked, "Sister, do I need to take this off too?" "Yes." Lu Hanyan nodded. With a resigned grimace, Song Qingcheng finally removed it. Standing in oversized slippers, Lu Hanyan stood behind him, taking a deep breath as she began applying the paste to his back with swift, snake-like movements, her hands warm yet slightly rough, making it increasingly difficult for him to endure. As he contemplated closing his legs, Lu Hanyan promptly forced them apart, her hands gliding from his backside down to his thighs, covering him thoroughly. In an instant, his entire back was coated in the dark paste. Lu Hanyan crouched down, instructing him to lift one foot, meticulously applying the paste to his feet and even between his toes with remarkable care. Song Qingcheng gazed down at her as her supple waist twisted. Her undulating figure reminiscent of a dune, creating an alluring silhouette that felt oddly disconcerting. Lu Hanyan took a deep breath, her movements swift and precise, striking his body with rhythmic slaps that echoed in the room. With each strike, Song Qingcheng felt a surge of warmth coursing through him. The invigorating nature of this stimulation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, reminiscent only of ancient traditions. Lu Hanyan worked quickly, showing no hesitation even when her hands landed on his backside, the sounds of impact continuous and crisp. Song Qingcheng felt increasingly exhilarated, the sensation building within him, and after a few minutes, Lu Hanyan moved to the front. As she worked from the top down, when her hands reached his lower abdomen, her feet grounded, the sensation intensified, resembling the serpentine movements of a snake, a technique known in Xingyi. Unable to contain himself any longer, Song Qingcheng erupted, his reaction splattering onto Lu Hanyan, who was unavoidably caught in the moment. He panicked, stammering, "Sister, let me clean that up for you." "No need. I must maintain this momentum. Stand still while I finish with your legs and feet." Lu Hanyan replied softly, her face glistening with sweat, yet her movements remained unbroken. At the doorstep, weighing, carrying a basket of vegetables, paused, taken aback by the sound of the door being secured from the inside. As she was about to knock, she hesitated. Glancing around and noticing the street was empty, she pressed her ear to the door, faint sounds of rhythmic slapping reaching her ears. A peculiar expression crossed Wei's face as she frowned and muttered, "What is that sound? If Qingcheng and Hanyan have truly gotten involved, what am I to do? Regardless, Hanyan is a widow, and if Qingcheng were to marry her, it would be fodder for gossip in the village. He is not lacking in looks, wealth, or talent. This child is headstrong. Once he makes a decision, no one can change it. He is knowledgeable enough. I'll pretend I don't know and discuss it with him later." After listening for a moment longer, a passerby returning from the fields inquired, "Auntie, why aren't you coming inside? Qingcheng should be back by now. Oh. I just brought back some vegetables and was planning to buy some squid from the shop to stir-fry with chives." Wei replied cheerfully. Someone nearby chimed in, "Auntie, I just returned from the market with squid and silkworm pupae. Here, take them. My husband has been working with Uncle Jangwo in the mountains these past few days, and he received his wages today, 700 yuan. He asked me to express my gratitude to Qingcheng, so I brought these for you. Please take them, as he'll need to work with Uncle Jangwo in the future." Ewing smiled in response, accepted the items, and expressed her gratitude. However, as she watched the person walk away, a lingering sense of melancholy remained in her heart. In the room, Song Qingcheng sat there while Lu Hanyan, holding a damp towel, gently wiped away the medicinal mud from his body. As she worked, she remarked, "After this treatment, your vital energy will gradually be restored. I shall return tomorrow." Her face was free of blemishes, yet a faint blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of delicate peach blossoms. Having been thoroughly cleaned, only his feet remained, and Lu Hanyan instructed him to sit on a stool. She then brought over a basin to wash his feet. Squatting before him, "Sister-in-law, allow me to do it myself." Song Qingcheng, his face reddened, felt a sense of awkwardness about the situation. "Are you still embarrassed? What have I not seen? You even splattered me earlier. What harm is there in washing your feet?" Lu Hanyan huffed, though her demeanor betrayed a hint of bashfulness, a subtle shyness lingering in her expression. A commotion could be heard outside the door, causing Lu Hanyan's hands to tremble slightly in a moment of panic. She picked up Song Qingcheng's clothes from the side and softly said, "You should put on your clothes first. I will go answer the door." "Annie is back." As Song Qingcheng took the clothes, his fingers brushed against Lu Hanyan's small hand, their fingers intertwining for a brief moment. Lu Hanyan froze, then bit down on her lip in surprise. "If you don't let go soon, Annie will knock on the door," she whispered. Startled, Song Qingcheng quickly released her hand, his heart racing with an overwhelming warmth. He slowly donned his clothes and dried his feet. Feeling refreshed after Lu Hanyan's ministrations, he slipped on his shoes and poured the water into the drainage area on the side of the courtyard. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Wai Yuing entered, smiling at Lu Hanyan. "Hanyan, have you finished?" "Oh, Andy, we're just done. Let me help you with the vegetables." Lu Hanyan nodded enthusiastically, yet Yuing waved her hand dismissively. "You should rest for now. I can manage on my own. A woman must take care of her health. Getting too tired can lead to catching a chill." Song Qingcheng chimed in. "Sister-in-law, why not call Grandpa and Sanbian over? I can help with the vegetables as well. Let's have lunch here today." Lu Hanyan hesitated, saying, "Qingcheng, is that really appropriate? I can just cook at home. It won't take much effort, and there are plenty of vegetables there." "Who is the boss here, you or I?" Song Qingcheng replied with a mock sternness, shooting a glance at Lu Hanyan. She flinched, nervously rubbing the hem of her clothing, looking down as she said, "All right, I will do as you say. I'll go call them. That's more like it." Song Qingcheng responded, waving her off. "Go ahead, and when you return, bring my dad along." Lu Hanyan complied, then stole a cautious glance at Yuing, whispering, "I'll be right back. But you mustn't wash the vegetables. This is women's work. You, as a man, should focus on more important matters. Just wait until I return." With that, she turned to Yuing and said, "Auntie, I'll come back to help shortly." Watching her hurried departure, Yuing sighed, "Son, Hanyan is the quintessential firecracker in our village. No one dares to argue with her, for they cannot win. How do you manage to keep her in check? Earlier, she didn't even dare to resist you. Truly impressive. There must be something going on between you two, right? I am the boss, so she naturally must listen to me." Song Qingcheng shook his head, maintaining a serious demeanor as he settled beside Yuing to assist her with the vegetables. Wai Yuing gestured for him to sit back. "Enough. Just relax. Hanyan is correct. These tasks are meant for women. You, as a university student, should not concern yourself with such matters." At this point, she paused, her tone shifting. "I heard quite a commotion earlier. It sounded like a series of slapping noises. You young people are rather reckless, doing such things in broad daylight without any restraint. Regardless, how do you plan to take care of Hanyan? She is a widow, and such news would not reflect well on our family's reputation, though we don't mind, as long as you are happy." Song Qingcheng was taken aback, his face turning crimson as he replied, "What are you talking about? She was merely using her fists to stimulate my acupressure points to help restore my vitality." "That's why you heard those sounds." Wai Yuing shot him a skeptical glance, furrowing her brows. "Is that truly the case? Of course. Do I not appear healthier?" Song Qingcheng straightened his back. Wai Yuing scrutinized him for a moment before conceding. "You do look somewhat better. However, you young people must exercise self-restraint. At your age, it would be wise to find a girlfriend to avoid such complications." Song Qingcheng nodded, his thoughts drifting back to the earlier encounter with Lu Hanyan. Warmth flooding his heart once more. In the courtyard, 6 individuals gathered around a small square table, each seated on a small stool. Song Jiangwo occupied the main seat, with Song Qingcheng next to him and Lu Minghu on the opposite side. Lu Sanbian sat beside Lu Minghu, while Lu Hanyan was next to Song Qingcheng, and Yuing took the last seat. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes: oysters, crabs, stir-fried squid with chives, fried silkworm pupae, chicken with green peppers, coriander with pig liver, and stewed large white fish, all in generous portions. A bottle of Mao was opened, and Song Jiangwo poured drinks for several people. Lu Minghu raised his glass, saying, "Brother Jiangwo, young boss, I toast you both. A heartfelt thanks for taking in our family." Song Jiangwo, along with Song Qingcheng and Lu Sanbian, raised their glasses in unison. Lu Hanyan glanced over and gently reminded, "Qingcheng, you cannot drink alcohol while on medication." Lu Minghu thumped his thigh, exclaiming, "Right, young boss, you should skip the drinks. Brother Jiangwo and I will have one instead." Wai Yuing hurriedly poured tea and handed a cup to Song Qingcheng, saying, "Qingcheng, let us substitute tea for wine. Your health is paramount." Song Qingcheng agreed, clinking his cup with hers and sipping slowly. He then inquired, "Dad, the construction should be nearing completion, right? Almost done. We expect to finish this afternoon." "What's next?" Song Jiangwo replied, his face glowing with satisfaction after distributing wages that morning, feeling quite pleased. "Road construction," Song Qingcheng affirmed, pulling out a blueprint, which was a draft sent by Xiao Changyan. The overall design was laid out, showcasing various details that included landscape planning and river management. Preliminary adjustments would have to adhere to this plan. The road in this area would be approximately 10 meters wide. First, level the ground. Then dig the foundation for the houses. Since these fields are currently planted with crops, plowing them now would result in significant losses. Therefore, I plan to wait until all the crops are harvested before arranging for tree planting. Ultimately, the entire mountain will be divided into 3 main sections, one for peach trees, one for apple trees, and one for pear trees. The outer area will be planted with grapes. The peach trees will be on the outskirts. Not too many, just enough for people to enjoy the blossoms and later harvest. The interior will focus primarily on pears and apples, which will not be open to the public. We can also plant some other varieties, such as crabapple, chestnut, and fig trees. A gravel path will be laid through the forest, just one would suffice. Additionally, a dam must be constructed for the lake to store water and support fish farming. Our location is upstream, so the riverbank needs to be developed into a scenic embankment. In the future, people can row boats and fish in the river, and I plan to cultivate a rare breed of fish. So the lake will need to be divided into 2 sections. I have also consulted a construction company to handle this aspect. Song Qingcheng spoke softly, as he had discussed this landscape design with Xiao Changyun. They needed to start the project soon, as a complete ecosystem could not be established overnight. He intended to take about 6 months for this endeavor. Within the next year, he aimed to earn $1 billion by focusing on breeding Dorado fish, which could fetch up to 5,000 yuan per pound. Once established, he planned to sell fish fry as well. This approach would allow him to accumulate initial wealth, and by the end of the year, the trees would be planted, ready to welcome the first wave of guests at that time. He could also plant some ornamental flowers to create a park-like atmosphere. Song Jiangwo glanced at the blueprint before pushing it toward Lu Hanyan. Hanyan, why don't you take a look? I'm feeling overwhelmed. Just tell me what to do, and I will have the workers carry it out. Initially, they would rely on temporary workers, paying them 100 yuan a day, which kept everyone motivated and happy. Also, Qingcheng, you need not return every day. Hanyan and I will oversee things, along with Minghu and Sanbian. Rest assured. However, regarding Lao Wu, he reported to the police and had Xiangzi arrested. Do you think he can still be of use? Song Qingcheng shook his head and said, we must use Lao Wu. This person is loyal to me. Father, it's time for you to let go of Xiangzi's matter. Regardless of the circumstances, he is in the wrong. Lu Hanyan chimed in, Uncle Jiangwo, Qingcheng is right. This situation is indeed Xiangzi's fault. Lao Wu called the police, and I support that decision. Even the village chief agrees. Can you say he is blameless? Since you all feel this way, I shall refrain from further comment. Let us focus on our meal. Song Jiangwo nodded in agreement, and then raised his glass. Song Qingcheng continued to eat, savoring the dishes. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a home-cooked meal, and he could hardly restrain himself. Yu Ying's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. No wonder she was often invited to cook for others. After the meal, Song Jiangwo, Lu Minghu, and Lu Sanbian did not take a break but headed straight up the mountain, while Lu Hanyan stayed behind to help Yu Ying with the dishes. Seated in the courtyard, Song Qingcheng contemplated his plans to purchase some quality saplings. Donghai Agricultural University had a research center. He would have to rely on connections from his school days to arrange for the final cultivation. Qingcheng, are you returning this afternoon? Yu Ying's voice floated in from the house. Oh, I must head back this afternoon, but I want to be returning for the next couple of days. There are matters to attend to in the county, particularly regarding the cold storage I built for storing the harvested apples. Song Qingcheng responded affirmatively, and at that moment, Lu Hanyan called out, then your treatment isn't finished yet. It mustn't be interrupted. Shall I come to the county to find you tomorrow? How about this? You accompany me to the county tonight, stay for a couple of days, and then return. Just ensure your tasks are arranged properly. We can repair the road according to the design plans. That area also needs excavation. We should gather more people to complete the foundation within half a month. Our house doesn't need to be too large. 2 or 3 stories will suffice, but we must put some thought into the garage. Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement, and Lu Hanyan paused in her vegetable washing. Yu Ying glanced at her, and then said, Hanyan, you should go along. Qingcheng's vitality has suffered, and that is no trivial matter. I will listen to Ant and accompany Qingcheng to the city. I'll first go up the mountain to sketch out the framework, and then let Uncle Jiangwo take people to start the roadwork. Lu Hanyan replied. Song Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat. There seemed to be something amiss in this exchange. At that moment, his phone rang. Answering it, a Chang's voice came through. Songgu, the property deed for your apartment has arrived. I came to deliver it, but you were not home. Oh, just leave it there. I'll pick it up myself tomorrow. A Chang, do you have some free time now? Please rent a slightly larger business vehicle for me. Just for a day, and come pick me up. I'll reimburse you later. Song Qingcheng confirmed, intending not to trouble Qin Dianhan any further, so it made sense to have a Chang rent a vehicle. A Chang cheerfully replied, Songgu, I'll rent a Buick. It's spacious and comfortable to sit in. All right, I appreciate it. Just drive to Song Village and arrive by 6 tonight, Song Qingcheng affirmed, then ended the call. By the time Chang arrived, darkness had fallen. Song Qingcheng enjoyed a meal of dumplings, and Ewing packed the leftovers in a large box, even preparing a fish specifically for Lu Han-in. Handing it to her. Han-in, take these dumplings back to the fridge. You can eat them tomorrow. Qingcheng isn't very skilled in the kitchen, so you'll have to look after him for a couple of days. Ewing patted Lu Han-yin's hand, and Lu Han-yin nodded in acknowledgement before getting into the car. This time, she didn't bring too many belongings, considering that Song Qingcheng would often return. The Buick was spacious, and as Chang drove out of the village towards the county, an air of vague intimacy blossomed between Song Qingcheng and Lu Han-yin in the darkness. Recalling the events of the day stirred a sense of heat within him. Song-gu, I'll bring the property deeds for that large flat and the commercial space together when the time comes, Chang remarked cheerfully. Song Qingcheng replied, sure. There is no rush. I suspect the properties in Ziki-Donglai community should be mostly sold by now. If everything is sold, will your sales office need to close? Indeed, after 2 months, we'll close and hand it over to the property management company. However, we are preparing a new project, a small community in the new district. By the way, Song-gu, the new project is not far from your commercial space. It's only a few hundred meters away. I'll come to visit you often. If the working environment is good. I might just join you, Chang said with a smile. Song Qingcheng nodded. No problem. As I mentioned before, you're always welcome. Having served in the military, your straightforward nature is quite commendable. As they spoke, the car entered the county, gradually making its way to Ziki-Donglai community. Stopping in front of Song Qingcheng's building, Chang handed him the property deed, and Song Qingcheng took out 1,000 yuan. Placing it in Chang's hand before turning to exit the vehicle, Chang quickly followed him, handing back the money. Song-gu, what is this about? You bought 2 apartments and gave me 3,000 for the commercial space. How can I accept your money? Song Qingcheng pressed his hand firmly, his expression serious. I cannot let you do the work I asked of you for free. Just take it. You will inevitably have more tasks in the future. Chang hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right, Song-gu, I'll accept it. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Han-yin, but refrained from asking further questions, as Song Qingcheng had not introduced her. Lu Han-yin carried 2 bags and followed Song Qingcheng into the building. Upon reaching the elevator, they spotted Bai Shui leaning against the wall, engrossed in her phone. Sensing someone approaching, she turned her head. And upon seeing Song Qingcheng and Lu Han-yin, a hint of derision flickered in her eyes as she raised an eyebrow. Song Qingcheng, aren't you quite impressive? Why are you with such an unsophisticated woman? If you cannot speak civilly, then kindly remain silent, Song Qingcheng replied coolly. The last time, he had rendered her speechless with a single glance, but she had regained her composure after about an hour. At that time, Bai Shui had no idea it was Song Qingcheng's doing, leading her to undergo numerous tests at the hospital, none of which revealed any issues, yet she naturally recovered before completing her examination. Lu Han-yin straightened her posture, fixing her gaze on Bai Shui, her expression calm. In truth, her beauty was not inferior to Bai Shui's, especially in terms of physique, where she surpassed her. However, her attire lacked elegance, and she hadn't made an effort to groom herself, rendering her less noticeable. As a disciple of Xingyi boxing, her character was resolute, and she was not easily disheartened. Bai Shui's face turned pale just as the elevator arrived. Song Qingcheng stepped inside, followed by Lu Chanyan. As Bai Shui attempted to enter, Lu Han-yin's foot flicked back in a serpentine motion, quite strikingly. This gentle kick landed on Bai Shui's knee, causing her to stumble and sit abruptly on the ground. Song Qingcheng pressed the elevator button, ascending to the 18th floor, casting a half-smile towards Lu Han-yin. You're quite adept. That kick was impressive. Who told her to oppose you? It's obvious she is not a good person, Lu Han-yin remarked haughtily. Song Qingcheng nodded. Indeed, this woman is a nuisance. She lives just below me. I need to devise a plan to get rid of her to avoid constant encounters. As he spoke, he recounted his relationship with Bai Shui until they reached his doorstep. After unlocking the door with his fingerprint, he stepped inside. Upon entering, Lu Han-yin stood still, seemingly a bit awkward in the beautiful home. Sister-in-law, why are you still standing there? Come in and change your shoes. I'll find you a pair of slippers, and then you can take a shower and have a good sleep, Song Qingcheng said with a smile as he set down his belongings. Lu Han-yin glanced around. This house is truly beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning place before. I feel reluctant to step on the floor. A house is meant for living. To me, it's no different from my family home. Song Qingcheng replied, retrieving a pair of slippers for her. After changing her shoes, she placed the vegetables in the fridge, and then Song Qingcheng assigned her a room before she headed straight for the shower. Sitting in the living room, Song Qingcheng was surprised when he noticed the bathroom was silent. Lu Han-yin opened the door, poking her head out, her face flushed. Qingcheng, I can't figure out how to use this faucet. How do I turn on the hot water? Song Qingcheng rose directly and stepped inside. At this moment, she had already removed her outer coat, clad only in form-fitting undergarments that accentuated her slender and athletic physique. Her arms were remarkably fair. Years of martial arts practice had left subtle hints of defined abdominal muscles beneath her attire, yet her entire form retained a delicate grace, embodying the essence of the serpentine style of cultivation. Sister-in-law, observe how to use the shower head. Let me demonstrate for you, she said, executing the motion as Lu Hanyan nodded in understanding. I see now. You may leave, Lu Hanyan replied softly, observing Lu's bashfulness. Song Qingcheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Turning to exit, a faint blush lingering in her heart, Lu Hanyan exhaled a long breath, leaning against the wall, her face flushed, feeling an inexplicable sense of turmoil within. After tidying herself up and taking a shower, Song Qingcheng changed into a casual outfit, mindful that the home was warm and did not require excessive clothing. Thus, she wore a tank top paired with loose shorts, whereas Lu Hanyan was still in the midst of her bathing routine. A few minutes later, Lu Hanyan finally emerged, her long hair cascading down her back, damp and glistening, her complexion a radiant blend of white and red, as though she had been washed of all artifice. Exuding an astonishing freshness, she wore a set of pure white, form-fitting undergarments that accentuated her figure, causing Song Qingcheng to momentarily lose his composure before quickly averting his gaze. Qingcheng, I have tidied up. While bathing, I considered this. If you truly wish to rid yourself of that woman, perhaps I could confront her and force her away. What do you think? Lu Hanyan suggested, her posture confident. However, Song Qingcheng waved his hand dismissively. That idea is rather ill-conceived. Such matters require achieving the objective without leaving behind any incriminating evidence. It must be done discreetly. I will contemplate this further. Do not act impulsively. Dealing with such individuals can entangle you in unnecessary complications. There are always numerous ways to resolve this. Lu Hanyan acquiesced but hesitated before whispering, given her treatment of you, I cannot bear to watch. What if I were to stealthily descend from upstairs tonight and take care of her? Song Qingcheng rubbed his temples. Absolutely not. You must not act on your own accord. You must listen to me. Do you understand? Lu Hanyan nodded, her large eyes sparkling with clarity, her post-bath appearance reminiscent of the ethereal beauty of a lotus flower. Enchanting in its simplicity. I will certainly obey you. Whatever you ask, I shall comply. Then I want to harm her. Very well, I will organize some materials. Would you like to watch some television? Song Qingcheng glanced at her, his heart racing at the sight of her alluring figure. I will skip the television. I must meditate and cultivate my breathing. I am currently at the formless stage of Xingyi Quan and must soon advance to the transformation stage to become even stronger. Lu Hanyan replied. Song Qingcheng nodded and retreated to his room, closing the door. He felt a restlessness within. As images of Lu Hanyan's captivating visage flashed repeatedly in his mind, he reminded himself to remain composed when he next encountered these feelings, vowing to exercise restraint. However, the invigorating tonic he had taken was potent. Just one day in, he felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. It was hard to fathom what state he might achieve after 3 days of such nourishment. If only he had a girlfriend, these dilemmas would be alleviated. Currently, it seemed that he and Kai Shaoqin had a significant chance of developing their relationship. He just hadn't formally expressed his feelings yet. So he needed to find the most opportune moment. Opening his phone, Song Qingcheng accessed his contacts, scrolling until he found a name, Mounchi. He stared at it for a while before shutting his phone. He then retrieved a notebook from his desk, meticulously reviewing the household accounts and plans, realizing he might not have as much money as he thought. If he truly intended to establish the Yunnan resort, he wondered if his funds would suffice. In that moment of contemplation, he sent a WeChat message to Xiao Chongyun. Chongyun, I have decided to proceed with some work on the resort. Let us initiate everything we can. Please send someone to handle the roads and the main construction. Moments later, Xiao Chongyun responded, all right, I will have the construction team go there tomorrow. I'll stop by your home to finalize the agreement. I calculated that it will require around 4 million. Song Qingcheng was taken aback. That price was surprisingly lower than he had anticipated. However, he soon realized this was reasonable, as building his own house would indeed be cheaper than purchasing one. And the scope of the project was not extensive. After replying to the message, Song Qingcheng finally felt a sense of relief. His phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a robust voice greeted him. Mr. Qingcheng, this is Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, your leg is healed. Song Qingcheng was momentarily confused by the purpose of this call. Indeed, it has fully recovered. Thank you for your concern, Zhang Ming replied before shifting the conversation. As I mentioned before, I would repay your kindness. Today, I took action against Wang Yakio. He has returned to Yong'an. This time, he won't be able to get out of bed for a month. I was quite precise in my approach, that Bai Shui accompanied him to Yong'an. You must feel relieved now, right? Song Qingcheng was taken aback, his lips twitching in disbelief at Zhang Ming's unexpected decisiveness. Such actions indeed resembled those of a true warrior, a man of his word. Even as a former adversary, such integrity was commendable. Thank you. This has undoubtedly resolved a significant issue for me, but was this truly appropriate? With Bai Shui gone, he felt a weight lifted, no longer needing to encounter her, thus avoiding complications, though he wondered if she would ever return. Zhang Ming replied, as I mentioned previously, I did not know Wang Yakita personally. I only met him at the request of a student seeking assistance. Therefore, there is no question of impropriety. Moreover, I fulfilled my promise to him. It's just that I could not match your prowess. Which is not my fault. Many of my students are spread across the country, and my visit to Linshan was primarily to protect a significant figure from Jinghua. Originally, my mentor had invited a renowned expert from Linshan, but they declined, leaving me here. However, this esteemed individual will be heading to Yong'an the day after tomorrow, at which point I can return. Song Qingcheng acknowledged. I understand. If the opportunity arises, I would like to treat you to a meal. Zhang Ming responded, coincidentally, I have matters I wish to consult with you, Mr. Qingcheng. Tomorrow at noon, allow me to treat you. There's a great steamed seafood place at Higu Mall. How does that sound? Should you ever find yourself in Yong'an, please do let me know. I would ensure you receive a warm welcome. To achieve the legendary sword energy is a remarkable talent. Song Qingcheng felt speechless. Zhang Ming took his casual remark to heart, obliging him to a meal. Nevertheless, given the substantial favor Zhang Ming had done for him, it was only right he reciprocate. All right, let us meet there tomorrow at noon. Song Qingcheng responded with a sound and then severed the connection. Zhang Ming was a person of exceptional martial prowess, perhaps akin to Lu Hanyan, hailing from a lineage of ancient martial traditions. However, in the modern world, these sects have largely faded away, evolving into familial legacies. As he pondered this, he reclined upon his bed, commencing his cultivation of magical energy. In his consciousness, the moon grew increasingly radiant, yet at that moment, no moon illuminated the sky outside, only a myriad of stars twinkled. The starlight flickered, filtering through the window, enveloping Song Qingcheng in a cocoon of luminous energy. Within his mind, beside the moon, a star suddenly appeared, dim yet casting a faint shadow. Unaware of this anomaly, Song Qingcheng continued his cultivation, while the starlight entwining his body intensified, gradually permeating his flesh and blood. This accumulation of starlight invigorated his vital energy, akin to a process of physical tempering. Unconsciously, Song Qingcheng felt waves of warmth coursing through his body, reminiscent of Lu Hanyan strikes. Upon waking in the morning, Song Qingcheng felt an unparalleled vitality. His body felt better than ever. He casually stretched his neck, producing a series of taut sounds. However, he lingered for a moment longer before rising, the night's vigorous energy leaving him in a state of heightened excitement, which he attributed to Lu Hanyan. In reality, it was merely the result of the previous night's starlight tempering, having restored his depleted vital energy. Though Song Qingcheng remained oblivious to this fact, after tidying up, he washed his face, changed his clothes, and as he stepped outside, he noticed that Lu Hanyan was already up, busily preparing buns in the kitchen. The pantry offered little in the way of ingredients. Only a few heads of cabbage brought back from Song Village and a piece of frozen meat in the refrigerator. With these, she crafted 2 steamer baskets of buns. Roughly 20 in total. As the buns neared completion, she donned an apron, still clad in her form-fitting attire, which made it difficult for Song Qingcheng to avert his gaze, for she was extraordinarily alluring. At the dining table, Lu Hanyan handed him a bun, saying softly, Qingcheng, after we finish eating, we shall continue replenishing your vital energy. Very well, Song Qingcheng replied, then rubbed his nose and added, Sister-in-law, I must step out for a bit. You can take it easy at home. By the way, could you lend me a set of your clothes? Clothes? What do you need my clothes for? Lu Hanyan asked, momentarily taken aback, fixing her gaze intently upon him. With a serious expression, Song Qingcheng glanced at her. Lu Hanyan quickly lowered her head, as if she had committed a faux pas, and replied, Of course, I can lend them to you. I won't be back for lunch. I have an appointment to discuss matters with someone. You can manage on your own, Song Qingcheng stated earnestly, though his head hung low. The buns were delectable. The meat was not minced but rather cubed, offering a delightful chewiness that enhanced their flavor. Lu Hanyan responded, Then I shall practice diligently. I don't know why, but last night felt particularly fruitful. as if there were some unique energy in your home that allowed me to achieve a month's worth of cultivation in a single night. Song Qingcheng, not paying much heed, nodded and asked, "Sister-in-law, could you explain the states of the formless and spirit transformation realms in Qingcheng? The martial arts hierarchy seems to be quite intricate. In our lineage of Qingcheng, the true inheritance appears to reside solely within the Liu clan. My grandfather was educated, and our ancestors included scholars like you. It is said one even achieved the title of Zhuangyan, top scholar. However, he surely pales in comparison to your accomplishments. The realms we currently recognize are four: form, perception, formless, and spirit transformation. Form involves mimicking specific movements. The snake has its own form. The tiger has its own form. My father practices the tiger form, while my younger brother has taken up the crane form. Together, they embody the tiger and crane forms, yet they are still at the perception realm, which is slightly beneath my own level. Perception means immersing oneself in the spirit of Qingcheng. For example, to embody the tiger form, one must possess the ferocity of a tiger. Once the spirit is present, the form is secondary. The formless realm signifies having internalized all movements and energies to the core. For instance, I practice the snake form, moving and acting as a snake would at any moment, with my body as supple as its own. Reaching this stage already qualifies one as a master, even if surrounded by numerous ordinary individuals. I could escape with ease. As for the higher spirit transformation realm, it allows one to exert dominance through mere presence, without the need for physical confrontation. Lu Hanyan explained gently. Song Qingcheng, taken aback by these unfamiliar martial arts realms, felt a sense of intrigue, realizing that even in modern society, there existed these lesser-known masters. Sister-in-law, what you describe seems to be your clan's closely guarded secrets, something one cannot divulge. Song Qingcheng inquired softly. Lu Hanyan nodded. In addition to our Liu clan, there are many other lineages in Qingcheng, but most of those have lost their practical applications, retaining only theoretical aspects, yet they often enjoy greater renown than we do. However, we are indifferent to fame. Our lineage truly does not share its teachings. That said, you are not considered an outsider, so it is no trouble to share this with you. However, if you wish to learn Qingcheng, it is too late. One must establish a foundation from a young age and endure considerable hardship. Song Qingcheng acknowledged her words, though he found it perplexing that he was not deemed an outsider. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought and continued to eat a couple of buns before pausing. After a while, Lu Hanyan busily prepared a bowl of herbal medicine, which she presented to Song Qingcheng. He took it and drank it down, once more feeling the surge of vital energy within him. This time, without a second thought, he stripped off his clothing, reasoning that whether he undressed once or twice, Lu Hanyan had already seen everything, leaving him devoid of any psychological burden. Lu Hanyan applied the medicinal ointment meticulously on his body. Being in Song Qingcheng's home made her more relaxed, and her touch was thorough. Once finished, she began the rhythmic tapping anew, her movements more fluid than the previous day, likely indicative of her advancing skill. The sounds of her hands striking resonated continuously as Song Qingcheng stood motionless, feeling as though the vital energy within him ignited, eliciting a new and profound response. After completing the tapping on his back, Lu Hanyan moved to his front. This time, her face flushed, yet she maintained her focus, her hands working diligently. After finishing at his feet, she exhaled deeply, her dainty hands stained with the remnants of the ointment. Blushing, she lowered her gaze, saying, "I will fetch a basin of water to clean you up." With that, she turned and left, her silhouette exuding a captivating grace, her movements akin to that of a serpent, leaving Song Qingcheng with an overwhelming sensation. Lu Hanyan spent nearly 2 minutes in the bathroom before re-emerging, appearing pristine, holding a towel with which she began to wipe away the remnants of the ointment from Song Qingcheng's body. His complexion had regained its rosy hue, even appearing quite robust, although once slender. The contours of his muscles now became increasingly pronounced. The process of being cleaned was undoubtedly a trial for Song Qingcheng, making him feel as if he might explode with emotion once more. Lu Hanyan changed the water twice, finally kneeling to wash his feet, exhibiting a remarkable grace. Song Qingcheng's gaze traversed her back, lingering upon the gentle curves of her form, prompting a sigh from within him. It must be said that she possessed the quintessential simplicity of a rural woman. Though undeniably a beauty, her heart was genuine, willing to wash a man's feet. This quality evoked a sense of respect within him. Her actions stemmed from gratitude. Song Qingcheng had aided her, and she felt indebted, willing to give her all in return. Sister-in-law. "Thank you," Song Qingcheng said softly, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Lu Hanyan's hands, busy washing his feet, froze momentarily. Without raising her head, she replied, "Why the sudden gratitude? You are a woman, yet you are here tending to a stranger, and despite my actions, you bear no resentment." This touches my heart, Song Qingcheng gently spoke. And Lu Hanyin fell into silence for a moment before softly replying, Qingcheng, I once believed that even if I toiled until my dying breath, I could never repay those debts, nor escape the biting sarcasm. For me, Song Village was a vast pit of flames, and it was you who rescued me from that inferno. I have settled my debts and even paid their interest, and with my head held high. I have scolded those who once derided me. From that moment on, I resolved that I would do anything for you. I would heed your every command, even if it meant committing heinous acts. Although I am uneducated, I understand certain truths. One should repay even the smallest kindness with the utmost gratitude. Your grace is beyond my ability to repay, nor do I wish to. Thus, I can only become yours. Do not thank me for what I do in the future. What I do for you is only right. I cannot bear your gratitude, nor do I want you to feel indebted to me. I am but a woman, without any other talents, only strength and the ability to serve. Perhaps you cannot fathom this feeling. After all, you are a learned man, cultured and capable, a top scholar from Xinjiang province. Having risen above over 1 million others, truly remarkable. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, falling into the basin and creating ripples that danced in the water, accompanied by the crisp sound of splashing. Growing more intense, a cacophony of drops. In that moment, Song Qingcheng's heart was suddenly still, rendered speechless for a long while, filled only with warmth and a sense of release. The warmth was in her character. This was true chivalry. The release was from the entanglement in her heart. She did not truly disregard it, but rather accepted all that he was with equanimity. To her, it had never been a humiliation, but rather something natural. Why then should he be conflicted? At Igu Shopping Mall, seated across from each other at a steamed seafood pot, Song Qingcheng and Zhang Ming were separated by a large pot. With billowing steam enveloping their faces, this was the very place where Song Qingcheng had previously met Wang Dachuan, one of the finest restaurants in Linchuan, renowned for its exquisite seafood. Mr. Qingcheng, I am delighted that you could come. I inquired with my master, and he has never heard of anyone capable of producing sword energy. This can only mean that one's internal strength has reached a transformative level. However, within our martial lineage, it is impossible to cultivate internal strength to such an extent across the realms of form, perception, formlessness, and transformation. Perhaps transformation is on the brink, yet one cannot unleash complete sword energy. So you truly are remarkable. Is at the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, or the Great Formless Sword Energy, Zhang Ming gazed earnestly at Song Qingcheng, who felt a pang of amusement. It seemed these names were plucked from some martial arts novel. How absurd. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword and the Great Formless Sword Energy. Song Qingcheng shook his head, then shifted the topic. Do such things truly exist in this world? Certainly. The lineage of our Longguan sect has not been severed. It has indeed been recorded in ancient texts that the 6 Meridians Divine Sword and the Great Formless Sword Energy are the unique skills of 2 different sects, Zhang Ming replied earnestly. Song Qingcheng's heart stirred. Longguan sect, wasn't that what his 5th brother practiced? He spoke softly. Zhang Ming, I am unfamiliar with the 2 sects you mentioned. I practice the nameless sword energy. He then inquired. By the way, you mentioned there are martial experts in Linshan. Your master's acquaintance must be even more formidable than you, I presume. Zhang Ming wore a frustrated expression. Sir, in your presence, can I still be called formidable? Please, do not jest out. A friend of my master is a master of Xingyi Quan, indeed formidable. However, as age catches up, my master is already on the decline. I have just stepped into the formless realm. So I am indeed stronger than my master. Song Qingcheng paused. Could it be that the person Zhang Ming spoke of was Lu Minghu? No wonder he mentioned someone sought him to act as a bodyguard. It turned out to be the person Zhang Ming was protecting. Zhang Ming, who exactly are you protecting? What kind of person possesses such stature that a master like you must provide protection? Song Qingcheng furrowed his brow and asked. They are from Jinghua, seemingly the Ying family. I have not heard of them, but it is not unusual for someone from a small place like ours not to know them. However, my master should know something. He said they are one of the most powerful families in Huaxia, Zhang Ming stated earnestly. Song Qingcheng fell silent, though his heart stirred. It was indeed wise to avoid offending such prominent families. His current resources were insufficient to withstand their whims. Lost in thought, he casually lifted the pot lid. Let us eat. The crabs are ready, and they are truly exquisite. Indeed, Linshan is one of the best places in Xinjiang province for seafood. I cannot find such fresh seafood in Yong'an. During this visit, I have been feasting daily. Zhang Ming replied cheerfully. As Song Qingcheng ate, he remarked, however, Yong'an is the capital of Xinjiang province, a large city, incomparable to our small locale. By the way, I am planning to venture into the wholesale fruit and grain business. Do you have any sales channels? Fruits? Certainly. My students are spread across various industries. I run a martial arts school in Yong'an. teaching martial arts, which attracts people from all walks of life. Many from large markets in Yongnan train with me. Would you like me to introduce you? The apples and pears from Linshan are delicious. Whenever you have time, come to Yongnan, and I will arrange a meeting for us to discuss this further. Moreover, many fruit chain stores need to procure high-quality fruits. I can set that up for you. As they will certainly give me some consideration, Zhang Ming nodded, hesitating before adding, if you would be willing to guide my students, that would be even better. After all, your ability to produce sword energy indicates your understanding of martial arts is far beyond mine. Should you come, it would undoubtedly boost my business. This legendary sword energy would surely attract countless students. It would be a win-win situation, Zhang Ming asserted earnestly. Song Qingcheng replied seriously. Our sword path differs from your Longquan lineage. It is not for self-cultivation but for slaughter. Thus, I truly do not know how to guide others. As he spoke, he felt a tinge of pretentiousness. In truth, he was a mere novice, incapable of instructing others. A task beyond his abilities. If it were Lu Hanyan, it would be a different matter. Zhang Ming paused, pondering, before nodding in agreement. That makes sense. No wonder the sword path has all but vanished. My master has said he has never heard of anyone from the sword lineage appearing in recent years. Such swordsmanship, solely for the purpose of slaughter, indeed has few practitioners. However, I do have a friend who is a true martial arts master. And she is a woman. If she were to teach the female students, she would certainly be very popular. I could bring her along for a few sessions. Song Qingcheng replied earnestly, with Lu Hanyan's level. She would surely surpass Zhang Ming. Moreover, her snake-style boxing emphasizes fluid body movements, coiling like a serpent. For men, that is a lethal allure. In this era, most women who train in martial arts do so for their physiques. With such a skill, attracting students would be a breeze. Zhang Ming hesitated, but Song Qingcheng smirked. If you doubt it, I can have her spar with you to demonstrate her true prowess. Very well. I have a student here who also runs a martial arts school, located near the bus terminal. Bring her over this evening. If she is capable, when you next visit Yongnan, I will set up a special class for your friend. Directly recruiting students, that we can also promote it well, ensuring the collected tuition is split evenly. Your friend will not suffer any losses. What do you think? Zhang Ming suggested earnestly, respect evident on his face. This was the nature of martial artists, still holding on to traditional values of reverence towards their teachers, always in awe of the capable. Song Qingcheng nodded. This is no problem. I will discuss it when I return. Please provide me with the address. Let us not wait until evening. We shall arrive at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Zhang Ming responded with a sound, and Song Qingcheng let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, he had grown somewhat reliant on Lu Hanyan. Her clear-headedness ensured that the matters around him seldom went awry. Although Song Jiangwo was competent, he struggled to comprehend the drawings. Thus it would be prudent to find someone else in the village to take over should Lu Hanyan accompany him to Yongnan. Unfortunately, he had no suitable candidates at his disposal. Hence, it was imperative to discuss this matter with Lu Hanyan, as she would surely have some insights. After finishing his meal, Song Qingcheng parted ways with Zhang Ming. Instead of hurrying home, he meandered through Hegu Mall, visiting several shops and purchasing a plethora of clothing and shoes. All these items were intended for Lu Hanyan, whose wardrobe had become quite worn, and who had been reluctant to indulge in new attire. Thus, he took the initiative to acquire a few outfits for her, specifically requesting her sizes for both clothing and shoes. This time, he planned to bring her along to Yongnan. So he thoughtfully selected several yoga-style garments, which would complement her while teaching Xingyiquan. With an array of bags filled to the brim, he discreetly stowed them within his storage ring before exiting Hegu Mall. Just as he was about to rent a shared bicycle, his phone rang. It was a call from Wang Dachuan. After a moment of hesitation, Song Qingcheng answered, and Wang Dachuan's refined voice resonated. Qingcheng. The gold coins I procured from you last time were truly remarkable, especially the purple ones. They contain a type of alloy that is extraordinarily durable. I entrusted them to a friend who claims they can forge the most exceptional weapons. Previously, certain weapons existed only in theory due to the inadequacy of the metal strength and melting points. Your 3 purple coins are simply extraordinary. They must originate from a genuine prehistoric civilization. This certainly confirms the enigmatic nature of the origins of these tadpole characters. Do you have any more purple coins at home? To be frank, I wish to craft a longsword capable of penetrating any material. However, 3 purple coins are far too few. If you happen to possess more, I am eager to acquire them. This time, I will offer you 3 million for each. Raising an eyebrow, Song Qingcheng felt a moment of pause. His home had been burglarized twice, and while it was not directly related to Wang Dachuan, the timing of this call was rather suspicious. Recalling what Zhang Ming had mentioned about the Jinghua Sakura family, he replied calmly, Professor Wang, your interest in acquiring purple coins isn't related to the Jinghua Sakura family. Is it? Wang Dachuan fell silent for a moment before responding. Little brother, it appears you are aware of the Jinghua Sakura family. I shall not conceal it. I do have some connections with them. A student of mine, passionate about archaeology, is currently a sophomore at Jinghua University's Archaeology Institute. She possesses a greater talent than I in deciphering tadpole characters, having been raised in a prominent family. Thus she has a broad perspective and a solid foundation. Professor Wang, I assume your student is still in Linchuan, isn't she? She has visited my home twice but found nothing of interest, correct? Song Qingcheng replied. A peculiar feeling rising within him. It was clear that the Sakura family had a pressing need for these coins. Otherwise, as one of the most prestigious families in Huaxia, they would never resort to such disrespectful actions. Wang Dachuan sighed. This matter is of little concern to me, Qingcheng. That was an impulsive act by Sakura Luo. I have advised her to exercise patience, but young people often disregard such counsel. The Jinghua Sakura family is indeed exceedingly powerful, hence her reckless behavior. Fortunately, she is departing for Yong'an tomorrow, so you need not worry about her any longer. Little brother, I apologize on her behalf. If she seeks to acquire tadpole-related items again, I will ensure you are adequately compensated. If you have any gold coins on hand, please sell them to me. Song Qingcheng was taken aback. Sakura Luo? She's a girl? Yes, indeed, she is a young lady of merely 19. Lacking in experience. Little brother, please bear with her. Since you have mentioned the Sakura family's identity, you must understand the magnitude of their influence, Wang Dachuan affirmed. Song Qingcheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that the woman driving the Ferrari must indeed be Sakura Luo, a sophomore, born into a prominent family, embodying the very essence of arrogance he had observed. Now that he was aware of her identity, matters seemed more manageable, he replied. Professor Wang, to be candid, my impression of you was quite favorable until these recent events transpired. For the time being, I prefer to refrain from any transactions with you. The Jinghua Sakura family is indeed formidable, yet there are other families of comparable stature with whom I can conduct business. Wouldn't you agree? Please, don't, little brother. I will contact Sakura Luo and ensure she no longer interacts with you or investigates you further. I find it reassuring that you are so cautious, carefully concealing your possessions, Wang Dachuan implored. He then shifted his tone. Little brother, my interest in these coins is purely for research into tadpole characters. The material itself is of little consequence. Had it not been for Sakura Luo's sensitivity towards this matter, I would not have seen anything amiss. If you possess other tadpole artifacts, I would be willing to negotiate with you. Song Qingcheng replied coolly, Professor, I fully comprehend your intentions. Should opportunities arise in the future, I would indeed consider transactions with you, but I hope the Sakura family will not involve themselves. I am but a humble technician, not worthy of their attention. That is a valid point. Let us maintain our communication. Wang Dachuan responded with a chuckle. Song Qingcheng acknowledged this and terminated the call, a slight smile gracing his lips. It appeared that Huaxia was rife with matters unknown to him. Initially, he regarded the notion of martial arts experts as mere fiction, yet now he had encountered Xingyi and Changguan. Furthermore, the enigmatic Jinghua Sakura family, a mysterious lineage he had never believed in, had indeed made an appearance, and yet those without certain status remained oblivious to their existence. He found himself utterly bewildered. After renting a shared bicycle, Song Qingcheng pedaled homeward, his mind racing with plans. Once he completed the final batch of qi and blood ointment tomorrow, he would need to delve into the study of new magic. Ideally, he sought spells that could enhance both defense and strength, ensuring that should anyone attempt to assault him, he would not be easily subdued. Additionally, he contemplated using magic to research feed, accelerating plant growth, and cultivating extensive orchards. At that moment, his phone rang anew. Stopping his bicycle, he glanced at the screen, a gentle smile appearing on his face. It was a call from Kai Shachin. He answered. Shachin, do you miss me? Of course not. Kai Shachin huffed, her voice imbued with a hint of laughter. She then shifted the topic. I am heading to Donghai tonight and may be absent from Linshan for a while. My father's company requires my attention, and I also need to attend a class reunion. Therefore, I won't be able to meet with you during this period. Song Qingcheng fell silent for a moment before softly saying, What time do you leave tonight? How about we share a meal before you go? My father is currently in Linchuan, and he is aware of our relationship. My mother has mentioned a test regarding you, and my father has stated he will not approve until the test concludes. Thus, I cannot have dinner with you. However, I plan to visit Higu Mall to buy some items. If by chance we cross paths, that wouldn't be restricted. Kai Shachin responded softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. Song Qingcheng replied, I will be there shortly. Ending the call, he inhaled deeply, a surge of determination coursing through him. And no matter the cost, he must achieve his goal of 100 million. He had never been so earnest. Qingcheng embodied all his desires for a partner, and he was not willing to relinquish her. Pedaling swiftly, he felt every pore on his body igniting with fervor, his chi surging to its utmost potential. His confidence soared. He was the unparalleled Song Qingcheng, destined to prevail. At Higu Mall, Song Qingcheng stood in the shadow of the entrance, his expression serene, when suddenly a melodious voice called out from behind, "Silly boy." Over here. Turning his head, he beheld Qingcheng hiding at the door, her pearly teeth biting her lip, her short hair cascading, and her eyes gleaming with her signature smile. "Qingcheng," Song Qingcheng exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming urge to converse. His heart warmed by her presence. That smile seemed capable of healing all displeasures. "Come on in quickly, silly boy," Qingcheng called out, and only then did Song Qingcheng hurriedly walk inside. The two made their way to a corner where a cozy lounge area was set up. Encircled by a cluster of sofas, already occupied by a few individuals. Once seated, Song Qingcheng glanced at Qingcheng, who was clad in a crisp white shirt paired with black pencil pants, topped with a fitted blazer. "Qingcheng, it seems we haven't seen each other in quite some time. You don't appear to be the least bit upset," Qingcheng said with a smile, the afternoon sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling glass, casting a radiant glow upon her face. "I have faith in myself. Regardless of the circumstances, I will certainly secure 100 million within a year. At that time, I will bring you home," Song Qingcheng replied softly. Then shifted the conversation. "Qingcheng, will you be my girlfriend?" Qingcheng stared at him in surprise, then raised an eyebrow. "I have always been your girlfriend, haven't I? No, I don't want something feigned. I never realized that spending time with a woman I admire could truly change some of my habits. Back in school, my sole focus was on acquiring knowledge, leaving no room for a girlfriend. During this time spent with you, I have come to understand what I truly desire in a partner. You are an exceptionally unique individual, fulfilling all my expectations of a woman, and I wish to pursue a serious relationship with you," Song Qingcheng earnestly declared, a gentle smile adorning his face, radiating a subtle elegance. Qingcheng looked at him, then playfully poked his forehead with her long index finger, scolding him lightly. "You silly boy. Truly a fool." Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, and Qingcheng continued with a smirk. "I did intend for you to pretend to be my boyfriend, but after spending this time together, I believe I cannot find a more ideal partner than you. That night, when you conversed confidently with my mother, I realized you are not an ordinary person. Later, when we watched a movie together, dined at your home, and washed dishes, those are not acts of someone merely pretending to be a boyfriend. Therefore, my departure this time is merely a temporary concession to my father. A year from now, regardless of whether you achieve your goal, I will be with you. If my father objects, I shall relinquish all inheritance rights from the Kai family and retreat with you to the mountains. Living as a humble farmer, would you take me in?" Song Qingcheng grasped Qingcheng's delicate hand, nodding earnestly. "I would not want that. I refuse to be so lacking in ambition that you become a mere farmer. I will ensure you are the mistress of a grand estate. In the future, I will make your father see me in a new light. This is not to prove my capabilities to him, but to demonstrate, through hard work, how much I care for you. You must wait for me." Her small hand felt soft and delicate, akin to holding a warm piece of jade, and in that moment, Song Qingcheng felt as though he had grasped all that was beautiful. He had no intention of letting go. Qingcheng lowered her head, gently resting against his shoulder, her eyebrows arching gracefully as she said, "Honestly, I have no greater demands of you. Just follow your heart and pursue your dreams, and that will suffice. Anyway, I will be in Donghai for at most a month. I will return without fail. If you are to register a company, do so promptly. I need to visit Yong'an first to push our products into various cities in Shenzhen province, as establishing a solid foundation there is crucial. For Donghai, I prefer to wait until we are more robust before making any moves." Song Qingcheng replied softly, and Qingcheng nodded, "As long as you are happy. However, if you receive an invitation to a class reunion, you must attend. I am eager to see you. If I am invited, I shall certainly go. Qingcheng, let us keep in touch via WeChat from now on," Song Qingcheng said gently, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered around her. Feeling a deep sense of tranquility wash over him, Qingcheng responded affirmatively, and they sat in mutual comfort, Song Qingcheng sensing something awakening within him. His thoughts stirred, and then he was momentarily startled to notice 3 additional stars shimmering beside the moon, suspended in the sky, radiating a soft glimmer. Is this still light magic? How could there be stars alongside the moon? Yet, what purpose do these starlights serve? If they were to be integrated into a light-conjuring magic array, would it not create a different kind of gravitational pull? Song Qingcheng mused, but as the thought took shape, he swiftly suppressed it. No matter what, Qingcheng was right beside him, and he must cherish the present. Qingcheng spoke softly. Qingcheng, I must take my leave. I said I would only buy a pair of socks and return, so I cannot linger too long. Take care of yourself. With that, she turned gently, her short hair brushing against Song Qingcheng's face, leaving behind a delicate fragrance. Finally, she leaned in and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Then, Qingcheng rose and walked away, and Song Qingcheng watched her retreating figure, narrowing his eyes slightly as he touched the spot where she had kissed him, feeling a mix of emotions, neither joy nor sorrow. This was merely a brief farewell. He did not wish to appear overly reluctant. Regardless, if he failed to achieve his goals in the future, he would have no argument against Qingcheng's parents' disapproval. He had made a promise, and naturally, he must fulfill it. This kiss stirred his heart, marking the first time a woman had kissed his face. A sense of extraordinary sweetness lingered within him, reminiscent of the freshness of first love. Like honey and sugar, perhaps this was the essence of two souls connecting. The genuine sentiment between a man and a woman. After sitting for a while, Song Qingcheng finally rose and walked out, his posture straightening, inexplicably uplifted in spirit. He rented a shared bicycle and, upon returning home, headed straight inside. Just then, his phone chimed with a notification. Glancing at it, he saw it was a WeChat message from Zhang Ming, providing the address for the martial arts school. Rubbing his forehead, he recalled that he still needed to take Lu Hanyan to the martial arts school, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon entering the house, he found Lu Hanyan in the kitchen, warming up some dishes, still dressed in her form-fitting white attire. Song Qingcheng placed his bags on the sofa and called out, "Sister-in-law, I will be taking you out for some errands shortly. Please change your outfit." After a moment's thought, he added, "I won't be able to call you sister-in-law anymore at the martial arts school. It wouldn't be appropriate. I'll just call you by your name." Lu Hanyan acknowledged him and soon emerged, her eyes widening in surprise as she beheld the pile of bags. "Qingcheng, did you buy all this?" "Not much. It's all for you." Song Qingcheng nodded. Lu Hanyan was momentarily stunned, then opened the bags one by one, discovering 4 pairs of shoes, 3 pairs of sports shoes and a pair of high-heeled boots. She pursed her lips, her long neck lowering slightly as she whispered, "You still plan to invest in the Yunnan resort? Isn't this a bit extravagant? Because I need to head to Yongnan soon. And you must accompany me as a representation of the company's image. Thus, you should prepare appropriately." Song Qingcheng raised an eyebrow, waving his hand. "Go change your clothes. Just change into this one for now. The rest can be worn later." Lu Hanyan responded without hesitation, turning to leave. Song Qingcheng contemplated for a moment and called out from the doorway, "Sister-in-law, please don't wear such undergarments anymore. With your resilience, you shouldn't be so susceptible to the cold, right?" "I indeed do not fear the cold. I could wear only one layer even in winter. However, everyone else dresses this way, so I followed suit and have grown accustomed to it. I'll heed your advice from now on." Lu Hanyan's voice carried a hint of delight as she accepted Song Qingcheng's suggestion, simply believing that she could not repay his kindness, thus yielding to his wishes. This was not submission but rather a sense of calm acceptance. For her, Song Qingcheng's actions were always correct. The door opened, and Lu Hanyan emerged, clad in black yoga leggings that hugged her long legs, showcasing their slenderness and strength, her calves perfectly straight without any bulk. Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, her loose clothing had concealed her figure, but this outfit revealed her beauty in full. Perhaps her appearance did not surpass Qingcheng's, yet it was certainly not overshadowed by Bai Shui. Her physique was unmatched, especially in its softness, a transformation brought about by her practice of snake-style kung fu, combined with her dedication to martial arts. Her waist was as slender as a serpent. "Qingcheng, do you have any questions?" Lu Hanyan gazed at Song Qingcheng with a hint of caution in her eyes, gently inquiring about his well-being. "Oh, splendid. There are no issues whatsoever, but it seems your hair could use some tidying up. How about we stop by the barber shop downstairs before setting off?" Taking a deep breath, Song Qingcheng shook his head and glanced down at her feet, which were clad in thick cotton socks. He picked up a pair of ankle socks from the side, squatting before her as he said, "Change into these. You'll be wearing those white sneakers shortly." He added, "You should really discard those old clothes of yours. They've faded from washing and are quite unhealthy for you. Besides, there's no need to cling to them. We need to discuss a few matters on our way." Lu Hanyan shrank her feet slightly and replied softly, "I can manage on my own. Let me handle it." Song Qingcheng raised his head and stole a glance at her. She bit her lip and brought her feet closer, murmuring, "I'll heed your advice, if that's what you wish." "Precisely. I'm not asking you to commit heinous acts." "Why the reluctance?" Song Qingcheng replied, and with a swift motion, he removed her socks. Her delicate feet, seemingly untouched by sunlight, were the fairest part of her, resembling fine porcelain. Such feet would undoubtedly make for an exquisite model. As he slipped the socks onto her feet, a wave of warmth washed over him, and the image of her countenance lingered in his mind, prompting him to draw several deep breaths, setting her feet down. He stood and said, "Let us proceed to the barber shop. By the way, how does that outfit feel? Is it comfortable enough to not hinder your abilities?" Lu Hanyan shook her head, responding, "I initially thought this snug attire would be uncomfortable. But to my surprise, it's quite elastic and even enhances my capabilities. It's truly comfortable." Song Qingcheng nodded, casually handing her a white jacket before gathering several pieces of clothing she had brought along and turning towards the door. Lu Hanyan timidly remarked, "Actually, these clothes are quite sturdy. They work well for tasks." Song Qingcheng glanced back, and she pursed her lips, shaking her head emphatically. "Then I'll trust her judgment and discard them. Please don't give me that look. It's rather intimidating." "What about the undergarments?" he inquired. "They're all in there. I've left nothing behind, not even my underwear. I told you I would follow your lead, so whatever you give me, I shall wear," Lu Hanyan replied, her eyes glimmering with warmth. Song Qingcheng was taken aback, a flutter of emotions rising within him as he cast a brief glance at her behind, wondering if she wore nothing underneath. Lu Hanyan seemed to sense his thoughts and nodded, saying, "I'm not wearing anything underneath. It's just that the top is too loose, so I've tied it up. This is all I have." He rubbed his forehead and nodded. "Let us go. When we return, I'll buy you several new outfits." Dressed in the white jacket and her sneakers, Lu Hanyan stood while Song Qingcheng knelt to tie her shoelaces. They exited together, and with time on their side, he led her to the barber shop for a quick hair appointment. Following his specifications, her hair was styled with great care, made voluminous, with strands cascading beside her face and a loose braid tied at the back, adding an air of refinement. Once her hair was washed and dried, the vibrant fragrance transformed her entirely. Song Qingcheng found himself momentarily dazed. Lu Hanyan, in this new light, resembled a pearl unearthed from dust, dazzling and infused with a spirited aura, an essence befitting a master. Even the barber was taken aback by her transformation, but Lu Hanyan, ever the feisty spirit, huffed and shot the barber a glare before taking her place beside Song Qingcheng. After settling the bill, he spotted a nearby shared bicycle and instructed Lu Hanyan to sit behind him as they rode towards the bus terminal. As they traveled, Song Qingcheng spoke gently, "In the future, you may not spend much time in the village. Even if you return, it's unlikely you'll engage in agricultural work. Who do you think could take over your position as supervisor?" "Oh, I'm not assigning you farm work because we need to focus on product promotion. We must establish a presence in Yong'an. Regardless of how many wonderful things we cultivate, they are of no use if we cannot sell them. Thus, promotion is more crucial than production, and I need a trustworthy assistant. And you are the only one who fits that role." Lu Hanyan straightened her back and nodded. "Qingcheng, you're right. I believe Sanbian could take my place. He studied for several years but had to drop out due to his family's financial struggles. However, he is quite clever. When I return to the village, I'll discuss this with him and have him oversee these matters. After all, with the construction team still around, he can serve a supportive role without issue." "Then it's settled. It shall be Sanbian," Song Qingcheng affirmed before shifting the conversation. "The tasks I'll assign you may far exceed your current remuneration. Don't harbor any misgivings. I assure you, I won't let you suffer." Lu Hanyan glanced at Song Qingcheng's back, biting her lip as she asserted, "I've stated before, whether you compensate me or not, it matters not to me. From the moment you entrusted me with 60,000, I became yours. I bear no burdens, so the amount of money is inconsequential. My father and Sanbian have enough to sustain themselves. Everything I have is due to you. Please, refrain from explaining these matters to me in the future. I don't wish to hear it. Simply tell me what needs to be done, and I will comply, even if it involves the most extreme actions." The martial arts school mentioned by Zhang Ming was located not far from the Linshan bus terminal. Though it bore the name Jinli Gym, as a martial arts label would be somewhat unseemly in this day and age. Once they secured the bicycle, Song Qingcheng cast a glance at Lu Hanyan and said gently, "Earlier on the road, I mentioned that you would be sparring with an expert from the Chongquan school, also at the Wuxing realm. Do you feel confident?" "Absolutely. I have been in the Wuxing realm for several years and am on the brink of entering the Hualing realm. Moreover, my snake fist is inherently stronger than Chongquan. I'm confident I can defeat him within 10 moves." Lu Hanyan raised her brows, radiating confidence, her spirited demeanor complementing her radiant beauty, exuding an increasingly blooming allure. "Good. Defeat him as swiftly as possible. But one thing, do not let him harm you," Song Qingcheng cautioned, then changed his tone. "When I ask you to engage in combat with others, do not feel aggrieved." Lu Hanyan shook her head stubbornly. "I've already told you. You need not explain anything to me. Just inform me of what I must do, and I am willing to do anything for you. Perhaps my performance has not instilled much confidence in you, but I will prove myself. This time, I shall defeat him in 5 moves. Song Qingcheng exhaled deeply, warmth swelling within him. This woman, though lacking formal education, demonstrated a spirit of unwavering loyalty. Together, they entered the gym, where Zhang Ming was conversing with a tall, muscular man, whose imposing physique exuded strength. Upon seeing Song Qingcheng, Zhang Ming approached, offering a slight bow, his gaze landing upon Lu Hanyin with an expression of astonishment. Mr. Qingcheng, is this the person you spoke of? Indeed. Are you ready? Song Qingcheng nodded. Zhang Ming inhaled deeply, stating, I will not hold back. As a martial artist, the honor of the martial way transcends all. I shall not show leniency. Even to a woman. Lu Hanyin huffed, her gaze sharp. Martial artists are not divided by gender. Within 5 moves, I shall surely defeat you. Zhang Ming was taken aback for a moment before smirking. How intriguing. Let us proceed inside. I've made arrangements. Jianli, you should join us as well. It's a perfect opportunity to observe the essence of Chongquan. As they entered the spacious room, the walls were lined with soundproofing panels, and Jianli locked the door behind them. Song Qingcheng placed a reassuring hand on Lu Hanyin's shoulder and nodded at her. She bit her lip, removed her outerwear, and handed it to Song Qingcheng before stepping forward to face Zhang Ming. With a sharp command, Zhang Ming advanced, delivering a punch with the force of a gale. Lu Hanyin twisted her waist, her hands moving like serpents to lightly tap at his fist, her arm bending as she targeted his armpit. Snake fist. Xingyi school, Zhang Ming shouted, sidestepping as his other fist lunged toward Lu Hanyin. Second move, Lu Hanyin let out a delicate cry, her figure leaving behind a fleeting shadow, her entire body as supple as if devoid of bones. Her waist twisting like that of a serpent, her hands darting towards Zhang Ming's wrist. Zhang Ming snorted, shaking his wrist, and retaliated with a punch aimed at Lu Hanyin's hand. Yet, her arm flicked, wrapping around Zhang Ming's arm like a snake. With a deft motion, her fingers tapped along her arm, and she declared, third move. In an instant, Zhang Ming's entire arm went numb, his body trembling slightly. Despite having practiced external martial arts, conditioning his body to feel like steel. So much so that Song Qingcheng could not overpower him, he found himself unable to withstand the internal force of Lu Hanyin's snake-style fist. In that moment of tremor, Lu Hanyin twisted her waist once more, her hands blossoming like flowers as they struck Zhang Ming's chest. He let out a muffled grunt as his body was sent flying. Crashing against the wall nearby, a resounding thud echoed, causing the ground to tremble, while Lu Hanyin stood poised, her waist held straight, exclaiming, fourth move. Defeating him in 4 moves, the entire exchange was executed with astonishing speed. Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had indeed underestimated Lu Hanyin. Her martial prowess was far superior to Zhang Ming's. Jianli, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. Dumbfounded. It was only when Zhang Ming inhaled sharply that he rushed over, squatting before him, asking, Teacher, are you all right? I won't perish. This is Lu Xingyi Quan. I truly did not expect that within the Xingyi school, someone has mastered the snake form. Remarkable. Her body, like a serpent, is indeed stronger than mine. Zhang Ming replied, taking a deep breath, gently speaking, and after a few coughs, he finally caught his breath and stood slowly. Lu Hanyin approached Song Qingcheng, her movements during the battle with Zhang Ming, her waist twisting like a snake, had undeniably been alluring. I defeated him in 4 moves without embarrassing you, Lu Hanyin said softly, though her brow was slightly raised, hinting at her modest pride. Song Qingcheng rubbed his nose and replied, Indeed, quite impressive. I misjudged you. However, you still cannot outrun a bullet. If you were to step into the transformation realm, could you evade bullets? Lu Hanyin shook her head. No. Then you must train diligently. The Xingyi school records 4 realms. But that does not imply there are only 4 levels in martial arts. The subsequent realms can be self-created, Song Qingcheng stated calmly. Lu Hanyin nodded earnestly. All right. I will certainly train hard. At that moment, Zhang Ming approached Lu Hanyin and bowed respectfully. Greetings, junior sister. I see that you are on the verge of entering the transformation realm, and you are even younger than I am. If you and Mr. Qingcheng go to Yongnan, I will certainly arrange a specialized martial arts class for you. This snake form is indeed beneficial for women's physique. At that time, we could split the earnings 80-20. With me receiving 2 and you 8, making 100,000 or 80,000 a month would be no problem. Lu Hanyin was taken aback, but showed no sign of pride, merely nodding. It seems you must be a disciple of Master Yi Wenmiao. When we reach Yongnan, I will go meet Master Wenmiao. Indeed, junior sister is the daughter of Master Minghu. Then we shall be family. How about you join me in Yongnan tomorrow? We can start the class right away. I have heard that Master Ming Hu has been facing difficulties lately. This time, you can earn some extra money to support the family. After all, our martial arts lineage should support one another, Zheng Ming said with a smile. Lu Hanyan shook her head. No need. I will go with Qingcheng, and I did not intend to teach outsiders the snake form. If it weren't for Qingcheng's request, I would not do it. Very well. I shall await Mr. Qingcheng and junior sister in Yong'an, Zhang Ming said nonchalantly, shrugging and casting an envious glance at Song Qingcheng. Since we have reached an agreement, let it be so. I will trouble you to contact the representatives of various markets in Yong'an. I will discuss things properly later, Song Qingcheng said with a smile. Then clasped his fist in salute to Zhang Ming before turning to leave. As they approached the entrance, Jian Li was about to rush over to open the door when Lu Hanyan kicked it open with a swift motion. Sending it flying to the side, the door swung open, and the two departed with purpose. Jian Li glanced at Zhang Ming, hesitating for a moment before exclaiming, "Teacher, this is truly impressive. This senior sister is not only formidable but also exceptionally beautiful. Not just beautiful, she is a true serpent woman. Historically, the snake form can only be practiced by women, allowing their bodies to become as supple and cool as a serpent. For any man, she is the epitome of allure, a woman of enchanting charm. Whoever can marry her will undoubtedly find true happiness. Let's have dinner out tonight and savor someone else's culinary skills," Song Qingcheng suggested, glancing back at Lu Hanyan as he pushed a shared bicycle. A hint of a smile playing on his lips, Lu Hanyan shook her head. "No need. There are plenty of dishes at home. The dumplings and big white chain my aunt brought are far tastier than anything from outside." Song Qingcheng shrugged. "I feel the same way. Then let us return home for dinner. However, first, I will take you to buy some new undergarments. The old ones have been discarded and need replacing." As he spoke, he mounted the bicycle, and Lu Hanyan took her place behind him, her waist held straight as the wind tousled her hair, casting shadows on her delicate face. As they rode, Song Qingcheng turned down several alleys, eventually arriving at an established shopping center, where he intended to visit a 4S dealership to purchase a car. After stopping, he called Lao Wu, knowing he lacked a driver's license and could not drive. "Boss, what's the plan?" "I'm currently operating a road roller for repairs," Lao Wu replied gravely. "Come to the county town once, to the Volkswagen 4S dealership by the old department store. Bring your driver's license. Pick up the car today, and you will be my driver for now. Take a taxi here quickly," Song Qingcheng instructed before ending the call. He then glanced at Lu Hanyan. "Let us go buy a car." Lu Hanyan followed him into the dealership, where there were few customers. Although Volkswagen was not the top-tier brand, most people in Lingshan still considered it expensive, preferring purely domestic brands. By the roadside, a sales representative noticed Song Qingcheng and Lu Hanyan entering and promptly walked inside. Several salespeople turned to glance but remained seated when the first shook his head, signaling them not to move. Dressed modestly in black khaki pants and a dark green jacket, Song Qingcheng appeared rather slender. While he exuded an air of refinement, he lacked the demeanor of a wealthy individual. In the northern region of Shanjiang, most men were robust and sturdy. Thus, Song Qingcheng's appearance did not earn him any extra points, especially since he had arrived on a bicycle, which further detracted from his image. After inspecting several cars, he felt drawn to a Volkswagen Chiron, which was decent, seating 7 and looking understated, priced around 200,000. Aligning with his requirements. As he surveyed the area, no salespeople approached. Lu Hanyan raised an eyebrow and called out, "Is there anyone alive? Come out and sell cars." A burly man turned and strode over, asking, "How are you speaking? What are you here for? What else could we come for besides buying a car? Your dealership is here. Could it possibly be a restaurant? What else could you sell if not cars? Do you have the capability to sell anything else?" Lu Hanyan huffed, her gaze fixed on the man. He raised his eyebrows, gesturing to the side. "I am the sales manager here, Sherdong. Let Xiaochen come out. She handles finances. Aren't you here to buy a car?" Perfect timing for her to collect the payment. The sales representative, who had just come and walked through a corridor, returning with a young woman of about 26 or 27. Dressed in a standard office ensemble, a white blouse paired with a dark blue skirt and black stockings. Her medium-length hair hung down, and she wore glasses, which made her eyes appear somewhat smaller, giving her an air of cautiousness. "Hey, Chinfala, we have customers here looking to buy a car. Please assist them and collect the payment. This vehicle offers a 2% commission. Would you consider giving the customer a discount?" Sherdong leaned in toward the woman, speaking cheerfully, though his gaze revealed a hint of disdain. Chinfala responded, "Understood. Customers are always a good thing." As she spoke, she approached Song Qingcheng and Lu Hanyan, while a murmur of discussion arose behind her. This person seems to have just graduated from university that I glanced at him earlier, and he even rode a bicycle here. He's probably just here to inquire. So there's no need to waste everyone's time. That model of Chiron costs nearly 300,000. It hardly sells a few units a year. He must want to compare options or perhaps seek a semblance of prestige in front of his girlfriend. The comments made Lu Hanyan raise her eyebrows, and she was about to confront them when Song Qingcheng gently grasped her small hand and shook his head slightly in disapproval. Qingfala, standing to the side, began to introduce the vehicle. Sir, this model is fully imported, with excellent performance. Moreover, we are currently running a promotion. Purchase the car and receive 3 years of maintenance. That's enough looking. You've worked hard. Let us proceed to payment. Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Qingfala paused, then hesitated before saying, Sir, aren't you going to compare any further? It's your first car, and you need to consider the purchase tax and insurance. No need. Let us calculate everything together. Let us go, he replied, nodding again as he led Lu Hanyan inside. Lu Hanyan obediently followed his steps, her slightly cool hand betraying a hint of nervousness. Qingfala took a deep breath and brought Song Qingcheng to the finance department. When it came time to collect payment, she wore an expression of disbelief until Song Qingcheng successfully swiped his card, at which point she exhaled a long breath of relief. An announcement echoed through the sales hall. Congratulations to Mr. Song on acquiring his new vehicle, a brand new imported Chiron, sold by sales associate Qingfala. This was a motivational tactic employed by the dealership to stimulate sales enthusiasm among employees and to reward those who performed well. Several salespeople turned their attention to Shi Dong, then swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground as they exclaimed, What were you shaking your head for earlier? If you don't shake your head, that commission is mine. So what if he came on a bicycle? That's merely low-key. Did he spend your money? You're really messing things up. If he leaves now, the manager will surely have your head. Even the burly sales manager stepped in, throwing a couple of punches in frustration, grumbling, Hurry up and settle the bill and get lost. You've made me face the customer's wrath, and now we've missed out on an opportunity. If the manager holds me accountable, I'll have to answer for your mistakes. Manager, please. I was just trying to save everyone's time, the man protested, but was met with a few kicks, rendering him speechless. At that moment, Lao Wu pushed the door open and surveyed the group. The salespeople finally released Shi Dong, approaching him with enthusiasm. Sir, looking to buy a car? I'm looking for someone. My boss was just here to buy a car. Where is he? Lao Wu glared at the crowd, his gaze fierce. The salespeople collectively sighed, stepping back in defeat. Just then, Song Qingcheng and Lu Hanyan emerged side by side, escorted by Qingfala. Mr. Song, we've added each other on WeChat. For any maintenance matters in the future, please contact me. We have immediate stock available. I'll take you to see the car now. You can handle the tax and license plate today, and we can apply the tinting when you return. Qingfala said with a smile. Song Qingcheng nodded. You are quite responsible and diligent in your work. Let us keep in touch. Lao Wu sidled over and quietly asked, Boss, is the car ready? Song Qingcheng reached into his pocket, pulling out 40,000 yuan, which he handed to Lao Wu. This was actually taken from his storage ring, where he had conveniently kept nearly 1 million yuan for easy access. Take this money and follow Qingfala to pick up the car. Make sure to inspect it thoroughly and choose the best one. Then handle the purchase tax and license plate, and come back for the tinting. Get the best quality, he instructed. Lao Wu accepted the money with a nod, then glanced at Lu Hanyan, perplexity evident in his eyes. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, You're Lu Hanyan. Is it really that surprising? Song Qingcheng scoffed. Lao Wu lowered his head and replied, If I hadn't sensed her formidable aura, I wouldn't have dared to recognize her. The transformation is simply astounding. She now resembles one of those fashionable women from the city. I never imagined she would be so beautiful. It seems that only by following the boss can one truly achieve success. This is a complete turnaround. All right, I'll take my leave now. When you come to pick up the car tomorrow, bring San Bien along. I have something to discuss with him. Song Qingcheng waved his hand. Lao Wu nodded and watched as he and Lu Hanyan walked away, muttering to himself, She hardly resembles Lu Hanyan anymore. One could easily mistake her for a young lady of 18 or 19. How could she have changed so drastically? Qingfala gently called out, Sir, shall we go pick up the car? Lao Wu turned back, walking to the side, his demeanor returning to normal, yet retaining an air of intimidation that made others hesitant to approach. At this moment, Song Qingcheng and Lu Hanyan entered a nearby shopping mall. Leading her into a lingerie store, a woman in her 40s approached, glancing between the two of them with a cheerful demeanor. Sir, buying lingerie for your girlfriend? Song Qingcheng pointed to a few sets. This one, and these few. You have a great eye, sir. Although these are older styles, they are quite affordable. We never use sponge or wires in our lingerie. They are incredibly natural. What is your girlfriend's cup size? The woman smiled. Song Qingcheng shook his head. Forget those sets. I want one of each of the other styles, according to the size point one of each, that has 26 sets. The woman was momentarily stunned, her face a picture of disbelief. Song Qingcheng waved his hand, and the woman quickly realized, bustling over to Lu Hanyan, young lady, you're so fortunate. By the way, what is your size? Lu Hanyan hesitated, shaking her head. I don't know. I've never paid attention to that before. Not a problem. I can estimate. Just take off your outerwear, the woman said, eyeing the fitted garments. I can tell right away. You must be a B cup. The woman nodded and began to fetch some items. Lu Hanyan called out, but I'm still wearing a wrap underneath. As she spoke, she reached beneath her clothing, but Song Qingcheng quickly grasped her small hand, calmly saying, is there a changing room? Yes. Although we typically don't allow trying on lingerie. Since you're purchasing so many, I'll make an exception. Let your girlfriend unwrap the fabric underneath, and I'll take a look. The woman beamed with enthusiasm, pushing open a small door to the side. Song Qingcheng peeked inside, seeing nothing unusual, and gestured for Lu Hanyan to enter. Without hesitation, she stepped inside. After about 2 minutes, she emerged. The woman glanced at her, momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, young lady, you're too harsh on yourself. What kind of fabric are you binding yourself with? You shouldn't treat yourself like this. You're clearly a D or even an E cup. Why constrict yourself like that? You look absolutely stunning now. Lu Hanyan cast a shy glance at Song Qingcheng, then stole a look at the woman who was bustling around, muttering, where's the E cup? We hardly have any buyers for those. They're all at the bottom. She glanced at Song Qingcheng and playfully stuck out her tongue, whispering, Qingcheng, do men really prefer larger sizes? I find them quite inconvenient to manage. Song Qingcheng rubbed his nose and replied softly, honestly, I do prefer larger sizes. I believe no man can resist them. They are far more alluring than smaller ones. It's mainly about getting used to it. Once accustomed, it's fine. Regardless of binding or not, gravity doesn't change. It remains what it is. Lu Hanyan responded softly, and at last, the woman produced a bra, stepping in front of her and handing it over. Here you go, young lady. Try this one on. I believe my judgment is quite sound. Upon receiving the corset, Lu Hanyan stepped back inside. Just a few minutes later, her voice echoed, Qingcheng, I am having difficulty fastening this button. It simply won't secure. Little girl, allow me to assist you, the woman cheerfully offered. Lu Hanyan replied coldly, do not come in. I am not accustomed to being seen by outsiders. The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly and glanced at Song Qingcheng, saying, young man, you may as well go in. Song Qingcheng scratched his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, he was no longer an outsider, but given the circumstances, he chose not to voice any objections and promptly entered. Inside the changing room, the space was rather limited. Lu Hanyan stood with her back to him, her hands clasped behind her, fiddling with the 2 straps. He cast a quick glance, then remarked, shopkeeper, it's not that it won't fasten. Rather, it's a size too small. Please bring a larger size. Ah, it's still a size too small, but that is not possible. This girl is so slender, the shopkeeper exclaimed. By the way, would a strapless option work? It would be more convenient to wear. Song Qingcheng replied. Sure, bring it in for me to take a look. Only then did Lu Hanyan lower her hands and slowly turn around. That moment, she was unclothed above the waist. Song Qingcheng's brows furrowed as he first noticed her well-defined waistline. Truly a sight to behold, and then his gaze inadvertently moved upward, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was indeed indescribable. Lu Hanyan glanced at him and, observing his reaction, softly remarked, it seems men truly prefer the ample. What did you say? Song Qingcheng responded, suddenly feeling a ringing in his ears, a sign of his heightened blood flow. Lu Hanyan shook her head, still with her brows lowered, and said, oh, it's nothing. Yet, a hint of a smile danced at the corners of her eyes. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Song Qingcheng extended his hand to receive the strapless garment the shopkeeper brought in, handing it to Lu Hanyan. She unfolded it, casting a troubled glance at him. Without a second thought, he took it and draped it in front of her. It was neither too large nor too small, fitting perfectly. However, the sensation of its softness, coupled with a chill, was akin to that of a serpent, causing his nose to bleed profusely. Qingcheng, you're bleeding, Lu Hanyan exclaimed, reaching out to wipe it away. Song Qingcheng waved his hand, saying, I think I should step outside. Facing you will only exacerbate the situation. With that, he hastily exited the changing room. The woman gave him a knowing look and cheerfully remarked, Sir, I just found 5 pieces in size F here, including the one you just saw. making a total of 6. Song Qingcheng waved his hand again, saying, "Wrap them all up. I'll take the underwear I ordered earlier. No need for matching sets. And also get some adhesive ones. They're the most practical." "Absolutely. This is simply astonishing." "You are indeed fortunate," the woman responded with a playful glint in her eyes, proceeding to package everything. Song Qingcheng settled the bill. The spring breeze tousled Lu Hanyan's hair as she sat upright on the back seat of the bicycle, maintaining a steady posture. However, when her gaze fell upon Song Qingcheng, it bore a gentle smile. He had stuffed a piece of napkin up his nose, which had turned a comical shade of red. Lu Hanyan radiated an enchanting allure, akin to a flower gradually blooming, suggesting a transformation reminiscent of a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Yet, this metamorphosis had occurred rather swiftly. Her demeanor and grace were no longer reminiscent of her former self, to the point where even Lao Wu could barely recognize her. Upon returning home, Lu Hanyan placed all the garments in the laundry room, intending to wash them later, then turned to head towards the sofa. At that moment, Song Qingcheng was seated there, tending to the tissue in his nose. Lu Hanyan stood before him, gently saying, "Stay still. Let me help you." Song Qingcheng tilted his head back as Lu Hanyan removed the tissue from his nose and then took a damp towel to gently wipe it clean. However, his gaze remained fixated on her, the undulating curves of her form stirring a rush of blood within him. In his awareness, the moonlight shimmered, casting a soft glow that gradually calmed Song Qingcheng, preventing another bout of bleeding. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Lu Hanyan set down the towel, stating, "All done. Your blood flow seems to have stabilized. Just apply the ointment one last time tomorrow, and you'll be fine. By the way, after we finish, shall we return to Song Village?" "Yes, but we must come back in the afternoon to oversee the cold storage. I need to procure a batch of chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs to raise on the mountains. And perhaps a few sheep as well. I'll have Lao Wu contact the sellers to arrange for early delivery," Song Qingcheng affirmed, secretly wishing to raise a few sika deer, as they could provide antler velvet and yield benefits during tours and exhibitions. However, relying solely on mainstream products for profit was unrealistic. His only hope lay in the unique specialties from the Augustus territory. Only items unavailable elsewhere, targeted at individual buyers, could fetch higher prices without the opportunity for negotiation. In this regard, the doorway fish was indeed an excellent option, with a single specimen capable of selling for over $1 million, potentially even more. Conversely, commodities like wheat offered limited profit margins and faced stiff competition. Even selling 1,000 tons Woon tea yields substantial returns. Given the situation in Song Village, he could expect to harvest around 700 to 800 tons in a year. He purchased wheat at 1 yuan per jane, selling it for 1 yuan and 70 to 80 cents, but that required careful negotiation with a flour mill. A poor deal could result in prices as low as 1 yuan and 3 to 4 cents. Thus, even if he sold all 700 to 800 tons, the profit would be meager, likely around 800 to 900,000 after costs. This was already quite optimistic, emphasizing the need for gradual accumulation. If given time, he could cultivate fruit trees and grapes, ultimately establishing a winery, ensuring an annual income exceeding 10 million within 5 years. Yet, the one thing he lacked was time, especially with Kai Shaoqin's parents aware of their 1-year agreement, compelling him to rely on the doorway fish to realize his dreams. Lu Hanyan's voice broke through his reverie. "Then I shall bind my chest. I do not wish for others to see when we return. That is your strength, something others cannot replicate. Are you worried about inciting jealousy?" Song Qingcheng snapped back to reality, offering a slight smile before shifting the conversation. "In any case, I quite like it." Lu Hanyan paused, her eyes lowering slightly as she replied, "Then I shall not bind it. If anyone dares to gossip, I shall silence them. Do not fret. When I return, you must accompany me. You need not reside in the village any longer. I always find myself in need of someone by my side. It is unfeasible to operate solo all the time." Song Qingcheng waved his hand dismissively. Lu Hanyan's brows lifted with a glimmer of joy as she responded with a nasal tone. "Then I shall go wash the towels, heat the meal, and wash the clothes." Watching her retreating figure, graceful as a serpent with a waist like willow, Song Qingcheng sighed inwardly and called out, "Leave the clothes. Just use the washing machine. I'll handle it. You probably wouldn't know how to operate it. Let me teach you." As he spoke, he made his way to the laundry room, with Lu Hanyan following closely behind. He began tossing garments into the washing machine, adding detergent and setting the timer. In the basin, a pile of underwear remained, including Song Qingcheng's. He gently noted, "Please hand wash these undergarments. The rest is inconsequential. Just be mindful of the detergent's ratio." Lu Hanyan replied, "I understand now. It is quite convenient, yet you, a grown man, seem to take such good care of yourself. It appears you have endured quite a bit in the past. During university, I always had to do my laundry, So I learned these things, Song Qingcheng replied, then turned to return to his room. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the wave diagrams from his storage ring. Over this period, he had frequently studied these diagrams, examining them whenever he had a moment, yet he remained at a loss, for they represented the ultimate secrets of space, laying all the wave diagrams on the floor. He sat on the wooden planks, scrutinizing each one, the circular ripples, from surface to line. Each exhibited their own distinct characteristics. That it became evident that the points were in motion, indicating that each diagram possessed a new starting point. However, if he could identify 3 diagrams, he could ascertain the trajectory of the point's movement and ultimately locate the origin point. Song Qingcheng murmured softly to himself, picking up a sheet of paper and a pen from the side, continually sketching and analyzing the point of origin. However, after drawing dozens of sheets, he still had no inkling of a clue. The fluctuations in space, if they could truly be deciphered, would pertain to spatial magic, potentially leading to the construction of spatial spells. In such a case, he might be able to create storage rings. The door creaked open gently as Lu Hanyan quietly peeked in, upon seeing Song Qingcheng seated on the floor with the paper in hand. She paused for a moment and softly remarked, "Qingcheng, the patterns on your paper bear a resemblance to the dantian of our inner sect." Dantian? Song Qingcheng turned his head in surprise. Lu Hanyan stepped inside, sat down beside him, and leaned against his side, pointing to a spot. "Think about it. The dantian is where inner strength is stored, and these lines somewhat resemble the meridians of our body when channeling energy. The inner strength travels swiftly along the meridians, yet there are many that remain unblocked. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the transformation spirit realm should there be just the Ren and Du meridians left untraversed. However, your diagram is far more intricate, suggesting there may be even more meridians. This must not pertain to the human body, but the dantian remains unchanged. Could it be that the dantian serves as the origin, dispersing energy fluctuations to create ripples?" Song Qingcheng murmured, his eyes growing ever brighter. His speech quickened. "Then this could explain it. The point of origin is indeed the commencement of everything. The martial realms of humanity resonate with the cosmos. Perhaps this is the method of cultivation derived from the ancient sages' understanding of the universe's operating principles. The Tao follows nature. Yes, precisely. It must be so. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of all things. The named is the mother of myriad things. How wonderful! If we can identify the location of the dantian, we can pinpoint the point of origin. Hanyan, tell me, where do you think the dantian should be located in this diagram?" Lu Hanyan pointed to a spot in the corner. "It should be here." "Excellent. Hanyan, it is truly wonderful to have you," Song Qingcheng exclaimed joyously, wrapping his arms around Lu Hanyan tightly. He pulled her into his embrace, his hands instinctively encircling her waist, and leaned down to plant a kiss on her cheek, joy radiating from his smile. While holding Lu Hanyan, he still clutched the diagram of fluctuations, his gaze darting about as he traced points to lines, and lines to planes, seemingly witnessing layers of space unfold before his eyes. In that moment, the pursuit of truth eclipsed any stirrings within his heart. He had entirely forgotten that he was holding Lu Hanyan, his left arm encircling her waist. Even the softness from the gentle undulations of the dunes could not distract him. His focus remained solely on the convergence of points and lines, a union that exuded true beauty. This was the manifestation of space. His eyes searched along the lines, while his other hand diligently recorded on paper, sketching line after line. These lines appeared to lack any discernible pattern, yet gradually coalesced into a cube. As one sheet concluded, the drawing of a cube was likewise completed. Song Qingcheng lifted the paper from the ground, scrutinizing it carefully, nodding slightly as he muttered, "This is merely a point in space. These lines are truly profound. However, there are countless points that constitute space. I ponder. Such a cube must exist in at least 12 variations. But the permutations are infinitely diverse. I must delve deeply into this to uncover the underlying principles. Each combination ought to be regarded as a form of spatial magic. Thus, I need to identify 12 distinct cube diagrams from these 200 sketches and continually combine them. I never anticipated that martial arts would align with the great path, harmonizing with heaven and earth. It is truly fascinating. Without Hanyan, it would have taken me several months to discover this point of origin." At this moment, Lu Hanyan was utterly bewildered. She could not fully grasp Song Qingcheng's murmurs, merely lying there in a daze, her body feeling languid, overwhelmed by waves of scorching energy that seemed to sear her nerves. Song Qingcheng released a sigh of relief, his left hand instinctively moving, feeling a softness in his palm. He could not help but grasp it, turning his head to glance, only to discover he was, rather inadvertently, clutching a dune. "Hanyan, what is happening? I seem to have lost myself in the moment. Song Qingcheng quickly let go of her, helping her to sit up, yet the warmth in his nostrils surged again. This sensation was simply irresistible. Lu Hanyan adjusted her posture, her alabaster complexion now flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of peach blossoms kissed by the spring breeze, a hint of unspoken ripples, the essence of spring. As long as you are happy, I am happy. Lu Hanyan gazed at Song Qingcheng, momentarily captivated by the exuberance of his youthful visage, which radiated warmth and allure. Song Qingcheng exhaled softly, then retrieved another sheet of paper. His face alight with enthusiasm. Hanyan, take a look at this paper again. Where do you think the dantian is located? Here. Lu Hanyan pointed, and Song Qingcheng swiftly marked it. He then extracted all 200 sheets, marking them diligently. After about 10 minutes, his brows lifted in delight. He had never experienced such exhilaration, not even during his college entrance examinations. Lu Hanyan's gaze remained fixed on his face until he completed his task, at which point she lowered her eyes and said, Qingcheng, I came to call you for dinner. The food is ready and warm. Come eat. Song Qingcheng rubbed his stomach, finally feeling a hint of hunger, and chuckled, let us go. We shall dine together. With that, he stood up and extended his hand to Lu Hanyan. She placed her small hand in his, and he effortlessly pulled her up. Lu Hanyan trembled slightly, exuding a delicate and feeble aura, her steps slow and deliberate, her legs pressed together tightly. Yet this manner of walking made her appear even more like a beautiful serpent at the dining table. Dumplings, white carp, and cabbage stew with tofu were laid out, presenting a refreshing sight. By this time, Lu Hanyan had regained some strength. She touched her face, precisely where Song Qingcheng had kissed her earlier. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, imbued with a somewhat dazed quality. Qingcheng, eat up. Once you finish, rest early. Your body needs proper care and cannot be overexerted, Lu Hanyan said softly as she lowered her hand. Make sure you eat plenty too. After dinner, take a shower, Song Qingcheng replied, nodding, and then he bent down to eat, though his mind was still preoccupied with the diagrams of fluctuations. After finishing dinner, he hurried into his room, retrieving paper and pen, and began sketching the modeling diagrams of the 200 drawings, meticulously crafting 200 cubes. Subsequently, he made comparisons, ultimately confirming 12 cubes. Yet even among these 12, subtle differences emerged, with 30 distinct line patterns. He understood that something must have gone awry. Thus, he continued comparing until past 10 in the evening, having yet to finish 10 diagrams. Among the 12 cubes, 7 were confirmed without issue, while 5 remained uncertain. Of course, in Song Qingcheng's view, the confirmed ones did not guarantee correctness. After all, the fluctuation instrument had only recorded 200 diagrams, and he needed more for comparison. Only through repeated comparisons and multiple confirmations could the most accurate answers be derived. This was the essence of scientific research. Otherwise, hasty modeling could lead to the collapse of the framework. At this moment, Lu Hanyan entered, carrying a bowl of medicine, her movements growing increasingly graceful. Qingcheng, it's time for your medicine. Don't overexert yourself. After this, take a shower and rest. And I've washed your clothes and hung them up. I've also bathed, Lu Hanyan said softly. Song Qingcheng finally set down the diagrams, placing them on a nearby table. Stretching lazily before reaching for the bowl she held and drinking it down in large gulps. However, as he returned the bowl, his gaze fell once more on her chest. She had just bathed, her face glistening with moisture, revealing everything beneath. The internal energy surged, the medicinal effects kicking in, and Song Qingcheng nodded, saying, Hanyan, you should rest early too. I will go take a shower. There is no need to rise too early tomorrow. Sleep in or cultivate well. When you step into the transformation spirit realm, I believe I can assist you in analyzing the next level from the fluctuations of the natural world. Lu Hanyan replied softly, then gently bit her lip and turned to leave. It was not until the door closed behind her that Song Qingcheng let out a sigh of relief, though his clothes were somewhat damp. A consequence of the heat that had built up, he entered the bathroom and took a shower, washing away the discomfort. Afterwards, he sat at the edge of the bed, contemplating for quite some time before resuming his practice of magical energy. Within his consciousness, the 3 stars gradually began to shine brightly, with specks of starlight filtering in through the window, enveloping him in a cocoon. This stellar energy not only sank into his awareness but also continuously altered his flesh and blood. Such transformations gradually fortified his body, while threads of starlight flowed into the adjacent room where Lu Hanyan was that moment. She lay on her bed, coiled like a serpent, as starlight entered her being. Her skin glimmered with a crystalline sheen, and her flesh became increasingly translucent and radiant, her vitality strengthening as well. When morning arrived, Song Qingcheng stretched his legs and walked slowly, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, as if his body had been significantly enhanced. After washing his face and tidying up, he donned a tank top and shorts and stepped out of his room, finding Lu Hanyan emerging from the kitchen, carrying a tray of steamed buns. She seemed to have undergone some transformation. Her skin was now a luminous white, devoid of any sun-kissed appearance. Even her hands, once roughened from years of martial training and labor, had become smooth. This change only served to enhance her radiant demeanor. Song Qingcheng gazed at her, momentarily taken aback, and asked, "Hanyan, have you entered the spirit transformation realm?" "Not yet, but I am confident that by tonight I will reach that stage. I cannot quite explain it, but last night I experienced an explosive acceleration in my training point. One night of internal energy cultivation felt equivalent to a month, and I sensed that my flesh has strengthened, akin to the process of body tempering. Yet during the day at home, I felt nothing. Last night, I specifically observed that there seemed to be a flicker of starlight in the room, although there were no stars visible outside. It is indeed a peculiar phenomenon." Lu Hanyan spoke as she placed the plate down, leaning slightly against the dining table, her long legs straight and poised like a spear, radiating an aura of boundless tension. She had changed into a new outfit, pairing freshly laundered tapered jeans with a white shirt, which accentuated her figure enticingly. Song Qingcheng's thoughts stirred. Could the 3 stars now present in his consciousness be related to this? In that instant of contemplation, his awareness rippled, and a 4th star materialized beside the trio. Lu Hanyan had mentioned that during the day, she felt no sensation while cultivating internal energy. Thus it seemed highly probable that this phenomenon was indeed linked to him. Perhaps during his meditation, the surge of magical energy had inadvertently released starlight that aided her. He pondered that once he completed the final round of energy cultivation, he could guide Lu Hanyan in her practice through meditation. Sitting at the dining table, he gently remarked, "Hanyan, tuck your shirt into your pants. It will look even better that way." Lu Hanyan straightened her posture, tucking the hem of her shirt into her waistband, instantly revealing her alluring figure. Although she lacked a corset, there was an undeniable charm about her. Song Qingcheng averted his gaze, softly saying, "Let's eat." As Lu Hanyan sat across from him, she handed him a steamed bun. Her head bowed slightly as she said, "Qingcheng, as usual, after we finish eating, take your medicine in an hour, and I will apply the ointment for you. Today is the last day." Song Qingcheng nodded, then contemplated. "You mentioned that the spirit transformation realm is where one's power merges with their presence, allowing a mere glance to overwhelm ordinary individuals." "Yes, that is approximately the nature of that realm. Once I reach it, a single punch could shatter a tree, delivering around 1,000 pounds of force, which qualifies as superhuman strength," Lu Hanyan explained, before shifting the topic. "Currently, I can manage a maximum of 500 pounds of force. But the snake-style fist does not rely solely on brute strength. It utilizes the snake's agility to strike vital points." Song Qingcheng acknowledged this with a nod, continuing to consume his buns while his mind raced with thoughts. If the snake-style fist was to transcend its current limitations, would it necessitate a study of snakes? Yet, no matter how formidable a snake might be, it could not rival Lu Hanyan's prowess. Thus, the constellations could be a fruitful avenue for research, particularly the constellation that most resembles a serpent, the Serpent constellation. However, when gazing at the night sky, the Serpent constellation is not visible to the naked eye. Song Qingcheng mused that perhaps a high-powered telescope could provide insight into its details. Alternatively, he could delve deeper into the cubic structures he had developed to facilitate Lu Hanyan's breakthrough through more meridians. As the human body possesses an intricate network of channels, the exact number of which remains uncertain. After devouring 4 buns, Song Qingcheng sighed contentedly, exclaiming, "These buns are truly delectable. By the way, I still owe you 2,000. Here, I have 5,000, so please take this." Without hesitation, Lu Hanyan took the money and tucked it into her pocket, then added, "I would also like a mobile phone, so I can call you when you are not around. Once we sort this out, I will take you to the mall to purchase one, and we can also get a bag. You will need it when we head to Yong'an." Song Qingcheng replied affirmatively. Lu Hanyan nodded and began to clear the table, commenting, "I haven't encountered that woman downstairs these past few days, which has spared me some trouble. She has gone to Yong'an, and it seems she may not return." "This matter was instigated by Zhang Ming," Song Qingcheng replied, before rising to head back to his room. Lu Hanyan paused, glancing at his retreating figure, "But when I suggested taking her life, you were opposed." "Zhang Ming merely injured her man. It does not warrant such lethal measures. If it truly comes to that, I will instruct you to carry it out. But remember, you must not act without my consent." Song Qingcheng rubbed his temples. Lu Hanyan was indeed fierce, yet she stood unwaveringly by his side, allowing no one to show him disrespect. He was her forbidden zone. Back in his room, Song Qingcheng meticulously compared the remaining blueprints, finally identifying the flaws within them. After an hour, he corrected 12 cubic models. Storing all the blueprints in his spatial ring, he calculated that once the house renovations were complete, he would need to conduct multiple transmissions, recording spatial fluctuations, ideally, at least 10,000 times. However, the renovations would take at least 4 months, which felt rather prolonged. If necessary, he could find a night to communicate with Augustus, especially considering the matter concerning the Dora whale fish and the watchdog. Recently, Longwy Decoration had completed the plumbing and electrical work for the Ziki Dong Line No. 1 courtyard and was currently leveling the floors, according to their workflow. No one would be residing there at night. With this in mind, Song Qingcheng felt a stirring of thoughts. Perhaps he could try it out tonight. However, he currently had nothing to offer Augustus, so a batch of bicycles could suffice. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts, and upon his response, Lu Hanyan entered slowly, handing him a bowl of medicine. He tilted his head back and drank it down, feeling an immediate surge of warmth and vigor coursing through him. Shaking his head to regain composure and taking several deep breaths, he finally subdued the tumult within him. With a sense of openness, he stripped off his clothes and made his way into the main room. Lu Hanyan followed closely behind, resuming her application of medicine, her movements increasingly adept and swift. This time, the rhythm of her strikes quickened, and by the time she reached his feet, he erupted once more. Managing to endure until she completed the entire routine, Lu Hanyan stood up, her demeanor unfazed, and said softly, "I will fetch some water for you to wipe down." With that, she turned gracefully, her serpent-like waist swaying. Song Qingcheng let out a breath of relief. The intensity of his earlier sensations had finally dissipated, grateful that this was the last session, as he had no desire to subject her to such turmoil repeatedly. "Qingcheng, your physique seems different, as if your muscles have become more robust. I believe your strength must now be several hundred pounds. Should we test it?" Lu Hanyan inquired gently as she continued to wipe down his body. Song Qingcheng paused, then nodded. "Let's discuss this later. Once you finish wiping me down, you can practice your internal energy here and see if there are any changes. At this very moment, Lu Hanyan stepped in front of him, responding with a nasal tone before she began to wipe, diligently cleaning every angle of his body with water, a task that was, for Song Qingcheng, a form of torment. Sitting on the sofa, she placed a basin before him and commenced washing his feet, casually inquiring, "When we return to the village, shall we purchase something for Auntie? What should we buy?" Song Qingcheng pondered thoughtfully. "Let us go to the mall and buy Auntie and Uncle Jang Wo some clothes. I believe they would surely appreciate it. Sometimes, merely giving money is a man's way of doing things, yet they are often reluctant to spend it." Lu Hanyan knelt down, lifting Song Qingcheng's feet one by one and meticulously drying them. Afterward, she handed him his clothes, lifted the basin, and turned to leave. Once he donned his attire, Song Qingcheng felt a weight lift from his heart, relieved that he would no longer face Lu Hanyan in such a vulnerable state. Yet, her earlier words resonated with wisdom. When Lu Hanyan returned, Song Qingcheng gently remarked, "Let us follow your suggestion and buy them a few outfits. We should also get something for Uncle Minghu and Sanbian." "Indeed," Lu Hanyan replied, pressing her lips together as she settled onto the sofa, beginning to breathe deeply, focusing her internal energy. She slipped into a meditative state with remarkable speed, her presence seeming to vanish entirely. Silent and still, even the slightest rise and fall of her body ceased. However, her posture was rather peculiar, reclining on the sofa with her legs crossed and arms entwined around them, resembling a twisted pastry, yet emanating an allure that escalated exponentially. After a span of 10 minutes, she opened her eyes, sat up, and shook her head. "It lacks the effect from last night. I wonder why. Could it be due to the absence of stars during the day?" "No, stars exist regardless of day or night. They are merely obscured by the sun's brilliance." Song Qingcheng shook his head before earnestly stating, "I shall begin meditating now. You should stay by my side and see if my meditation enhances your practice." With that, he settled himself, channeling his magical energy, feeling the elements of magic swirl around him. This time, it was rays of sunlight enveloping him, cocooning him in a luminous embrace. Lu Hanyan's expression shifted as she fixated on the shimmering light, a transformation that surpassed her comprehension. Yet, after some contemplation, she reclined on the sofa and commenced her breathing exercises. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to abide by Song Qingcheng's wishes. Caring little about the nature of his character, it mattered not. The waves of internal energy surged into her dantian, as beams of sunlight infiltrated her body, invigorating her blood and essence. After half an hour, a series of crackling sounds emanated from her body. Simultaneously, her form grew increasingly supple, her waist twisting nearly to a full 180 degrees, her skin regaining a lustrous sheen akin to milk. Lu Hanyan opened her eyes, stood up, and with a graceful motion, her body twisted and glided through the air, resembling a serpent. Her height had also subtly shifted, her legs elongating by 4 centimeters, making her now 172 centimeters tall, her jeans transforming into capri pants. Transcended to the spirit transformation realm. It appears this transformation is indeed linked to Qingcheng. Training by his side has accelerated my progress. I never anticipated that drawing closer to him would yield such remarkable benefits. My strength now undoubtedly surpasses 1,000 pounds. Those rays of sunlight feel like living essence, fortifying my flesh and blood. I might possess around 1,300 pounds of strength. Thus, Qingcheng's power must be even greater. His vitality should have long since been restored. In that case, I need not replenish his energy. He should recover on his own. However, this potent essence within him will require time to fully harmonize. If he cannot manage it, it could lead to dire consequences. Our sect records that excessive vitality can lead to isolation of yang energy, or even the risk of going astray. What should I do? I suppose I must remain vigilant by his side to prevent any mishaps. Lu Hanyan murmured, her demeanor now imbued with an ethereal quality, seemingly more transcendent. This was the profound essence of the spirit transformation realm, where momentum influences the consciousness. Song Qingcheng opened his eyes and leapt up, glancing at Lu Hanyan, softly remarking, "Have you broken through? Your aura now carries an air of coolness. Standing beside you feels refreshingly pleasant." I have indeed broken through. I am now in the spirit transformation realm that a single strike will suffice against Zheng Ming. Moreover, I can now execute the snake style with just the power of my waist. Lu Hanyan stood poised, twisting her waist like a serpent, her hands flickering, creating ethereal images in the air, her speed reaching unprecedented levels. Song Qingcheng stared in awe, then clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly impressive. Your speed has significantly increased in the spirit transformation realm, which puts my mind at ease. If you continue training by my side, you will undoubtedly find it easier to break through and embark on a different path. I look forward to it. Henceforth, you should sleep beside me tonight." Upon uttering this, he sensed something amiss, hastily gesturing, "You take the bed. I shall sleep on the floor. Being closer should enhance your benefits. Indeed. My half-hour of training is roughly equivalent to a month's worth. If I train through the night, it would amount to at least a year's progress. This means I could accomplish in a month what other warriors achieve in 30 years. Such a calculation is indeed extraordinary. In truth, there is nothing wrong with sharing a bed. After all, it's a double bed, and you have no secrets from me. There's even a mole on the inside of your thigh," Lu Hanyan said softly. Song Qingcheng was taken aback, his face filled with confusion. "I have a mole on my thigh. How was I unaware of this? Where is it?" "Right here." Lu Hanyan stood behind him, extending her long finger to point at his backside, a spot he could not possibly see himself. Song Qingcheng adopted a serious demeanor. "Let us go. We're off to the mall to buy some items. After lunch, we'll return to Song Village. Sanbian is likely on his way." No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. It was Lao Wu's voice on the line. "Boss, the car's window tinting is complete, and the interior will be ready in an hour. Where should I and Sanbian wait for you?" "I have some matters to attend to. Bring Sanbian to Higu Mall to pick me up shortly," Song Qingcheng replied, turning toward the door and casually slinging on his backpack. Lu Hanyan observed his retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing her lips, an inexplicable sense of pride swelling within her. At Higu Mall, Song Qingcheng purchased 2 outfits each for Yuing and Song Jiangwo. There were few stores specializing in clothing for middle-aged and elderly individuals, only 2, in fact, and it was Lu Hanyan who made the selections. While choosing clothes, they also picked out outfits for Lu Minghu and Lu Sanbian. Given Lu Hanyan's newfound height, they also bought her several pairs of pants. With their arms laden with bags, they proceeded to the mobile phone store on the first floor. Lu Hanyan glanced at the prices displayed for the phones in the counter. Raising an eyebrow, she softly remarked, "Qingcheng, why are these phones so expensive? Expensive or not, we must buy one. It needs to be of good quality to ensure faster operation and allow you to use WeChat." Song Qingcheng replied, selecting the latest model, a sleek, red phone that felt just right in his hand. "Let us go with this one. We'll also get that blue one and 2 basic phones for the elderly," he added. Lu Hanyan looked momentarily taken aback, tugging at Song Qingcheng's sleeve and whispering, "I only need 1 phone. Why purchase so many? The blue one is for Sanbian. At his age, he should have some fun. I'll arrange an unlimited data plan for you all, which is convenient. The 2 basic phones are for Uncle Minghu and my father," Song Qingcheng explained with a smile. Lu Hanyan fell silent then, just as a couple nearby started selecting phones, seemingly around the same age as Song Qingcheng. Hearing his words, the woman complained, "Look at him. He buys the best phone right away, and he even buys for his family. What a considerate boyfriend. Have you seen his girlfriend? Just look at what you look like." The other responded, "She is like a fairy. A phone like that wouldn't suit her status." The man let out a grunt. Yet his gaze revealed a hint of astonishment. Indeed, Lu Hanyin now resembled a celestial being. Although she could not quite rival Kai Shaoqin in beauty and grace, her poise and figure imbued her with a unique allure. Lu Hanyin smiled gently, arching her waist as she observed Song Qingcheng completing the payment. She then handed her phone directly to her, saying, "All set. You can use it for now. Charge it once we get home. Now, let us go buy a bag. Lu Hanyin responded, accompanying Song Qingcheng out of the mobile store. Her striking figure once again drew numerous gazes. She then whispered, "Honestly, I could manage with an old phone. I don't have time to play with it. As long as I can call you, that's sufficient. Sometimes, when you're in training, it's not convenient to make calls, so we can use WeChat instead. Plus, it allows for video calls. Even if I'm in another city, we can still see each other, making it easier to stay in touch." Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement as he explained further. Lu Hanyin was not particularly old, being of the same age as Song Qingcheng, yet she possessed an air of maturity beyond her years. Her inability to use a smartphone stemmed from never having used one before, but she adapted quickly. After a short while, she beamed, "Qingcheng, this is truly convenient. However, I only want to add you on WeChat. I have no desire to add anyone else. I don't want to chat or video call with others. It will spare me from their annoyances, not even Sanbian." Song Qingcheng asked with a slight smile. Lu Hanyin shook her head firmly, declaring, "No. If he has something to discuss, he can call me. I don't need video. I'm not very good at typing, so I won't add him." As they spoke, the two entered a shop that sold bags. Rather than purchasing the most extravagant designer bag, Song Qingcheng opted for a moderately well-known brand. Situated adjacent to the luxury store Burberry, the only one of its kind in Linshan. Upon entering, Song Qingcheng aimed to buy her a handbag that could be carried by hand or worn over the shoulder. As a backpack would not be quite appropriate, the store was bustling with customers, in stark contrast to the adjacent Burberry, which had significantly less foot traffic, given that few could afford its offerings. After perusing the selection, just as Song Qingcheng was about to inspect a particular bag, a rather crude voice echoed from the entrance, "Such a beautiful young lady. How could she settle for such an ordinary bag? She ought to buy from Burberry next door." A man in his 40s, sporting a protruding belly and a heavy gold chain around his neck, stood at the door, clutching a handbag under his arm. His eyes greedily fixed on Lu Hanyin. Lu Hanyin raised an eyebrow and retorted sharply, "Get lost." The man, taken aback, furrowed his brow and replied, "Young lady, I am Li Sanyu, the king of fruits from Sanyo Industries. You may not be aware of my influence. Forget these bags. I shall gift you one. Just pick any from next door. You could certainly do better than this boyfriend of yours. He lacks the means. A celestial beauty like you deserves only the finest. A man should be judged not merely by his looks, but by his wealth." Around them, whispers erupted. "That's Li Sanyu. He's one of the largest fruit dealers in Linshan. I've heard he has amassed quite a fortune. He is a big boss, really wealthy, and apparently, he is quite generous with women, buying them anything they desire, even offering houses without hesitation. Really, if he were to gift me a house, I'd consider going with him. It wouldn't be a loss." Song Qingcheng smirked slightly, preparing to deal with the man directly, but Lu Hanyin intervened, grasping his hand and directing her gaze towards Li Sanyu. Her consciousness subtly shifting. Li Sanyu stared blankly at Lu Hanyin. To him, it felt as though a great serpent loomed over him, ready to swallow him whole. Fear gripped his heart, and he let out a scream. Collapsing onto the ground, rolling away in terror, only after he had crawled several dozen meters did he manage to catch his breath, his face ashen, a long wet trail behind him. Evidently, he had wet himself in fright. This was the might of the transformation realm. A mere glance could subdue an ordinary person, even prove fatal. Song Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. The moment Lu Hanyin had looked at him, it was clearly a wave of consciousness. An attack shaped like a snake's fist. However, when it came to consciousness, his mental prowess far surpassed Lu Hanyin's, as it was a hallmark of a mage to possess powerful psychic abilities, according to the foundational texts of magical theory. Mages could even control others through mental waves. At this thought, he felt a stir within. He had not directly employed a mental attack. Instead, he had utilized the agility of thought to slow down time. Moreover, in a certain sense, both light kill and light draw were also applications of mental strength, albeit the latter consumed more mental energy due to its phantasmal nature. If it were merely an intangible attack, it could be simpler, such as controlling someone with magic, but this particular magic lacked a corresponding magic array, rendering it impossible for him to model. He could only conduct his own research. Lu Hanyan scoffed softly, muttering, "If it weren't for Qingcheng forbidding me from killing, I'd have put an end to you right away. You can say what you want about me, but anyone who dares speak ill of Qingcheng shall not be spared." Song Qingcheng chuckled lightly. Lu Hanyan had her playful side. He shrugged and waved at a nearby attendant, saying, "I'll take this bag." At the roadside of Higu Mall, a brand new Chiron was parked. Lao Wu and Lu Sanbian stood by the curb. Lao Wu remarked softly, "Sanbian, your sister truly doesn't seem to recognize anyone anymore. She's transformed like one of those movie stars." Lu Sanbian shook his head, disbelief etched on his face. "Brother Wu, my sister is indeed not unattractive, but to say she resembles a movie star is utterly impossible. Her demeanor." He paused as Song Qingcheng and Lu Hanyan walked over. Lu Sanbian rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing Lu Hanyan, muttering, "Is this my sister? How can this be?" Lu Hanyan shot him a glare, huffing, "You little brat, how dare you speak like that? If I'm not your sister, then who is? Sister, if it weren't for sensing the essence of Xingyi Yiquan from you, I truly wouldn't have recognized you. You look just like a movie star now, but you were never this fair before. Plus, you used to come off a bit rustic. How did you become so refined, like a lady of high society? Clearly, you must be mixing with that little boss. Otherwise, how would you have such a transformation?" Lu Sanbian chuckled, but Lu Hanyan huffed again, eyeing him. He jumped back in surprise, flipping in the air like a great crane. As he landed, he spread his arms wide, striking a standard crane pose. Before gasping, "Sister, you've entered the transformation realm. How could that happen so quickly? If you don't speak properly, I might just glare you to death." Lu Hanyan glared fiercely at Lu Sanbian. Lu Sanbian shrank his neck, cautiously approaching, whispering, "You're still my sister, the quintessential little firecracker. No one dares to provoke you." Lu Hanyan shot him another glare, prompting Lu Sanbian to quickly hide behind Song Qingcheng, exclaiming, "Little boss, save me. If she glares at me again, I might develop a psychological disorder." Song Qingcheng waved his hand, signaling Lu Hanyan with a glance, and she took a step back, calming down. "All right, let us get in the car." Song Qingcheng nodded and instructed Lao Wu, "First, let us go to my house. After lunch, we'll head back to Song Village together. I have some matters to discuss with Sanbian." Lao Wu nodded and opened the car door. The group settled inside, and Song Qingcheng pulled out 50,000 yuan from his bag, wrapping it in a paper bag and handing it to Lao Wu. "Boss, why are you giving me money again?" Lao Wu asked, a puzzled expression on his face. "Lao Wu, maintaining the car will definitely require a fair amount of funds. Take this for now. Also, your salary is 5,000 a month, totaling 60,000 a year. I'll pay you for half a year up front. Keep it for yourself. All expenses need to be documented for accounting purposes, so remember to request receipts. Speaking of which, I should probably hire an accountant for Qingcheng Electronic Trading Company, or else it'll be a hassle." As Song Qingcheng rubbed his forehead, recalling how Kai Xiaoqin had offered to introduce him to an accountant, he decided he would inquire about it later. However, he also remembered Qin Fala from yesterday. She was meticulous in her work and seemed responsible. Lao Wu accepted the money, saying softly, "Boss, I think Qin Fala is quite capable. She's very detail-oriented. I noticed she was happy working at that store yesterday. Why not consider bringing her on board?" Song Qingcheng responded with a nod and took out his phone to send a WeChat message to Qin Fala. "Miss Qin Fala, this is Song Qingcheng. I am in need of a financial officer. If you're interested, let us arrange a time to discuss this. The salary is negotiable, but it is crucial that the work is approached with diligence." After putting away his phone, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hanyan and exchanged a knowing look with her. She retrieved a blue phone and handed it to him, saying, "Sanbian, this is the phone Qingcheng bought for you, along with these clothes and shoes. Here, take them." "Cool. I've been wanting a phone for ages. I was planning to buy one with my salary this month. The little boss truly knows my heart." "Oh, and this is a hot-selling model. My monthly salary couldn't cover it." Lu Sanbian whistled and then grinned at Song Qingcheng, saying, "Little boss, you're so good to me. I'll definitely stick by you from now on." Song Qingcheng maintained a serious demeanor, replying, "I've covered the cost of this phone for you, but there is one condition. No playing around while you're working. I hired you to work, not to enjoy yourself. Your sister will no longer return to the village but will stay by my side. However, I have my reservations about the others in the village. You are the most astute among them, so you must keep a close eye on things and not slack off." Lu Hanyan interjected sternly, "Sanbian, ensure you thoroughly understand all aspects of the blueprints and keep meticulous accounts. Do not let anyone embezzle Qingcheng's money. If you fail to perform adequately, I will not show mercy. I will break both your legs. No amount of pleading will change that. You will never surpass my capabilities. Lu Sanbian shrank back, cautiously saying, "Are you still my real sister? That seems a bit harsh. I am your sister, and that is why I want to kill you. If it were anyone else, I would have done so already. You must safeguard Qingcheng's resources and be meticulous in your work," Lu Hanyan retorted, glaring at him. Lu Sanbian nodded earnestly. "Of course, the little boss treats our family so well. I must serve him diligently. But, sis, don't underestimate me. I've reached the formless realm now." "The formless realm? You're only 18 and have surpassed me by a year in reaching it. Impressive. No wonder you managed to evade my gaze earlier. However, the gap between you and me will only widen from here. That is something you cannot remedy," Lu Hanyan remarked gently, her eyes briefly flitting to Song Qingcheng. With his enhancement, her cultivation would progress rapidly. A feat no one else could rival. Lu Sanbian, refusing to concede, shook his head. "Not necessarily. Sis, I've found my sense of energy and can cultivate quickly now. Just wait and see. We'll compare later." Lu Hanyan chose not to respond, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Some things she preferred not to articulate too clearly. Song Qingcheng patted Lu Sanbian's arm but remained silent. As their vehicle entered the Ziki Donglai community, Song Qingcheng led the three of them to his home. Upon entering, Lu Sanbian leaped into the air, performing 2 somersaults. "Wow, little boss, your house is truly beautiful, spacious and well-arranged," Lu Sanbian exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Lu Hanyan scoffed. "Can you not act so childish? You look like a monkey. Don't embarrass me. Sanbian is simply youthful. His nature is far better than mine. Throughout my life, I've never been this joyful. I've always been serious. Which is why I've often been labeled as a middle-aged youth," Song Qingcheng replied, nodding. He changed his shoes and moved to the sofa, while Lao Wu and Lu Sanbian did the same. Sitting on one side of the couch, Lu Hanyan went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lu Sanbian leaned closer to Song Qingcheng and whispered, "Little boss, my sister is hard to manage. She has always been a fiery one, so you'll need to be patient. Rest assured, I won't hold any grudges against her. You can plug in your phone and play for a bit while I discuss some matters with Lao Wu." Song Qingcheng smiled in response. Lu Sanbian replied cheerfully, "Actually, I'm just worried that if you manage her too closely, her temper might flare up and she might hurt you, which wouldn't be good." Lu Hanyan's voice echoed from the kitchen. "Sanbian, if you keep murmuring bad things about me in front of Qingcheng, I'll break your legs." "Sis, I wouldn't dare," Lu Sanbian replied, his form darting away like a crane. Hiding in a corner. The dining table, a bountiful array of dishes was laid out. Song Qingcheng occupied the main seat, with Lu Hanyan and Lao Wu flanking him, while Lu Sanbian sat beside Lao Wu. Cheerfully asking, "Wu Ge, would you like some wine?" Lao Wu shook his head, his expression serious. "I won't be drinking anymore. Driving for the boss requires caution." Lu Hanyan shot a glance at Lu Sanbian, saying, "You're only 18. What do you need with alcohol? Focus on your cultivation. A man should remain steady. Understood?" "Understood," Lu Sanbian replied obediently. His lively nature was tempered in Lu Hanyan's presence, likely due to the profound education he had received from a young age. Song Qingcheng and Lao Wu discussed future work-related matters, also arranging for him to purchase some livestock and poultry, aiming to have everything set up in the next few days for early breeding. "Boss, by the way, the verdict for Song Chong has come down. He received a 2-year sentence, which serves as a lesson. Fong Li is currently embroiled in a divorce with Song Jianjun. She can't do anything about Uncle Jiangwo, so she is taking it out on Song Jianjun. In my opinion, Song Jianjun is rather spineless. He used to be quite capable, but marrying a strong-willed woman has hindered his ability to raise Cheng properly. Ultimately, he has suffered quite a bit himself. Recently, Uncle Jiangwo has sent many gifts to Song Jianjun, probably feeling a bit guilty about Cheng," Lao Wu remarked quietly, to which Song Qingcheng nodded. "Keep an eye on this matter. Ensure Fong Li doesn't act foolishly. Our resort absolutely cannot allow her entry. If she dares to come, we'll throw her out. And my second uncle must also be kept out. If he listens to Fong Li's schemes and poisons my lake again, all my plans will be ruined." Lao Wu affirmed. "Boss, rest assured, I've already made arrangements. With Uncle Minghu here, Uncle Jiangwo won't be able to let anyone in. I've been keeping a close watch on both of them." Lu Sanbian added, "Little boss, once I return, I'll ensure this matter is monitored closely. I'll be living at the resort from now on, and since there is only one entrance, we can just raise a few dogs for security." Song Qingcheng nodded, though he was not overly concerned. After all, his true support lay with the doorway fish, not ordinary provisions. Therefore, even if something were to occur, it wouldn't have significant repercussions. After finishing their meal, Lu Hanyan tidied up, and the group set off back to Song Village. Just as they exited the county town, Song Qingcheng's phone rang. Answering it, he heard Chen Fala's voice. "Mr. Song, I am willing to work as your financial officer. When would you be available to interview me? I'm currently out. Please resign first. I'll arrange to meet you tonight when I return. Send me your address, and I'll come to discuss matters with you at your home. Song Qingcheng replied. Qingfala hesitated for a moment, saying, Mr. Song, if I resign now, I'm afraid I'll lose the commission from selling the car. Don't worry, I'll take care of that for you. Just calculate how much it is and provide me with proof. You will receive every penny owed to you. Song Qingcheng assured her. He felt a newfound confidence, knowing that the 4S shop would not want to escalate the situation. If necessary, he could have Xing Ming and his students create a commotion. They would have to compromise rather than risk a fallout over a few thousand yuan. Qingfala replied, All right, actually, I'm not one to be overly particular about such matters. But, never mind. I want to dwell on that. I will send the address to Mr. Song now, and we'll meet tonight. As Song Qingcheng ended the call, he felt a strange sensation. It seemed that Qingfala had fallen into some trouble. But he didn't wish to pry, as he was merely hiring a financial officer. The vehicle continued on its journey back to Song Village, eventually stopping at the village entrance, before turning onto a wide road. The Yunnan Resort is situated at the entrance of the village, adjacent to the main road, which is precisely why Song Qingcheng chose this land. At this moment, the entire perimeter wall has been completed, and a 10-meter wide road has been opened on one side, significantly broader than the village road of Songtsuan. The road has been entirely paved with asphalt, exuding a sense of novelty, and even features designated lanes, marked by a luminous yellow line down the center, accommodating a total of 4 lanes. At the far end of the road, construction of buildings is underway. Groups of people are scattered throughout the resort, and the riverbank is also under construction, with nearly 100 laborers from Songtsuan present. Song Qingcheng even observed that sections of the forest have been delineated into distinct zones, partitioned by logs, designated for different types of livestock. Ducks and geese are near the water, chickens prefer the mountains, deer seek shade from the trees, pigs root in the ground, and sheep graze on grass, resulting in a well-organized and aesthetically pleasing arrangement that occupies little space, thus preserving the scenic beauty of the woodland. The vehicle is parked by the roadside, adjacent to the embankment, where a multitude of trees have been planted. It is foreseeable that as these trees mature, the scenery will become quite delightful. Lu Minghu and Song Jiangwo are directing the workers pouring concrete, presumably for the underground parking lot, and the pace of construction is impressively swift. On the ground, a slender figure donning a hard hat is supervising while simultaneously jotting down notes, occasionally calling out, Xiao Su, come here and fetch the project manager. The flower bed is misaligned by a meter. This is none other than Xiao Chang'an, who has personally come to the site, accompanied by Xiao Su. Notably, Song Qingcheng has yet to officially sign a contract with her, and such dedication warms his heart. Chang'an, what brings you here? Song Qingcheng inquired as he hastened towards her. Lu Minghu and Song Jiangwo looked up, acknowledging him with a wave. Song Jiangwo called out, You all keep working. I'll head up and have a word with my son. His voice boomed with pride, clearly relishing the moment. Lu Minghu assisted Song Jiangwo as they ascended the slope, their steps resolute, embodying the confidence of a tiger. His presence certainly alleviated concerns. Lu Hanyan, Lu Sanbian, and Old Five approached, their gazes fixated on Xiao Chang'an, who was clad in black straight-leg pants and a blazer, exuding an air of icy elegance. Her figure was curvaceous, yet standing alongside Lu Hanyan, she seemed less striking. However, her beauty and demeanor were unique in their own right, each woman possessing her distinct charm, akin to spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. Lu Hanyan, observing Song Qingcheng and Xiao Chang'an together, slightly pursed her lips, as if coming to a realization, and a subtle smile graced her face. Qingcheng, I've come several times, but I just haven't run into you. If I hadn't been here for the initial planning, things could have easily gone awry. Just look at that flower bed. If its position is off, it will affect the overall effect, Xiao Chang'an remarked, raising an eyebrow. Song Qingcheng glanced in the direction she pointed but saw no apparent difference. Qingcheng, Chang'an is splendid. This delicate young lady is out here every day, soaking up the sun. Song Jiangwo chuckled, but his voice trailed off as his gaze shifted to Lu Hanyan, leaning closer to Song Qingcheng. Song Jiangwo whispered, Qingcheng, who is this young lady? Why haven't you introduced her to me? She is truly charming. Lu Sanbian, standing nearby, did a somersault and exclaimed with laughter, Uncle Jiangwo, that's my sister. Lu Minghu was taken aback, eyeing Lu Hanyan with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny, murmuring, such a transformation. Has the serpent's form finally emerged? No wonder. Her alluring qualities are becoming evident. Future changes will be ever more pronounced. Song Jiangwo stared at Lu Hanyan, his beard twitching in disbelief. Is this Hanyan? How can that be? Song Qingcheng pulled Lu Minghu aside and quietly asked, Uncle Minghu, what did you mean by the serpent's form has emerged and alluring qualities becoming evident? What does that signify? Lu Minghu paused, his aged face twitching slightly as he replied, You'll understand in due time. It is a good thing, so there is no need to be overly concerned. For men, this is indeed a tremendous blessing. After pondering for a moment, Song Qingcheng began to grasp the implications, considering Lu Hanyan's situation, with a waist like a serpent and a figure like a butterfly. She would undoubtedly be the bane of any man. Perhaps the serpent's form and alluring qualities were interconnected. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyan had engaged Song Jiangwo in conversation, and he had finally accepted the reality of her identity. Animatedly describing the surroundings, Xiao Chongyun approached Song Qingcheng, stating, Qingcheng, the work here will be completed within 4 months, possibly even sooner, given the abundance of labor available. Then let us finalize the contract. I will visit you tomorrow to make the initial payment as well. To ensure everything is on track, Song Qingcheng replied affirmatively. Xiao Chongyun nodded. Then we shall meet tomorrow. However, I trust you implicitly, which is why I am starting the work in advance. I will be here overseeing things daily. Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement. Just as Xiao Su brought over a 30-something man, the project manager, Xiao Chongyun walked over to converse with him, continuously providing rectification suggestions. Lu Minghu pulled Lu Hanyan aside, quietly inquiring, Daughter, have you already entered the transformation realm? I inadvertently stepped into the transformation realm this morning, Lu Hanyan replied softly. Lu Minghu sighed. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. No wonder you have mastered the serpent form. As your realm deepens, the serpent's form will become increasingly apparent. However, you must exercise restraint. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. The serpent's form and alluring qualities are formidable. Since you began training in the serpent fist, I have emphasized the importance of controlling your energy. This style differs from the tiger and crane forms. It is not solely about direct combat but also encompasses auxiliary functions. Thus, you must temper your aura. As ordinary individuals cannot withstand your energy. I understand. Father. I have not only entered the transformation realm, but my physical strength is also considerable, likely exceeding 1,000 pounds, Lu Hanyan acknowledged. Exceeding 1,000 pounds? Lu Minghu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating for a moment before stating, that shouldn't be possible. However, this is indeed a good thing. As your body strengthens, you will gain the ability to control it. Meanwhile, Song Jiangwo stood beside Song Qingcheng, cheerfully remarking, Qingcheng, I never anticipated such a transformation in Songsuan. Everyone is bustling with excitement, genuinely delighted. Just look at those village officials. They are all assisting in repairing the riverbank. Under my direction, over the past few days, I have assigned more than 100 individuals, and today alone, there are over 60 here. In a single day, that amounts to over 6,000. Everyone is very compliant. This is tangible, genuine wealth. No one has raised any objections. Your reputation has reached its zenith. By the way, is Xiao your girlfriend? She seems wonderful. Although she doesn't speak much, she is cultured and elegant. And quite beautiful. Or is there something between you and Hanyan? There is nothing at all. It's not like that. So please don't overthink it, Song Qingcheng replied, shaking his head. His gaze wandered to the side, where he indeed noticed several village officials working diligently, with Song Mingfa standing by the riverbank, directing the repairs. Noticing Song Qingcheng's gaze, Song Mingfa approached, his shoes caked in mud, stepping gingerly, and stood before him, saying, Qingcheng, you're back. Thank you. What do you thank me for? Song Qingcheng asked, shaking his head. A month ago, I never imagined that Songsuan would reach such a day. If you were to discuss contracting with me now, I would gladly hand it over to you, even for free, Song Mingfa replied with a cheerful demeanor. The villagers now hold you in high regard. As long as you can sustain the Yunnan resort, we will not lose our opportunity to earn. Gradually, everyone will prosper. This is the most enduring source of economic growth. By the way, the contract is ready. I will head home to retrieve it and bring it to you, complete with the county seal. The county chief mentioned that if you perform well, you will receive a reward at the end of the year. You are truly an exemplary entrepreneur. After achieving success, you can return to the village and uplift your fellow villagers. Such individuals are rare, and you could certainly be established as a role model, exemplary entrepreneur, one of the top 10 inspiring figures in Linshan. And so on. Awards could be bestowed upon you. If you advance further, you could even become the president of the Entrepreneurs Association. Song Qingcheng was taken aback for a moment, then rubbed his nose and said, It's still a bit premature to discuss this matter, Mingfa. I shall return home to check on my mother. You should head back as well. All right, go ahead. I'll tidy up and return too. This liaison officer has done remarkably well. Earning 30,000 a year is even more than my own salary, Song Mingfa chuckled. Song Qingcheng turned and walked towards the car, with Lu Hanyin glancing over and promptly following. Lu Minghu snorted from the side. I haven't finished my words yet. Why are you leaving? We'll discuss your matters later. If anything comes up, just call me. I've given you my mobile, and you have the clothes, so you can take care of things. Qingcheng has matters to attend to, and I must accompany him. Lu Hanyin waved her hand without looking back. Lu Minghu puffed his cheeks and glared. Do you not consider me, your old father, in your eyes? Who is more important, Qingcheng or I? Where do you think the mobile phone and clothes came from? Were they not given by Qingcheng? Who do you think is more important, him or you? Lu Hanyin huffed and then changed her tone. At your age, why are you still so petty? Lu Minghu rubbed his head, gazing at her retreating figure, chuckling softly, murmuring, at last, I found a man who can manage her, but the young boss already has a girlfriend. Moreover, she clearly possesses a beguiling charm. How is it that she is still drawn to the young boss? Who truly possesses the innate charm here? This is indeed a perplexing matter, but let her be. She has transformed like this, thanks to the young boss. I in the car, Song Qingcheng, Lu Hanyin, and Song Jiangwo sat together as Lao Wu started the vehicle, heading towards home. Song Qingcheng pulled out a mobile phone and handed it to Song Jiangwo, saying, Dad, this is a mobile phone I bought for you. From now on, if you need anything, just give me a call. It will be more convenient. And these clothes are gifts for you and Mom. You bought me a mobile phone and clothes. Why such extravagance? At my age, I hardly need new clothes, Song Jiangwo said, smacking his lips, though his face was beaming with joy. Song Qingcheng replied, These clothes were chosen by Han En. I wasn't sure what you both would like, so I let her pick. The colors are nice. Your mother will surely like them. And this car is new as well. Song Jiangwo touched the clothes and glanced at the car with his mouth agape. Song Qingcheng nodded. The car is newly purchased. It will be left in the village since Lao Wu will be keeping an eye on things. If you need to use it, just coordinate with Lao Wu. However, do refrain from wandering about unnecessarily. The matters concerning the resort are of utmost importance. Should any issues arise, we need someone to oversee the situation. I understand. I can distinguish priorities, Song Jiangwo said earnestly. Then shifted the topic. Your second uncle has been facing some trouble lately. Fong Li has returned to her family, and he is looking for work. I was thinking of having him come work at the resort. Dad, let's discuss this at home. Song Qingcheng shook his head, not immediately agreeing. After all, this matter needed to be addressed by Yuing. Otherwise, outright refusal would seem rather inappropriate. Why Yuing, dressed in a jacket, stood before a full-length mirror, cheerfully asking Song Jiangwo, This outfit looks good, doesn't it? The color and style are quite decent. Hanin has quite an eye. Indeed, it looks good. These pants fit well too, Song Jiangwo kept praising. Lu Hanyin sat at the edge of the Kong, her brow furrowed, a faint smile tugging at her lips. At that moment, Song Qingcheng retrieved 100,000 yuan from his backpack and placed it in front of Song Jiangwo, saying, Dad, here is 100,000 yuan. Take it for salaries. All right, I'll accept it. But about your second uncle, Song Jiangwo nodded cheerfully, putting the money into a nearby box while casting eager glances at Song Qingcheng. Song Qingcheng waved his hand. Dad, you needn't always pull yourself into your second uncle's troubles. As I've said, no relatives are permitted in the resort. That is the rule. Mom is here too. I have established this rule, and if you do not adhere to it, you won't be able to fulfill your duties as a supervisor. You cannot openly contravene the regulations. If you truly feel sorry for your second uncle, I've already mentioned it. You can give him 10,000 yuan a year, which should be sufficient for him. As for your second aunt, do you think if she were to enter the resort, she wouldn't cause trouble? If she poisoned the entire lake, how would we continue our business? This is not something I can accept, nor would the entire village. Though your second aunt may not necessarily do such a thing, one must always be cautious. If your second uncle is swayed by her, it could lead to complications. After all, Qiangzi was sentenced to 2 years. No one can predict what the second aunt and uncle may be thinking. Why Yu Ying's expression changed. She sat at the edge of the Kong and clapped her hands. Qingcheng is right. What if the second uncle thinks the same way? That would indeed spell trouble. After all, we have invested millions. If the second uncle is in need, just give him 1 or 2,000. But he should not work at the resort. If he wishes to visit in the future, he must be closely monitored to prevent any foolishness. Song Jiangwo nodded solemnly. What Qingcheng said makes sense. I'll have a talk with the second uncle later. Just giving him some money should suffice. After all, he has land to cultivate, so he won't be at a loss. The village still offers subsidies every year, so he won't be able to exhaust that money. Truth be told, these benefits are all thanks to Qingcheng. I'm going to speak with the second uncle now. By the way, Qingcheng, Will you be having dinner at home? Yes, I'll be back in the next couple of days. That I need to oversee the delivery of pigs, sheep, and chickens. I must be present to ensure they are well taken care of, Song Qingcheng replied. Lu Hanyan gently interjected, Uncle, Aunt, rest assured, with my father and San Bian keeping watch and Lao Wu around, there shouldn't be any significant issues. Song Jiangwo let out a sigh of relief. Brother Minghu is indeed impressive. His strength surpasses even that of the younger men, and I have to commend him for that. We'll be relying on your family in the future. Dad, Mom, and Han In, remember, when raising these livestock, do not use feed indiscriminately. Aim for an organic approach. After all, the quantity isn't large, and the resources from the mountains should suffice. The feed must be used. It must be my own developed formula, which is purely natural, free from any hormones. I've merely adjusted the ingredients. As this is my field of study, it is essential to apply what I've learned. Song Qingcheng spoke earnestly. Lu Hanyin, her small face serious, nodded diligently. I will discuss this with San Bian. We cannot afford any mishaps that might affect your plans. I will keep a close watch, ensuring you are the priority. Song Jiangwo also expressed his commitment, then rose to leave for Song Jianjun's house. As Song Qingcheng stepped into the courtyard, Song Mengfa entered at that moment, handing him a contract with a smile. Qingcheng, this is the contract stamped by the county. Take a look. After glancing down, Song Qingcheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. All is well, Mengfa. From here on, you must take the lead and sign an exclusive procurement agreement with the village. I can accept wheat, corn, apples, and pears, but all crops must be sold exclusively to me. Furthermore, the use of pesticides and fertilizers must adhere to my specifications, and only my fertilizers and pesticides may be utilized. Understood? I will inform the villagers. If they agree, we will sign. If not, we won't pressure them. Song Mengfa replied earnestly. Song Qingcheng glanced at him and smirked. Mengfa, please tally the numbers. If the willingness to sign for exclusivity is too minimal, then we shall abandon the matter. I will not proceed with the procurement. Not proceeding with the procurement. Song Mengfa was taken aback, staring blankly at Song Qingcheng. Consider it. If I collect without enough to fill even one truck, what effort would that be for me? Besides, I can also procure from neighboring villages. Which would be more convenient? Song Qingcheng nodded. Song Mengfa replied, that makes sense. If it's too little, it wouldn't be worthwhile. Not even enough to cover transportation costs. That's so. Give me a hint. How many households must agree for procurement to begin? There must be at least 100 tons. The prices I offer in the village will certainly be 2 to 3 times higher than those in nearby villages. Think of it as a benefit for the villagers. Song Qingcheng stated. Mengfa quietly inquired, and how much more expensive are your fertilizers and pesticides compared to those available externally? Expensive? That is impossible. My fertilizers require application only twice a year. And as for pesticides, the amount needed can be reduced by at least half. Overall, the cost savings could be around 50%. Song Qingcheng shook his head, then gently added, the reason rural areas suffer losses is precisely due to ignorance. In truth, the efficacy of pesticides should not be so poor, which is why applying them only twice a year suffices. Moreover, these pesticides must not pose any harm to human health. My major in university was precisely this. I developed numerous pesticides and applied for many patents. I plan to establish a factory to produce these pesticides. Reflecting on the time spent at university, he holds dozens of patents, all of which are harmless to the human body and cause minimal environmental pollution. However, due to a lack of financial investment, production has yet to commence. Even if production were to begin, it would likely provoke backlash from interest groups, leading to unnecessary complications. Fortunately, he now possesses the conditions necessary for production and could easily find a few factories for outsourcing. Song Mengfa paused for a moment and then sighed in relief, exclaiming, your prices are even lower than others. I certainly must purchase your products. All right, leave this matter to me. I will convene a meeting for all the villagers. Song Qingcheng nodded and sent Song Mengfa on his way, contemplating that only by adhering to his vision could they cultivate truly organic food, thus preserving their family reputation. Standing in the courtyard, Song Qingcheng gazed upwards at the sky, feeling a surge of ambition within him, as if a portion of his youthful dreams had been realized. In his consciousness, the moon was accompanied by a phantom sun, radiating light and warmth, illuminating the previously dark recesses of his mind as if revealing an entire world. Gradually, Song Qingcheng's awareness became more transparent, and he effortlessly began to accumulate magical elements, marking the first time he absorbed them in such a state. Yet, amidst the fluctuations of consciousness, he caught sight of that sun within his mind and was momentarily taken aback. What type of magic could this be? With a sun, a moon, and stars, it bore no resemblance to light magic whatsoever. in the old district near the northwest of the central urban area of Linshan County, adjacent to the Gumao shopping mall, an aging community welcomed the arrival of a business vehicle, which parked below the building. Song Qingcheng stepped out of the car and waved to Lao Wu, instructing, "You may return to Song Village now. For the next few days, unless I notify you, there is no need to come and pick me up. Just keep a close watch in the village." Lao Wu replied softly, "Boss, I'm leaving then. The livestock delivery trucks will arrive the day after tomorrow. I'll come to get you. I'm not very familiar with these matters, and I worry about receiving substandard goods, so please check them." Song Qingcheng nodded and entered a nearby corridor, which lacked even a main security door, rendering it quite unsafe. Qingfala resided on the first floor. Initially, Song Qingcheng intended to invite her out for coffee to discuss matters and finalize arrangements, as he had a ready contract in hand. He had printed several to secure Song Jianguo's signature for the village's official workers. However, Qingfala had only provided him with her home address. The corridor was dimly lit, with a yellowish glow, and when Song Qingcheng gently knocked on the door, Qingfala responded, then opened it, standing behind the door. She wore thick glasses, her medium-length hair cascading around her, and she regarded Song Qingcheng with a polite, "Mr. Song, please come in." Upon entering, he realized it was a modest one-bedroom apartment. The living room was not large, and the interior was lit but tidy, with a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air, indicating someone was likely undergoing treatment. Qingfala led Song Qingcheng to the sofa, poured him a glass of water, and then sat on a small stool, gently stating, "Mr. Song, I am willing to join Qingcheng Electronic Trading Company, Limited. I wonder what the salary and benefits would be." Taken aback, Song Qingcheng noted Qingfala's unusual fixation on money. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What is your salary at the 4S dealership?" 3,000 a month, she replied softly, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Song Qingcheng pondered briefly and said, "I'll offer you 5,000. But you must prove worthy of this salary. To be honest, I do have other candidates. However, during our car purchase, I noticed your sense of responsibility. I did not anticipate your current emphasis on money, which raises my uncertainty about whether I am making the right choice." He continued, "Regardless, the financial role is crucial." Qingfala was taken aback, lowering her head with a soft sigh, just as she was about to speak. A feeble voice emanated from the inner room, "Mr. Song, this is my fault. Please allow me to say a few words." As soon as the voice faded, it was followed by a cough. Qingfala's expression changed dramatically, and she hastily interjected, "Mom, you mustn't get agitated. I will explain everything to Mr. Song." Song Qingcheng squinted and waved his hand, stating, "Let us go inside and discuss. Speak freely. Perhaps I can assist." With that, he rose and walked into the inner room, followed closely by Qingfala, who kept her head down, a hint of melancholy etched on her face. The inner room contained only a large bed, with few belongings, all meticulously arranged, reflecting a financial worker's sensibility. Devoid of any extraneous items, lying on the bed was a gaunt woman in her 50s, emaciated yet tall, around 1.7 meters. Though her hair was abundant, it appeared somewhat dry and yellowed. Song Qingcheng settled into a chair beside the bed, exhaling deeply and gently encouraged, "Elderly lady, please share your concerns. I am listening. Although I am not a charitable organization, I do not wish to overlook an exceptional financial talent." Qingfala's eyes widened, and she glanced at Song Qingcheng with a touch of emotion. Adjusting her glasses and turning to her mother, the elderly woman took a few shallow breaths and replied, "Mr. Song, you are a good person. Most would turn away upon seeing me in this state. Fala has had a few boyfriends, but they left as soon as they saw the situation here, which is why she remains single to this day. I suffer from a peculiar illness that leaves me with muscular weakness, rendering me unable to perform strenuous tasks. Fala's father abandoned us, and for years, it has been Fala caring for me. She has to earn money, look after the household, and pay for my medical expenses. And we have exhausted all our savings. That is why she is so focused on salary now. Only those who have experienced poverty understand the difficulty of earning money. Only through hardship do we learn the warmth and coldness of the world. There are few like you, Mr. Song. We still owe debts amounting to over 30,000. Fala has endured much hardship. Due to her frugality and frequent absences to care for me, she faces exclusion at work, with everyone looking down on her. Yet, she never makes mistakes in her job, fully aware that the money she earns is not truly hers but belongs to my frail body. Hence, she is concerned about discussing salary with you. In truth, given Fala's capabilities, being a graduate of Donghai Finance University, she should not be working as an accountant at a 4S dealership. Had she remained in Donghai, she would surely have secured a position in a large company, earning a salary in the hundreds of thousands. After all, I also worked in finance and understand these matters. In my youth, I held a financial position in a prominent firm in Donghai. However, after marrying her father and returning home, I ended up in this predicament. As she spoke, she broke into a coughing fit. Qingcheng sat at the edge of the bed, gently patting her mother's back and cautiously saying, "Mom, please don't exert yourself." Qingcheng glanced at Qingcheng and sighed inwardly, realizing she was a high-achieving graduate from Donghai Finance University. The mere fact that she had devoted herself to caring for her ailing mother for so many years was commendable. Auntie, the individuals I admire most in this world are those who are filial. As long as there is filial piety, there will be a kind heart, and kind-hearted individuals will surely be rewarded. Thus, I accept Fala. I will pay you 5,000 a month and provide you with a year's salary in advance to help settle your debts. While I cannot cure your mother's illness, I can arrange for someone to examine her. I sense there is something peculiar about her condition. Gently, Qingcheng said, reaching into his backpack to retrieve 60,000 yuan, placing it beside the bed. He then activated his awareness. Instinctively, he perceived that Qingfeng's mother seemed not to have a specific illness. Rather, her vitality appeared severely depleted, as if something were devouring her life force. In this regard, Lu Hanin would hold more authority, given her ability to nourish vitality and use internal energy to assess health, which could potentially aid them. Qingfeng wiped her eyes and softly murmured, "Mr. Song, although I should not accept such a sum, I have no alternative at present. I can only express my gratitude. I will surely repay your kindness." Qingcheng waved his hand, entering an active state of thought. As the surroundings fell silent, his gaze settled on the elderly woman. Beneath her skin, something appeared to be subtly shifting, as though something were writhing within. Her consciousness was exceedingly faint, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, yet within her, there glimmered a faint light, indicative of an independent consciousness. He withdrew from his active state, turning to Qingfeng and inquiring, "It seems there is something within your mother's body." Indeed, the doctor diagnosed a peculiar parasitic presence. However, intriguingly, the creature does not reproduce. Initially, it was undetectable, flowing through the bloodstream. It wasn't until a decade later that the parasite had grown sufficiently to be captured in an image. My mother underwent a blood draw, but it proved fruitless. The parasite is remarkably tenacious, resisting numerous medical interventions. Currently, my mother is on a medication that curtails the parasite's growth, placing it in a dormant state. Yet, her vitality has diminished irreparably. And should this decline continue, her lifespan will be severely compromised. Qingfeng spoke softly, while Qingcheng nodded, stating, "Then I shall give it a try. I have never truly faced defeat," entering a state of heightened mental activity. Qingcheng focused on Qingfeng's mother, sensing a faint luminous awareness within, despite its invisibility. At that moment, the flicker of light remained motionless, precisely located in her forearm. Qingcheng pointed, and a luminous energy pierced into her forearm. The parched skin ruptured, but he refrained from directly penetrating the parasite, as it could potentially split, complicating matters further. With a swift motion, he pressed at the wound, extracting the parasite along with a surge of dark red blood. The creature resembled a beetle, roughly the size of a grain of rice, its body gleaming with golden hues, exuding an extraordinary resilience. Qingcheng placed the parasite on the bedside and glanced at her arm. Her vein had been punctured. Fortunately, the luminous energy was fine and not fatal, although extracting the parasite had widened the wound further. He pondered the urgency of staunching the bleeding, recognizing that her weakened state could hardly withstand it. Recalling his meditative practices of absorbing magical elements, where various lights danced, he realized that starlight and sunlight could replenish vitality, potentially stemming the blood loss. As the thought crystallized, Qingcheng pressed his hand down, sending ripples of starlight from his fingertips into her arm. The blood vessel shimmered with specks of starlight, gradually sealing. Indeed, it proved effective. A wave of relief washed over Qingcheng as he wiped his fingers across her skin, which had completely healed. Were it not for the faint traces of blood, no one would suspect a wound had ever existed. In this state of heightened cognition, everything seemed nearly suspended, even the flow of blood stilled. Qingcheng pressed again, enveloping her in a cascade of starlight that continuously replenished her vitality. Gradually, her complexion improved, the pallor fading, her skin regaining a hint of elasticity. Upon closer inspection, she was quite beautiful. In her youth, she must have been a striking woman, particularly with her distinguished aura. Qingcheng exhaled softly, realizing her frail condition necessitated a gradual approach to recovery. Having completed this task, he surveyed the surroundings. Retrieving a transparent glass vial containing 2 remaining pills, he poured the contents, placing the parasite within, and secured the lid. Exiting this heightened mental state, a wave of dizziness overtook Qingcheng. He had lingered in that state longer than intended. Compounded by the exertion of using the luminous energy, resulting in considerable mental fatigue, Qingcheng gently inquired, "Mr. Song, can you discern any issues?" Song Qingcheng raised the vial, shaking it slightly. "I have successfully extracted the parasite. Your mother should feel significantly better." Qingcheng and the woman on the bed were momentarily taken aback. Gradually, the woman propped herself up, her face alight with astonishment. "I can truly move again. This is akin to my state 5 years ago, when I was still able to care for myself. Mr. Song, how did you manage this? One moment we were conversing, and the next, you extracted the parasite. My heavens, you truly are a miraculous healer. I have visited countless doctors in Donghai without finding a resolution." "Aunt, do not become overly excited. You are still recovering, and I will bring some restorative medicine tomorrow. You will gradually regain your strength." He continued. "Moreover, having harbored the parasite for so many years may not have been entirely detrimental. Your blood vessels are unlikely to experience blockages, as the parasite has kept them clear. Once your vitality is restored, you should return to a state reminiscent of your 40s and be able to work again. If you remain concerned, a follow-up examination at the hospital would be prudent." Song Qingcheng spoke gently, and the woman, momentarily stunned, murmured, "I never imagined that I, Chen Maxiang, could regain my health. This truly is a divine blessing. Mr. Song, you are my savior." As she spoke, Chen Maxiang rose and knelt beside the bed, bowing her head to Song Qingcheng, tears streaming down her face. Startled, Song Qingcheng quickly assisted her up. "Aunt, what are you doing?" "I saved you because Fala is my employee. It is only right to care for those who work for me." Qingcheng interjected, "Mother, please do not exert yourself so vigorously. If you must bow, allow me to do it in your stead." Without hesitation, she knelt before Song Qingcheng, bowing her head. "Sir, I can never repay your immense kindness. From this moment forth, even if it means sacrificing myself, I will repay you. Henceforth, I shall forego my salary and dedicate my life to serving you. I vow that no matter how you treat me, I will remain steadfastly loyal." Song Qingcheng urgently replied, "Enough with such declarations. This is a moment of joy. Do not trouble yourself. I cannot bear your kneeling. Please, rise." Qingcheng continued to bow her head until she had completed 3 prostrations, after which Song Qingcheng helped her up. However, her face was still streaked with tears, her glasses fogged with moisture, rendering her vision unclear. Waving his hand dismissively, Song Qingcheng said, "All right, your salary will continue as normal. Otherwise, people might think I purchased a wife for 60,000. Sir, you do not understand. These years have been unbearable. My mother's illness has cost me everything. I had resolved that if she were to pass, I would follow suit. The world can be so cold and unfeeling. Living has become meaningless. I never anticipated encountering someone like you who brings warmth into my life. If you seek a wife, I would gladly fulfill that role." Qingcheng sobbed, pouring out her long-held grievances. Seemingly oblivious to her own words, Song Qingcheng's lips twitched. It appeared that this 60,000 had indeed proven valuable. The first time it had swayed Lu Han, and now it had touched Qingcheng. Of course, Qingcheng's situation was somewhat unique, primarily due to her mother's salvation. Reflecting on this, he paused. In this vein, it seemed that Qingcheng had taken her mother's surname, implying that her father must be a true scoundrel. For how could he remain absent when his wife and child were in such dire straits? "Fala, Aunt, I must take my leave now. Please rest well. Tomorrow, I will send someone with medicine. You can work from home for the time being. I will ensure that invoices and other matters are delivered to you. Daily expenses will also be taken care of, so if any issues arise, contact me directly. Once your mother has fully recovered, you can return to your job." Rising, Song Qingcheng bid farewell, while Qingcheng stood, still weeping uncontrollably, her nose and eyes streaming. Even as he exited her home, her cries lingered. Song Qingcheng waved, "Stop crying. This is a joyous occasion. You make it seem as though it is something tragic." Qingcheng gazed at him, then suddenly embraced his neck tightly, before retreating into her room and shutting the door, her sobs still audible. Song Qingcheng glanced down. Noticing his clothing was damp. He slowly walked out the main door, still clutching the small vial, within which the golden parasite began to flutter, thrashing with considerable force, upon returning home. The glass vial was riddled with cracks. Quickly, Song Qingcheng sought a larger, sturdier sealed container to house the creature, entering a state of heightened mental activity once more to secure it inside. Lu Hanyin was folding clothes on the sofa when she approached. Glancing curiously, "Qingcheng, what is this?" Song Qingcheng regarded the still flapping parasite with a grave expression, recounting the recent events. He added cautiously, "I am uncertain about the true nature of this creature, but it can consume vitality without causing immediate death. allowing one to live for over a decade, quite sinister indeed. Lu Hanyin contemplated, her expression serious, continuing like this is not a solution. Perhaps we should simply crush it. Such a creature bears a resemblance to the legendary goo worm. However, a goo worm as ferocious as this one is not easily dealt with. Therefore, I shall call my father and ask him to come here promptly. He has traveled extensively and possesses a wealth of knowledge. So he might recognize it. Song Qingcheng nodded and said, "Good, hurry and call Uncle Minghu. Have Lao Wu bring him over." Initially, he had intended to communicate with Count Augustus at the Ziki Dong Lino. One courtyard, but it seems this matter regarding the worm must take precedence and can only wait until tomorrow. Lu Hanyin retrieved her phone and dialed Lu Minghu's number. After a brief moment, Lu Minghu picked up the call, smacking his lips and exclaiming, "Ah, so that's what the phone ringing sounds like. I thought I heard a cricket, but it's not the season for that. Dad, please have Lao Wu bring you over quickly. There's something troublesome at home that requires your attention," Lu Hanyin hastily replied. Lu Minghu responded, "All right, I'll be there shortly. This device is quite convenient, much better than a landline. I wouldn't have known how to use it if not for San Bian reminding me." After ending the call, Lu Hanyin leaned closer to Song Qingcheng, her tousled hair brushing against his face. With a serious expression, she remarked, "I believe this jar is on the verge of failing as well. I'll fetch another. Thankfully, I bought some sealing jars at the supermarket today for storing seasonings. How can this thing possess such immense power? It has only absorbed one person's vital essence. Yet even an ordinary individual would find it impossible to shatter such a jar with their fists." At this point, she sighed. "No wonder I noticed that Shinfala appeared somewhat gloomy and unwell that day. It seems she has been tormented by such matters. Truly, it is unfortunate for her. She is also a pitiable soul." Song Qingcheng sighed as well, observing the thick sealing jar, which had begun to sprout hairline cracks. This diminutive worm seemed inexhaustible. The power it wielded was indeed astonishing. Song Qingcheng squinted, sensing that its radiant essence was not inferior to that of Lao Wu or Qin Han. Yet its diminutive size indicated its robust vitality. Were it not for his current ability to enter an active state of thought, capturing this worm would be nearly impossible due to its swift speed, great strength, and small size, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. Lu Hanyin emerged from the kitchen, carrying a slightly larger jar, which was quite sturdy. She glanced at the worm and remarked, "Qingcheng, I can't help but feel that this creature possesses a degree of intelligence. Look how it continually collides with the same spot." Song Qingcheng examined it closely and indeed found that the worm relentlessly bumped against the same point. Gradually, more cracks appeared, and his mind entered an active state once more. After placing the worm into another jar, Song Qingcheng sighed in relief. Lu Hanyin, with a hint of astonishment in her gaze, fixed her eyes on him and said, "Qingcheng, you have nearly reached your limit of power. With such strength, no one can pose a threat to you. Indeed, this is a result of rapid thought fluctuations, essentially a manifestation of consciousness speed. When thought materializes, such effects can be achieved, seemingly transcending time. According to physical research, when the speed of matter exceeds that of light, it could potentially halt time. Though this remains a theoretical conjecture, it is approaching reality. If the fluctuations of thought can be materialized, I can enact numerous changes in an instant. Thus, while I may not be a martial artist, I possess the ability to protect myself. However, this can sometimes lead to a depletion of vital essence." Song Qingcheng explained softly. Lu Hanyin's gaze sparkled with admiration as she replied, "I don't fully understand what you're saying, but it truly sounds impressive. The inferences you draw are remarkable. Just like that day when you illustrated the dantian and meridians with lines. I could never have conceived of that, nor could I comprehend it. Perhaps you truly have the potential to deduce the subsequent realms of martial arts." Song Qingcheng touched his nose and momentarily lost focus as he gazed at her face. A fleeting thought crossing his mind that a hint of allure blossomed between her brows, utterly captivating. The sound of the doorbell rang, prompting Lu Hanyin to rise and answer the door, her curvaceous figure swaying gracefully, accentuating her long legs and serpentine waist, undeniably enchanting. Footsteps approached, and Lu Minghu's voice resonated. "Daughter, no wonder you're reluctant to return to the village. It's too comfortable here. However, I must address matters here quickly. Someone needs to keep an eye on the village. There are valuable materials around, and it would be troublesome if someone were to steal them." Lu Minghu and Lao Wu entered in succession. After changing his shoes, his gaze fell upon the coffee table, where he noticed the worm incessantly colliding within the jar, his expression shifting dramatically. "Little boss, where did this worm come from?" Lu Minghu's voice trembled as he cautiously crouched near the jar, squinting to observe closely. "Uncle Minghu, just tell me what kind of worm this is." Song Qingcheng spoke softly. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Jinfu worm, a type of goo worm that solely absorbs vital essence to enhance itself. resistant to being controlled, making it quite troublesome to deal with. Lu Minghu replied gravely. Song Qingcheng inhaled deeply, asking, "Is it very formidable?" "Very formidable. You must have heard of the 3 corpses and 3 worms mentioned in Taoist teachings. Right? They refer to parasitic worms within the body. This creature can even eliminate the 3 corpses and 3 worms, and with it present, one typically wouldn't suffer from other ailments. However, provoking it will inevitably lead to a decline in vital essence and death. And the suffering endured is beyond what an ordinary person can tolerate. The stronger the vital essence it absorbs, the more challenging it becomes to confront," Lu Minghu warned gravely. "However, this one has grown quite large. About the size of a grain of rice. I've heard that these creatures are typically as small as sesame seeds, and sometimes even smaller, practically invisible. This indicates it has absorbed a considerable amount of vital essence." Lu Minghu noted. Song Qingcheng furrowed his brow, saying, "Then how should we handle it? It has already damaged 2 sealing jars, yet its strength remains intact. This creature is averse to water. As long as water is poured in, it will lose its strength in no time. However, it would be a pity to kill it. Having grown this large, if utilized properly, it could prove to be immensely beneficial," Lu Minghu lamented. Song Qingcheng paused. Nodding, "Uncle Minghu, this creature is completely uncooperative. Who could possibly utilize it? There exists a method to subdue it by imprinting consciousness within its mind using one's mental power, thereby making it obedient. Much like a second avatar. However, skilled practitioners capable of achieving such consciousness are exceedingly rare. One must at least be at the transformation of spirit stage. Hanyan might barely attempt it, but I estimate the chances are at most 10%. Regardless, Hanyan has just entered the transformation of spirit stage, and her mental power is still insufficient. Should we attempt it anyway? After all, it's already a waste," Lu Minghu mused. At that moment, the glass jar began to crack again, prompting Song Qingcheng to gesture to Lu Hanyan, saying, "Hanyan, go fetch another jar, and this time fill it with water. Little boss, be extra cautious when retrieving it. This creature can fly, and with its incredible speed and diminutive size, it would be nearly impossible for an average person to catch it. Moreover, its mandibles are sharp enough to pierce through blood vessels. By the way, how did this thing come to be? It certainly wouldn't appear without reason. It has become extinct. During my travels in Huaxia, I once heard about people who raised gu. This Jinfu worm, even if it exists, would be in the hands of those elite gu masters, and at most only 1 or 2 would be available. Moreover, it is unmanageable and cannot reproduce, nor can anyone subdue it on a conscious level. However, raising it is quite labor-intensive. It is best nurtured within a living being, sustained by blood, as that is its inherent nature. Only a truly subdued Jinfu worm can hide anywhere," Lu Minghu stated, his face tense. Song Qingcheng sighed softly. "This was discovered within a living person, a fully alive human, and it has been nurtured for over a decade." Nurtured within a person? What kind of hatred must exist for such a thing to happen? Lu Minghu was momentarily stunned, then clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, Lu Hanyan returned, holding a sealing jar filled with water, and placed it before Song Qingcheng, kneeling partially on the ground and looking at him, saying, "Qingcheng, it's your turn. Follow my dad's method and imprint your consciousness onto it. To be honest, I still cannot sense where its consciousness resides. Without locating it, I cannot leave an imprint. Only you possess the qualifications to do so. The little boss has a remarkably strong mental power." Lu Minghu gazed at Song Qingcheng with a puzzled expression, appearing somewhat dazed. Strong is an understatement. Qingcheng has numerous theoretical supports, believing that consciousness can materialize and transcend the constraints of time. Lu Hanyan replied softly, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. Lu Minghu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "Truly, knowledge changes destiny. It turns out that knowledge is indeed profoundly useful. The concept of consciousness materializing sounds impressive, yet I find myself struggling to comprehend it." Song Qingcheng paid no heed to Lu Minghu, and as his consciousness wavered once more, he entered a state of heightened cognition. With a decisive motion, he placed the golden bug into the water and sealed the container. The bug leapt and collided with the lid a couple of times before it floated motionless at the surface. Unable to move, Lu Minghu cast a glance at the golden bug, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. He failed to notice how Song Qingcheng had introduced the bug into the water. Had he attempted the same with another, it was certain that no one would have perceived it either. In that moment, he realized that although Song Qingcheng appeared to be a frail scholar, he was, in fact, a figure of inscrutable depth. Strangely, he exhibited none of the imposing aura characteristic of martial experts. Song Qingcheng took a deep breath, allowing his consciousness to ebb slightly, as he perceived the glimmering essence. The bug's awareness flickered like a candle flame, its edges tinged with red while the core remained white. After pondering for a moment, he focused his mind's eye on the void, where the sun, moon, and stars resided, albeit the sun had dimmed significantly, likely due to the night. The moon radiated brilliantly, casting beams of light that directly fell into the vessel. Yet, Song Qingcheng dared not imprint through the glass. Instead, he unscrewed the lid, as he was in a state of heightened cognition and the bug remained immobile. Regardless, glass and water refract light, and a miscalculated imprint could prove fatal. Capturing the precise location of something the size of a grain of rice was indeed a formidable challenge. The golden bug floated on the water's surface, the moonlight enveloping it, and from the center of that luminous point, a crescent moon manifested, distinctly visible. Song Qingcheng felt a heaviness in his consciousness. Upon glancing again, he noticed that the moon had dimmed, as if it had expended a substantial amount of awareness. It seemed he had forged a mysterious connection with the golden bug. He extended his hand to retrieve it and placed it on the coffee table. The bug stirred, now able to move even in the state of heightened cognition, merely because its awareness had synchronized with Song Qingcheng's. Its mandibles were golden, the tip shimmering with a hint of green. And it squirmed obediently. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingcheng exited the state of heightened cognition, feeling a momentary dizziness as his vision darkened, a manifestation of excessive mental fatigue. He staggered backward, and Lu Hanyan caught him, allowing him to rest against her bosom. Lu Minghu shot a glance, his lips twitching as he rubbed his nose and inquired, "Little boss, is everything all right? How did the golden bug come out? Is it alive or dead?" At that moment, his body was tense, as if ready to flee at the slightest provocation, revealing his evident fear of the bug. Song Qingcheng waved his hand, declaring, "It's still alive. However, I am nearing my limits. Uncle Minghu, please take it back to the village. If it has pest control properties, it will likely prevent our livestock from falling ill." Lu Minghu's eyes widened, and he smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, this creature is the greatest ally for farmers. I'll take it back, but you must ensure it doesn't easily consume vital energy. Otherwise, pigs and such will become unsellable." Song Qingcheng gestured as Lu Minghu picked up the golden bug, placing it in an intact jar before turning to leave. As he walked away, he called out, "Daughter, I'm off." Lao Wu exchanged brief pleasantries with Song Qingcheng before hastily exiting, shutting the door behind him. Lu Hanyan gently rubbed his forehead, asking, "Qingcheng, are you feeling drained again? I still have some vitality balm. Shall I apply it for you?" "No need. I just need to rest for a while." It was merely a significant expenditure of consciousness. By the way, if we have any tonic for replenishing vitality at home, please send some to Chin Fala tomorrow for her mother to drink. Song Qingcheng shook his head, but the motion caused a wave of weakness to wash over him, the sensation making his heart race, rendering him momentarily immobile. At that moment, his phone rang from his pocket. Just as he was about to reach for it, Lu Hanyan softly said, "Allow me, it's better for you to move less." She reached into his pocket and grasped the phone, inadvertently brushing against a sensitive area, causing Song Qingcheng to shiver. Lu Hanyan murmured lightly, "It's not like this is the first or second time. Is it really such a big deal?" With a sigh, Song Qingcheng replied, "3 times should suffice. Just answer the call." He picked up the phone, bringing it to his ear as a booming voice announced, "Boss, your bicycles have arrived, 100 in total. Why aren't you at home? Please hold on. I'll be there shortly." Song Qingcheng replied weakly. He had arranged to discuss matters with Count Augustus that evening and had ordered 100 bicycles in advance. He hadn't intended to attend, but was surprised that the delivery had already arrived. "Hanyan, help me up. I need to step out to the first courtyard of Ziki Dong Lai." Song Qingcheng called out, and Lu Hanyan assisted him, her face etched with worry, finally able to move with her support. He felt a throbbing headache, relying on her to guide him outside. At the entrance of the first courtyard of Ziki Dong Lai, a large truck was parked at the roadside. Song Qingcheng handed the courtyard key to Lu Hanyan, signaling her to open the door. She walked over and unlocked it, while several individuals disembarked from the truck, unloading the bicycles one by one into the courtyard. The courtyard was littered with debris, but fortunately, the passage connecting the two realms remained pristine, encircled by a protective barrier designed by Song Qingcheng. Once the unloading was complete, he retrieved 60,000 yuan from his backpack and handed it to the delivery person. He then instructed Lu Hanyan, "Stay at the entrance and keep watch. I need to attend to some matters. Do not let anyone in. But your health isn't yet restored. Will you be all right alone?" Lu Hanyan whispered, her concern evident. Song Qingcheng glanced at her, and she lowered her head, murmuring, "Don't glare at me. I will follow your instructions, all right?" After saying this, she stepped outside, closing the door behind her, seated. Song Qingcheng took out paper and pen from his backpack and wrote a letter to explain the situation. Esteemed Count Augustus, greetings. I had intended to contact you in a few months, but circumstances necessitate an early transaction. I wish to send you a batch of bicycles now. I require doorway fish fry and other rare seedlings to innovate new feed. Nothing is more reliable than live experimentation, which will facilitate our subsequent dealings. Regarding my personal needs, it would be preferable to acquire a wholly loyal magical beast and the means to control it. To safeguard these precious items, for our next transaction, I hope to reconvene at this same time of day. We can arrange a time in advance, after sealing the letter with his name inscribed in tadpole script. He activated the fluctuation device, connected it to the power source, and dispatched the letter. Subsequently, Qingcheng began transferring the bicycles one by one. Each transfer left behind a multitude of blueprints. By the end of the 100 bicycle deliveries, there were over 5,000 blueprints, sufficient to decode the model of spatial magic. After securing the fluctuation device and blueprints, Qingcheng sat on a large stone, panting for breath. The meager strength he had just accumulated dissipated once more. In the moonlight, a letter appeared at the corner of the wall. Qingcheng picked it up and opened it, revealing a reply from Count Augustus. Dear Song, I am delighted to be in contact with you again. Our demand for bicycles is immense, and we are overjoyed to receive these 100 units. Such marvels are of great assistance to us. As for the magical tomes you mentioned previously, I have gathered some more. This time, they pertain to second-level magic. As for the doorway fish and the beasts, I shall devise a plan. During dimensional transportation, the more powerful the creature, the more difficult it is to transfer. Thus, I intend to provide you with some seedlings, which will be placed in a petri dish to isolate them from the erosion of time and space, ensuring their survival. Regarding the last batch of snow fruits, I wonder if you have had the pleasure of tasting them. They possess the ability to enhance magical power and nourish the flesh, and for ordinary individuals, they can even cure ailments. Such fruits are rather rare in our Red Earth Empire and are highly favored by the influential. However, the growth of the snow fruit takes an excessively long time, often requiring a century to bear the first fruit, followed by another 5 years for the next. If you desire, I can provide you with a snow fruit tree for your research. To shorten the maturation period, this letter concludes here, sealed with the mark of Count Augustus. After some contemplation, Qingcheng replied, requesting 2 snow fruit trees in the subsequent trade schedule. Count Augustus confirmed the transaction timing in his response, set for 3 days hence, at 10 o'clock in the evening. Only then did Qingcheng exhale in relief, as his consciousness swept through his storage ring, locating the snow fruits. They remained as fresh as ever, their tender appearance reinforcing his understanding that such a storage ring effectively isolated the air, akin to a vacuum, thus prolonging the preservation of any items within. However, this also presents a significant drawback. Living beings cannot be stored inside. He retrieved a snow fruit, which was as large as a fist and resembled snow in appearance. After consuming one, he found the taste reminiscent of ice cream, yet with a crisp texture, making it quite delightful. Upon finishing, Qingcheng felt a sudden warmth surging through him. Despite the fruit's cooling nature, it ignited a heat within his body, gradually restoring his strength, especially illuminating the dim moon within his consciousness. He found himself momentarily stunned. What a marvelous fruit this was. If these fruits were to be auctioned, they would undoubtedly fetch a higher price, as they are truly unique. Unlike gold, which cannot saturate the market, these fruits can be cultivated. Conveniently, Count Augustus also intended to send over a snow fruit tree, with the underlying goal being the acquisition of fertilizer for the cultivation of snow fruits. Gradually rising, he felt his strength returning somewhat, though he could only manage to walk slowly. Performing heavy labor was out of the question, a clear manifestation of the exhaustion of his consciousness. Nevertheless, compared to before, his mental acuity had improved significantly, as he now had not only the moon but also 4 stars, and most importantly, a sun to help control the golden beetle. The sun and stars invigorated the flesh and replenished energy, while the moon represented pure consciousness. Such magical elements were certainly not as simple as light magic. Slowly approaching the door, Qingcheng weakly called out, "Hanyan, open the door." Lu Hanyan responded promptly, pushing the door open. As Qingcheng stepped outside, she locked the door behind them and softly suggested, "Let me carry you back. After all, it's late, and no one will see us." Qingcheng touched his nose and replied, "Just support me. I'm not accustomed to being carried by a woman." Lu Hanyan dared not argue further, supporting his waist, an embrace that felt intimate, with half of him nestled against her. This closeness evoked a sense of awkwardness in Qingcheng. Yet it was far more tolerable than being carried. However, he couldn't shake the overwhelming softness he felt. Her form was undeniably ample. As they made their way to the elevator, Song Qingcheng finally stood upright. And Lu Hanyan, standing beside him, glanced at him and murmured, "You know, I could carry you or hold you if you prefer. You needn't exert yourself so much. Pride isn't everything." Song Qingcheng shook his head weakly. "You don't understand. I'm just stubborn, a bit of a traditionalist. But that is precisely what makes you so charming and admirable," Lu Hanyan replied softly, lowering her head. When the elevator doors opened, Song Qingcheng stepped out, with Lu Hanyan following closely behind him as they entered the house. He turned to glance at her, noticing her timidly looking down. "Why do you keep glaring at me? Did I do something wrong?" "I'm not glaring, just looking at you." "Stop being so self-conscious," he reassured, rubbing his temple. Then, he shifted the conversation. "Let us sleep together later. Tell me how tonight feels different from the day." A slight smile tugged at Lu Hanyan's lips, her expression momentarily filled with pride, but as she raised her head, she returned to a neutral demeanor, responding softly. After showering, Song Qingcheng lay flat on the bed, momentarily too exhausted to move. It had been a taxing day. First, he treated Qin Maxiang, then repeatedly controlled the golden beetle, and finally inscribed a mark within the consciousness of the beetle, constantly in an active state of thought, which had drained his mental reserves. The door swung open as Lu Hanyan entered, turning off the light, followed by the soft sounds of her undressing. The room was dimly lit, as Song Qingcheng had intentionally left the curtains open to absorb starlight, and his gaze fell upon her form, which was more exaggerated than the most undulating sand dunes. Lying beside him, she had previously been merely pressing against his chest. Now, with direct contact, Song Qingcheng weakly implored, "I can't resist temptation right now. Please don't touch me." Lu Hanyan's eyes sparkled. As a martial artist, she could discern his expression even in the darkness. He lay back, his youthful exuberance shining brightly, captivating her gaze. "Qingcheng, if you can't hold back, then don't," Lu Hanyan whispered, though she dared not come closer, maintaining a respectful distance. "But if you do that, what does that make you? I already have a girlfriend. I can't treat you so poorly. You're beautiful and have a splendid figure. You want to lack for men. Look at how even Xing Ming drools when he sees you. Given your current situation, finding a truly affluent and handsome man would be more than sufficient." Song Qingcheng sighed, and Lu Hanyan clenched her fist defiantly, then gently grasped his hand, resolute yet earnest, declaring, "I want to seek any other man. In my heart, there is only one man." "So you are infatuated with Haiping?" Song Qingcheng sighed again. Lu Hanyan's tears fell like rain, her voice trembling. "You only know how to bully me. The man I speak of isn't him. It's you. I've said it many times. I am yours." Song Qingcheng's heart skipped a beat, his expression one of astonishment. "Wait, you've always claimed to be mine, but you never said you were my woman." "That makes a significant difference. I haven't read much, so I don't know the distinction. Regardless of how you perceive it, to me, you are the only man," she replied. "Your having a girlfriend is your affair. But I will always stand behind you. I understand I am but a small widow, unworthy of longing for anything, yet I simply enjoy listening to you. Even if I am scolded or beaten by you, I find joy in it. Initially, I resisted, thinking it inappropriate and a bit degrading, but gradually, I grew fond of this feeling. Qingcheng, don't carry any burdens in your heart and refrain from mentioning other men. Be it Xing Ming or any wealthy suitors, they can't compare to you in the slightest," Lu Hanyan said softly, her voice growing gentler, as the faint moonlight illuminated her slender form with a touch of purity. Song Qingcheng raised an eyebrow. "What hair?" Lu Hanyan gently bit her lip, whispering, "Any hair cannot compare." Song Qingcheng acknowledged, "I'm going to meditate. I'd rather endure this matter for now, and if I truly cannot resist, I'll address it then. You focus on absorbing the starlight." After speaking, he took a deep breath and entered a meditative state. Continuing the conversation would surely overwhelm him, considering his youthful vigor and Lu Hanyan's alluring figure. Waves of starlight enveloped him like a cocoon, and as Lu Hanyan observed, she reached out to touch the starlight, a hint of obsession glimmering in her eyes. "How beautiful! If only I could transform into starlight and forever be by your side." Her body twisted slightly as she lay supine, her arms and legs entwined like serpents, presenting an utterly alluring pose as she entered a state of cultivation. The starlight, drawn to her, melded into her form. Though the flickering starlight was vastly outnumbered compared to the celestial glow enveloping Song Qingcheng's body, each strand that settled upon her made her skin shimmer with an ethereal brilliance. More strikingly, her body emanated an innate allure, particularly her features, which appeared to undergo subtle transformations, though not overtly noticeable. Over time, these changes would undoubtedly be remarkable. This was what Lu Minghu referred to as the enchanting form of the serpent. Once the allure awakens, it becomes invincible. This epitomizes the true essence of the serpent-style fist. yet it is exceedingly difficult to master. Throughout the history of the Qingyi sect, there has been no record of anyone successfully practicing the serpent-style fist. In contrast, the reputation of the tiger crane dual form is far more prominent, yet it is merely the most commonplace manifestation of form and intent, the easiest to cultivate, nothing more. After an indeterminate time, Song Qingcheng slowly opened his eyes, feeling considerably restored in strength. In his consciousness, the cycle of day and month and the 4 stars remained constant. Turning his head, he noticed Lu Hanyin still in her cultivation. Her figure resembling a snake, her long lashes fluttering and casting delicate shadows upon her radiant skin. Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback. Her complexion had become even fairer, her lashes longer, and there seemed to be an added touch of charm between her brows. Yet, what stirred his blood the most was her figure. Truly, nothing was left to the imagination. All laid bare before his eyes. As he sat up slowly, he struggled to divert his gaze. It was indeed his first time observing a woman's body from such proximity. Lu Hanyin opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, glancing at his profile, and said softly, "A single night indeed equates to a year of arduous training. My internal energy is now abundant, and I have made a stride forward in the transformation spirit realm. However, compared to the daytime, I sense that the evening's cultivation induces greater changes in my bones. They are genuinely evolving towards that of a serpent, soft and hard at will." Song Qingcheng paused, narrowing his eyes. "Rest a while longer. Try again in an hour." After speaking, he resumed his meditation, while Lu Hanyin assumed the serpent form once more, this time lying on the bee. An hour later, Song Qingcheng concluded his practice. Slowly rising from the bed, casting another glance, he could hardly endure it any longer. If this trend continued, he would inevitably succumb. She was a true enchantress. Parting his legs, he stepped into the bathroom, while Lu Hanyin got up, donned her clothes, and discreetly affixed something to her chest. She then changed into a new outfit, pairing black leggings with a white t-shirt, exuding a radiant charm. "You should visit Chunfala's home shortly to deliver some tonic for replenishing qi and blood. And return quickly. I need your assistance with something," Song Qingcheng instructed as he exited the room, observing Lu Hanyin steaming buns in the kitchen. Her face-washing routine was uncomplicated. She never used any cosmetics, merely splashing water on her face, an embodiment of natural beauty. "Understood. Are we returning to the village today?" Lu Hanyin inquired, glancing at him, a hint of allure evident in her brows. Song Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, then shook his head. "No, we'll wait for Lao Wu to come and pick us up tomorrow. By the way, I placed 4 fruits on the dining table. You should eat 2 and take 2 to Qinfala and her mother. 1 for each to replenish their qi and blood." "All right," Lu Hanyin acknowledged, watching as Song Qingcheng turned to leave, playfully sticking out her tongue. Seated on the floor, Song Qingcheng gazed at the 5,000 sheets of paper before him. He had processed 300, sketching 300 cubes, now comparing them with the 12 cubes he had previously formed. Observing the lines closely, he exhaled deeply. Indeed, there are differences. Repeated measurements prove reliable. Those predecessors must have faced hardships. As he compared, he supplemented his notes, striving to discern which line was the most accurate. Precision in linear modeling is crucial. Even the slightest error could render all efforts futile. The room was strewn with over 1,000 sheets of his sketches. And he finally paused, feeling a slight cramp in his hand and realizing he had run out of paper. He carefully organized the new 12-cube diagrams, discarding those that were not precise enough, and tossed the rest into a corner, stretching his back, feeling as though it might snap. Lu Hanyin entered, startled by the sight of so many papers. "Qingcheng, what happened?" "It's nothing. Just scraps from calculations. What time is it?" Song Qingcheng supported himself on his waist, feeling as if he could hardly stand. "It's time for dinner. I've just finished cooking. I bought some ingredients earlier. Don't move. Is your back bothering you again? Let me help you." As she spoke, her body curved like a snake, positioning herself behind Song Qingcheng, her arms supporting him under his armpits, lifting him up. His heart raced at the sensation of her body brushing against his back. An intoxicating thrill coursing through him. If this continued, he would surely fall. "Hanyin, please tidy this up. I don't need these papers. Leave that pile untouched. I'll lie down for a bit. I hadn't realized how quickly time flies." He reclined onto the bed, and Lu Hanyin responded affirmatively, rising to clear the papers. Upon returning, she stood before him, bending slightly. At that moment, her curves accentuated her figure, causing Song Qingcheng to feel a rush of blood. He waved his hand dismissively. "Hanyin, I'm fine. You go prepare dinner. I'll step out to eat shortly. Even if you're researching something, don't overexert yourself. What if you tire yourself out?" Lu Hanyin replied, taking a deep breath and tapping his shoulder with her fingers. A cool surge of energy coursed through him, causing him to sit up straighter. Your serpent energy is quite remarkable. It has eased my tension instantly. Please, a couple more taps on my lower back. As he spoke, he turned over, and Lu Hanyin tapped his lower back a few times. Song Qingcheng yelped with delight, the sound imbued with joy as he sprang up. Wonderful. Let us eat. Lu Hanyin lifted her head, her hair cascading to the side, casting a shadow on half her face, enhancing her allure. This was the essence of innate charm. The dining table. Lu Hanyin handed a bowl of noodles to Song Qingcheng, gently saying, Qingcheng, Qinfala's mother can walk on her own now. She asked me to tell you that once her mother improves a bit more, in about a week, she will be able to return to work. How's the renovation at the cold storage progressing? Song Qingcheng inquired, nodding as he had previously sent Lu Hanyin to check on the construction site at the company. Lu Hanyin replied, it's nearly complete. They are currently laying out the cold storage lines. Xiao Chang'un is overseeing it. Their company is quite responsible, and that Xiao Chang'un is also very beautiful. Song Qingcheng paused, sensing the abrupt shift in the conversation, and rubbed his forehead. Chang'un is not my girlfriend. You needn't beat around the bush. My girlfriend is Kai Xiaoqin, who went to Donghai. I never claimed she was your girlfriend. It's just that you possess a strong aura that seems to attract people. That's why so many are drawn to you. Lu Hanyin raised her eyebrows, then shifted the conversation. Of course, you must also be a good-hearted person. Good people always receive their due rewards. Song Qingcheng agreed. You seem to be a bit fatalistic. Whether good people receive rewards, I'm uncertain, but I believe in adhering to principles and acting in accordance with my inner convictions. At this juncture, he glanced at her again. By the way, have you eaten the snow fruit? Not yet. I plan to eat it after dinner, along with you. Lu Hanyin shook her head, her voluminous hair swaying gently, casting a faint shadow on her face. Song Qingcheng observed, noting how her flowing hair accentuated her delicate features, and he rubbed his nose. You must have already eaten. I still have some left. I'll test its effects to see if it can make you stronger. The transformation spirit realm is divided into 3 stages: early, mid, and late. I am currently in the mid stage. Yesterday, I was still in the early stage, and after just one night, the pace of cultivation has accelerated significantly. I initially estimated it would take 10 years to reach the peak of the transformation spirit realm, but now it seems 7 or 8 days may suffice. However, no matter how useful the snow fruit is, it cannot propel me immediately from the mid-stage to the late stage, Lu Hanyin gently remarked, and Song Qingcheng cast her a fleeting glance. With a hint of guilt, she replied, let us eat after dinner. Just don't glare at me. I don't know why, but seeing you unhappy because of me frightens me. I shall reiterate, I am not glaring at you. It is merely a casual glance. Song Qingcheng stated, brushing the corner of her eye before bowing her head to eat noodles. Lu Hanyin pressed her lips together, a delicate dimple gracing her cheeks, as she too lowered her gaze to her bowl, though her thoughts appeared to drift elsewhere. By the way, once the renovation of the company's property is complete, I intend to have Qinfala and her mother move in. It is quite convenient, as someone will need to oversee the receipt and dispatch of goods. After all, everything received must pass through that location. You can reach out to her later, Song Qingcheng continued, still focused on her meal. Lu Hanyin acknowledged, I will inform her. Are there any other arrangements? Have her dispose of the house. I fear there may be individuals with ill intentions towards them. The Jinfu insect must not have appeared without reason, and its sudden disappearance raises my concerns. I am entirely unfamiliar with the methods of cultivating such creatures. Those involved are likely quite sinister. It would be prudent to limit interactions with them. However, given your level of cultivation, these insects cannot harm you, Song Qingcheng remarked gently, yet her mind was preoccupied, contemplating Lu Hanyin's entry into the transformation realm, capable of integrating serpentine energy into her body, rendering her movements imbued with inner strength, making her nearly impervious to ordinary threats. Lu Hanyin responded softly, shall we sleep together tonight? Yes, let us, Song Qingcheng replied, lifting her gaze to Lu Hanyin before reaching out to lightly tap her finger, advising, do not lean too low. Lu Hanyin glanced down, and a flicker of delight crossed her features. I in the car, with Song Qingcheng seated in the passenger seat, Lao Wu, the driver, commented, boss, we should reach the village by 9. The delivery personnel have already set out and will arrive around the same time as us. All right. Hanyin will not be accompanying us today. I've sent her to inspect the company's construction site. Was Zhang Yin there yesterday? Did she visit the village after? Song Qingcheng inquired, nodding as Lao Wu affirmed. She went in the afternoon, overseeing a few modifications. She was quite diligent. Once the company renovations are complete, I plan to purchase 2 10-ton trucks and 2 Iveco vans. You will handle this, along with Qinfala. who can manage the financial aspects with her checkbook, Song Qingcheng instructed, waving her hand dismissively. Lao Wu cheerfully replied, "Sure. I'm familiar with this. I happen to know two brothers who are both veterans and experienced drivers. They are adept behind the wheel and quite capable. Of course, they cannot be compared to Lu Hanyan or you. But one of them could easily handle 10 or 8 ordinary individuals. They are both robust and 28 years old." Agreed. But we must conduct interviews. Let Chen Fala and Hanyan interview together. In the future, any reimbursement request should be directed to the company. The first floor is the office area, and we will be hiring a few more people. Song Qingcheng nodded, and as they spoke, the vehicle entered the village. Upon arrival at the resort, Xiao Changzhen hadn't yet arrived, likely having gone to the construction site or perhaps the villa. The riverbank had been largely completed, and the main structure's underground parking was finished. With the first floor currently under construction, Song Jiangwo was directing operations while Lu Sanbian perched atop a tree, surveying the surroundings. Lu Minghu was supervising the planting of cherry blossom trees along the riverbank. A request from Song Qingcheng, who had insisted against planting weeping willows due to excessive catkins causing discomfort in spring. The cherry blossoms, once fully bloomed, would create a stunning spectacle, with pebbled paths lining both sides of the river. Exuding charm, a truck rolled in, laden with a dozen pigs and over 500 chickens and ducks, along with around 50 geese and several newborn lambs, their cacophonous sounds resembling a symphony. Song Qingcheng meticulously inspected each one. Having studied agriculture and supplemented her knowledge with insights on animal husbandry, this chicken is incorrect. I specified 50 males, the rest should be females. You've delivered over 100 males, take half back. Moreover, these chickens clearly have been treated with hormones. I will not accept any, she declared. The ducks and geese are acceptable. I will take them, as well as the pigs and lambs. Half the payment will be made now, and the remainder upon complete delivery of the chickens. Song Qingcheng clapped her hands, holding a chick in one palm, and pointed out, "This chick resembles a Langshan breed, an ancient variety known for its rich flavor. Please ensure the rest are of this breed." "Boss, that's not fair. I delivered as per your order. You can't just withhold payment." The delivery man, a rugged man in his 50s, protested. Song Qingcheng smiled. "Do you have a sense of contract? I don't believe you cannot distinguish between males and females. I never said I wouldn't pay. If you deliver them this afternoon, I will settle the payment then. Any discrepancies are your responsibility. If you refuse to deliver, we need not collaborate further. You can see the situation here. You must understand." Lao Wu stepped up beside Song Qingcheng, adopting a fierce demeanor as he addressed the man. "My boss is quite busy. If you have any objections, bring them to me. For payment, consult Uncle Jiangwo. Do you understand?" The man swallowed hard, then nodded. "Fine, I'll go back to gather the remaining 160 birds. And you let Uncle Jiangwo settle my initial payment." "How old are you to be calling him Uncle Jiangwo?" Lao Wu scoffed, leading him to Song Jiangwo. Song Jiangwo had become quite astute, as Song Qingcheng had provided him with numerous payment vouchers, requiring signatures or fingerprints for transactions. Song Qingcheng called out, and a group herded the pigs, lambs, and poultry into a designated area of the woods, creating a lively scene. In recent days, he had also concocted a batch of feed derived from plant mixtures. Yet it had not entered formal production. For chickens, ducks, and geese, feed was unnecessary. However, pigs and sheep had larger appetites, requiring some supplementation. "Qingcheng, these pigs look splendid, quite robust. We could utilize their manure for the apple trees." Song Jiangwo remarked cheerfully, having cultivated land for most of his life and possessing a fondness for these small creatures. Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement. "Dad, if you're feeding these pigs, use the sweet potatoes from home. Start with grains, as it's healthier. The sheep can have corn. Each household can contribute a bit of grain. I also constructed a large laboratory for feed development alongside the houses, and I've ordered a batch of machinery that will arrive once the buildings are completed." Song Jiangwo grimaced slightly at the thought of feeding pigs with grains, reluctant to part with such resources. However, he would not impede Song Qingcheng's plans. "Dad, there is no need to be stingy. They should graze on their own. It is spring now, with plenty of grass, so they won't go hungry. Just supplement a bit in the evenings. Allowing them to graze will encourage movement, resulting in firmer meat. Once they mature, we can sell pork when the time comes." I included all necessary operations, such as feed development, sales, slaughtering, and breeding of sika deer, in the business license application. Selling pork at 20 yuan per gene will be quite normal. My only concern is whether we will have enough to sell. If necessary, we can also supply from Donghai or Jinghua. Song Qingcheng glanced at Song Jiangwo, keenly aware of her father's temperament. The chicks quickly adapted, foraging for insects in the grass. Song Qingcheng turned to the side. Noticing the Jinfu insect resting on a tree, without her consciousness, she wouldn't have located it. With its presence, no parasites could encroach, allowing the local fauna to thrive peacefully. Qingcheng, do you really think people will pay 20 yuan per gene? Song Jiangwo questioned, intrigued. You'll see. I also plan to apply for green and organic certifications in the county. These are truly pure and unpolluted foods, Song Qingcheng replied with a smile, contemplating that with the Jinfu insect's presence, perhaps fruit trees would require no pesticide, as all pests would be systematically expelled. This truly was the king of all insects. One must inevitably leave a portion of worms for the chickens, ducks, and geese, as this can be deemed a form of nourishment for them. At noon, the entrance of Yonan Resort was bustling with delivery personnel. Those hardworking men did not return home for their meals, as their wives brought the food to them. Unmarried men received meals from their mothers, hence the vibrant throng at the resort's entrance. Once the men finished their meals, they would carry their baskets back home. Standing by the roadside, Song Qingcheng observed this scene, a warm feeling blossoming within him. Such simple emotions are nothing but this. Men labor, and women deliver sustenance. Lu Minghu approached from the side and gently inquired, "Little boss, why has Hanyan returned today?" "Oh, she went to inspect the construction site and won't be back. If Uncle Minghu misses her, you may as well visit her in the county." Song Qingcheng replied softly, his gaze imbued with tranquility. Lu Minghu shook his head, stating, "No, why would I miss her? I was merely asking. My daughter can be a bit temperamental. Thus, little boss, you ought to be a bit accommodating." With a half smile, Song Qingcheng glanced at him and remarked, "Uncle Minghu, Hanyan has a bad temper. That must depend on the person, doesn't it? She has always treated me rather well, so you needn't worry." Lu Minghu's lips twitched. Such words ignited his ire. At home, she was a fiery little pepper, quick to scold at the slightest disagreement. Yet before Song Qingcheng, she transformed into a docile lamb. This disparity was quite striking. As a father, he hadn't yet experienced his daughter's gentleness, and seeing her attitude towards Song Qingcheng left him feeling somewhat unbalanced. "Little boss, I heard Hanyan mention that you plan to visit Yongnan. I have an old friend, the master of Changquaman. Should anything arise, I can ask for his assistance. Do you need me to reach out?" Lu Minghu said lightly, despite his slender frame emanating a formidable presence akin to that of a tiger. Song Qingcheng fixed his gaze upon him and replied, "Uncle Minghu, there is no need. You must have sustained some injuries, haven't you? How did you know?" Lu Minghu trembled slightly, staring in astonishment at Song Qingcheng. With a sigh, Song Qingcheng said, "I sense that your vital energy is still quite vigorous, carrying a hint of tiger-like strength. You must have once reached the realm of the unseen or the spirit transformation. But now you are merely at the sense connection stage due to your injuries. I can feel a certain sluggishness in your internal energy, which leads me to believe that half of your meridians are blocked, preventing you from exhibiting your true strength." Lu Minghu fell silent for a moment before clenching his fist and responding, "Little boss, you speak true. Your perception is indeed formidable, even surpassing Hanyan's. I have suffered severe injuries. I was once at the spirit transformation stage, but after making enemies, I was gravely wounded, half of my meridians severed, and now my internal energy can no longer flow freely, resulting in a significant drop in my strength." "Indeed," Song Qingcheng acknowledged. "Let us go. I recently acquired several human meridian charts. Share with me the specifics of your blockages, and I shall devise a method to clear them." "You can open my meridians?" Lu Minghu was momentarily taken aback, excitement flickering across his face. Song Qingcheng smiled. "That remains to be seen, but I have a method to create a small opening in your meridians, allowing the Jinfu insect to enter and clear the stagnation. When the meridians are unblocked, the blood vessels will flow freely. If it can circulate blood, it can certainly circulate energy, and then you will be able to wield your power with ease. Don't worry. This isn't overly difficult." Lu Minghu gaped, staring at Song Qingcheng in disbelief. He then turned and waved, "Little boss, let us go. Why are you still standing there? Wait, little boss, why did you buy the human operation chart? You are not from a martial arts lineage, are you?" Lu Minghu hurriedly followed, a perplexed expression on his face. Song Qingcheng stretched, saying, "Though I am not from a martial arts lineage, this is to create a new realm in martial arts. Hanyan aims to break through the spirit transformation stage and enter the next unknown realm. It can only be achieved through innovation. Innovation in realms?" Lu Minghu's mouth hung open as if he were listening to a celestial narrative. Then he jolted as realization struck. Hanyan has hoped to break through the spirit transformation stage. How can that happen so quickly? Of course, that's what we achieved together, Song Qingcheng declared proudly, leaving Lu Minghu utterly bewildered. "You can break through just by being together?" Lu Minghu murmured, then hastily walked alongside Song Qingcheng, his expression complex. "Little boss, what exactly is going on between you and Han En? Have you truly been intimate with her? Song Qingcheng scratched his head and replied, Uncle Minghu, you're overthinking it. When I say together, I simply mean we practice together, and her internal energy will improve rapidly. Lu Minghu sighed in relief, rubbing his hands together. Then could you practice with me as well? Not a chance. Song Qingcheng immediately refused, as sharing a bed with Lu Minghu would undoubtedly leave psychological scars. Lu Minghu rubbed the top of his head, looking dejected, while Song Qingcheng had already retrieved the human meridian chart and made his way into the woods. Hanging the chart on a tree, Lu Minghu examined it closely and pointed. Most of the meridians in this area are indeed damaged. All right, Uncle Minghu, please remove your shirt. I need to assess the condition of your meridians, starting with the right side of your body. Song Qingcheng nodded. Lu Minghu complied, and although he appeared slender, his physique was distinctly muscular. Song Qingcheng compared the chart, focusing intently. Then, as his consciousness stirred, the Jinfu insect suddenly appeared beside him. Taking a deep breath, he directed the insect to pierce Lu Minghu's skin, creating a small incision without any blood flowing out. It avoided the blood vessels, directly entering the meridians. The Jinfu insect began to swim inside, using its mandibles to gnaw away at the blockages within the meridians. Song Qingcheng monitored the situation, controlling the Jinfu insect with his consciousness, ensuring it did not stray. Gradually, he discerned that the blockages in the meridians were due to external damage. When the external force struck Lu Minghu, he might have been unable to withstand it, causing the internal energy to surge into his meridians and injure them. In truth, those obstructions were a natural defensive response, resulting in numerous barriers that hindered the flow of external internal energy. The Jinfu insect feasted upon the meridian blockages, which had been subjected to Lu Minghu's internal energy for decades, rich in vital energy, an exquisite delicacy for the Jinfu insect. After consuming one meridian, the Jinfu insect emerged, and Song Qingcheng pressed his hand. Sunlight shimmered, transforming into motes of light that sank into the wound, restoring it to its original state. Thus, after Song Qingcheng successfully cleared 10 meridians using the Jinfu insect, he halted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as this exerted considerable strain on his consciousness. Lu Minghu moved, waves of energy surging within him, exuding a hint of tiger-like strength. With exhilaration, he exclaimed, I have truly stepped into the unseen realm. Little boss, you are incredible. Let us return home for a meal. The chicken delivery folks have arrived. Song Qingcheng called out with a smile as he walked ahead. Lu Minghu responded and strode alongside him, his spirits soaring. Lu Minghu and Song Jiangwo raised their glasses, thoroughly enjoying their drinks, while Ying, observing Song Qingcheng, leaned in and whispered, Son, tell me, is Zhang Yun your girlfriend? Her voice was hushed, but for a master like Lu Minghu, it was impossible not to hear. His ears perked up, clearly invested in Song Qingcheng as personal affairs naturally connected to Lu Hanin. Song Qingcheng shook his head. No, I haven't known her for long. Your father mentioned that girl is quite lovely, and she seems educated enough to design such splendid houses. Truly impressive. Just yesterday, I secretly went to see her, and she is indeed beautiful. Why not pursue her? If you lack experience, perhaps you could search online for some strategies. That is what they say, isn't it? Ying said cheerfully. Song Qingcheng, looking somewhat helpless, replied, Mom, I've already told Dad that I have a girlfriend. I'll introduce her to you both in due time. Really? Ying seemed incredulous and pressed. Then tell me, how did you win her over? Well, it's a bit complicated. She actually liked me back in high school and has always supported me. I owe much of my progress to her assistance. Song Qingcheng nodded, and as he thought of Kai Xiaoqin, a wave of warmth surged within him, softening even the corners of his brow. Ying, observing his expression, smiled and handed him a large oyster, saying, Seeing your demeanor, I can tell you are genuinely smitten, so we shall refrain from pressing you further. By the way, that Zhang Yun truly caught my eye. I even took her home yesterday. We have quite a few apples at home, so I gave her some. Song Qingcheng sighed. At merely 23, he found himself being pressured into marriage. It appeared that Ying was indeed anxious, as parents often are, burdened by such inexplicable concerns. Lu Minghu clicked his tongue, a hint of regret flickering across his face. Lu Hanyin's second marriage had also become a source of worry for him. However, considering Song Qingcheng's situation, it seemed Lu Hanyin truly could not marry him. After all, this little widow would face challenges in remarrying, yet it appeared that aside from Song Qingcheng, no other man caught her fancy, which proved to be the most troublesome aspect. After their meal, Lu Minghu approached Song Qingcheng and whispered, Little boss, when will you help me open my meridians again? I just tried, and half of them remain blocked. Minghu, I cannot use my consciousness today. I'm too drained. It will have to wait until tomorrow. But tell me, after reaching the transformation realm, Is it true that one can unblock all meridians except for the rin and do? In theory, yes, but it's impossible in practice. The human body has countless meridians. We can only clear a few of the relatively larger ones. Those delicate and intricate meridians are far more challenging to unblock than the rin and do. If someone could open all meridians, that would be akin to a living deity, an occurrence that has never been documented in history, so it's not worth contemplating. Lu Minghu spoke softly, while Song Qingcheng stroked his chin. Pondering. Initially, he had intended to reconstruct his meridians, but now it seemed unnecessary. However, to allow internal energy to flow into the finer meridians, he would have to continuously accumulate it. Those meridians remain obstructed until unblocked. Yet when a river is full, it will overflow into smaller streams. When the meridians are brimming with internal energy and cannot release it, they will inevitably channel into the finer meridians, thereby unblocking them directly. Thus, accumulation remains essential. Now that Lu Hanyan shared his bed, a single night could equate to a year of cultivation, effortlessly replenishing his internal energy. Song Jiangwo and Lu Minghu ascended the mountain, bringing food for Lu Sanbian. With Song Qingcheng following suit, as they neared the chicken coop, they happened upon Xiao Changyun, who was crouched down, playfully engaging with the chicks. She held a long blade of grass, and the chicks hopped eagerly, striving to reach the insects upon it, sunlight casting a radiant glow upon her face. Yet her demeanor remained frosty. Observing her leisurely disposition, Song Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, then approached to greet her. Changjin, you've arrived. I have. This morning, I visited your company's construction site and your villa. Everything is progressing smoothly. In about a week, your company will be ready. Xiao Changjin stood, shifting the conversation. These chicks are truly adorable. I could come to see them every day. Once they grow, you must save some eggs for me. They are true free-range eggs. If your company wishes to organize a bulk purchase, I can offer a discount, 10 yuan per gene. Song Qingcheng replied with a smile. Xiao Changyun's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Song Qingcheng affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. Our company has around 200 to 300 employees. If we order 5 gene a month, that's over 1,000 gene. I reckon your hens will be completely booked. The environment here is splendid. Free-range chickens with mountains and water, raised on insects. I'll arrange that, considering it a company benefit. In winter, we could also buy a few sheep for some mutton, which would make it even more perfect. However, you don't have many sheep here. You must reserve 1 or 2 for us. At 20 per gene, Xiao Changyun spoke lightly, already planning ahead. Song Qingcheng nodded in agreement. No problem. Such meat is hard to find in the city. It's perfect for gifts during the new year. I'll also reserve a pig for you at 20 yuan per gene. All right, we should draft a contract later, Xiao Changyun replied, then gently added, I need to head back to the city now. Everything here is settled. Are you going back too? Let us go together. I'll follow you back. Leave Lao Wu here to work, Song Qingcheng responded. Xiao Changyun and he walked side by side out of the woods, where a gravel path meandered through the trees, preserving the ecosystem. While a few little grasshoppers hopped about, Song Qingcheng caught a small mantis, placed it in his palm, and offered it to Xiao Changyun, who exclaimed in delight, Are there mantises here? The ecology is truly splendid. There are more than just mantises. When summer arrives, the hedgehogs will come out to play. I've decided against using pesticides and will let these creatures thrive naturally. Song Qingcheng nodded, placing the mantis on a tree trunk and watching it leap away as they reached the car. Xiao Changyun drove a silver Passat, with Xiaosu accompanying her. Song Qingcheng, along with Song Jiangwo, Lu Minghu, and Lao Wu, exchanged greetings before departing. Just as they drove off, Yuing hurried in, holding a bag and surveying the area before calling Song Jiangwo over. Whereas Qingcheng, he left with Changyun. Song Jiangwo replied, He has already gone. I just made some oil pancakes, intending for him to take them back for dinner, but now it's too late, Yuing grumbled, then furrowed her brow. He left with Changyun? Really? Don't overthink it. There's also Xiaosu with them. Song Jiangwo shook his head, quickly grasping Yu Ying's implications. That girl is truly stunning. Yuing sighed again. Xiao Changyun directly dropped Song Qingcheng off at the Zikidonglai community. Throughout the journey, Xiaosu chatted animatedly, subtly praising Song Qingcheng while showcasing herself. Once parked, she let Song Qingcheng out, beaming, Song Go, your Yunnan resort is so much fun, even after the renovations are complete. Can I still visit often? Rest assured, guests are always welcome. In spring, we have cherry blossom viewing, fishing, and deer antler harvesting. In summer, peach and grape picking. In autumn, apple and pear feasting, along with egg purchases, and in winter, hunting wild rabbits and catching wild chickens. There are plenty of enjoyable activities, Song Qingcheng replied. Xiaosu's expression dimmed slightly, as Song Qicheng's words subtly declined her invitation. As she watched him enter the community, Xiao Changyan called out, "Xiao Su, get in the car. He's gone, so stop staring." "But Xiao Zong, I'm not willing to give up. Such a tall, rich, and handsome man is right in front of me. Yet I can't make a move. It's infuriating." Xiao Su stomped her foot. "I've mentioned before that you two aren't suited for each other. Qicheng likely has a girlfriend. Haven't you noticed that beautiful woman who always accompanies him? She possesses the finest figure I've ever seen, bar none," Xiao Chang'an said gently. Xiao Su glanced down at her own chest, which, though sizable, paled in comparison to Lu Hanyan's, causing her to sigh as she entered the car. Upon returning home, Song Qicheng found Lu Hanyan absent. He continued sitting on the floor, examining the fluctuation diagrams. Lu Hanyan had already indicated the origin points of these diagrams, saving him considerable effort. As he analyzed page after page, sketching continuously, he lost track of time until Lu Hanyan called him for dinner. By then, he had organized 200 diagrams, leaving a chaotic array of papers scattered about. Standing beside him, Lu Hanyan lowered her gaze, saying, "Qicheng, it's time for dinner. I spent the entire day out, and I even visited Qinfala. She is following your suggestions and is in the process of sorting her belongings, preparing to sell her house once the company's renovations are complete. Chen Maxiang should be feeling much better now, right?" Song Qicheng rose and casually inquired. Indeed, she had significantly improved. Her walking was much quicker, and she could even cook for herself, with a hearty appetite to match. Over the past few days, her skin had become noticeably fuller. I estimated that within a month, she would completely recover. However, her charm was truly remarkable, which prompted me to ask her about her background today. I discovered that she was also a graduate of Donghai Financial University, a top-notch talent, who later became the financial director of a large corporation. In the past, she had married a man from Donghai, a successful businessman. But after giving birth to Fala, she returned to Lingshan, seemingly due to some issues that arose within his family, which led to her ostracization. She did not elaborate on this matter, but I surmised that her physical condition might be problematic, possibly linked to her husband's family. If someone had indeed taken measures to cultivate a golden worm within her, that individual would inevitably come to Lingshan eventually. Lu Hanyan softly remarked, and Song Qicheng narrowed his eyes. This meant that Qinfala was genuinely born into a scholarly family, and Chen Maxiang was even more formidable. With her presence, she could offer significant assistance. After dinner, Song Qicheng continued to study the spatial cube, calibrating it one by one. The 5,000 fluctuation diagrams had finally begun to diminish gradually. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Hanyan had already taken her bath and climbed into bed. Lying there like a beautiful serpent, her legs entwined, one hand propped against her face, tilting her head to gaze at him. She was dressed quite minimally, essentially in a set of lingerie, exuding an indescribable allure. Song Qicheng stole a few glances, his blood surging, and he found it impossible to focus on the diagrams any longer, opting instead for a wash and sleep once the lights were turned off. Lu Hanyan removed even her last piece of lingerie, and Song Qicheng once again felt the agonizing tension of desire. Fortunately, she was mindful and did not deliberately provoke him. Lu Hanyan's voice softly floated over, "Qicheng, I consumed those 2 snow fruits and have entered the late stage of the transformation realm. If I ascend another level, I should reach a state of perfection, but I lack further realms and am uncertain how to break through. I have thought it through. You merely need to accumulate your internal energy. Once your meridians are completely filled, you can use that energy to break through the Ren and Du meridians, thus entering the next realm. Afterward, continue following my method to amass internal energy to penetrate those previously undiscovered meridians. There are always the tiniest meridians within the human body, as Uncle Tiger informed me. You can surely ascend higher." Song Qicheng replied gently, and Lu Hanyan nodded, her eyes flickering slightly as she exhaled softly, causing Song Qicheng's gaze to involuntarily shift away from the undulating curves of her silhouette. Truly, she was a genuine enchantress, a beautiful serpent demon, and she was becoming increasingly alluring. One day, he might succumb to temptation. Taking a deep breath, Song Qicheng entered a meditative state once more, ethereal starlight swirling around him. Lu Hanyan's eyes glimmered like a clear spring, gazing at him intently, unmoving for a long while. Then she smirked, adopting a serpentine posture as the starlight flowed into her body. Such cultivation had resulted in Lu Hanyan undergoing remarkable changes. Her skin became increasingly lustrous. Her features softened, and even her eyelashes lengthened. Most importantly, the allure she exuded with every movement grew more potent. Sometimes, a mere glance could evoke profound reactions, embodying the seductive essence of her serpentine form. Fortunately, her internal energy had also strengthened, allowing her to wield it with ease. On the third day, the time finally arrived for Song Qingcheng to meet with Count Augustus for their agreed transaction. The pile of spatial fluctuation diagrams had dwindled by half, leaving just over 2,000. At 9 o'clock in the evening, he once again brought Lu Hanyin to the first courtyard of Zikidong Lai, instructing her to guard the door while he set up the fluctuation instrument, quietly awaiting the transmission. According to his analysis, there were subtle differences in the fluctuations when sending and receiving, so he needed to gather more fluctuation diagrams from the incoming journey, which would surely have a positive impact on his research into the formation of spatial magic. As 10 o'clock approached, Song Qingcheng's heart tightened, his gaze fixed on a corner where the fluctuation instrument began to pulse. Sheets of paper emerging one after another, revealing a collection of items along one wall. The items Count Augustus had mentioned had finally arrived: magic books, Doralay fish, rare materials, snow fruit trees, and guardian magical beasts. A sense of anticipation filled Song Qingcheng as he approached the corner, where two items awaited him: a wooden box and a metallic object the size of a basin, its surface mottled with a pale hue. Exuding an air of antiquity, Song Qingcheng paused, hesitant to place the items into his storage ring, for if there were any living specimens, the vacuum of his storage would undoubtedly obliterate them. He opened the box to find several books and a letter, inspecting them repeatedly without discovering any signs of life, finally feeling reassured enough to store the items away. After pondering briefly, he also collected the fluctuation instrument and the papers from the ground. Before lifting the basin felt somewhat heavy, around 30 pounds, and from his estimation, its ancient appearance suggested it had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. This must indeed be the cultivation vessel Count Augustus had spoken of, impervious to the ravages of time. Otherwise, during the interdimensional transmission, subjected to the erosion of time, it would likely have taken tens of thousands of years to reach Earth, causing any Doralay fish to perish immediately. Previously, Wang Dachuan had tested the gold and purple gold coins, stating they bore the marks of 100,000 years, thus elucidating the matter. Therefore, the value of this cultivation vessel must be considerable, possibly even sealed by magic. As he exited the first courtyard, Lu Hanyin saw Song Qingcheng carrying a large basin and momentarily froze, though she said nothing, simply locking the door and walking alongside him. "Qingcheng, let me help. I have more strength than you. Handling heavy tasks is no trouble." Lu Hanyin leaned closer, attempting to take the basin from his hands. No need. It's not heavy. You just need to open the door shortly. Song Qingcheng shook his head, feeling warmth in his heart. Upon returning home, he placed the basin in the living room, exhaling deeply, and turned to Lu Hanyin with utmost seriousness. "Hanyin, this matter must remain between us. No one else should know. Understood?" Lu Hanyin nodded earnestly. "Understood. Good. Then fetch a cloth. I need to wipe this down. It's quite dirty." Song Qingcheng replied. Lu Hanyin swayed her hips into the kitchen, returning with 2 cloths. And together they began to clean, the surface's mottled stains gradually fading to reveal a faintly purple metal beneath. It turned out the entire basin was crafted from gold, with the addition of purple gold. The expense was indeed exorbitant. As this realization struck him, Song Qingcheng paused, suddenly pondering a question. Why did the items Count Augustus sent lack any sense of antiquity? If bicycles or various fertilizers had experienced the passage of 100,000 years during transmission, they would have turned to ash long ago. This was undeniably unscientific. Such matters defied understanding, yet Song Qingcheng was a quintessential tech enthusiast, reflecting on the differences in fluctuation diagrams during sending and receiving. He felt a glimmer of insight. It appeared this must involve the secrets of space. Otherwise, if this passage were reversible, the flow of time should be identical. Now it seemed the flow of time was different. Perhaps within the realm of space, there existed a concept of time. Contemplating the continuous motion of the origin point, he murmured. So that's how it is. The trajectory of motion represents time. It seems the flow of time has indeed changed. Thus, if I were to develop a new set of techniques,